I'm also telling you a fart, a foreign surname Wang Yi, from a small place. First, he has no status, second, he has no power, and he is more than a bully. We took the initiative to come to see him. It's already very good for him. Boy, hurry up and let Xuanhuan come out to meet our Yuchi's family. The messenger. Hurry up, don't delay, or he will look good. At this time, a young man wearing a fiery red robe walked up to the guard with a proud face and said contemptuously. There was disgust in the eyes of the messenger who spoke earlier. But he didn't say anything, instead he chose to watch, standing aside without saying a word. Whether His Highness comes out to greet you depends on whether His Highness is in that mood. If you can't wait, you can leave here. After all, no one invited you to come. The guard glanced at the young man who spoke wildly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation, this didn't prevent him from wanting to kill the opponent. Because anyone who insults His Highness must be punished. Bold servant, dare to talk to this messenger like this, take you down first. And then find your master to settle accounts. With a tyrannical look on the face of the red-robed youth, he roared and turned his hand to take out a large pitch-black sword and slashed at the guard. The guard never thought about it, this young man dared to take action in front of the station. And if you say it, you will shoot it, and there is no everyone's demeanor at all. What happened suddenly made the guard stunned. He didn't even make the move to evade in time. Go away, you dare to run here to be wild, why don't you want to live? Just when the guard's face showed a look of despair, a broken drink suddenly sounded from the station. The voice shocked Dou Yu, causing everyone at the door to be confused for a moment. At the same time, a snow-white long sword appeared out of thin air, in front of the pitch-black sword, and slashed on the sword at an incredible angle. Boom! The jet-black sword seemed to be bombarded by a heavy hammer, and its surface was instantly covered with cracks. With a random touch, it shattered into 50 pieces of slag and dropped dust. Immediately after, the snow-white long sword was castrated, but in the blink of an eye, it came to the red-robed youth, and in his terrified eyes, pierced his chest. Boom! The next moment, the red-robed youth didn't even scream, his body couldn't bear the huge force of the bombardment, and disappeared into a cloud of blood. From the young man in the red robe attacking the guard, to the sound of a broken drink, to the sudden appearance of the snow-white long sword, it was only a few breaths. The red-robed youth turned into a cloud of blood and dissipated between heaven and earth. Afterwards, a stalwart figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the station, with a pair of icy eyes, quietly watching the people at the entrance. At the same time, a domineering aura silently swept over the crowd. Hey, who is that guy, and why is he so strong? The messenger of the Yuchi family has to have the cultivation of the heavenly realm no matter what, and he was destroyed without a single move. That's the messenger of the Yuchi family, the middle-ranked force among the 7 major forces in the imperial capital. It should not be underestimated. It was trampled on like this. Xuanhuan is in a big trouble this time. It's nothing to offend the Tianwu sect. After all, Xuanhuan has a lot of strong people around him. But it's not very wise to offend the Yuchi family. Hey, it's a pity, the first dark horse of this session of martial arts ruined his future in his own ignorance. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Xuanhuan doesn't take Yuchi's family in his eyes. The scene in front of the station was witnessed by the spies from all over the place. The results were also immediately spread to the ears of the various forces. In this regard, various forces have different opinions. Go back, my Royal Highness has no interest in joining any forces. If you come to entangle again, he will be your role model. Xuanhuan put away the long sword transformed by mana, looked at the others coldly, and warned. In that case, my Ouyang family will not disturb His Royal Highness King Chongping. Take me to say hello to His Royal Highness. Seeing this, the messenger of the Ouyang family had a look of disappointment on his face, but not overly demanding. After a few polite words, he left. The rest of the people also explained a few words and disappeared before the station. For a while, there was a lot of silence in front of the residence gate. Since it can't be recruited, then destroy it. Several superpowers did not wait patiently. For them, Xuanhuan is dispensable. Since they can't get it, destruction is the only solution. His Royal Highness, a few days have passed, and all the forces should give up recruiting His Highness. But the rumors about His Highness are spreading more, and every corner of the entire imperial capital seems to have a topic about His Highness. But the messenger who came to the station has disappeared. Su Changlan came to Xuanhuan's residence and conveyed the situation in the imperial capital these days. I'm afraid it's not giving up, but wanting to destroy His Highness. For those domineering forces, their usual practice is to destroy it if they can't get it. So His Highness, try not to go out these days. Even if you go out, you must be in heaven. I can only go out under the protection of Erlang. Jiangzia's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said at this time, it doesn't matter, a bunch of self-righteous guys. This kind of destruction will destroy themselves sooner or later. And I am the savior who destroys them and saves the world. Xuanhuan's domineering voice echoed in the hall, making all the bodyguards excited. A few days later, the second round of Xuanwu Huiwu finally kicked off after tens of millions of people were waiting. The second round of the competition is a one-on-one battle. The battlefield is where the 7 major forces join forces to set up a barrier. Because this competition is the most talented one in the past. So the number of enchantments is quite amazing. There are as many as 1,000. The contestants' numbers are random, drawn by the organizer. His Royal Highness, number 791, is your number. The venue for the second round of competition was set to be held in front of the Promise Hall. The Promise Hall is one of the largest palaces in the empire. It is a place specially designed for large-scale events. Therefore, this second round of competition was placed here by the organizers. Xuanhuan led the powerful men to the Promise Hall. Su Changlang, who had already come here, handed over a crystal jade plaque with 791 to Xuanhuan. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared, he immediately attracted great attention from various powerhouses. He is the Xuanhuan from Tianxian Kingdom. I didn't expect him to be so young. It is said that he is very powerful and can attract superpowers to defect. I don't know if it is true or not. Fake it, who would be full to help such a stinky boy? That's not necessarily true. There should be something strange about this child. Otherwise, how can there be so many powerful auras around him? This child is a little weird. If you encounter it, you must be extra careful. The arrival of Xuanhuan caused quite a wave. Various discussions ensued. 4. A time Xuanhuan once again became the focus of the imperial capital. His Royal Highness is indeed a prodigy of luck. He can become the focus wherever he goes. The little monk admires it. With a kind smile on his face, dragon-subduing Arhat stood beside Xuanhuan and glanced at the crowded Wuji hall, listening to the discussions in his ears, which made him sigh. Could not help but speak. Are you Xuanhuan? That invincible kid who is said to be able to attract strong men to take the initiative to flee? At this time, a handsome young man walked out from the nearby crowd. He walked in square steps and approached Xuanhuan, sneering arrogantly. What are you? You are also worthy of talking to this king. Get out of here. Quickly. Xuanhuan didn't pay any attention to the other party's arrogance. Instead, he waved his hand as if driving flies away, and said impatiently, Sure enough, do you know who I am? The youth did not expect Xuanhuan to have such an attitude. Immediately embarrassed. I don't care who you are, come here to be stupid, do you want to find abuse? Boy, I am the eldest prince of Jidong Kingdom, Pei Dongxiao. I am the future monarch. You dare to be disrespectful to me. I think it is you who want to abuse me. Oh, you are a prince, and you are about to succeed as a monarch? Not bad, not bad. Rest assured that this king will make your life easier. Xuanhuan did not expect that this incomparably pretentious boy turned out to be a prince. The new main quest that he has triggered is to let himself behead 100 future kings. This kid actually bumped up on his own at this time, which made him feel good. Boy, don't meet me, or you will be killed with the sword. The eldest prince of Jidongwa had a grim expression, threatening Xuanhuan viciously. Suddenly, a suffocating gaze fell on him. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Bean-sized beads of sweat crackled down to the dust. He tried hard to look up, and found that next to Xuanhuan, a handsome young man was staring at him. There was a black vertical stripe in the center of the young man's yin-tang. It looks weird. Its cultivation base is even more invisible. What kind of cultivation does this guy have that makes him feel like he is being targeted by poisonous snakes? It is said that Xuanhuan has the ability to attract strong men to come and defect. Could it be that this person is a strong man who defected to Xuanhuan? Pei Dongxiao's face showed a complex look of horror, inexplicable, jealous, and so on. Let him be stunned on the spot for a while, at a loss. Hey, Pei Dongxiao, right, cherish the limited time. Let's see you again. Xuanhuan said jokingly. Then he went straight to his stage. Xuanhuan, I will definitely kill you. The strong people who robbed you will be mine in the near future. I swear. I will kill you and mine. Looking at Xuanhuan who was leaving, Pei Dongxiao shot hatred in his eyes. Ding. Trigger the side quest, Pei Dongxiao's hatred. Quest details, the hesitant host came out, making the proud Pei Dongxiao jealous. He wants to kill the host and rob the host's bodyguards for his own use. The host must eradicate Pei Dongxiao. If the host kill this person, and the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super strong. A chance to draw a random lottery. This kid is actually eyeing my strong men. I really don't know how to write dead words. In that case, I will use you first. A cold light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. Facing the triggered side quest, Xuanhuan was not worried, but cheered. When he wanted to come, this Pei Dongxiao was here to send him a strong man. Since this incident happened in an inconspicuous place, it did not attract the attention of interested people. And half an hour later, the second round of the competition finally began with the scene boiling. "It's you?" Xuanhuan, haha, I didn't expect my Pai shouting to meet the legendary ghost Xuanhuan. God is really helping me, Xuanhuan, don't blame me when you are in the underworld. Who made you offend someone who shouldn't be offended? As soon as Xuanhuan stepped onto his own competition platform, he was pointed at by a black-clothed youth who was already there and laughed. "Humph, I don't know, you are so sure that you can kill me." Xuanhuan scoffed at this. "It's just wishful thinking for a guy of the 5th rank to want to kill him." As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, he suddenly released the cultivation base that he had been suppressing. A coercion belonging to the 9th grade of the Earth step state spread out in this limited space. The smile of the inexplicably excited young man on the opposite side suddenly stopped, and then he pointed at Xuanhuan in horror and shouted, "Earth level 9th rank, how is this possible? How can your cultivation be a 9th level ground level? Why are you so perverted? Hey, boy, anything can happen in this world. Just like Chi Kai, you still pretend to be someone else, and keep saying you want to kill me. But now you're scared. You don't think this world is full of drama." Xuanhuan looked at his trembling opponent and felt extremely relieved. "Boy, prepare to die." Xuanhuan devastated his opponent's heart. Walked towards each other while walking. At the same time, the zombie fist that had not been used for a long time condensed out. The next moment, Xuanhuan punched the opponent without any hesitation. There were no surprises, the 9th grade of the ground level was against the 5th grade of the ground level, and the result was obvious. Ding! The Prince of 100 Slashes has completed 1%. The system will reward the host with a chance to draw a random lottery. Come on, this guy turned out to be a prince. What a coincidence. The opponent who was easily killed turned out to be a prince. Xuanhuan couldn't help showing a bright smile. 791 wins. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in the vast hall. "Hey, who is this, so fast? It's just been a long time, and he won. This person is not easy. It can't be Xuanhuan. I remember he just entered the test stage. No way, is Xuanhuan so defiant? He's just a prince from a small country. Don't forget, he is known as a ghost. He is also known as the first dark horse in Tianqian this time. He has this strength and can easily pass the test. Look there, the one who came out of the competition platform is number 791. My God, isn't that Xuanhuan? It's really Xuanhuan, he really deserves to be called a dark horse. It's easy to pass the test." It took Xuanhuan less than 10 minutes to kill his opponent and easily advance to the next round. The news swept the entire competition site like he had opened his wings. And every corner of the imperial capital. It's just a fluke. A countryman from a small place, nothing to worry about. There are geniuses every year, especially this year. Lucky is also a form of strength. If he wins a game, I strongly recommend him to enter the ranking of people. Every time Xuanwu meets martial arts, our Qianlong Pavilion is the biggest winner. Didn't you say he is a playboy? When did a playboy become so powerful? Could it be that our analysis is wrong? Find me why he's still in the limelight. Whatever he does, I hope I don't see him in the third round. Number 432 advanced to the next round. Just when the entire imperial capital was talking about Xuanhuan, that loud voice rang again. Finally, someone showed up around the same time. Fortunately, Xuanhuan is not alone. I found that there are quite a few geniuses in this competition. The dark horses are also one after the other. Look, that should be number 432, he came out. My God, what did I see? Ma Xiaobin. It turned out to be Ma Xiaobin, one of the 7 wolves of Xuanwu. The cultivation base of the 6th rank Earth level realm. The Ouyang family who worked with one of the 7 major forces. He is the most outstanding relative of the Ouyang family. Ranked 643rd on the list of people set by Qianlong Pavilion. If it's him, then it's not surprising. The 7 wolves of Xuanwu are outrageously powerful. Compared with them, Xuanhuan is extremely insignificant. It's insignificant. Xuanhuan has returned to his camp. The voices of the surrounding monks reverberated constantly in his ears. Let him have a strong curiosity about this Ma Xiaobin. Ding. Trigger the side quest. Conquer the 7 wolves of Xuanwu. Mission. Details: the 7 wolves of Xuanwu are powerful, capable of both civility and martial arts, which is an ideal help for the host to reach the peak. If the host succeeds in subduing the 7 wolves, the system will reward the host for a designated summoning of the super powerful. Chance. 1 chance to randomly summon a super strong. 3 random lottery chances. What's the situation? The rewards are so generous. Let's not say anything else, there are as many as 3 random draws. It seems that the Xuanwu 7 wolves are not easy. If so, the road to conquering may not be so easy. Number 311 wins. Advance to the next round. At the same time as the loud voice sounded, a figure flashed on a competition stage, and a slender, handsome young man walked over with an indifferent expression. This person is so cold, the whole person is like a piece of ice, and it is difficult to approach. Where is he holy, and the genius of which country? I seem to have seen him before, and it seems that he appeared from the Xuanlan country station. Is he a genius of the Xuanlan country? Xuanlan? Is it her country? Xuanhuan listened to everyone's discussion, and for some reason, Linghu Xuanlan appeared in his mind. The 9th rank of the Earth rank is the same as His Highness's cultivation base. However, it is not as stable as His Highness. Obviously, he just broke through not long ago. Yang Jian's voice sounded in Xuanhuan's ears at this time. Let Xuanhuan's eyes narrow, and a thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of the young man from Xuanlan Kingdom. In the ensuing time, one young powerhouse after another completed his second round of competition. There are not many famous people among them. Xuanwu 7 wolves, young talents from all over the world, geniuses on the list of people. Let the audience roar one after another. However, Xuanhuan sat on the chair brought by his subordinates, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. They're all a bunch of people who deceive the world and steal their names. No matter how famous and powerful they are, can they still be higher than the 9th rank of their own? In their eyes, they are just a bunch of ants. You are the Xuanhuan who disturbed the imperial capital. There are no 3 heads and 6 arms, and the cultivation base is too bad to say. Why is it so powerful? On the way back to the station, Xuanhuan was stopped by a sloppy old man. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Xuanhuan was still polite. But not because of respect for the old and love for the young. But he was in a very good mood. He didn't even scold the sloppy old man who was full of provocation. "It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you will die in my hands. So, if you have any last words to explain, hurry up. Don't be long-winded." The sloppy old man ignored Xuanhuan's question, and instead took the initiative to say the purpose of his trip. "Joke, you want the life of this king, just because of your third grade cultivation. It's really shameless. Tianwu, I'll leave it to you." Xuanhuan knew this person's cultivation from Yuan Hong's voice transmission. At this time, he commanded lightly. As expected, Xuanhuan, who is known as a ghost, can actually see through my cultivation. But so what, he is not a dying person. The old man directly ignored Huang Tianhua, who came forward. Although he was surprised that Xuanhuan could see through his cultivation, he did not take it to heart. Because people die like lights go out. In his eyes, Xuanhuan was already dead. "Old guy, if you want the life of my highness, pass me first," Huang Tianhua said lightly as he walked towards the old man. "Ignorant child, wait for me, You, this is impossible. I can't see through your cultivation. Why is this happening? I'm not dreaming." The old man originally scoffed at Huang Tianhua. He thought he was an ignorant young man who was brainwashed by Xuanhuan. But when his consciousness passed Huang Tianhua, his brain suddenly froze and he couldn't see through. This young man is like being covered by a layer of gas, and he can't see through his cultivation at all. This discovery made his complexion change instantly. Could it be that this person is much stronger than himself? How can that be? How old is he? Old man, ignorance is not scary. What is scary is that if you know you're losing, you still want to rush up. That's not ignorance. It's a fool. Huang Tianhua said lightly. Then, gently pat forward with a palm. "Ah. No, you can't kill me, I'm..." Boom. The old man's body was instantly smashed into pieces, falling all over the place. Xuanhuan, killed again. And he's still a super strong. "You're stupid, that guy is obviously going to kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is just fighting back in self-defense. Even so, he won't die." What the hell, Xuanhuan is not allowed to light the lanterns only if other state officials are allowed to set fires? It's really unreasonable. According to me, he is to blame himself. Yeah, you deserve to die. What? Another strong man was killed by Xuanhuan? How is it possible that is a strong man of the third rank of the exalted realm? Xuanhuan is so powerful. Provocation is not the opposite of victimization. It's your own fault. Which force? Does anyone know? Idiot, you can't even take care of a doll, it's really more than success. Continue to send out the strong, and we must kill Xuanhuan in the butt at all costs. At the residence of the Yuchi family, an old man with silver hair was furious. Pacing back and forth in the house, he ordered fiercely. What kind of people are these people? If they can't be caught, they will be destroyed. They dare to be bandits. They are even worse than bandits. Everyone, listen carefully. If you encounter such people again, you will immediately destroy them. These days, Xuanhuan has been constantly harassed by the major forces in the imperial capital. Heart has been troubled. At this time, he said with a gloomy face. Look, Your Highness, it's just a group of ants. As long as they dare to come, I will exterminate them. Yuan Hong said with a relaxed expression. The rest of the powerhouses also nodded. In this regard, Xuanhuan is very satisfied. Meet the master. As soon as everyone walked to the gate of the station, they saw Jiutou Yuanqing standing at the gate waiting. Why are you here, Jiutou Yuanqing? Yuan Hong came to Xuanhuan's side earlier, knowing that Jiutou Yuanqing was one of the first strong men to defect to Xuanhuan. Therefore, without putting on the pretense of being a super strong, at this time after punching Jiutou Yuanqing, he asked suspiciously. You must know that before Xuanhuan left, he left the nine-headed Yuanqing in the capital, helping others to defend the capital, waiting for Xuanhuan to return and establish a state. But people suddenly came to the imperial capital, which puzzled him. Could it be that Jiutou has other thoughts in his mind? Yuan Hong couldn't help thinking. No, there is absolutely no problem with the loyalty of Jiutou Yuanqing to Xuanhuan, he will not betray. Therefore, Yuan Hong denied his idea again. But seeing Jiutou Yuanqing's confused look on his face at this time, Yuan Hong was even more strange. Obviously, he didn't know why he came here. I asked him to come. Just when both of them felt doubtful, Xuanhuan said. Master, is there something that nine heads need to work on? I didn't say anything, please instruct me. Jiutou Yuanqing's face flashed with excitement, and he patted his chest and said decisively. Jiutou Yuanqing's heart is so excited, can he not be excited? There is even a feeling of being abandoned. Although Xuanhuan was still very kind to him in normal times, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Especially the new faces around Xuanhuan who had just sensed it. Horrified him. The breath of these guys was unfathomable, giving him a sense of danger. Especially the young man with a vertical stripe in the yin tang. It made him not dare to approach. At the same time as he was surprised, there was also a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. At this time, when he heard that Xuanhuan had something to tell him, he was immediately excited. No hurry, you go to rest first. Later, I'm looking for you. Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously, sat down slowly, and said while drinking fragrant tea. As ordered. Although Jiutou Yuanqing felt strange in his heart, he didn't say anything. He agreed and went down to rest. There are many doubts in the hearts of the people. However, the acquaintances did not ask questions. System, in other words, my luck value seems to be enough to shape a strong man. As soon as Xuanhuan returned to his residence, he couldn't wait to ask in his heart. Yes. The host's luck can completely shape a strong man. The system mechanically replied. The system's answer made Xuanhuan nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he instructed the waiter to call Jiutou Yuanqing over. Owner. Can Yuanqing want to become stronger? Jiutou Yuanqing was stunned for a while, and then said solemnly, of course I want to. Ah, master, can you? Jiutou Yuanqing seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked excitedly. System, now start to shape the nine-headed Yuanqing. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. The reason why nine-headed Yuanqing was chosen was because he was not only the first strong man to defect to him. Moreover, he is loyal to him, and his loyalty is always at full value. No matter how many stronger people appear around him than him, he silently supported himself. In addition, the potential of the nine-headed Yuanqing is definitely one of the best among many powerhouses. Once the shaping is successful, it is definitely a super strong. Therefore, in terms of emotion and reason, he must give Jiutou Yuanqing a chance to become stronger. This king has made you stronger. I hope you don't let this king down, Su Haoyan said solemnly. While speaking, a pitch-black black hole appeared on top of his head, and the nine-headed primordial saint was instantly sucked into it. By the way, when will the nine-headed Yuanqing be finished? The system can successfully shape this strong man in one day. I'm really looking forward to it. Tomorrow, I can see a brand new nine-headed Yuanqing. I hope he can bring himself a surprise. Su Haoyan began to look forward to it. Afterwards, she tried to calm herself down. He sat cross-legged and began to practice hard. One's own strength is the key to one's own life. As his status got higher and higher, the enemy became stronger and stronger. He has to improve himself as much as possible, rather than handing yourself over to your subordinates. As the so-called subordinates are strong, they are not strong. If you are strong, then you are strong. Having this belief in his heart prompted Su Haoyan to keep practicing hard. Early the next morning, Su Haoyan sat leisurely in the living room as usual, drinking tea while chatting and laughing with his subordinates. Go back to your highness, hundreds of loose cultivators suddenly came outside. They want to go to your highness. They are waiting outside now. Do you see? At this moment, Su Chenglong walked over and said with a fist to Su Haoyan. As Su Haoyan's status became higher and higher, his name for Su Haoyan also changed. The future Su family, and even Tianqian kingdom. There was only one voice, and that was Su Haoyan. Can he not pay attention to his words and deeds? Loose cultivators come to defect? It's better than this, you go tell them. I welcome defecting to this king. But you must obey the orders. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. In addition, notify Baigan to come to the imperial capital immediately and let him take full responsibility. Loose things. Su Haoyan accepted the desertion of these people without any hesitation. And draw Baigan over here. Specifically responsible for this. Ding. Trigger the main quest. Loose cultivators return to their hearts. Quest. Details. Due to the host's actions in Tianqian Kingdom, it has attracted the attention of loose cultivators in various countries. This has given more lore cultivators a sense of belonging. They all aim to defect to the host. If the host takes all the scattered cultivators in the Xuanwu Empire as used, the system will reward the host for promotion to one level. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A random lottery chance. Xuanhuan, the main quest has been triggered again. And the rewards are so generous. Loose cultivators, this king welcomes you. Su Haoyan shouted in his heart. One good thing after another made Su Haoyan smile brightly. Time passed little by little. In a blink of an eye, the morning time passed by. In a blink of an eye. At this time, the time came to afternoon. During this period, Su Haoyan never left the living room. The rest of the powerhouses also sat in the hall, bored. In every possible way, chatting casually. Your Highness, where did Giotto go? Xuanhuan looked around and found that everyone in the hall was here. The only thing missing was the nine-headed primordial saint who had just arrived yesterday. At this time, he asked suspiciously. Come on, he'll be back soon. I hope you don't get scared. Xuanhuan smiled happily. At this time, the mysterious and unusual expression made everyone's eyes full of doubts. Even Yang Jian, who closed his eyes and rested, opened his eyes and looked at Xuanhuan. He suddenly felt that Xuanhuan was a little too mysterious. Ding! Jiuling Yuanqing has been successfully shaped. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's heart. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly urged the system to call up the attribute list of the nine-headed Yuanqing in his heart. Hey, it's not the 9 heads, but the 9 spirits. What's the mystery here? With his stomach full of doubts, Xuanhuan began to look at the attributes of Jiuling Yuanqing. Jiuling Yuanqing, from ancient myths and legends. Status, the first lion in the world. Another identity, lion ancestor. Rank, emperor level 3rd grade. Exercise, lion ancestor magic. Magic weapon, lion's roar, 9 spirits appear holy. Magical powers, manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Loyalty, 100/100. Emperor level 3. Xuanhuan's face was full of ghosts. The change in his expression made the strong man sitting again immediately alert. They thought there was an enemy attacking. Your Highness, what's wrong? Huang Tianhua opened his closed eyes and asked in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of fine eyes glanced around. Xuanhuan did not answer him, but tried his best to calm his eyes, and looked at the list of attributes of Jiuling Yuanqing, and found that he was not mistaken. Unexpectedly, after being shaped by the system, Jiuling Yuanqing jumped from the noble level to 2 realms in a row, reaching the emperor level. Became the first person under his own name. Nima. This is completely the master of hanging and beating the imperial capital. Now I'm getting big hair. At this moment, above his head, a pitch-black black hole suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from it. The faces of all the powerhouses in the room changed dramatically. Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, and Xuanhuan, the 3 highest-level practitioners, all stood up in unison, and became seriously alert. Like an enemy. This breath. Wu Gang's face changed dramatically, his body seemed to be filled with lead. And he couldn't move at all. Such a sudden situation made his forehead instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. Jiuling Yuanqing slowly stepped out of the black hole. His head is as big as a bucket, a blonde hair is casually scattered behind him, his body is tall and straight, and his muscles are knotted, full of explosive power. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body can definitely kill everyone present. Including the energetic Yang Jian, they all stared at Jiuling Yuanqing, who walked out slowly, with incredible expressions filling everyone present. Ah, my Jiuling Yuanqing is finally back. Jiuling Yuanqing raised his head and roared. The ground trembled uncontrollably. Even the entire imperial capital trembled. It made everyone present even more terrified. Is this the voice? It's the rhythm of an earthquake. Hey, what's the matter? Jiuling Yuanqing, who is he? My God, who is this? Is he going to die? What a powerful breath, where did it come from? Hurry up, go check it out. Want the results before it gets dark. For a time, the entire imperial capital made Yuan Xing's roar. Disturbed. Even various forces have dispatched spies. After the long roar, Yuan Xing fell to his knees in front of Xuanhuan and said excitedly, "The slave Jiuling pays a visit to the master. Many thanks to the master for his recreation. Now that the cultivation of Jiuling has skyrocketed, he can serve the master again." Yang Jian, Huang Tianwu, and others looked at Yuan Xing in shock. This guy was just a little high-level monk yesterday. But after just one night, his cultivation level made the two of them unable to see through. Not vaguely invisible, but completely invisible. How did he do that? No, what did he say? The grace of the master's creation? What do you mean? Could it be that his sudden strength is his Highness's masterpiece? But how is this possible? Xuanhuan ignored the horror of everyone in the hall. Holding back his excitement, he lifted up Yuan Xing and said solemnly, "Jiuling, you didn't disappoint me. From now on, you will always be by my side." His Royal Highness, is it really your masterpiece that Yuan Xing's soaring cultivation base is really your masterpiece? Xuanhuan looked up at the people in the hall, and then said, "Of course. But don't envy Jiuling. I will make all of you stronger. His Royal Highness, is what you said true? We can also become super strong. Like Jiuling?" Wu Gang was very excited. Every monk wants to become a super strong. Especially when he saw Yuan Xing with a terrifying breath. Their hearts suddenly became alive. And Wu Gang's question also expressed the voice of everyone at this time. Of course it's true. However, I will pay a huge price to make you strong. So I can only make one every once in a while. Therefore, all the Qing families put their hearts in their stomachs, just wait. When everyone heard it, Fei was not disappointed, on the contrary. Everyone showed bright smiles. It would be surprising if such an act against the sky was easy. What was that sound just now? And where did that terrifying aura come from? Deep in the imperial capital, in a beautiful manner. An old man with silver hair looked to the east with a look of shock on his face. The east is where Xuanhuan lives. Just as Yuan Xing walked out of the black hole, his terrifying breath was immediately felt by this old man. However, it was because he felt it that he was inexplicably terrified. When did such a terrifying cultivator appear in the imperial capital? Could it be that the hidden power of those few forces was accidentally leaked? No. This person is already threatening the safety of the empire. Come on, let me check. What is that? Why do I feel a strong sense of danger from that voice? Who is that? Is it one of those forces that has a master? No, this matter has to be investigated. Could it be that the old guy from Yuqi's family made the breakthrough? But it's impossible, just based on that old guy's aptitude, he didn't break through so quickly. Could it be that guy from the royal family? It's over, this time it's a big deal. I don't know if the old guy from that force broke through. My Ouyang family is behind this time. My Tianying sect must not sit still. Come and check it for me. Check it out carefully. Find out who that person is. In the imperial capital, with the aura of Yuan Xing leaking out, it immediately caused an uproar. The topic of introduction on the streets and Alice was also transferred from Xuanhuan to this mysterious superpower who suddenly appeared. All the forces were therefore in shock. They have sent spies to investigate carefully. Regarding the voices of the imperial capital, Xuanhuan just hid Jiuling Yuanqing properly and ignored it. In addition to cultivating every day, it is to have a drink with you strong people. The days were not to mention more dashing. However, this casual and comfortable day was broken by the sudden appearance of middle-aged people on this day. Who are you? What's the matter with this king? Xuanhuan sat casually in the main seat of the living room and asked, calmly. On both sides of the hall, Yang Jian and other powerful people sat down without any surprises. However, Jiuling Yuanqing still chose to stand behind Xuanhuan, without making a sound or doing other unnecessary actions. Whoever it is will simply ignore it. And Xuanhuan wants this effect. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you will leave this world soon. Before I take action, please explain the funeral. When the middle-aged man asked Xuanhuan, he first glanced at him without emotion, and then said something that surprised everyone. After that, without waiting for Xuanhuan to say anything, he paused for a while, and then continued, and you monks who defected to Xuanhuan, I will accept it. What kind of treatment Xuanhuan gives you, we will double it. Yo, what the hell are you? Don't urinate and take care of yourself. Look at your stupid comparison, and you dare to accept us. Is it too long for your life? Wu Gang saw that this inexplicable guy was getting more and more outrageous, and immediately scolded him in a fit of anger. This guy is only a saint-level realm. He even brazenly wanted to kill his highness and take them in. A veritable idiot. Not to mention them, whether it is Yuan Hong, Huang Tianhua, or Yang Jian. Anyone can hang and beat him. Even the one behind his highness can kill him in seconds. Thinking of this, Wu Gang couldn't help but glance at the honest and honest Jiuling Yuanqing, swallowed hard, and did not speak. Bold boy, it's already very good that someone takes you in, be content. The middle-aged man scoffed. With his cultivation of the first rank of the holy level, he really did not take Wu Gang, a minor cultivator of the ninth rank of the venerable rank, in his eyes. Really? You are a small first-rank saint-level realm, so what is there to be crazy about? You don't have to worry about the life and death of my highness. You should now think about whether you can leave this place alive. Yuan Hong looked blankly at the middle-aged man, showing off his strength. Said, without emotion, I still need to practice, let's get rid of him quickly. Xuanhuan scratched his ears and said impatiently, come on, this guy is so outspoken, it's really a shame for our cultivator. Huang Tianhua stood up and said casually, it was simply too easy for him to deal with this uninvited guest. That's right, it's as easy as digging into a bag to get things against a second-grade saint-level realm versus a first-grade saint-level realm. Young people, great youth is waiting for you, don't miss your future for this. Little guy. It's too late to leave now. The middle-aged man saw that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. He was stunned for a moment, and didn't use his spiritual sense to detect it. Rather, he spoke softly and contentedly. It's all buried in half, and there is still a green onion in this pig's nose, it's not ashamed. Tianhua fucked him. Xuanhuan was already impatient. He really didn't care about such a small role. Old man, take your life. Who made you offend someone who shouldn't have offended you? Hey, a small thing, it's really not challenging. Huang Tianhua said stinkingly while shaking his head. When Xuanhuan and the others heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes. And they were speechless at this fellow's stinky fart. Boy, don't be afraid of the wind flashing your tongue, but I'm, the second rank of the holy level. No, it's impossible. How can you have such a terrifying aura? How could this be? When the middle-aged man saw that his kindness was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, his neck was red with anger, and he wanted to teach Huang Tianhua a few words. But when Huang Tianhua suddenly let out his breath, his eyes suddenly widened with an expression of disbelief. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. No, that won't work. You can't kill me. I'm the 9th elder of the Yuchi family. Are you going to cause trouble for yourself? Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, our Yuchi family will leave you dead. The middle-aged man's face was covered with fine beads of sweat at this time. And he opened the mouth while wiping the sweat that rolled down. Noisy. Huang Tianhua scoffed, and impatiently pushed a palm towards the middle-aged man. Don't kill me, don't make yourself uncomfortable. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Feeling Huang Tianhua's terrifying killing intent, the middle-aged man's face finally showed fear. Humph, go to hell. In the next life, let your tricks shine brighter. As soon as Huang Tianhua's voice fell, he secretly activated his spiritual power, and at the same time an overwhelming force rushed towards the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man only had time to scream, and was smashed into pieces by Huang Tianhua's palm. Blah blah blah. The shredded meat fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the living room was turned into a purgatory on earth. Find someone to clean this place, and let's continue talking in another place. Xuanhuan stood up as if nothing happened, and commanded lightly. Then, he led everyone Xuanhuan out of the living room. Patriarch, the 9 elders, died. In the Yuchi family of the imperial capital, the spies tremblingly reported the process that happened at Xuanhuan's place to the gloomy-faced contemporary head of the Yuchi family, Yuchi Feitian. The 9th elder is a first-grade saint. He can also be ranked in our family. But just like that, he still lost his life. It can be seen how terrifying the powerhouses around Xuanhuan are. But the kill order has already been issued. He opened the bow and did not turn back the arrow, saying that Xuanhuan would have to die. In this way, you go to inform the 4 elders, and the 7th elders will join forces to take Xuanhuan's head. Yuchi Feitian was a sturdy man with big arms and round waist, standing there like an iron tower. Although the 9 elders died tragically, the mission was not completed. But he didn't get angry, but after analyzing it for himself, he quickly made countermeasures. System, call up my attribute template and take a look. In the dead of night, Xuanhuan sat alone in the bedroom and instructed the system in his heart. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, monkey heavenly beast bloodline. Luck level, 9th grade of the ground level, 890000/100000000 growth value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pull. Supernatural powers, zombie fist, great movement of heaven and earth, 6 vein. Excalibur, overlord spear, 10 directions thick earth body, vigorous bull. Body, heavenly thunder transformation, dragon soul transformation, earth demon. 72 techniques. Magic weapon, heaven-shaking divine spear, Tianjin upper order. Purple ribbon. Immortal clothes, high-grade heaven, for swords of Zhuxian, high-grade. Heaven, Taishu god armor, artifact. Intelligence, 96. Super powerhouses, by Suzhen, the 9th grade of the king level, fairy Zixia. The 1st grade of the noble level, Jiutou Yuansheng, the 3rd grade of the emperor level, Baigan, the 3rd grade of the king level, Li Kuei, the 2nd grade of the noble level, Zhu Zizhen, the 3rd rank of honor. Huang Feihu, the 7th rank of the king rank, Urge the judge, the 5th rank of the rank of honor, black and white impermanence, the 4th rank of the rank of honor, for clothing, the 3rd rank of the king rank, Hong De Quan, the 4th rank of the Tianmen rank. Zhao Yun, 8th rank of the honorable realm. Lu Bu, 7th rank of honorable realm, Jin Dasheng, 7th rank of honorable rank, 2nd general of Hema, 9th rank of honorable rank, Huang Tianhua. 2nd rank of saintly rank. Fuhu Arhat, 2nd grade saint level realm. Dragon subduing Arhat, 2nd grade saint level realm. Yuan Hong, 2nd grade saint level realm. Yang Jian, 7th grade of the holy level, Jiang Taigong, 4th grade of the noble level, duplicate bird, 9th level of the noble level, Tu Xingxuan, the pinnacle of the noble level, Wu Gang, the 9th level of the noble level, Yang Ji, the holy level 1 product. Core, scattered repair core. Army of monkeys. Luck value, 19 million value. Very good, it shows that I have been working hard. Especially since his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of human beings. The next step is the Tianmen realm. Transitional stages of humans and fairies. Once you cross the Tianmen realm, you will become a half-immortal body. Possess supreme longevity. At that time, with the super cheating device of the system, I will push myself to the highest peak in this world. And as my strength grows and I continue to complete the tasks triggered by the system, more and more powerful people come to me. If I don't practice hard, I will definitely be abandoned by the system. So, I must cultivate quickly and work hard to improve my cultivation, which is the root of all this. By the way, I haven't visited the Lucky Mall for a long time. System, my luck value has reached more than 19 million. Is it possible to choose to buy goods on a designated basis? Theoretically, yes. But if the host chooses those products with high value, the system will not let the host do what he wants. Therefore, it is best for the host not to choose those products with high value. The system patiently explained to Su Haoyan. In response to the system's answer, Su Haoyan curled his lips secretly and clicked on Lucky Mall. Started walking around with interest. Yongchendan, an upgraded version of Zhuyandan. Take one, and you can stay young forever. This is good, you can buy a few and give them to Xinjin. Every man wants his lover to be beautiful and youthful forever. Su Haoyan is no exception. 173 million lucky is worth one pill. Is it so expensive? I can't afford it, let's talk about it later. Seeing this terrifying price, Su Haoyan secretly stunned, and finally had to shake his head with a wry smile. Abandoned the purchase of Yongchendan. The Wanbiandan, with myriad effects, has a lucky value of 70 million. The medicine pill that can make the enemy disappear instantly, the instant elimination pill, has 97 million lucky points. In the following time, Su Haoyan strolled all the way in the Lucky Mall. The dazzling array of various products made him unable to stop. Especially those Products that make his heart ache, make him greedy. However, he has only had an eye addiction since he was shy. This feeling made his heart that wanted to become stronger, more eager. Guxiaden, the ultimate version of the body-forging pill. Taking one pill can greatly enhance your physical cultivation. It is the holy medicine of body cultivators. That's not bad, my Taiyu divine solution and the 9 transformations of gods and demons have been stuck on the 2nd floor for a long time. And this ancient saliva pill seems to be an opportunity. Maybe 19 million lucky is worth one pill. It happened to be exchanged for one. Although it is a bit expensive, it is worth the price compared with the increase in cultivation. System, exchange for an ancient saliva pill. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan secretly instructed the system to exchange this ancient saliva pill. Then, a lavender pill, the size of an egg yolk, slid into his palm. At the same time, a strong aroma spread out. Instantly filled the bedroom. And gradually spread to every corner of the station. Where does this fragrance come from? Let me smell it, and I have a transparent feeling. And the most incredible thing is that my practice route is just about to move. This aroma seems to come from His Highness's house. Could it be that His Highness did it? But is it possible? It's really His Highness who did it. His Highness is getting more and more mysterious. It's becoming more and more unpredictable. Maybe in the near future, he will be admired by everyone. Xuanhuan ignored the series of reactions he had caused and the secret conjectures of everyone. Instead, without hesitation, he put Guxiadana into the mouth. Start refining the medicinal power. What shocked Xuanhuan was that as soon as the medicinal pill was entered, it immediately turned into a red line of fire and flowed into his abdomen. Put him in the furnace in an instant. The whole person was immediately soaked with sweat. Rumbling. There was a deafening roar from the still noisy imperial capital. At the same time, the sky above it did not know when to condense a piece of black thunderclouds. Like a dragon going out to sea, it travels indefinitely in the clouds. There is a great downward trend. At first such visions were only pattering. Thunderclouds are also incoherent. But in just a split second, the thunderclouds quickly joined together. The sound of thunder crackled, and a sound was better than a sound. Surprised by all the people in the imperial capital who were still hanging out, the cultivator looked up in shock. In the huge palace of the imperial capital, which symbolized the supreme imperial power, the current sage who was discussing important matters with the minister suddenly stood up and strode out of the palace. When the 3 ministers in the hall saw this, they glanced at each other helplessly, and all shook their heads and followed out. Situ Xuanhuan was raised by 3 old officials. He has to figure out everything. Even if you don't sleep and eat, you have to figure it out, and just give up. It was just a dull thunder just now, and it wasn't a big deal. Is the Holy One so serious? What's the matter? Why is there a sudden thunderstorm? Situ Xuanhuan stood at His Highness and looked up into the sky. The emperors are guarded by the great array of heaven-shaking arrays laid down by their ancestors. It will not be struck by lightning for decades. Now there are thunderclouds gathering, accompanied by rolling thunder. There should be a cultivator in the calamity of Tianmen. What is Heaven's Gate tribulation? The number of immortals is against the sky. When a monk breaks through a certain realm, the Tao of Heaven will automatically appear and launch a Thunder tribulation, trying to prevent the monk from continuing to practice. But once the thunder tribulation is over, heavenly Tao will automatically acquiesce to this cultivator, acknowledging his cultivation. And the immortal cultivator is only in the mortal world, and will not attract thunder tribulation. This is also God's blessing to mankind. But once a cultivator breaks through the earth-level realm, he wants to become a monk in the Tianmen realm. It will be obstructed and tested by the way of heaven. In fact, the way of heaven is still the favor of monks. It is also called the tribulation of heaven's gate by the cultivators. The catastrophe of the Tianmen is also the first catastrophe that needs to be spent in the cultivation career of immortal cultivators. And the most important catastrophe. After that, it is a quasi-fairy fetus. Otherwise, it will be ashes. As time goes by, it gradually disappears in the long river of time. And once a human breaks through the earth steps and becomes the gate of heaven, it means that this person has gradually approached the immortal womb. Until the advanced level is the king level, human beings will completely break away from the mortal fetus and become an acquired immortal fetus. But it's not right. Of all the forces in our imperial capital, there are almost only a handful of young heroes who can enter the Tianmen realm. Moreover, their own conditions are still worse. That is to say, they do not have the conditions to become Tianmen now. So the old minister suspects. You mean to say that the monk who is about to cross the robbery now is one of those geniuses, right? An elderly minister standing behind Situ Xuanhuan said with a solemn expression. And Situ Xuanhuan was even more penetrating, and instantly understood the meaning of the old man. Then tell me, who is this foreign monk who transcended the calamity? What's the situation? Isn't this a thunder calamity? Could it be that someone is going through a calamity in the imperial capital? Who is it? Is it one of those young people? Or one of the monks from outside? For Saint's Church, the great power of this imperial capital, at this moment. Zishu was looking at his head with a shocked expression, the increasingly wide and thick pitch-black thundercloud. I thought quickly in my heart. The Sky Eagle sect, the contemporary sect leader, looked at the thicker and thicker dark clouds in the sky, and the radiance in his eyes became more and more intense. Breathing is getting faster and faster. At the same time, both the ambitious Yuchi family and the Ouyang family, who adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile, were all shocked by the sudden appearance of Lei Yun, and they all released their spiritual senses to check. For a time, in every corner of the imperial capital, there was the existence of divine consciousness released by various forces. Finally, when all the spiritual consciousness released by all the forces came to the Tianqian nation station, they could no longer move their feet. At this time, whether it was the spies of various forces or the divine consciousness released by the masters of all levels, they were all shocked to discover that the person who transcended the calamity was from the Tianqian kingdom station. Who is it? Who is he? It is that genius who is in the calamity of crossing the Tianmen. The genius of Tianqian kingdom? Except for Su Haoyan, there should be no one who has such conditions. I remember that he should have cultivated at the 9th grade of the earth rank. Among all the geniuses who participated in the martial arts, he is one of the few geniuses who are highly sought after. Is it really him? Check it out for me, check it quickly. I don't need the process, I need the result. Remember to do whatever it takes. Once it is determined that this Person is Xuanhuan, kill him as soon as possible, without any mercy. Kill, quickly kill this evildoer. Such evildoers can't be kept. Once the Son becomes the Supreme Being, it will be the time when our four holy churches will be destroyed. Xuanhuan didn't even know that after taking Vexiadan, his cultivation in the Earth-level realm began to advance to the Tianmen realm. This move caused the entire imperial capital to shake up and down. It also turned his own resident into the focus. Almost all the forces that can be obtained in the imperial capital are gathered here. There are those who wait and see, those who look forward to it, those who gloat in misfortune, and those who have ulterior motives, and so on. And Xuanhuan's unexpected advancement has attracted a catastrophe. However, the emperor is guarded by the ancient heaven-shaking array, which indirectly blocked the catastrophe for Xuanhuan. Fellow Taoist Jiuling, is this vision created by His Highness? The bird with the same name first appeared outside Xuanhuan's bedroom. Looking at Jiuling Yuansheng standing at the door like an iron tower, he asked. Xuanhuan is only 16 years old this year, and his cultivation speed is staggeringly fast at such a young age. But now Jiayun has been recruited. It's an incredible thing for a famous bird that has lived for an unknown number of years. Jiuling Yuansheng glanced at the Chongming bird with a blank expression, and said in a calm voice, "Yes. Your Highness is going through the calamity of Tianmen. If it is convenient, you can inform everyone and strengthen your vigilance. I can already feel a couple of blind guys starting to move. If someone wants to break ground on Tai Sui's head, there will be no mercy to kill them on the spot. There is no need to notify, we already know about this matter. We will trouble fellow Taoist Jiuling here, and we will go to the door." At this moment, Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, and several other strong men walked over quickly. Then Yang Jian said to Jiuling Yuansheng, "I'll leave it to you all." Although Jiuling Yuansheng's cultivation base far exceeds everyone's, but in the face of the crowd, he did not put on the air of the strong. On the contrary, he said very kindly. On the other side, among the many onlookers, someone finally couldn't hold on anymore. Outside the Tianxian Kingdom Station, although it was unusually quiet, only the sound of rolling thunder came from the sky. But at this moment, a cultivator with a short stature but an extremely strong body rushed out of the shadows and rushed towards the gate of the station at a very fast speed. "Leave, it's very late. My Royal Highness is going to rest. No guests will be received for the time being." Just as the shadow was about to touch the door, a cold voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared in front of the door. The shadow that sprang out almost hit him head-on, due to its rapid speed. It's just that the shadow itself has great strength. In a hurry, a 180-degree reversal forcibly moved a distance of 30 feet to the side, and then managed to escape. "Boy, don't miss your future, just a hairless boy with no hair on his mouth. What can I give you? Listen to my advice, and hurry up and go to another career." The short man opened his mouth to persuade. At the same time, the body moved back a few times without a trace. "A ninth-rank exalted realm, so shameless. Your Highness has ordered a guy who is so shameless to kill without mercy." The tall figure was Yuan Hong, who felt the guard here from the inner hall. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then the iron rod appeared in his hand at an unknown time. He slapped the shadow in the face. Without any fancy. "What? Before the black shadow could react from the shock, after being hit on the head with a stick, he fell into darkness forever. Boom. At the same time, the black cloud above had reached a critical point, and with Xuanhuan's residence as the center, lightning fell and began to bombard. Such a deafening roar made the imperial capital tremble. At this time, everyone in the imperial capital will have a feeling of being in the thunder and lightning. At the same time, at the back door of the station, although it is remote, but there are still thousands of spies from all over the world hiding in nearby corners. At this moment, a monk in a green robe rushed out of the corner and went straight to the gate. His purpose is obvious, to break through the gate and sneak into the station. As for what to do when entering the station, only he himself knows. Boy, why did you come out? I thank you for waiting. At this moment, Yang Jian's voice suddenly rang. There was no sarcasm in his tone. Whoever you are, get out of the way. Boy, this is not the place you should be. The black shadow that sprang out did not mean to stop at all. Instead, he roared angrily. There are really people who are not afraid of death. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle, and you should pass the time. Yang Jian muttered to himself lazily. At this moment, a thunderbolt finally broke through the protection of the large formation and fell downwards with lightning speed. Hey, you deserve your bad luck. This thunder and lightning can be regarded as finding the master. Yang Jian turned his head and glanced at the lightning bolt, sneered, and then waved his hand at will. The lightning bolt seemed to be attracted. At the moment when it was about to hit the target, it turned in one direction and went straight to the shadow. Boom. What? The next moment, the thunder and lightning hit the black shadow, who was not prepared for anything. The shadow only had time to scream and turned into a pitch-black corpse. At the same time, a strong aroma of meat spread in the air. Let the spies hidden in the dark be terrified. With a random wave, you can use a bolt of lightning as a weapon to kill a powerful person in the noble realm. This kind of strange and unpredictable method made everyone terrified. No one took the plunge again. The sky above the imperial capital has become a venue for thunder and lightning. One after another, lightning flashed from the initial slack to the later dense. All of them slammed into the sky-shaking array of the imperial capital. There are only a few lightning coincidental breakthroughs under the great array. However, they were resolved by Yang Jian, Tianwu, and other strong men one by one. Time passed by, and the robbery cloud in the sky had reached its highest point. That is, there is one last shot down. If Xuanhuan can survive this last step, it means that he has stepped into the Tianmen realm. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from Xuanhuan's room. At the same time, Xuanhuan's figure appeared on the roof of the bedroom where Xuanhuan lived. At this time, Xuanhuan stood on the roof ridge, looking up at the brewing robbery cloud with a resolute expression. Ha ha ha, come on, isn't it just a thunderbolt? My lord, I'm not afraid of the sky. Why am I afraid of your little thunderbolt? Come on, let the thunderbolt come more violently. Xuanhuan raised his head to the sky and roared without fear. Boom. Ah. Mud horse, really come. Finally, the last thunder and lightning slammed down and hit Xuanhuan without any hindrance. This is the last tribulation thunder of the Tianmen tribulation. It is also a tribulation thunder that must be experienced by the robbers. Therefore, no matter under any circumstances, including a large array, as well as other means of support, will automatically fail. Give way to Lei Jie. Therefore, Su Hao just jumped out of the room and stood on the roof ridge to meet the last tribulation thunder. However, he did not expect the horror of this tribulation thunder at all. With his many treasures, he successfully cultivated the immortal diamond transformation. Even the dragon tiger Fengyun body was formed unexpectedly. The strength of his physical body has been enhanced several times. But even so, he did not completely block this tribulation thunder. In an instant, the robbery thunder struck down the roof ridge, buried in the collapsed rubble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the Tianmen realm. Ding! Because the host has successfully become a first-rank monk in the Tianmen realm. The system will reward the host with 12 million growth points. At the same time, some functions of the system have been upgraded. Ding! Due to the unremitting efforts of the host, some functions of the system have been upgraded. The system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a chance to call a super strong, a random lottery chance. And due to the upgrade of some functions of the system, if the host has 5 lottery chances, it will be exchanged for 1 chance to summon a super strong. As for which summoning chance is, it is determined by the system randomly. Su Haoyan was lying miserably in the rubble, howling, although not to lose life. But this living sin has to be experienced firsthand. But he moved his body slightly and found that he had nothing at all. The body was only struck by lightning, and there was only some numbness. As for the collapsed rubble, it was blocked by a tall figure. It was made by Yuan Sheng. Who else could that tall figure be if he wasn't? Su Haoyan instantly had a guess. When I saw the figure standing still. At the same time, there is a warm feeling in my heart. However, at this time, the system beeps sounded one after another. Let him temporarily forget the physical pain. Forgot the support of the 9 spirits. A bright smile appeared on his face. Just then, raindrops fell from the sky. This is precisely after the cultivator succeeded in transcending the calamity. The world then rained down. This sweet rain has the heaven-defying effect of the living dead and the flesh and bones. It is the rain of heaven deliberately descended. Once the immortal cultivator has survived the thunder calamity, it means that he has been recognized by the gods. It is a quasi-immortal recognized by heaven. Is God's darling. That's why heaven rains down. On the one hand, reward the quasi-immortal. On the other hand, let the quasi-immortal rely on the bizarre effect of Gonlin to instantly restore the body to its original state. It even takes it to a whole new level. At this time, Su Haoyan was secretly talking to the system in his heart, while enjoying the nourishment of the rain. Your Highness, are you all right? At this moment, Jiang Ziya's voice came from the top. Immediately afterwards, several heads appeared in the sight that liked him. You don't have to worry, this king is fine. Su Haoyan was still lying in the rubble and waved his hand tiredly, struggling to stand up. However, just as he was about to move, he saw a layer of rubble scattered above with a bang. After a while of dust, Jiuling Yuanqing's tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Master is fine, it's just that his mind is rather haggard. You'll be fine. After a lot of rest, Jiuling Yuanqing stood beside Su Haoyan and said calmly, If that's the case, then your highness, hurry back and rest. As for everything here, it doesn't matter. Jiang Zia clasped his fist at Xuanhuan and said, I've got you all. But I'm afraid I'll have to change a room. Xuanhuan looked at the surrounding ruins with an exaggerated expression, and said with a sigh. The news that Xuanhuan had advanced to the Heavenly Gate realm overnight spread like wildfire. Like a gust of wind and rain, it was immediately known by all the forces in the imperial capital. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and for a time, the eyes of all the forces focused on the Tianqian Kingdom Station. Focus on Xuanhuan, a 16-year-old boy. Xiao Tian, Xuanhuan has really become a monk in the Tianmen realm. In the palace hall, the current holy boss, Tu Shanghong, stared round his eyes, his face full of incredulity. A boy who was not looked up to by himself, has reached such a height in just 10 days. Make him feel like he is in a dream now. Yes, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan successfully survived the calamity of Tianmen. Last night, he became an existence like our ancestors. It's just that our ancestors are too late. And Xuanhuan is just young. Huang Xiaotian sighed. Until now he couldn't believe it was all true. How old is he? 16 years old, 16-year-old Tianmen, who will believe it if he says it? There was some regret in Tu Shanghong's eyes. I regret that I didn't win Xuanhuan in the first time. Fortunately, he chose to befriend each other. Although Xuanhuan could not be made to be loyal to the imperial court. But as a friend there should be no problem. Thinking of this, he quickly made a certain decision. Xiao Tian, go to where Xuanhuan is staying tomorrow. What did you say? It was really Xuanhuan who survived the calamity last night. And he succeeded. In other words, Xuanhuan is already a monk in the Tianmen realm. This is too much. 16-year-old Tianmen, who would believe it? The 4 holy churches, the masters of the 4 holy churches are all present. At this moment, they all looked at the spy with a bewildered expression, thinking that there was something wrong with the spy's head. However, this matter has no room for them to doubt. Because all the forces in the imperial capital knew about this. Boss, do we continue to assassinate Xuanhuan? Hold on. Let's see how other forces deal with this matter. After all, Xuanhuan of the Earth-level state and Xuanhuan of the Tianmen-level state have very different roles. That's good. Killing chickens won't turn a profit. When did our zodiac dynasty suffer such a big loss? Now, Xuanhuan has advanced to the Tianmen realm. It is unrealistic to continue to implement the destruction plan. 4. Now, the only choice is to make a deal. As the boss of the Zodiac dynasty, Zimo's face was as gloomy as water at this time. He was the one who proposed to destroy Xuanhuan. Now he is the one who proposed to befriend Xuanhuan. Such a capricious thing. Give him the feeling of sitting on wax. The expressions of the other 11 people were not much better. The eyes that looked at Zimo were already slightly different. Although he felt that kind of light on his back, Zimo didn't care at all. In the 12 zodiac dynasties, the power is different. But only he is unique. Far ahead. Therefore, let him sit firmly in the position of the boss for many years. The 5th, the 7th, the 12th, let's take a trip tomorrow. The Tianying sect, Ouyang's family, Yuqi's family, all the forces in the imperial capital who can get on the stage all choose to befriend Xuanhuan's strategy. even if there was an unpleasantness. But being cheeky is a hallmark of cultivators. For self-interest, shame is nothing. So, on the second day when Xuanhuan successfully survived the calamity of Tianmen, a group of messengers with a sanctimonious appearance and thicker skin than the city walls, with what they thought were valuable gifts, boarded the new station of Tianxian Kingdom. For a time, outside the new station of Tianxian Kingdom, there was a lot of traffic and people, and the enthusiasm was like a bustling city. Master Huang is here. Haha, His Royal Highness King Chongping, congratulations, Xiao Tian, came today. First, congratulations on your successful advancement to the heavenly sect. We are a big country, and we should come to congratulate us. The second is to read the decree of today's Holy Spirit. As the saying goes, royal affairs are no small matter. Our private friendship will be discussed later. Read the decree first. In the new station, Xuanhuan sat on the main seat with a smile on his face. As just broke. Still can't do it freely. So the momentum on the body is slow and urgent. However, the unique momentum of Tianmenjing still gives Xuanhuan a unique charm. Make him different. At this time, there was a burst of laughter. The first scholar of the empire, Master Huang Xiaotian, was the first to arrive at the station. Heavenly Master arrives, Haotian has lost his way to welcome and forgiveness. Is one. Huang Xiaotian strode into the living room, but Xuanhuan did not get up to greet him. Instead, he was still sitting on the chair with a golden knife, and he casually cupped his hands at Huang Xiaotian, and said lightly. Huang Xiaotian didn't seem to see Xuanhuan's rude behavior. At this time, he solemnly took out a golden scroll. Glancing at Xuanhuan, who was in the presence of the old god, he said solemnly. Xuanhuan received the decree, Feng Tian transport, the emperor said, the king of Tianxian is weak and incompetent, and he can no longer lead the people of this country. Although Xuanhuan comes from a small family of immortals, his ambition is higher than the sky, and his talent is more prosperous than water. It is absolutely possible. Lead Tianxian nation to become stronger. As a result, I have decided to appoint Xuanhuan as the state heir. Take Tianxian to replace him. After the end of the martial arts meeting, he will take the throne immediately. As for the name of the new country, it is up to Xuanhuan himself to decide. Many thanks to the emperor, the boy Xuanhuan, thank you again. Even in the face of the imperial decree, Xuanhuan still did not get up. At this time, he bowed his hands casually and said with a little teasing. Haha, young is good. Taking Xuanhuan's age. The future achievements are limitless. Thank you Tiancher for your praise, the boy will definitely lead the new country to glory. Xuanhuan put away his smiling expression. At this time, he said solemnly. I hope the lord of the country can do what he says. In this way, the old man will leave. Finally, once again, I wish the lord of the country to improve his cultivation. Huang Xiaotian always had a warm smile on his face. There was no displeasure at all, because of Xuanhuan's arrogance. This guy has a deep scheming. If His Highness wants to advance to the empire in the future, this person will be a good help. If it is possible, His Highness can recruit this person to surrender. Jiang Zia stroked his beard, looked at the direction Huang Xiaotian left, and said curly. Since you said that, Tai Gong, then let Hong Dequan come over. How to operate it, you can study it yourself. Su Haoyan thought for a moment and then ordered. Ding. Complete the main mission, subvert Tianqian. Mission details, Dong Zhen has joined forces with the gods, and wants to use the hands of the gods to overthrow the Tianqian kingdom. Become a king by himself. At the same time, the gods have listed the host as a must-killer. If the host smashes Dong Zhen's conspiracy and replaces it, establish his own country, the system will reward 8 billion growth points. A chance to selectively summon the strong, a random lottery chance. I'll go. I finally completed this main quest. At the same time, I have another chance to summon a super strong. It's really satisfying. The system beeps sound at the right time. It made Su Haoyan, who was already very happy, even darker. The envoy of the Yuchi family is here. What's the matter, Su Haoyan? Come out quickly to meet the labor and management. Don't think it's a heaven's gate, just pretend. In the eyes of our family, he is not even a dog. The Ouyang family messenger is here. Haha, brother Su, I have come to congratulate Ouyang Xingtian. Congratulations. What? What are you talking about? The third boy successfully survived the Heaven's Gate tribulation last night. That is to say, now he has the same existence as me. In the distant Yuzhou, in the auditorium of the Su family, all the high-level executives of the Su family, including the ancestors of the Su family, were present. At this time, the ancestor of the Su family suddenly stood up from the chair and looked at the current head of the Su family, who was the only standing person in the hall, with an incredible look. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. Asked. Not only that. Today, the sage has already named San'er as the monarch of the new country. He will be replaced by Tianqian. As soon as he returns to Tianqian, the enthronement ceremony will be held immediately. In other words, the current San'er is already the monarch of a country. Su Yun was very excited at this time. In any case, he never thought that there would be a county master in the Su family. He never thought that Su Haoyan, who had never been valued by him, would stand so high. Haha, our Su family has finally waited for this day to come out. The order goes on, rectify the Su family, and welcome the return of the new monarch with a brand new look. The ancestor of the Su family walked around in the auditorium with excitement, almost dancing and ordering the senior family members present. Old ancestor, does the lord of the new country have to let Su Haoyan do it? There are many talents in our Su family who are more outstanding than him. Why not choose one from the family? For example, Su Hao's achievements in my family are suitable for this monarch position. Just when everyone was talking about it, a middle-aged man with strong breath said with a serious face. This person is the current elder of the Su family, Su Duo. Since Su Qingfeng's clan elder left office, this person has taken the position of a big clan elder with his excellent leadership skills and strong diplomatic skills. Yeah, old ancestor, our Su family is now the largest family in Tianqian nation. The family has a big business. How could such a small child hold such an important position? Although he has also contributed to the family. But he deserves his due as a Su family member. Another middle-aged man wearing a clan elder's robe also stood up and loudly accused Su Haoyan. This person's name is Su Huai, and he is Su Duo's younger brother. After Su Duo took the position of the elder of the clan, he took advantage of his position to support him as the elder of the clan. Hey, the three boys came to the news a few days ago that someone in our Sioux family has internal and external enemies and wants to split the current Sioux family. I was skeptical about this. But now it seems that this matter is absolutely true. The ancestor of the Sioux family looked sharply at the two brothers Dou Yu, who sang and harmonized, and his eyes were eclipsed and fleeting. Dou Yu, why did I choose you to be the elder of the clan? 4. Do you know that the masters under his men have been cultivated for geometry? Do you know that when I face him now, I have to stand up and answer and be careful? And you are trying to usurp the throne. I really don't know how to write dead words. Well, since you have this kind of mind, then just resign as an elder and go home and enjoy your old age in peace. The ancestor of the Sioux family, the head of the Sioux family, sighed inwardly. In the face of interests, people will lose their hearts. Even the booming Sioux family is no exception. If it weren't for Xuanhuan's vigilance, he would have been sending people to monitor the remnants of the Bei family. They can only know when the Sioux family is destroyed. Ancestor, you have no right to dismiss us. And we are also thinking of the balance of the family. Xuanhuan has already made enough limelight. We can't let him continue. We have to give the other geniuses in the family a chance. I propose to deprive Xuanhuan of continuing to lead those superpowers. Change it to Xuanhuan from my family. After a few years, change to another genius. Wouldn't it be better? Dou Yu, I thought you were a capable person. But now it seems that you are just a deceiver. Don't you know that the strong people around him are looking at his face before going to him? You're going to take away his control. I'm sure that once you say this in front of him, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Don't talk about you, even I will salute in front of him. It's okay, the tree is big, it will inevitably have dead branches. Xuanhuan, let him go. Let him disappear completely. Now that the three boys are fighting outside, we as elders can't help. Just help him clean up the house. Old ancestor, you can't do this, you can't. Could it be that that little bastard dared to be rebellious, and he really dared to kill me? You're really right. Third brother not only dares to kill you, but also that trash from your family can't stay in this world. At this moment, a cold voice entered the ears of everyone. At the same time, a fragrant wind came, and Xuanhuan's graceful figure appeared in the hall. Stinky girl, this is the important place of the Sioux family, not a place where a little girl like you can come. Get out now. Dou Yu scolded sharply at this time. I think it's you who should leave. In trying to suppress the third brother. Do you understand that our Sioux family can have the prestige of the third brother, King Chongping today? Without the third brother, there would be no Sioux family's prestige today. Without you Dou Yu position today. Ancestor, my three sisters-in-law are here, they have something to say. Fart, it's just a foreigner, how can they be involved in the family's plans? It's a big joke. Someone stop them for me. Dou Yu scoffed at this, thinking that Xuanhuan was not worthy of the Sioux family. Really? If it weren't for the official's face, you old man should have disappeared long ago. However, it is not too late to disappear now. At this moment, four beautiful, noble and beautiful women appeared in the lobby. The eyes of the people who were drawn with swords and arrows could not help but light up. What a beautiful and noble woman. Seeing this, Dou Yu's face flashed with joy, and then said sternly, Sioux Hao Yan condoned his wife's trespassing in the Su family's discussion hall. And now I, as a contemporary elder of the Su family, remove the identity of Su. Hao Yan's heir. The identity of the master. It will be replaced by Su. Haoqing. Su Duo, it's not your turn to be the master of this family. Believe it or not, I'll abolish you. Su Yun could no longer stay out of trouble. As the patriarch, he has no right to do this. This person is just a newly promoted patriarch, and he is so outspoken. Damn it. Sister, the old man's head was kicked by a donkey. Does he really think that Brother Hao Yan is ignorant of the identity of the head of the family? Does he think he is the emperor of the empire when he dismisses the king? Even the emperor of the empire has to lick his face and Brother Hao Yan talk. Who does he think he is? But since this is the family of Brother Hao Yan, we, as his wives, must take up this responsibility. You are the ancestor of the Su family. A few days ago, the official sent a message asking our sisters to cooperate with you to deal with the disunity within the Su family. After several days of investigation by our sisters, it was found that the Su Duo clan had colluded with foreign clans and wanted to snatch the position of the head of the Su clan. Even the Su clan had to be replaced. This time we came here to publicize this matter. Father-in-law, as the head of the Su family, you should be able to distinguish between good and bad. Bai Suzhen had the demeanor of everyone's mistress at this time. Stinky girl, what right do you have to decide the appointment and dismissal of the Su family elder? Ancestor, since you don't support my suggestion, then I have to ask the Bai family elder to support me. Su Duo has always been fearless. Everyone didn't say anything, but they were very puzzled in their hearts. Now, after hearing this, I know the reason. Okay, Su Duo, you actually colluded with outsiders to take over the Su family. Can't the dog eat your heart? The ancestors of the Su family were heartbroken. He didn't expect such a wolf-hearted guy to appear in the Su family today. It really gave him a chill. It doesn't matter, the remnants of the Bai family have been sent to the west by our sisters. He said that the road to the west is far and lonely. If you want to find a partner, I think the Su Duo is good. If my sister chooses him, Zixia said with a faint smile. Okay, father-in-law, let's take him to see that scum from the Bai family. I don't think you will let the guy who wants to murder your son go on. Also, ancestor, the officials let us tell you. If the Su family still wants to maintain the title of the big family in the future, there should be no more betrayal by Su Duo. Otherwise, the officials don't care about blood washing the Su family. Next, who should be the elder of this big clan? I think you already have a clue in your heart. Okay, our message has been delivered, it's time to leave. Father-in-law, daughters-in-law, retire. The group of 4 then left the conference hall talking and laughing. Ah, Su Yun, you can't kill me, my backer is the Beijia. No, why, you want to kill me? I don't serve. The ancestor of the Beijia is coming. Dang, Su Duo was dead. He didn't understand until he died why Su Haoyan was so dragged. Maybe he will never know the truth. Although this is always one of his uncles. But so what? How could Su Yun allow an uneasy factor to threaten his son's future? Moreover, it was ordered by his own daughters-in-law. At this time, he slowly retracted his palm and looked at the people in the hall with a serious face. From now on, the Su family has only one voice, and that is the voice of the country's Lord Xuanhuan. He is the will of our Su family. He is also the backing of your pride. If anyone is dragging their feet, they will be killed. Without mercy. Including Su Yun, this father included. Also, let Su Chengfeng resume his position as the elder of the Su family and assist Su Yun in handling the important affairs of the Su family. The old Su family glanced at the people in the hall with a majestic look, and said slowly and solemnly. And Su Chengfeng, who has been silent all the time, has a look of excitement on his face. Old irons, this time, Su Haoyan, an unpopular martial artist, unexpectedly advanced to a Tianmen cultivator. This news shocked Xiaoxiao. I believe that the old irons will be shocked when they hear it. Of course, whether the news is true or not, we still need Xiaoxiao to follow up the live broadcast. So, as long as there are enough gifts, Xiaoxiao will definitely not let the old irons down. Enough is enough. Let's brush up the gifts. The system now has several opportunities for me to summon superpowers. All day long, Su Haoyan was dealing with the superpowers in the imperial capital. They brought gifts and came to congratulate them. Everyone had a warm smile on their face. The attitude has to be as friendly as it is. However, how many people are really friendly with him, only they know. In the dead of night, Su Haoyan can finally start doing his favorite thing. That is to call the super strong. The host now has 3 chances to summon super powerhouses and 3 chances to draw a lottery. I remember that there seems to be an opportunity to selectively summon super powers, right? Yes. Does the host want to use selective summoning of superpowers now? Of course, but can the system explain to me how high the maximum limit of this selective summoning is? Selective summoning is actually the same as the designated summoning. The height of random summoning is the same. The powerhouses summoned will not exceed the 5 realms of the host. In fact, the system has set this limit for the sake of the host. Because if summoned, the powerhouse that comes out is too much higher than the host, and there is a danger of rebelling against the host. That's why the system is set up like this. Okay, the system is still thoughtful. In that case, the system is now happy to selectively summon super powerhouses. May the host choose to summon the superpower of the mythical world. Let me think about it. This candidate has to be strong and powerful, and can't exceed my control. If so, call me the 3rd Prince of Neza. Little Neza is a hero in the hearts of hundreds of millions of children. Also, his idol. If you call him out, you will definitely bring unexpected surprises to yourself. Ding. The system is calling Neza for the host. Ding. It has been successfully summoned to Neza. From Neza, a figure in ancient Chinese myths and legends, a Taoist protector of the law. Neza belief flourished in Taoism and folk beliefs. In Taoism, the titles are Marshal Zhongtan, Taisher Tong Tian, Wiling General, Santan Haihui God, etc., commonly known as Prince and Third Prince. The record of his role comes from the 3 religions Sotian de Quan, which is active in the classical novel Journey to the West, Fengshan Romance, Fengshan Bang, and many other literary works. Call up his attribute list. Neza, from Fengshan Romance, also appeared in the Legend of Neza and Journey to the West. Race, Protoss. Master, Tathagata, Journey to the West, Tai Jinren, Fengshan Romance. Father, King Toda, Li Jing. Mother, Yin Shi, Yin Suji. Brother, Jin Jia, Mu Jia. Magic weapons, Hundian Ling, Qiankuan Circle, Hot Wheels, etc. Technique, wind and fire linking the heavens. Rank, Emperor Grade 4. Loyalty, 81/100. 4th rank Emperor level realm, unsurprisingly, once again refreshed the records of the powerhouses. Now it's hard to think about your own back. Under the system, I want to designate a super powerful sexual summoner. Ding. The system is appointing the host to sexually summon super powerhouses. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Bao Xing, from Bao Qing Tian. I want him to have a fart, change it for me. Summon again. Ding. The system is resummoning the super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the system successfully summoned the Hercules baby for the host, from Did you make a mistake, gourd baby? I'm not a kindergarten here, the system. You play with me, change. Friendly reminder, the host has another chance to designately summon a super strong. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the system successfully summoned Emperor Huoguang, from Ancient Legends. Emperor Huoguang, I'm sick, Lord Ma, isn't this the god of fire? How did you summon him? Lord Ma has a three-eyed speech, which basically every Chinese descendant is familiar with. Emperor Huoguang is also known as Huoguang Xuanhuan, Lingguan Ma Martial. Three Eyes Lingguang, Huoguang Tianwu, Ma Tianjun, Maong, Horse God, Water. Grass King, Water Grass, Ma Mingwang, etc. His surname is Ma and his name is Ling Yao. The gods in Taoism. The three eyes are the spirit of fire, the star of fire and the sun of fire. Are the symbols of the god of fire, and they are also one of the four sacred protectors of Taoism. According to legend, his surname Ma was named Ling Yao. And because he was born with three eyes, it is also known as Three Eyes of Lord Ma among Chinese people. It was originally the wick of the Buddhist temple. After listening to the scriptures for a long time, it turned into the essence of fire, the spirit of fire, the yin of fire, and the soul of fire. King Dulong provoked a provocation at Leying Temple. Huoguang burned him to death, and was punished by the Tathagata to be reincarnated. Huoguang first cast into Mershan, then cast into Tonghua Palace, and was born in Huo Dexingzhen's house. At the age of 3, he was executed by Emperor Ziwei for breaking into the bullfighting palace to release Feng Zhi Tao and Hu Zhi Tao's 2 judges. The base, namely clairvoyance, Shun Feng Ir, will pay off the crime. He was decreed by the 5 supernatural officials and presided over the branch dragon meeting. He went to heaven because he offended Deng Hua, the official on duty. He was captured by Dong Ma Tianzuan and was recruited. Emperor Huoguang. Zing name. Lingguan Martial Ma, Huoguang Palace. In charge. Vulcan. Parents. Martin's Gold Mother. God's birthday. September 28th of the lunar calendar. Magic weapon, golden brick, fire flag. Technique, fire spirit magic. Rank, Emperor rank 1st grade. Loyalty, 87/100. Finally, a strong powerhouse was summoned without any risk. And there is basically no problem with loyalty. Overall, it's not bad. System, continue to selectively summon super powerhouses. Summon Yang Xian, the anti-chanting star of the 7 saints of Meishan. For a long time, Xuanhuan wanted to summon all the 7 sages of Meishan to his seat. The 7 brothers joined forces, but it was the master who made Yang Jian suffer. Therefore, this last selective summoning resolutely chose one of the 7 saints. Yang Xian, the monster of Fengshan romance, the sheep spirit of the 7 sages of Meishan. The face is like powdered flour, the beard is long under the the 2 horns are at the top, and a crown is worn. He was transformed into a fierce tiger by Yang Jian, and his knife was divided into 2 sections. Jiang Zia enthroned Qishan as a god, and named him an anti-yin star. Yang Xian. From magic weapon, spit white light, cover yourself. Accomplice. The 6 monsters of Meishan. Prototype. Goat. Cultivation method, goat manifestation divine art. Rank, 9th grade saint level realm. Loyalty, 89/100. Although there are only 9th grade saint level cultivations. But they are all potential stocks. Once they are able to shape the strong, at the critical moment, they will all have their own trump card. There are still 3 lottery chances left. Now that the system has a new fusion function, isn't it possible to combine 5 lottery draws and 1 summoning chance? I'll have to wait and see. Xuanhuan thought with anticipation. Afterwards, he opened the Lucky Mall and began to browse the products inside. But before that, he still checked his attribute template. Xuanhuan's attribute template. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, monkey heavenly beast bloodline. Lucky level, Tianmen realm 1st grade. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Supernatural powers, zombie fist, great movement of heaven and earth, 6 vein. Excalibur, overlord spear, 10 directions thick earth body, vigorous bull. Body, heavenly thunder transformation, dragon soul transformation, earth demon. 72 techniques. Magic weapon, heaven shaking divine spear, Tianjin upper order. Purple ribbon. Immortal clothes, high grade heaven, 4 swords of Zhuxian, high grade. Heaven, Taishu god armor, artifact. Intelligence, 150. Super powerhouses, by Suzhen, the 1st grade of the rank of honor, Zixia. Fairy, the 9th rank of the rank of rank, Jiuling Yuansheng, the 3rd rank of the rank of the emperor, Baigan, the 3rd rank of the king of the rank, Li Kuei. The 2nd rank of the rank of honor, Zhu Zizhen, the 3rd rank of the rank of honor, Huang Feihu, the 7th rank of the king rank, Urge the judge, the 5th rank of the rank of honor, black and white impermanence, the 4th rank of the rank of honor, fur clothing, the 3rd rank of the king rank, Hong De Quan, the 4th rank of the Tianmen rank. Zhao Yun, 8th rank of the honorable realm. Lu Bu, 7th rank of honorable realm, Jin Dasheng, 7th rank of honorable rank, 2nd general of Hema, 9th rank of honorable rank, Huang Tianhua. 2nd rank of saintly rank. Fuhu Arhat, 2nd grade saint level realm. Dragon subduing Arhat, 2nd grade saint level realm. Yuan Hong, 2nd grade saint level realm. Yang Jian, 7th grade of the holy level, Jiang Taigong, 4th grade of the noble level, duplicate bird, 9th level of the noble level, Tu Xingxuan, the pinnacle of the noble level, Wu Gang, the 9th level of the noble level, Yang Ji, the holy level 1st grade, Neza, 4th grade of emperor level, Yang Xian. 9th grade of holy level, Emperor Huaguang, 1st grade of emperor level. Core, scattered repair core, monkey core. Luck value, 180 million value. Fortunately, all of my points are normal, but the level value is gone. But the system has its own arrangements, and I will understand it when the time comes. Regarding the disappearance of the level value, Xuanhuan did not choose to ask. Because every system upgrade there will be some changes. It doesn't matter if you ask or not. Now, I have already cultivated in the Tianmen realm. And the practice has reached a new realm. When facing an opponent of the same realm, it is definitely the result of hanging the opponent. However, the current self is only a small step forward. There is still a long way to go from being a superhero. Therefore, continuing to practice hard is still something that cannot be neglected. The imperial capital has already passed on Xuanhuan to the gods. Some people say that Xuanhuan is the savior of the new era. He came to the emperor to save all people from fire and water. Some people say that Xuanhuan is the reincarnation of the devil. His arrival heralded the beginning of a new catastrophe. There are different opinions, which made the people living at the bottom of the imperial capital have a strong curiosity about Xuanhuan. Did you know that Xuanhuan is actually the reincarnation of an ancient demon? He came to the imperial capital in this life to rebuild the glory of the demon race. You are so amazing, but I heard that he is the savior of the world. He came to this world to save the people. You are all wrong. In fact, Xuanhuan is just a child who has lost his luck. He can't become a big climate. Haha, Your Highness, I heard that you have been demonized. In short, you are no longer human. You are famous. On the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Xuanhuan walked with his hands in his hands. Next to him were 3 monks in different costumes. Among them are capable middle-aged people, shrewd young people, and even a child. Although this combination is strange on the street, it does not attract the attention of passers-by too much. At this time, the red-clothed child walking beside him was rather sarcastic. Neza, this shows that this king is famous. Then again, for a suave boy like this king, it's hard not to be famous. Xuanhuan said stinkingly. There was a proud look on his face. The 3 listened in their ears and were speechless. This guy sucks. There is simply no one before or after. There is enough. These 3 are none other than the superpowers newly summoned by Xuanhuan. A child in red, barefoot, with a braided head. It is the 3rd prince of Neza, who is carrying the Qianquan circle on his shoulders. The majestic middle-aged man on the right is Emperor Xuanhuan. And the rest is Yang Xian. But no matter how this person looks, there is a kind of sissy, like a woman. Look, those guys are too different. Sissy, child, and half-boy, what combination is this? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't you feel the horror in them? So what, they still dare to be vicious in the imperial capital? That's not necessarily, maybe they are followers of which genius? The 4 of them were walking on the lively street, chatting casually. But all the whispers around him were heard. His Royal Highness, these guys are too boring. They even talk about us behind our backs. Otherwise, give them some color. Neza looked unhappy. What happened to the child? You still can't find Bay. Anyone who dares to look down on him has become a ghost. Hey, the 2 of you are inherently nondescript. You can block a few of you. Xuanhuan, I think you'd better follow me. With a smile on Xuanhuan's face, he shook his head, just about to answer Neza, but an extremely arrogant voice rang in his ears. Xuanhuan was startled. He looked up quickly, and found that at some point, the road he was walking on was blocked by a group of people. These people have different cultivation bases, but each is unfathomable. The strength of your imperial capitals is still endless. This king has said that he does not want to join any forces, including you bastards. Facing the powerful enemy, Xuanhuan roared. No fear at all. I have a lucky system, and I don't need to protect the big forces at all. That being the case, why should you be polite to them? If that's the case, then you're going to die. At the head of this group of people was an old man wearing a purple gold brocade robe. This man's eyes were cold, and he stared sharply at the four Xuanhuan. It made Xuanhuan feel like a light on his back. This person is beyond a small realm of his subordinates. But if he really wants to fight, it's not certain who will kill the deer. Neza stared at the leader with a serious look. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, it was a frenzied passion. However, at this moment, a gust of wind emerged out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, an unparalleled aura suddenly appeared. Fishers of the Four Saints Church, don't you know that I have a crush on Xuanhuan? An indifferent, icy voice sounded, and it reached the ears of everyone present. With extreme clarity. His Royal Highness, this person is so strong, I can't sense his cultivation at all. Afterwards, Yang Jian and others who came over looked in horror at a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe with a tiger's head. And Jiuling Yuansheng, who was fighting beside Xuanhuan, said word by word. Everyone heard it, and became even more uneasy. Jiuling Yuansheng is the strongest existence in the crowd. A monk who even he can't see through. What kind of existence would that be? Everyone just thinks with their toes, and knows the result. System, can I now forcefully summon a super strong without any reward? Xuanhuan's face was unusually cold. I asked in my heart. Theoretically, it's not possible. But if the host is really an absolute crisis, the system will have to summon a savior for the host despite the chaos. However, the consequence is that the system will not only fall asleep, but may never wake up. Come. Therefore, the host has to think carefully. The sound of the system has never been more serious. It can be seen how big the consequences of taking the mandatory summoning are. The patron saint of the 12 zodiac dynasties, Tiger King? How come you are here? This is impossible. Isn't it legendary that the patron saint of the zodiac has already escaped from a higher interface? Besides, this interface simply cannot accommodate those of you who are beyond the interface. Strong man? The strong man from the Four Saints Church saw the old man who suddenly appeared. There was an unbelievable light in his eyes. At this time, the voice trembled. Hey, the awful dare to ask questions. If that's the case, then stay here. Completely. After the sneering laughter of the old man, known as the patron saint of the zodiac, came out, he suddenly waved a palm to the powerhouses of the Four Saints Church. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the people of the Four Saints Church had to flee from afar. Unfortunately, they missed the best opportunity to escape. I saw an unmatched demonic energy instantly appear in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was overwhelmed. At the same time, the demon gas turned into countless tiny threads and penetrated into everyone's body. Ah, ah, ah. The crowd screamed. Instantly vanished. In this situation, Xuanhuan and the others felt their scalps numb, and they were sweating profusely. They didn't see clearly how the demonic energy got into the monk's body. At the same time, the domineering power of this demon also made them terrified. At this time, the other monks also began to scream. And quickly vanished. Dissipate this world. In less than a while, dozens of powerhouses were wiped out. The strength of this old man is too terrifying. It is very likely that he exists at the peak of the emperor level. Maybe he has surpassed the emperor level. Damn, how can the imperial capital have such a powerful existence? It is estimated that even the superpowers summoned by himself at the risk of destroying the system are no match for this tiger-headed old man. The old man stood in the center of the road and looked at everyone indifferently. Finally, his eyes fell directly on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan did not dodge, but directly met his gaze. Roar! But at this moment, Xuanhuan frowned, and then a black hole, suddenly, appeared above his head. At the same time, a deafening tiger roar sounded from the depths of the black hole. Immediately afterwards, a tall, mighty black figure suddenly jumped out of the black hole. It fell to the ground with a bang, and the ground trembled. And the black hole disappeared. Xiaohei, why did he come out by himself? This black tiger is still the little tiger demon he raised a long time ago. I remember when it was in the Shen family, because this black tiger demon attracted a beast swarm. Since then, Xuanhuan has been raising this little tiger demon who regards him as his father. A few months passed in a flash, and under his careful care, the little tiger demon had grown into a powerful big demon tiger. At this moment, the black tiger suddenly ran out of his lucky space. Could it be because of the tiger-headed old man? Xuanhuan not only became suspicious. It's really Xuanhu, absolutely right, this aura, this appearance, this expression, is definitely the descendant of Lord Xuanhu. It's just why he appeared here, and he was adopted by such a weak human race. The tiger-headed old man could see at a glance that this black tiger was not recognized as the owner. Instead, he completely voluntarily followed the side of that human kid. This is where he is extremely suspicious. Hooer, come here, why are you so naughty, and leave the training place at will? Xuanhuan ignored the shocked expression of the tiger-headed old man. Instead, he spoke to the black tiger rather displeased. However, the doting look on his face betrayed his majesty. The black tiger originally slept in the space, and for the demon cultivator, sleeping was equivalent to meditation practice. But a strange yet familiar voice woke him up. Then, he walked out of the space involuntarily. As soon as it appeared, his eyes were a little confused. But immediately, it saw Xuanhuan looking at it with an unhappy expression. Immediately wake him up. Quickly shaking his head, Pai Dian walked towards Xuanhuan, and then without hesitation, spread it in Xuanhuan's arms, and acted coquettishly. It has long regarded Xuanhuan as its own father. After seeing Xuanhuan, it was very happy. It's like a child playing coquetry with his father. Seeing such a scene, the powerhouses surrounding Xuanhuan immediately showed doubts on their faces. The black hole that suddenly appeared, the black tiger that suddenly appeared, and the performance of this black tiger now all gave them a new understanding of Xuanhuan. I really didn't expect that you would treat it like a parent and child. At this moment, the tiger-headed old man suddenly said. His opening also made all the strong men wake up immediately. There is still a super strong person here. For them, how to deal with this old man is what they need to face at this time. Otherwise, what do you think? Huer has lived by my side since he was a child. I have always raised him as my child. Hearing what the tiger-headed old man said, Xuanhuan's nervous heart was relieved. He knew that the old man had no ill will towards him. The target of this old man should be the tiger. But if you want to take the tiger from your own hands, it is absolutely impossible. He also wouldn't trade Huer for his life. This is his bottom line, and everyone has a bottom line. He is also included. Boy, I wanted your life. But when I saw this black tiger, I changed my mind. If you give me this black tiger, I will let you and your subordinates go. What? So, the deal is fair. Ow, ooh. Xuanhuan hadn't spoken yet, but the black tiger seemed to understand. The anthropomorphic expression on the tiger's face showed a pitiful expression. And there were tears brewing in the tiger's eyes. Stinky boy, what are you thinking? Do you think the old man will trade his son for freedom? Xuanhuan pretended to be angry and patted the huge tiger's head. He scolded in his mouth. Seeing this, the black tiger was not angry, but instead arched the tiger's head into Xuanhuan's arms. Then he roared a few times at the tiger-headed old man, and then stuck out his warm tongue and licked Xuanhuan's cheek. Looks so cute. I can't believe it, I really can't believe that the descendants of Xuanhu are so attached to a human being. Boy, you should be thankful for your choice just now. If you really trade the black tiger for your life, I will definitely kill you. But I am looking at you at this time, but I am impressed by you. If so, I will send you. No, it is a good fortune of your son Heihu. After the tiger-headed old man finished speaking, he first glanced deeply at the black tiger playing with Xuanhuan, and then flicked his wrist, and a round bead with a swarthy light appeared in his hand. Seemingly sensing something, the black tiger suddenly stopped making out with Xuanhuan. Instead, he looked back at the tiger-headed old man. A look of doubt appeared in the tiger's eyes. It seems that there is a certain destiny in the dark. I never imagined that the descendants of Xuanhu would be so amazing and brilliant. Anyway, I hope you don't disappoint me. The heroic appearance of Xuanhu will be reproduced as soon as possible. Boy, this is a treasure that can enhance the strength of the black tiger. If you want the black tiger to recreate the majesty of his ancestors, let it merge. To tell you the truth, the black tiger will be the key to your success. Hope don't delay it. As soon as the tiger-headed old man finished speaking, he threw the black pearl to Xuanhuan. Then he took a deep look at the confused black tiger. Then turned and disappeared. Do you really want the devourer's black bead? After a false alarm, everyone was no longer interested in hanging out and went home. Xuanhuan couldn't wait to bring the black tiger back to his residence. Then take out the black bead and observe it carefully. But maybe it's because his cultivation is not enough, or this black bead is just an ordinary black bead. He didn't feel the mana fluctuations on the black beads at all. But when he saw the black tiger's purple eyes staring at the black bead in his hand, Xuanhuan's heart moved. Could this black bead really improve the black tiger's cultivation? All along, he has always tried every means to improve Heihu's cultivation. But he didn't know the reason. He smashed a lot of treasured elixir, but only raised the black tiger's cultivation base to the realm of the noble level. Can't go on any longer. For this, he thought of a lot of ways. But to no avail. Well, since that's the case, you can enter the space to refine this black Bead. Xuanhuan finally couldn't resist Heihu's impatient expression. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the risk. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The Wrath of the Four Saints. Quest details. Because the people of the Four Saints died at the hands of the patron saint of the Zodiac. The four owners of the Four Saints blamed it on the host to kill the host. If the host is not killed by the Four Saints, and the Four Saints will be removed from the imperial capital, the system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a chance to call a super strong, a random chance, a chance to summon the super strong, a chance to draw a random lottery. I actually took it for someone, but it triggered the mission. That is to say, I can summon a super powerful again. Even if I took the blame for someone else, I will recognize it. Anyway, the Four Saints Church has troubled this king many times, and this time I took the blame for him. Xuanhuan sat in his own separate residence. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Xuanhuan, get out of this seat. Early the next morning, just as Xuanhuan got up, a furious voice sounded outside the station. The sound shook the four fields. It was extremely shocking, as if to let the entire imperial capital know. What, dare to run here to spread wildfire? Don't you want to live? Immediately after, a young voice sounded from the station. Then a flame of fire rose into the sky and went straight to the outside of the station. But it was the third prince, Neza, who had just defected to Xuanhuan. I saw him stepping on the fire wheel, holding the Tianwu circle in his hand, and standing majestically in the void. He looked indifferently at the team of dozens of people dressed in different clothes at the door. Almost at the same time, Sosu flew out of several figures in the station. Yang Jian, Yuan Hong and other strong men were on the list. Let the arrogant powerhouses at the gate of the station suddenly show disdain. Many people have a fart. It's just a bunch of monsters. What kind of daring fellow came here to act wild and report his name? Accompanied by Jiuling Yuansheng, Xuanhuan walked slowly from the station. The people at the door were angry. At this time, they all looked at Xuanhuan. At the same time, the first person even showed the anger of resentment, as if to choose someone to devour. And this person is Xuanhuan, who just appeared. Xuanhuan, the four holy churches originally wanted to recruit you. This is a mighty grace for thousands of years. But you not only know how to be grateful, but also because of your reasons, my four holy churches lost a hall master. Today, you must to die. To comfort the hall master, his spirit in heaven. Bah, your stinky shit pot is so messed up. However, you've come to the right place today, don't worry, I'll let you go back and forth. Who of you will kill him for this king? Xuanhuan said lightly. In my heart, I was secretly happy, and the side quest was just triggered. It will be implemented soon. This is not a gift for yourself. Haha, I'm coming. Neza couldn't hold it any longer. He had just defected to Xuanhuan and was in urgent need of a performance. Everyone did not fight with him. Xuanhuan's ambitions are getting bigger and bigger now. There will be more and more battles to come. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance to perform? Although your doll strength is good, it is not in my eyes. Go back quickly and replace your family. There are dozens of people in this group. Among them, dozens of people have good breath. But in Xuanhuan's eyes, it was not enough. Humph, a group of blind-eyed guys are still here to collect debts. Let's measure our strength first, Neza said sarcastically. Then, he unceremoniously released his breath. The cultivation base of the 4th grade Emperor-level realm swept out in an instant, causing the powerhouses of the 4 holy halls, who were originally full of contempt, to be shocked. How can you be so strong? You are still a baby, you can't have such a strong cultivation base. Who are you? You were in this muddy water at a young age, so go back quickly. The people headed by the 4 Saints Church were shocked in their hearts. He would never have thought that Xuanhuan actually had such a strong man under his command. As he spoke, he was quickly thinking about countermeasures in his heart. What trouble, Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, and Huang Tianwu, the 3 of you are now rushing to the main altar of the 4 Saints Church to give this king their nest. This king is going to destroy the 4 Saints Church, according to His Highness's will. The 3 answered loudly. Then, roaring up, go straight to the old nest of the 4 Saints Church. No, Xuanhuan, you can't kill us. Our first sect is the 4 sacred sects, the overlord of the land of falling dragons. If you kill us, the 4 sacred sects will take revenge. The leader was finally afraid. He would never have imagined that things would turn out like this. Seeing that Xuanhuan meant to destroy the rhythm of his 4 holy churches, this made him and everyone around him terrified. He quickly opened his mouth and threatened. Noisy. Neza, kill them. They're so annoying. Respect. Neza answered loudly. Then quickly rushed into the crowd and began his first battle. Xuanhuan looked impatient. What about the land of falling dragons, would he be afraid of Xuanhuan? Outside the Tianqian Kingdom Station, Neza slaughtered like a wolf into a flock. There were constant screams. At the same time, blood spurted wildly, and people's heads flew around. The scene was horrific. The spies who peeped around were terrified. They all stay away from here. Old irons, Xuanhuan, the only dark horse in this tournament, finally showed his fangs. At this time, Xuanhuan's junior generals were like no one. Cutting people's heads is like cutting a watermelon. This is completely one-sided brutality. It can be said that the 4 Sounds Hall is over. Your actions, old irons, are the driving force for Xiaoxiao. As long as the gifts are in place, Xiaoxiao will definitely follow up. So, old irons, hurry up and send gifts, let Xiaoxiao move. With such a gift, I said, how did you broadcast live? Do you have any professionalism? Just when this little show was flickering excitedly, Xuanhuan appeared beside him at some point. He said a few words helplessly at first, then grabbed the microphone, and adjusted the camera to face him. Then the live broadcast started. Old irons, agree with Xiaoxiao streaking 1 rocket, and agree to broadcast the 2 rockets of Xiaoxiao streaking. Agree with Xiaoxiao to challenge the multiple rockets of the strong in the imperial capital. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he left without looking at the dumbfounded Xiaoxiao. And Xiaoxiao has completely collapsed, because he found that the gift column under the camera had been burst with rockets. What? Xuanhuan, I hate you. No time for miserable minor repairs. Because at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Complete the side quest. The Wrath of the Four Saints. Quest details. Because the people of the four saints died at the hands of the patron saint of the zodiac, the four owners of the four saints blamed it on the host. To kill the host. If the host is not killed by the four saints, and the four saints will be removed from the imperial capital, the system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a chance to call a super strong, a random chance, a chance to summon the super strong, a chance to draw a random lottery. You act so fast, you deserve to be the king's superpower. Xuanhuan's side has just ended. The system prompt sounded in his mind. While Xuanhuan was surprised, he was even more happy. And the news that the Four Saints Church was uprooted by three mysterious powerhouses spread like wildfire. It shocked everyone in the imperial capital. Have you heard that the Four Saints Church was destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse? And it was uprooted. Even the head of the Four Saints Church died tragically in the church. That's not it, that situation is really miserable. I don't know who the Four Saints Church has offended. 80% of the powerhouses who destroy the four holy churches are going to be unlucky. The four holy sects in the land of falling dragons are not vegetarians. Their own branch was destroyed. It is no small matter. No matter how much you have to find this place. Your Majesty, after the Four Saints Church was destroyed, other forces began to move. It seems that in order to compete for territory, the various forces in the imperial capital should start to pinch me again. Huang Xiaotian was standing in front of the study room, reporting to the current holy superior, Dou Yu. These guys treat the imperial capital as their back garden. If they say they fight, they will fight. They don't take me, the emperor of the empire, in their eyes. However, behind these forces, there are dragons behind them. We can only stare. Well, as long as they don't go too far, I'll turn a blind eye. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The Wrath of the Four Sacred Sects. Because the host destroyed the entrance of the four sacred sects in the imperial capital. The four sacred churches. When the four sacred sects in the land of falling dragons learned about this, they were furious. Send a strong person to destroy the host. If the host successfully stops the strong person and kills it, the system will reward you with a chance to call a super strong person. A chance to selectively summon a super strong person. A random lottery chance. Lying, I'll know so soon. Can we still play together? But, I like it. Come on quickly. Let me complete the task. So that the super powerful can be summoned to my side. Xuanhuan thought happily. Reporting to your highness, there are 3 messengers who claim to be the Zodiac dynasty outside asking to see you. Just when Xuanhuan's heart was crooked, a guard quickly walked into the hall to report. In addition to the many super powerful people around Xuanhuan now, Jiang Zia has selected some clever and outstanding monks from the loose cultivators who came to Xuanhuan on their own initiative to form the Imperial Guards, specially responsible for Xuanhuan's safety. At the same time responsible for communication and other matters. There is such a thing. Let them in, I want to see what medicines are sold in their gourds. Xuanhuan thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and ordered. I am the special envoy of Lord Zishu of the 12 Zodiac dynasty. The special envoy said, please His Royal Highness King Chongping accept our 12 Zodiac Dynasty Surrender Request. All of our 12 Zodiac Dynasty surrender. To His Highness. Assist His Highness to achieve the supreme hegemony. Okay, what's the situation? Why did the Zodiac Dynasty come to defect to me? Could it be that guy did something wrong? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Look at the 3 messengers with a scrutiny. Did not speak. His Royal Highness does not have to doubt it. The patron saint of the tiger. King explained it before his departure. I hope our Zodiac Dynasty will protect His Royal Highness. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the hall. It surprised everyone in the hall, including the 3 messengers. The 3 subordinates meet Mr. Zimo. When the 3 of them saw the person who came, they were shocked and hurriedly paid their respects. This person is none other than the strongest among the 12 Zodiac Dynasties, as well as the leader, Z-Rat. Are you a mouse? Xuanhuan asked with a little doubt. Yes, Your Highness. You don't have to doubt anything. Lord Patronus said that our Zodiac Dynasty has a relationship with His Highness and decided to join His Highness camp. Help His Highness achieve hegemony. So, this king welcomes the Zodiac Dynasty to join us. Don't worry, my ambitions have gone too far. A small kingdom is not in my eyes at all. So, follow me, and you will stand to a height that you have never imagined. Xuanhuan's bold words made Zishu's eyes faint with excitement. Perhaps, following this young man, the Zodiac Dynasty will reach a whole new level. Today, there are not a few opposition voices in the dynasty. But they are all short-sighted guys. Once the dynasty becomes a super faction, you will see how the right choice was made at this time. Ding. Because the host successfully recruited and surrendered the super power. Let your power increase greatly. The system specially rewards the host for successfully upgrading to a small realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for entering the 2nd grade of the Tianwu realm. Boom. With the sound of the system prompt, Xuanhuan's whole person's breath skyrocketed. The aura, belonging to the 2nd grade of the Tianwu realm, spread out to the surroundings with Xuanhuan as the center. Stunned Zimo and the 3 messengers. How did this young man do it, and how did his cultivation base break through? Could it be that the rumors are true? A prodigy of luck, a genius in the world of immortality. I'm afraid none of these can describe this child's aptitude. Congratulations to His Highness for advancing again. His Highness is a genius. That is rare in 10,000 years. Hearing the news, Jiangxia came, Wu Gang and others all showed incredible expressions when they saw this. At the same time, his curiosity about Xuanhuan has grown. The fact that all the Zodiac Dynasties defected to His Royal Highness Xuanhuan, King of Chongping, once again caused a shock in the imperial capital. One wave has not settled, and another has risen. The various forces in the imperial capital were caught off guard. They all speculated behind the scenes. What happened between Xuanhuan and the Zodiac Dynasty? Have you heard? The Zodiac Dynasty, one of the 7 major forces in the imperial capital, has joined Xuanhuan collectively. Unbelievable, it's really shocking. What exactly is the Zodiac Dynasty for? This guy Xuanhuan is too defiant. What tricks did he use to make the Zodiac Dynasty bow his head? How did he do it? The emperor is about to change. First, the 4 holy churches were destroyed. Then the 12 Zodiac Dynasties collectively surrendered. All these great Changes have surpassed the wave of Xuanwu and martial arts. Do you know, I heard that the Four Saints Church was destroyed by Xuanhuan. I heard, and there is a reason. Those 3 strong men who destroyed the Four Saints Church were recognized as Xuanhuan's subordinates. Xuanhuan, it's Xuanhuan again. A series of 2 super events caused the imperial capital to set off a wave of discussion at one time. Streets and alleys, and even what the people say, are these 2 things. And the protagonist in the incident gradually shifted from the person involved to Xuanhuan, a young man who had risen sharply. Start to summon super powerhouses. Let's randomly summon them first. Xuanhuan was not attracted by the discussion in the imperial capital. At this time, he sat in his residence, secretly instructed the system, and started what he was most willing to do. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. The system successfully summoned Wu Long for the host, from I'll go. It's really good, the 7 saints of Meishan are finally coming together. Wu Long is a very good powerhouse. Wu Long, one of the 7 monsters of Meishan. Afterwards, Yang Jian used the demon to take a photo of the original shape, and it was a centipede spirit. There is a poem as proof. The sky is covered with black fog and wind, and Meishan's magic is boundless. Who knows that it is difficult to forgive each other, and the 1,000-year-old centipede becomes confused. Wu Long, transformed by a centipede, holds 2 swords. The black fog can make people unconscious, and Meng Jin killed Peng Zushou, the Ho of Yenzhou, in the first battle. Later, Yang Jianhua pecked it into several pieces by a 5-colored rooster. After his death, he was named Broken Star. Wu Long, from race, centipede. Magic weapon, turn black smoke into a coma. Cultivation method, black nether dafa. Rank, Saint level 4th grade. Loyalty, 81/100. 81's loyalty is really good. Also, which of the Meishan 7 devils is not a holy level? The system gave me the option to summon superpowers. Summon the great Emperor Xuanwu Dongma for me. This is a character in mythology that everyone is familiar with. Regardless of his origin, his strength is also against the sky. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Emperor Xuanwu Dongma, from Xuanwu Emperor, also known as Shantian God, Xuanwu Emperor, Yuxing Zhenjuan. Shantian God, Dongma Tianzuan, Yushu Shixiang, Jiutian Jiangma Patriarch. Wuliang Patriarch, the full name of Xuanwu Dongma Emperor, is the god of the North in Chinese mythology and legends. The Taoist scriptures called him Xintian Zenwuling Yingyu Shengdejin, referred to as Zenwudejin. The Chinese folk are called Dongma Tianzuan, the patriarch of repaying kindness, and the patriarch of Pifa. During the Ming dynasty, the title was added in response to the political needs of Ming Qingzu Zhudi, which had a great influence in the whole country. Therefore, according to folklore, he was the son of Penggu, born with the 2 emperors of Yan and Huang, and once descended into the world as Fuxi, with the body of a dragon. Ancestor dragon. The image of Emperor Xuanwu is very powerful. His body is 100 feet long, with loose hair, golden chain armor, 5 colored tortoises under his feet. Standing on the sword, eyes like electric lights, surrounded by 2 generals of turtles and snakes, and records of merits and demerits of the 3 worlds. Golden boy and girl. According to the Taishang Shua Xian Tian De Xing Shen Wu Ben Zhuan Shen Jing Miao Jing, Xuanwu Emperor is the 82nd incarnation of Taishang. Lao Jun, who was born in the Wu Yu temple on the Dou Yu realm, and the son of the king of Jingle Shanshan Queen. Emperor Xuanhuan. From other names. God of Blessing, True Monarch Shantian, Incarnation of Jinke, Dongma. Tianzuan Relief for Suffering, Master Yushu. Mythology. Taoism. Belong. System, the four sages of the North Pole. Race, ancestral dragon, the first dragon in mythology. Magic weapon, swinging demon sword, sleeping demon ring. Technique, 8 desolate demons. Rank, Emperor rank 9. Loyalty, 78/100. I'll go. It directly refreshed the record of the highest cultivation base of my subordinates. It really deserves to be Emperor Xuanhuan. It's really cool. Today is my lucky day. No matter how I summon it, I am extremely satisfied with the result. I didn't say anything, the system will continue to designate a super powerful summoner for me. Ding. The system successfully summoned the host to the king of the daughter country. From. How did you summon him? I'm not that talkative as Tang Xing, so call me. Again. Ding. The system successfully summoned Du Sherngyang for the host, from. Have you run out of good use? Why do you always summon them? The system summons me again. Ding. The system reminds you that you have one last chance, host. Ding. The system successfully summoned Guhong for the host. From. Guhong? Not impressed. Could it be another cannon fodder? Su Haoyan thought depressedly. Guhong, 284 to 364 AD, was a Taoist scholar, a famous alchemist, and a medical scientist in the Eastern Jin dynasty. Zizichuan, self-named Biopuzi, Han. Nationality, and a native of Zhurong, Danyang County, Jin, now Zhurong County. Jiangsu. The grandnephew of Gu Xian, an alchemist of the Three Kingdoms. Known as Xiaoxianwang in the world. He was once named Marquis of Guanyi, and later lived in seclusion in Luofu Mountain to make alchemy. Author of Behind the Elbow, and so on. Guhong, from. Font size, Zhichuan. Race, Rahu reincarnation. Exercise, Baopu Dafa. Magic weapon, 108 golden needles. Rank, Saint level 3rd grade. Loyalty, 89/100. The strength is not bad. At least this kind of cultivation is not the existence of cannon fodder. But what surprised me was that this Guhong turned out to be the reincarnation of the demon ancestor. Could it be that this person has any special skills that he can't do? Do you know the system? All the superpowers in the system have their fate in them. Their appearance and disappearance follow the rules of this world. As for this powerhouse being the reincarnation of the demon ancestor, there must be his reasons. As for the specific system is not very clear. However, according to the analysis of the system, the general reincarnation is ultimately a supreme power. As you said, I even found a treasure. If so, I'll wait and see. Su Haoyan took a skeptical attitude towards the system's words. He only believes in facts. Speaking of the system, I remember that after the system is upgraded, is it possible to combine 5 lottery chances into one chance to summon a super strong? Yes. The fusion lottery turns into the right to summon. This is a new function after the system is upgraded. The host has 5 lottery chances at the moment. Will it be merged into a chance to summon a super strong? Fusion lottery, summon super strong. Su Haoyan said without hesitation. No matter how many times the lottery is drawn, it is impossible to summon a strong man. It is best to selectively summon, so that you can choose the strong one at will. Worst of all, specify a sexual call. But don't call it randomly. In that case, you can just resign yourself to fate. Ding. The system is integrating a lottery opportunity for the host, which is a summoning opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into a chance to randomly summon a super strong. I knew it was the result, that's all, just random. Xuanhuan was also helpless in his heart, and the choice of the system was also random. I can only say that my life is bad. He shook his head diligently, threw the haze out of his head, and began to actively wait for a new strong man to appear. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. The system successfully summoned the Azure Dragon for the host, from Qinglong. I'm crazy, the top 10 mythical beasts, you can make a lot of money. Now. The 10 ancient mythical beasts refer to the mythical beasts in ancient myths and legends. These 10 kinds of mythical beasts are recorded in bronze utensils, such as the sun candle light, the lunar shadow, and the blue dragon, white tiger, basalt, vermilion bird, yellow dragon, Yinglong, scorpion, and snake in ancient books. Hook Chen. It is also said that the top 10 mythical beasts are Baizai, Kuei, Phoenix, Qilin, Tianwu, Xieji, Ji, Chongmingbird, Bifeng, Taotai, Philip, etc., but these kinds of mythical beasts have their own sources of ancient books, among which the image of the latest Ji was not fully formed until the Ming and Qing dynasties. Qinglong, from race, dragon. Cultivation method, Qinglong in the Sky Dafa. Magic weapon, dragon claw, golden elixir. Rank, Emperor grade 4. Loyalty, 78/100. As expected of Qinglong, one of the top 10 divine beasts in ancient times. He actually has a 4th grade Emperor level cultivation base. His loyalty is also acceptable. In such a situation, the 4 superpowers have already settled. It's time to cultivate. Xuanhuan has always been adhering to the policy of striving to become stronger. Only when you are strong can you rule your own country in the future. Although there are strong people in their hands. But that is not his own means. After all. And you can control them only through the system. As the saying goes, people have good luck and bad luck, and the moon is cloudy and sunny. If one day the system suddenly fails, are you sitting on wax yourself? Therefore, only when oneself is truly strong can those strong men be single-minded and wholehearted towards themselves no matter what the circumstances. Early in the morning of the second day, Xuanhuan ushered in the strong defector. Moreover, 4 strong men came together. Haha, the 4 Akings came together, which makes this king very happy. I hope that the 4 Akings will make great achievements. Create a grand and hegemony together. I will do my best to assist His Highness to achieve hegemony. I hope His Highness can rest assured. Emperor Xuanwu expressed the hearts of the 4 on behalf of the other 3. It made Xuanhuan happy to hear it. Have you heard that another strong man has come to defect to Xuanhuan? It's really surprising. Then what is the huge attraction of Xuanhuan? Let these many strong men rush to defect first. I heard that there will be 4 of them this time, and each of them has a strong aura. It's unbelievable. This little guy is getting more and more interesting. I don't know what height he can grow to. In the imperial palace, Xuanhuan closed the memorial and said to himself thoughtfully, Xuanhuan, come out and see me quickly. Just when everyone in the imperial capital was talking about Xuanhuan, dozens of strong men came to the station of Tianwu Kingdom aggressively and called Xuanhuan by name. Extremely bad attitude. Obviously, those who come are not good, and those who are not good will not come. What are you guys coming from? Sign up for your name. I, Xuanhuan, don't kill the unknown. Xuanhuan, surrounded by the strong men, came to the outside of the station and confronted those who came to cause trouble. His Royal Highness, there are 7 saint-level realms and 3 emperor-level realms. The rest are nothing to worry about. The great Emperor Tianwu stood beside Xuanhuan and saw clearly the cultivation of the other party. We are the messengers of the 4 sacred sects. I am Sunda, the foreign affairs elder of the 4 sacred sects. Because you destroyed our branch, the 4 sacred sects. Our sect master is very angry. I have specially ordered me to come and kill you. The first of these people took a step forward and looked at Xuanhuan with a look of contempt. Fart, what kind of 4 holy halls, just a group of rabble. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Everyone, get rid of this group of hypocrites for me, and you should get rid of the harm for the people. Xuanhuan commanded lightly. Your Highness, rest assured, I'm waiting to go to flee, and I haven't made an inch of merit. Today, these rats will be left here. Let them go and return. The powerhouses standing beside Xuanhuan were all powerhouses who had just defected. They have not made meritorious deeds for Xuanhuan. At this moment, when he saw something happening, his face showed excitement. Hey, dare to come and kill our Highness, I will call you back and forth. Today. The first one that jumped out was the centipede spirit, one of the 7 sages of Wulong. The appearance of Wulong immediately set off a prelude to a great war. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out in front of the station. Emperor Tianwu is the highest cultivation level in Xuanhuan's hands so far. Of course, leading the pack. Picked up the opponent's monk of the 7th grade. Of the emperor level. As soon as the two started to fight, the battle became intensified. The battlefield of the two also rose from the ground to the sky. The other 2 emperor-level monks were picked by Yang Jian and Jiuling Yuansheng. The rest of the people were shrouded in magic by Yuanhong and the others. It is worth mentioning that the powerhouses of the 12 zodiac dynasties also participated in this battle. Let many spy heart transparent. The roar of the group battle made the capital tremble. The spies from all sides who were watching the excitement were inexplicably horrified. That's a powerful force ranked high in the land of falling dragons. It was so easily stopped by Xuanhuan. Doesn't it mean that Xuanhuan's strength is extremely terrifying? Xuanhuan is really incredible. You can see how powerful his power is when you look at the powerhouses around him who participated in the battle. The Xuanwu Empire is about to change. A new force is born. Xuanhuan's strength has become unstoppable. The power structure of the imperial capital has changed because of Xuanhuan's arrival. What? 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 With 3 screams, 3 strong men flew down from the sky. It was Emperor Tianwu, Yang Jian, and Jiuling Yuansheng, the 3 powerhouses. In their hands were 3 limp corpses. The brats of the 4 holy sects, your leader has turned into a corpse. Are you still stubbornly resisting? I'm afraid you no longer have that chance. Jiu Ling Yuan Xing raised the corpse in his hand high, carried the lion's roar, and roared at the enemy who was still stubbornly resisting. Hearing the roar of Jiuling Yuansheng, the rest of the four holy sects no longer resisted the confidant. Killed by the rest of the strong. Ding. Complete the side quest. The wrath of the four sacred sects. Because the host destroyed the entrance of the four sacred sects in the imperial capital, the four sacred churches. When the four sacred sects in the land of falling dragons learned about this, they were furious. Send a strong person to destroy the host. If the host successfully stops the strong person and kills it, the system will reward you with a chance to call a super strong person. A chance to selectively summon a super strong person. A random lottery chance. The battle ended easily. And in Su Haoyan's mind, the system prompt sound also drifted in time. Sure enough, Su Haoyan easily won, killing dozens of powerful people from the four sacred sects. It's a big deal. It's incredible, Su Haoyan was born. The power structure of our imperial capital is destined to be changed by Su Haoyan. What kind of person is he? Neither my descendants nor myself have any hostility towards him. This is not normal. It stands to reason that in my eyes, he is just an ant. It seems that I want to protect him. What the hell is going on? At the top of the imperial capital, the Tiger King, the guardian deity of the Zodiac, quietly looked at Su Haoyan, who was being embraced by several strong men, with a thoughtful look. Your Majesty, he has won. Kill all the messengers of the four sacred sects. The method is simple and easy. We are against Su Haoyan, you should really decide. Huang Xiaotian suggested to Situ Shanghong with a worried expression. I really didn't expect him to be so high profile. First, he destroyed the four holy churches, and then took over the Zodiac dynasty. Now he has repelled the revenge from the four holy sects. This young man is truly extraordinary. In this way, Xiaotian, you can go tomorrow, tell him what I mean, and check what he means first. Then we will make calculations. Obey the purpose. His Royal Highness, Your Majesty wants to join forces with you to reject the rest of the imperial capital. You also know that the current Xuanwu Empire is no longer the overlord on the Xuanwu continent. Don't look at the mighty empire on the surface, and let the surrounding small countries worship. With the penetration of various forces in the land of the fallen dragon, the empire today has actually been overhead. The emperor is now difficult to ride a tiger. Now His Highness has suddenly emerged, destroying the four holy churches, and taking over the dynasties of the Zodiac, making all the forces in the imperial capital fearful, fearing that one day he will follow in the footsteps of the four holy churches. But the emperor sees hope. I don't know what His Highness suggested to the emperor. Do you agree? Early the next morning, Huang Xiaotian came to Su Haoyan's residence with Situ Shanghong's expectations. Master Huang, the emperor asked me to help, or to make a deal. Of course, I will agree to help. But at that time, my subordinates are not working hard. And I can't do anything about them. But if when it comes to trading, there must be a charter for this. As the saying goes, no rules can be made. If you want to trade, you have to have the appearance of a deal. Besides, if my guess is correct, the empire is not as weak as it seems. At least there are real masters hidden in the imperial capital. Since everyone is Riding on the neck of the empire and pissing, how can he still? Why don't you come out and do justice? Could it be that there is some difficulty here? Xuanhuan spoke slowly while drinking tea. For him, there is no need to worry about this matter. It is them who should be worried now. Helping and trading are two different concepts. He won't be full of blood. Since you have begged me, you have to avenge me no matter what. Of course, the fact that there is a master hidden in the empire must also be brought up, lest all the birds be hidden and the rabbits will die. Of course it's a deal. As for the strong man mentioned by His Highness, he is actually the ancestor of the Situ family. However, when he blocked a foreign enemy 100 years ago, he unfortunately suffered a serious internal injury and has not recovered. Embarrassment is of great use. The remaining generals who protect the country are just framing their legs, and they can't stand on the table at all. As for what to make a deal, before the old minister came, the emperor had already said that, in addition to strongly supporting His Highness to replace Tianwu and establish his own kingdom, he also gave the 8 unclaimed lands around Tianwu kingdom as a deal to His Highness. But this is bound to cause a backlash from the forces in the 8 borderlands. Therefore, at this point, if His Highness takes the initiative to send troops to seize the 8 places, the emperor can turn a blind eye, as if nothing happened. At the same time, in the name of the empire, it prevents the mixing of other countries. Do you feel satisfied with this, Your Highness? Huang Xiaotian was obviously prepared. He just smiled slightly at the meaning of Xuanhuan's words, and said, "How many enemies does the emperor need me to help him remove?" After hearing these benefits, Xuanhuan asked Huang Xiaotian with a blank expression instead of his first attitude. The first to bear the brunt is the Xuanhuan family, the largest force in the imperial capital. The Xuanhuan family has never been seen before. They will secretly control the rest of the affiliated forces and put pressure on the target. And the biggest fear in the emperor's heart is the Xuanhuan family. Huang Xiaotian said with gritted teeth. He, who has always been suave and elegant, looked a little hideous at this time. The name Xuanhuan family was spoken almost word by word. Secondly, it is the Yuqi family, the Tianying sect and other less powerful forces. In short, except for the 12 zodiac dynasties that have worshipped and the 4 holy churches that have been destroyed, all forces need to be cleaned up. Huang Xiaotian said that in the end, he could not wait to find a hole to dig into. It is indeed a dignified and big country that one day asked to help a prince with a foreign surname from a small country. This made him very uncomfortable. There is not much time left for the empire. If you don't make up your mind to cooperate with Xuanhuan, I am afraid that within a few years, the Xuanwu empire will disappear from the Xuanwu continent. Okay, the king agreed. As long as the emperor gives me the distribution of the various forces and the strength assessment, that's fine. Leave the rest to me. Xuanhuan was overjoyed in his heart. The 8 cities around Tianwu kingdom have never had a real destination. Every once in a while, several nearby countries would argue about it. They even fought hard, but in the end, they didn't know. If it was someone else to take the 8 cities, I might not be sure, but this king has 12 points of confidence that he can take the 8 cities into his own hands. Now that I just do a favor and get such a big benefit, a fool would refuse. Don't worry, Your Highness, soon the old minister will personally present various documents to His Highness. those arrogant forces in the poor imperial capital still live in. The dream of being the only one in the world, and whoever leaves me alone. And a great disaster is coming. Xuanhuan is about to change the history of the Xuanwu Empire. The next day, Huang Xiaotian personally sent the details of each faction, including the distribution of each level in the power, the strength, and other details of the introduction. The next thing is much simpler. Under the leadership of Huang Xiaotian, Xuanhuan took all the strong people around him to kill the Xuanhuan family. First, Xuanhuan, the contemporary patriarch of the Xuanhuan family, and the 3 emperor-level 4th-rank ancestors of the clan, brought all the elites in the clan, as well as thousands of disciples, to meet the menacing Xuanhuan and others. If it were put on Xuanhuan, who had just come to this world, he would definitely be too scared to know why. But now his face is indifferent, and the cultivator with a tyrannical breath stares at him, and he is still calm. Hand over your soul and surrender to the empire, or die. Yang Jian held a 3-pointed knife in his hand and said in a deep voice. This excuse was Xuanhuan conveying what Huang Xiaotian meant. If you don't accept it, you will kill it. If you submit, you will hand over your soul. Xuanhuan, who was standing in the team, didn't speak. He didn't need to speak about this kind of thing. The powerhouses could do it, he just had to stand and watch. At the same time, Zhenwu Emperor, Guhong, Jiuling, Yuansheng, Neza, and other powerful people all took a step forward. Taking this step, a terrifying aura like a hurricane immediately rolled towards the cultivator of the Xuanhuan family. Xuanhuan and other cultivators of the Xuanhuan family suddenly changed their expressions and sweated coldly. Emperor Zhenwu alone is enough for them to be terrified, not to mention Neza, Jiuling, Guhong, Zhenlong, these emperor-level powerhouses, who are enough to sweep the imperial capital invincible. It is difficult to support the survival of the entire family with just a few people on their own side. Why do you want to stand up for the empire? Don't you know that guns can kill birds? Xuanhuan pointed at Xuanhuan and asked sternly. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, and he didn't mean to explain at all. You are still blind when things come to an end. Are you going to make friends with each other? Come on, don't act like a bitch. Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, Yuan Hong, etc. all looked at Xuanhuan with bad expressions. Jiang Zia stood behind Xuanhuan, nodded and smiled without saying a word. I said, Your Highness, let's just kill them all. A bunch of useless people will get angry when they see it. Wu Gang's words made Xuanhuan and the others' faces change greatly, and their calves twitched in fright. There was no trace of anyone in the nearby streets of Xuanhuan's house. It can be seen how terrifying Xuanhuan's momentum is. Okay, don't delay things blindly. Do it, all will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, what about death? It's the so-called winner or loser. Since our Xuanhuan family can't dominate the imperial capital, let's break it. A wild laughter broke out. The person who spoke was the cultivator who once wanted to win over Xuanhuan. It's just that this person was too arrogant at the time and was driven out of the station by Xuanhuan. That's right, it's a big deal. Well, it's better to die freely than to live with grief. Xuanhuan, I only have one request. Please let go of those women, children, and elderly people in our Xuanhuan family. I, Xuanhuan, are in the spirit of heaven and thank you. The ordinary disciples of the Xuanhuan family, women, children, and the elderly should all leave. the Xuanhuan family, and I have no grudges. It's just the times dictated it. Because the empire wants to consolidate its rule, it uses 8 cities in exchange for your submission. That's why I came to disturb the Xuanhuan family. This kind of transaction is not as sinful as the family, and I, Xuanhuan, disdain to kill you women, children, and elderly people who are helpless. Xuanhuan's words certainly made Xuanhuan feel relieved. But it also made Huang Xiaotian's complexion look ugly for a moment. As a result, the empire's plan to make Xuanhuan the enemy of the public was in vain. In the future, the empire became a violent empire in the eyes of all. There is no longer any appearance of compassion. Although he didn't mind, he didn't dare to say anything. He is a literati who is helpless and can't change anything at all. It turns out that the empire has murdered us, so thank you, His Royal Highness King Chongping. Xuanhuan bowed deeply to Xuanhuan. Then, in the resolute look on his face, it exploded with a bang. The entire body instantly turned into countless pieces of minced meat, splashing away. Absolutely. It's so outrageous. At first glance, this person is a ruthless person, ruthless to others, and equally ruthless to himself. Ah, I'm going to fight with you. A Xuanhuan clansman witnessed the patriarch's self-destruction, and the patriarch's flesh and blood was glued to his body, which made him mad. He charged towards Xuanhuan with his teeth and claws. A Xuanhuan clansman witnessed the patriarch's self-destruction, and the patriarch's flesh and blood was glued to his body, which made him mad. He rushed towards this side with open teeth and claws. Seeing this, Yuan Hong held the iron rod in his hand and smashed him in the face. Seeing this, the rest of the people also showed their magic weapons and rushed into Xuanhuan's camp. Just like wolves entering the flock, they began to harvest one Xuanhuan cultivator who had fallen into madness. What followed was, of course, a one-sided massacre. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the massacre in front of him, a massacre directed by him. Although these people have nothing to do with him, some people are destined to become stepping stones for their own imperial road. He was surprised to find that he didn't even have the slightest bit of unbearable heart. I don't know since when he has been able to face blood and kill people, to the extent that he does not blink. He was not frightened or uneasy. Some are just peace of mind. The road to the emperor is full of bones and blood. Xuanhuan's eyes gradually became extremely firm. From this moment on, he will embark on a path of hegemony that belongs to him. With the death of the last emperor-level ancestor of the Xuanhuan family, the war of genocide is finally over. Let's go to Yuqi's house, Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. In this regard, the strong men have no opinion. Yuqi's family is located in the eastern suburbs of the imperial capital, covering a vast area like a small kingdom. The arrival of Xuanhuan and his party made everyone in the Yuqi family panic. An old man in black robe stood at the gate of this small kingdom and pointed at Xuanhuan and said sharply, Xuanhuan, do you have to be the lackey of the court? Our Yuqi family doesn't seem to have offended you. On the contrary, we used to win you over to become the elite of the Yuqi family. Although we can't cooperate now, it won't be a meeting of swordsmen. Although this old tone tried to remain calm and quiet, but the trembling in his tone already showed that his heart was not as quiet as the surface. After all, this is a matter of life and death, the foundation of the Yuqi family. It's not that I have to kill you, it's him. The Empire wants you to surrender. And I just made a deal with the Empire. Unfortunately, your obedience and surrender become a transaction object. Huang Xiaotian's face was expressionless, and he didn't need to explain anything by now. As long as these high-ranking forces are eliminated and the rule of the Empire is consolidated, everything will be fine. Seeing this, the black-robed old man looked at Huang Xiaotian with a fierce look in his eyes. Just as he was about to scold, Su Haoyan waved his hand, indicating that Emperor Xuanhuan and others would do it. That's how people are. Having experienced the same thing for the first time, and experiencing the same thing again, there will not be so many emotions in my heart. Su Haoyan had already experienced a killing, and once again faced the Yuqi family. His heart was much calmer. Emperor Tianwu, Jiuling, Yuansheng, Neza, Yuan Hong, Yangjian, and others attacked the Yuqi family with murderous intent. The battle situation was still one-sided, and Su Haoyan looked at the killing in front of him with a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. Because of his power, he can decide the life and death of anyone. Because the mighty and dignified kingdoms of heaven will also bow down to him. And imperial power is the foundation of all this. With great strength and supreme power, he will become the master of this world. As a result, he wanted more and more to return to Tianqian Kingdom as soon as possible, and then establish his own country. The Xuanhuan family and the Yuqi family were successively exterminated by Su Haoyan. This shocking news shook the entire imperial capital. At the same time, Su Haoyan's crazy actions also made the imperial capital panic. Su Haoyan, shouldn't he destroy all the forces in the imperial capital? The Xuanhuan family and the Yuqi family are both giant-like existences in the imperial capital. If they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. The next one shouldn't be us. Su Haoyan and his party actually changed the situation of the entire imperial capital. There is even a tendency to dominate the imperial capital. This left everyone wondering how to get better for a while. So much so that everyone in the imperial capital, including Situ Shanghong, the current saint, shouted, "The wolf is coming." It's just that this wolf was completely attracted by Situ Shanghong himself. In the following time, Su Haoyan led his strong men to wander among the various forces in the imperial capital, or threaten and intimidate, or simply strike with thunder and destroy it. For a few days, Su Haoyan's actions put everyone in the imperial capital at risk. The weak and weak forces, as long as Su Haoyan arrives, will raise his hand and surrender without hesitation. But the object of surrender was not the court, but Su Haoyan, the executioner. They have their own reasons, and Su Haoyan has a tendency to become a hegemon. Therefore, it is better to rely on Su Haoyan to achieve a great cause than to live in the shadow of the empire like a dog. In this regard, Su Haoyan is very willing to fulfill them. He now desperately needs troops to consolidate his position. The surrender of these forces is right in their hearts. But Huang Xiaotian was confused. Situ Shanghong also had a head as big as a bucket. This result was a far cry from their original vision. Situ Shanghong's original plan was to find a reason to abolish the Emperor Su Haoyan after integrating the power of the imperial capital. Then use these forces to deal with Su Haoyan, and finally destroy him completely. However, the idea is beautiful. But what they didn't know was that Su Haoyan had already seen Situ Shanghong's ghost thoughts thoroughly. That's what it looks like now. However, the headache for Situ Xuanhuan and Huang Xiaotian had only just begun. Because there was the first force to surrender to Su Haoyan, the second, the third, the fourth, all the forces in the imperial capital began to follow suit. As more and more forces were visited by Su Haoyan, the forces that surrendered to Su Haoyan also increased geometrically. In the end, even Su Haoyan was surprised. In the end it turned into horror. Because with the increase in the power of surrender, his luck value has reached an incredible number. According to his estimation, he could use these luck values to create 2 super powerful players. That is to say, 2 super powerful people will soon appear in his hands. The slaughter was still going on. While all the forces in the imperial capital were terrified, they were surprised to find that all the forces that defected to Su Haoyan not only did not suffer any damage, but instead showed a trend of glory. Is it really beneficial to defect to Su Haoyan? Can we really develop our own power? If so, why don't we defect to Su Haoyan? I've decided to follow Su Haoyan in the future. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, go early, maybe there are benefits. Waiting. As more and more people discovered the various forms, there was a fever in the imperial capital. Let Su Haoyan's strength grow again. Make Su Haoyan happy. Every day. On the contrary, the empire gradually became the opposite of each power. Has been completely isolated. And Situ Xuanhuang's face went from bad to worse. Eventually, it turned blue. For such a situation, he could only endure it helplessly. Su Haoyan's power is too huge. Even if the strength of the entire empire was gathered, Su Haoyan could not be moved. But at this moment, a super strong man found Su Haoyan. For a time, Su Haoyan fell into dire straits. Situ Xuanhuang, who was a little disheartened, became alive again. He would rather Su Haoyan disappear immediately, and the imperial capital would return to the former situation where the heroes were divided, and he did not want Su Haoyan, the wolf who had been invited in by himself, to continue to survive. Su Haoyan, get out of here immediately. Searching, the sound of breaking the air came, and then a purple figure swept from the sky at an astonishingly fast speed. He was still in the sky before. And in the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above the station of Tianxian Kingdom. He was wearing a purple robe, with gray and white hair, casually draped behind him. His face was like the bottom of a pot, and his sword eyebrows were raised slantingly. A pair of tigers stared at the station under their eyes, and then roared loudly. Who is this fellow? How unpredictable is his aura? If he competes with the great Emperor Tianwu, it shouldn't be the cultivation base of the 9th rank Emperor-level realm. How can you guess like this? This guy is really a 9th Emperor-level realm. The great Emperor Tianwu stood in the courtyard, looked up at the purple-robed old man in the sky with a blank expression, and said slightly solemnly, "Who the hell are you? What are you babbling about? What do you have to do with my highness? Hurry up, talk shit, let it go." Wu Gang is a guy who is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. With the great master of Tianwu Emperor, he really does not put this purple robe in his eyes. The rest of the strong men were speechless when they heard this in their ears. You are at the bottom of your cultivation base and don't stay honest behind. You always jump out and make nonsense. You are addicted. Old guy, do you want to die? Wu Gang continued to jump, and his mouth was even more sinister, making the purple-robed old man tremble with anger. Emperor Tianwu ignored Wu Gang's jumping foot, but took a step forward slowly. And the momentum on his body was also exuded by him without reservation. The old man in the sky could not help but narrow his eyes. Xuanhuan, you should be damned. You shouldn't destroy the four holy churches. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master to beat a dog. Are you, Xuanhuan, don't care about the most powerful forces in the land of the fallen dragon? Do you know, because your reckless actions will kill you at a young age. The purple-robed old man took a long breath before slowly saying these words. A pair of eyes stared at Xuanhuan, who was standing in the middle of the crowd below. Today, in addition to destroying Xuanhuan, I also want you to get out of the imperial capital. Get out of the Xuanwu Empire. There is still a bright world here. Haha, if you have that ability, you're still fooling around here. If you want to fight, you can quickly drop it. Don't clean up those ozone layers. Xuanhuan laughed arrogantly and did not take the purple-robed old man in his eyes at all. Because his subordinates have Emperor Tianwu, a strong man who can compete with him. He is not afraid of anyone. Boy, you are asking for a quick death. The old man was in a hurry and anger. As he spoke, his right hand turned over, and a purple sword appeared in his hand. It is narrow and slender, and is purple-red. The blade is as bright as a crescent moon and extremely sharp. Boom! The momentum of the 9th-grade Emperor-level realm exploded in an instant. The sky and the earth changed color, and in the blink of an eye, thunderclouds of the size of several acres gathered in the sky. The purple-robed old man exuded a monstrous aura, looking down at Emperor Tianwu and the others. This scene also shocked everyone in the imperial capital, including the already disheartened imperial sage. Emperor Tianwu squinted his eyes, jumped up suddenly, and the sword of subduing demons was pulled out by him, pointing at the old man in purple robe. The two powerful men with the highest cultivation base here are about to break out into a fierce battle. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Emperor Tianwu's magic sword collided with the purple sword of the old man in purple robe. The purple chi burst out, causing Emperor Tianwu's complexion to change dramatically. A terrifying force was transmitted to Emperor Tianwu through the purple sword, instantly knocking him out and smashing through a palace with a bang. It made the entire imperial capital tremble. But immediately, Emperor Tianwu flew up from the ruins. The people with purple robes fought together again. Because the cultivation base was too low, Xuanhuan couldn't see the movements of the two fighting at all. I only feel that there are countless phantoms appearing in front of my eyes. As the battle between the two intensified, a terrifying coercion descended from the sky, a coercion that made Xuanhuan's mouth dry. What if Emperor Tianwu is defeated? Will we have all the noodles? Xuanhuan's face changed greatly, and he was even more worried in his heart. The other loose cultivators present also showed fear. For them, Xuanhuan is strong. Can he be stronger than the Emperor-level 9th rank powerhouse? If things go wrong, hurry up and run away. It doesn't matter, although the purple-robed man has the same cultivation as Tianwu. But he is only a new 9th rank cultivator. Tianwu is a veteran monk. Nothing can compare. Sword, he is the only one who loses in the end. Jiuling Yuanqing explained to Xuanhuan with a smile. Jiuling explained it in this way, causing Xuanhuan and other scattered cultivators to hold their hearts down instantly. Sure enough, the king's true martial arts is the best. Almost invincible. The premise is that the system does not summon other superpowers. However, I am Afraid that this record of Xuanhu will be ruthlessly broken soon. System, give me a designated sex to summon a super strong. Just choose Han. Xian. Han Xian's military talents are highly regarded by Liu Bang, the Great, ancestor of the Han dynasty. With him by my side, it is no problem to attack the city. Ding. The system successfully summoned Han Xian. From Han Xian, a native of Huayin, a hero of the founding of the Western Han dynasty, and an outstanding military strategist in Chinese history. In his early years, his family was poor, and he often sent food from others. At the end of Qin, he joined Xiongnu in the anti-Qin struggle. Later, he was recommended by Xia Haing to be the commander of Sudu, but he was not reused. Xiao He recommended Han Xian to Liu Bang, so Liu Bang worshipped Han Xian as a general. He was a famous general during the Qin and Han dynasties. A series of important battles such as the Battle of Qinsong, the Battle of Ani, the Battle of Jingxing, the Battle of Weishui, and the Battle of Gaixia under the command of Han Xian are masterpieces in the history of warfare. He was admired by later generations of military strategists for his use of soldiers and resourcefulness. His outstanding achievements and classic battles can be called spectacles in the history of world wars. In the end, he is a general who is highly respected by the world. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as unique. System, let's take a look at his attributes. Han Xian, from race, human. Multirace, Kirin reincarnation. Occupation, military scientist. Exercise, Jindan Dafa. Magic weapon, three-edged sword. Rank, 7th grade Saint level realm. Loyalty, 91/100. His Royal Highness, that old guy in purple robe is going to lose. I'll just say, how can Emperor Xuanhu lose? He is the most powerful being among us. Just when Su Haoyan summoned the strategist Han Xian, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. The great Emperor Xuanhu has gradually mastered the initiative on the battlefield by virtue of the cultivation of the old-fashioned emperor level 9th rank realm. Jiang Zia wielded his beard and said to Su Haoyan with a smile on his face, "Of course, this king's true martial arts can't be defeated so easily. It's not easy to deal with this guy." Su Haoyan was on the verge of bragging, and he started to brag about himself. Make the surrounding strong people speechless. The reincarnation of the unicorn is truly incredible. If there is no system, who in the world would know that the famous Han Xian will be the reincarnation of a unicorn? It seems that he has found a treasure again. System, give me a selective call to super strong. Su Haoyan pretended not to see the contemptuous expressions of the surrounding powerhouses. A surprised look appeared on his face. In his heart, he ordered to himself. Everyone saw his expression in their eyes, and they all mistakenly thought that it was caused by the ending of Xuanhu's imminent victory. Tools don't care. Ding. We are selectively summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully summoned to Zhu Rong, from Nima. What the heck, Zhu Rong, Vulcan? It's just the system. Once I get Zhu Rong out, will he turn back? There is no negotiation against the water, and the system will collapse. Because of this, I'll give it a go. Flowers in the moon and water in the mirror, let's forget it. Hurry up and summon again. Ding. The system is resummoning the super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Luoqing. From. May the host give up this powerhouse and summon it again. The system then asked. Just him, I'm summoning once, maybe what it is, if I'm calling Su Xian. Wouldn't my green hat fly all over the sky? Pull it down, it's him. Luoqing is ranked 7th among the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, 8th among the 16 heroes, and is the 7th hero in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties and said Tang. In the historical novel The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties by Xuanhuan in the early Qing dynasty, Luoqing Luo, the son of Yanshan Luo Yi, Qin Qiong's cousin, was proficient in marksmanship. 5-hook god flying spear. Luoqing, AD 598, the 18th year of Emperor Kai Huang of the Sui dynasty. AD 622, the 5th year of Wuda's reign in the Tang dynasty, Luoqing is a character in the stories of the Sui and Tang dynasties. He ranks 7th among the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, 8th among the 16 heroes, and is the 7th hero in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. And said Tang. In the historical novel, The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, by Xuanhuan in the early Qing dynasty, Luoqing Luo, the son of Yanshan Luo Yi, Qin Qiong's cousin, was proficient in marksmanship. 5-hook god flying spear. Luo Chen of his family is an old family member and said Tang, and Luo Chen and Luo Song are Luo Cheng's brothers in Sui Pingshu. Xing Tang, Sui and Tang dynasties, Waigong hero. Was named the Duke of Yu. Yes, it is also a general of the party. Now I am lacking this kind of general. Talent who can conquer and fight well. Luo Qingjing is of great use. Luoqing, from race, human. Mount, lightning white dragon. Magic weapon, 5-hooked flying spear. Gongfa, heaven and earth Dafa. Rank, 9th grade saint level realm. Loyalty, 94/100. His Royal Highness, look, Emperor Zhenwu is about to win. Su Haoyan was observing Luoqing's personal attribute list. At this moment, Wu Gang's voice rang in his ears. Su Haoyan's eyes retracted from the light curtain in front of him that only he could see. Look up to the sky. Boom. But at this moment, a deafening explosion sounded suddenly. At the same time, the sky suddenly burst into bright light. Immediately afterwards, a figure shot down from the center of the explosion and slammed into a tall building. With a bang, and the building collapsed instantly with a huge force. Let the dust and smoke billow in the circle, and it is impossible to see. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an Emperor level 9th rank powerhouse. Specially rewarded with 21 million growth points. Su Haoyan was stunned for a moment. What happened today? How come the growth value that has not appeared for a long time? And the rewards are so generous. And just when everyone was stunned and Su Haoyan was stunned, a tall figure slowly fell from the sky. He was wearing a golden robe and a purple gold crown. He was not the great emperor of Zhenwu, but who else could he be? His Royal Highness. Fortunately, the old minister survived the humiliation. That guy has already been put to death. It should have turned into a cold corpse by now. Emperor Zhenwu came to Su Haoyan with a calm face. He bowed to Su Haoyan and saluted, and said at the same time, Haha, Zhenwu did not disappoint this king. With your help, this king can achieve hegemony just around the corner. Su Haoyan quickly woke up from his stupor, patted Emperor Zhenwu's broad shoulder, and praised him loudly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the second grade of the Tianmen realm. Just then, the system beep sounded again. At the same time, a strong aura overflowed from Xuanhuan's body. Suha's cultivation of the second grade Tianwen was undoubtedly revealed. Your Highness, this is a breakthrough? Emperor Xuanwu felt the deepest, because he was closest to Xuanhuan. Of course, Xuanhuan's cultivation was nothing to him. However, Suha was only 16 years old, and he had only just entered the Tianmen realm not long ago. This will actually break through again. Its aptitude is simply appalling. Incredible. If things go on like this, it will be easy to get to where you are now. What kind of lord have you worshipped yourself? Emperor Xuanwu's heart was full of waves, and his eyes looking at Xuanhuan were full of inconceivable. Compared to Emperor Xuanwu and the shock of the newly joined powerhouses, Yuan, Hong, Jiuling, Yuanqing and other powerhouses did not show any surprised expressions. In fact, they have been surprised. The news that the powerful man of the four sacred sects was killed by the Emperor Xuanwu and the fact that Xuanhuan advanced unexpectedly during the war were like a super typhoon, which instantly swept to every corner of the imperial capital. Xuanhuan, a super genius, once again killed an emperor-level powerhouse. And he was also a 9th-rank emperor-level powerhouse. Incredible. Why are you still hesitating? Let's go to Xuanhuan, collectively. He can already spread his wings and fly high. Advancement in wartime, unheard of. What a genius. A boy, a 16-year-old boy, changed the pattern of the entire imperial capital. And even the entire empire. Who would believe it if he hadn't experienced it himself? What? He has advanced again, and the purple-robed old man of the four sacred sect was killed by his subordinate Xuanwu Emperor? That is to say, our intention to kill with a knife is stillborn. In the palace hall, Dou Yu suddenly stood up from his chair with a mad face, and asked, incredulously. Yes, your majesty. Huang Xiaotian said with a bitter expression. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is how to steal chickens without turning back rice, rejecting wolves at the front door and entering tigers at the back door. Shooting yourself in the foot with a stone. Your Majesty, you are truly a genius. Master Huang, pass my will. This year's Xuanwu Martial Arts Conference ended early for some reason. Xuanhuan was specially designated as the first martial arts genius of this session. The first genius of the empire. After a long time, Dou Yu commanded weakly. Facing the situation in front of him, which was completely directed by himself, Dou Yu only shook his head and sighed. If you can't change anything, let it go. Since Xuanhuan's power in the imperial capital is temporary, let go of his identity and take the initiative. To please. Ding. Complete the main task, Xuanwu Fengyun. Since the host has been targeted by the king, he is designated as a candidate to participate in the Xuanwu Huiwu. If the host refuses, he will be madly killed by the king. If the host participates in the Xuanwu Huiwu and becomes a Xuanwu in the middle, the first genius of the dynasty, the system will reward you with 100 million growth points, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to draw a random lottery. I actually completed this task. Could it be that Dou Yu ended the Xuanwu martial arts early? It should be. Otherwise, I would not have become the first genius of the imperial capital. Is this understandable, Situ? Shang. Hong is bowing his head to himself in disguise. At 10 in the evening, Xuanhuan sat in the living room with the strong men, chatting casually. At this time, the system beep sounded. Let Xuanhuan not only imagine. The news of the early end of the Xuanwu Huiwu made the already panic-stricken imperial capital even more turbulent. In particular, Xuanhuan was recognized by His Majesty as the first genius of the empire. Make everyone feel like shooting themselves in the foot. This is also the most classic example of introducing a wolf into a room. At the same time, the sense of belonging to the empire has become less strong. There were even dissenting voices. The empire has been cancelled. This was the voice of all insightful people. It was also what Xuanhuan and other strong men thought. His Royal Highness, let's just replace the Xuanwu Empire. How can the empire have more territorial power than the kingdom? At that time, you will be the emperor, and we will be courtiers, so majestic. Wu Gang was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he stepped forward and suggested, no. The Xuanwu Empire has its own luck. And luck is at its peak. And luck is the symbol of the dynasty. Only with enough luck can you have the most basic conditions to become an empire. The kingdom does not have this restriction. Anyone who is capable and strong can become the overlord of a party. This is what I suggest, Your Highness, too. Start with the king of the kingdom. Once you have accumulated enough luck, it will not be too late to encroach on the dynasty. Jiang Zia stroked his beard and said with a serious face. Actually, the Xuanwu Empire is already mine. Don't you think so? Xuanhuan was non-committal. At this time, he glanced at everyone with a smile and said slowly. His Royal Highness is absolutely right. Now the imperial capital has completely fallen into the hands of His Highness. As for the kingdoms under its jurisdiction, there is nothing to worry about. As long as His Highness wants, you can take it into your hands at any time. It's very simple. Huang Tianhua opened his mouth with a slight smile and expressed his opinion. Since the Xuanwu Huiwu has ended ahead of schedule, then we can go home. By the way, I don't know how Hong Dequan is going. While chatting with Xuanhuan, he suddenly remembered Hong Dequan, who was transferred from King Tianqian. So he asked. Haha, even if His Highness doesn't mention him, I will also report to you about the achievements of Hong Dequan. I have to say that the Hong Dequan under His Highness did not know what method he used. Those scattered cultivators in the imperial capital who had been adhering to a wait-and-see attitude came to join His Highness one after another. Even some strong people began to follow suit. It can be said that the investment in the entire imperial capital has reached the point of white-hot. I think, Your Highness should feel it at this time. After all, although this thing is mysterious, as far as the party's concerned, it still feels very clear. Ding. Complete the side quest. Conquer the 7 wolves of Xuanwu. Mission. Details: the 7 wolves of Xuanwu are powerful, capable of both civility and martial arts, and are the ideal help for the host to reach the peak. If the host succeeds in subduing the 7 wolves, the system will reward the host for a designated summoning of the super powerful. Chance. 1 chance to randomly summon a super strong. 3 random lottery chances. Ding. Complete the main quest. Loose cultivators return to their hearts. Quest details: due to the host's actions in Tianqian Kingdom, it has attracted the attention of loose cultivators in various countries. As a result, more loose cultivators have a sense of belonging. They all aim to defect to the host. If the host takes all the scattered cultivators in the Xuanwu Empire as used, the system will reward the host for promotion to one level. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A chance to draw a random lottery. Just then, the system prompt sounded suddenly. While making Xuanhuan surprised, a happy smile appeared on his face. But as Zia said, this king's feeling is really clear. Xuanhuan said with emotion. At the same time, I admire Hong Dequan's demagogic ability. Boom! Xuanhuan broke through. There is no doubt that the breath of the third-grade Tianmen realm is revealed. A familiar scene appeared in front of everyone again. Even the powerhouses, including Yuan Hong and Jiuling Yuansheng, who were used to seeing this kind of situation, also showed incredible expressions. They are astonishing. It is really Xuanhuan too defiant. It took only one day to advance, and it was advanced again. And it's still an advanced level that is free from thunder. Tribulation. There are 3 reasons for this special situation. That is the non-airporter cannot. Not a human emperor. Those who are not the masters of a domain don't even think about it. And a person only has one of these reasons, and his name can be immortalized. Generational transmission. And accounting for both are legendary figures of the same world. Leader, great man. It's hard not to be famous. The last person who has all 3. From ancient times to the present, only the first-generation domain master who created the Xuanwu domain with his own power and the legend of the Xuanwu domain met 3 conditions at the same time. The image of the domain owner of the Xuanwu domain, the tough guy with steel and iron bones like an iron tower, has been deeply planted in people's hearts. His position is unshakable. He is a generation of emperors in people's minds, and he is also a person with an incomparably huge fortune. It is also the first-generation domain owner that people have passed down from generation to generation. Although this legend has passed hundreds of thousands of years. But no one came after, no one surpassed. Let all the creatures in the Xuanwu domain always have a tall figure in their hearts. But now, this kind of cultivator who is free from thunder disaster has appeared again. There have been no lightning-free robbers in the Xuanwu region for thousands of years. I don't know what kind of genius Xuanhuan is. But no matter what kind it is, Xuanhuan's name will be recorded in the epic. It's hard not to be famous in history. Thinking of this, the eyes of the powerhouses present invariably showed excitement in their eyes. Hey, 2 designated summons, 3 random summons, 3 lottery draws. Another step forward in cultivation. Great harvest, super harvest. I really had a lot of luck. In this way, I can make more 5 super strong. On the second day, with the arrival of Han Xian and Luo Qing, Xuanhuan was happy and started to summon the strong. With the halfway end of the Xuanwu Huiwu, the geniuses of various countries left the imperial capital with mixed feelings of depression and happiness, and set foot on the journey home. And Xuanhuan stayed in the imperial capital temporarily because he still had to wait for the final news from Hong Dequan. System, give me the chance to start randomly summoning super powerhouses. Xuanhuan commanded secretly. The system is friendly reminder, because some hidden functions of the system are unblocked due to the continuous advancement of the host. It reminds the host that 5 chances to randomly summon a super strong can be merged into 1 chance to summon a super legion. 10 random lottery chances can also be merged. It's an opportunity to summon a super army. The system did not immediately summon as usual, but reminded him in a friendly way. Nanny? The system even has this function. But what does it mean to summon a super legion? Summoning a super legion, as the name implies, can be summoned to an army, or a legion at one time. For example, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers in myths, the ghost soldiers crossing the border, and other strong people in the form of legions. It is reasonable to say that this summon should only be activated when the host has accumulated 10 times to summon a super powerful person. However, because the host has continuously violated the regular advancement, this function is activated half of the times in advance. However, it is not a blessing to know that Xuanhuan loses his horse. In the future, as long as the host has accumulated 5 chances to summon a super powerful, he can merge into 1 chance to summon a legion. However, any summoning has uncertain factors in it. The summoned after fusion can be specified, it can be a choice, it can be random, and so on. The host must be mentally prepared. It's going to be awesome. In other words, in the future, once I have accumulated 5 random summoning opportunities, I can merge it into a chance to summon a super legion, right? Yes. Then, I now merge the opportunity to summon the super legion. And start calling. Legion. Even the lowest level legion is much more advanced than the army in this world. How cool is that? Summoning 5 super strong, one's own strength, can certainly increase. But no matter how many strong people are, they are still single soldiers. At some point, legion battles can also be great victories. For example, siege land is the strength of the legion. But now, if you want to build your own kingdom, siege is inevitable. There is a need for such core-based combat units. Therefore, this function of the system is turned on at the right time. Ding. The system is randomly summoning a super legion for the host. Damn it. It turned out to be random. It seems that there are uncertain factors in this fusion. Fortunately, I am mentally prepared. Otherwise, I will be depressed to death. 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Dragon army. Soldiers crossing the border. Xuanhuan kept praying in his heart. Eyes are sparkling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Qin army. After Shan Yang's reform. Qin army? Shouldn't it be the great Qin army? Xuanhuan couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him, a string of names appeared on the virtual light curtain. In 356 BC, in the Far East, Xuanhuan began to implement reforms in the Qin state, and then the Qin state began to grow rapidly. After that, the Qin army began to consume the strength of the eastern countries through wars one after another, and at the same time, excellent generals emerged one by one. In 293 BC, the Qin army defeated the heavy infantry of Wei state and beheaded 240,000 soldiers. In 260 BC, the Qin army, under the command of the famous General Bai Qi, eliminated 450,000 Zhao army elites in the Battle of Chongping. Zhao state has never recovered. In 224 BC, the veteran Qin general Wang Jian led a whole nation of 600,000 troops to conquer Chu state. After a long-term confrontation, he suddenly became powerful and completely defeated hundreds of thousands of Chu troops. In 221 BC, Qin unified the 6 countries. According to statistics in the more than 100 years of war, the total number of troops of the 6 countries annihilated by the Qin army, which has been victorious in many battles, has reached an astonishing nearly 4 million people. From the perspective of time, the Qin army really started to become strong. After Xiangyang's reform, which was a little later than Alexander's, Macedonian army swept the Eurasian continent, and the Macedonian army would have certain technical advantages. However, if the Qin army is mobilized across the country, the scale can reach about 1 million, which is far greater than the 50,000 people of the Macedonian army. Moreover, the Qin army is generally bloodthirsty and warlike. In this way, the Qin army's advantage in scale can completely determine the victory of the war. Negative. The host summoned a total of 300,000 elite Qin troops, led by General Wang Jian, known as the Yum Legion. And after the system's increase, each of its soldiers has the cultivation base of transferring to the spiritual realm. And with the continuous battle, its cultivation base will automatically upgrade. This is the advantage of being optimized by the system. The system's explanation made Xuanhuan very happy. He believed deeply in the capabilities of the system, because the characters that can appear in the system, even characters like Hong Dequan, have incredible abilities. The great Qin army. And the famous General Wang Jian is the general. I made a lot of money this time. With the Qin army, I can implement my own plan to conquer the nations. By the way, does the system have the attributes of a legion? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Because the powerhouse summoned will have attributes. Then the legion should also have attributes. As soon as the question exited, a row of lists appeared on the virtual light curtain in front of him. Qin army, the great Qin army, an army with 100 victories in 100 battles. General, Wang Jian, 3rd rank of Tianmen. Number of legion, 300,000. Legion attributes, military prestige, invincible spirit. This property sounds like a drag. After browsing the attributes of the legion, Xuanhuan couldn't help but have great expectations for the Qin army. Regardless of whether the history of China is true or false, after being recognized by the system, the powerhouses who have been strengthened are the powerful ones who can really help themselves. Hey, Xuanhuan, you are dead today, I must kill you, and send you to hell. In the dead of night, Xuanhuan was immersed in Qin Jun's huge surprise, and there was indeed a dark voice. At the same time, a black image appeared in Xuanhuan's bedroom like a ghost. Me. Pei Dongxiao, why are you running to my bedroom in the middle of the night? Do you feel impatient to live? Just say it if you want to die. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. At the same time, from the voice of the shadow, he learned that this person was Pei Dongxiao, who made him trigger the side quest. Pei Dongxiao, there is a way to heaven, you don't go through hell, and there is no way to break in. Xuanhuan's face was full of sarcasm. Is this Pei Dongxiao taking the wrong medicine? Or was the donkey kicked in the head? He even dared to assassinate himself just by virtue of his Tianmen realm cultivation. It was whimsical. Pei Dongxiao wanted to kill Xuanhuan without knowing it, so he hurried away. But I didn't expect Xuanhuan to recognize him so quickly. Moreover, Su Haoyan's casualness and calmness gave him a bad feeling. And as this feeling grew stronger, he began to retreat. Su Haoyan, it's your luck today. My lord, I still have something to do. I'll take your head another day. Pei Dongxiao threw a few scenes and wanted to escape. But at this moment, there was a sudden pain in his chest, followed by an unbearable feeling of suffocation. He lowered his head with difficulty, and what he saw was the silver shimmering divine spear. It was showing from the front of his chest, and the silver tip of the spear shook his head and made him dizzy. At the same time, Su Haoyan's sarcastic voice came from behind. Boy, come here and stay here forever. This was the last sentence Pei Dongxiao heard in this world. But let him die. In the end. Until he died, he didn't understand why Su Haoyan became so powerful. Ding. Trigger the side quest, Pei Dongxiao's hatred. Quest details, the hesitant host came out, making the proud Pei Dongxiao jealous. He wants to kill the host and rob the host's bodyguards for his own use. The host must eradicate Pei Dongxiao. If the host kill this person, and the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super strong. A chance to draw a random lottery. Ding. Complete the third main quest. Hundreds of princes. Quest details, the host wants to control the entire Xuanwu continent. And the future emperor is the prince of various countries who has now shown his prominence. It will bring endless trouble to the host in the future. The host now we must remove the stumbling block in the future. If the host kills the prince of 100 kingdoms, the system will reward the host for promotion to level 3. It will reward the host with a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A designated lottery chance. Pei Dongxiao, as he breathed out, 2 system beeps sounded one after another. The previous mission was not bad, and I accumulated another summon. The latter one may have a long way to go. However, don't worry, take your time. His Royal Highness, who is this idiot? A small Tianmen realm first rank dare to assassinate His Highness. Doesn't he know that His Highness is already a Tianmen realm 3rd rank? In fact, Jiuling Yuanqing knew that he was an assassin before Pei Dongxiao appeared. But knowing that the other party was only a 1st-rank Tianmen cultivator, he didn't show up. Because he knew that Su Haoyan could face it easily. This is also what Su Haoyan once specially explained. The crown prince of a kingdom. I don't know what's wrong. You can just treat him as a lunatic. Su Haoyan waved his hand and explained casually. Su Haoyan didn't take this matter to heart, and Jiuling Yuanqing also smiled. On the 2nd day, Su Haoyan recruited all the powerhouses and was about to leave the imperial capital and return home. What did you say? Tianwu was personally named the first genius of the empire by the current sage. Is it true or false? Yuzhou Su family. At this time, the present is not what it used to be. Unlike the previous cooling down of the courtyard, the guests who come to visit the Su family now can be described as a city like a city. The Su family has become the largest family in Tianqian Kingdom. Especially after the imperial sage moved the imperial decree to allow Su Haoyan to replace Tianqian, the Su family became a royal family. There is no other family that can replace the Su family's position in Tianqian Kingdom. But I believe that soon, the name Tianqian Kingdom will be cancelled by Su Haoyan's country, and a new kingdom will be born. His Royal Highness, what are we doing here, waiting for someone? Early the next morning, Xuanhuan took the lead, leading all the strong men under his command to the gate of the imperial capital, and then stood there silently. The loose cultivators who followed Xuanhuan, as well as the various cultivators who had always been on the sidelines, were secretly strange. I don't know why Xuanhuan came to the gate of the city. The powerhouses standing behind him also have no idea why. A look of doubt appeared on his face. But they kept their mouths shut and didn't ask. And Wu Gang, this impatient, just waited for a while, then he couldn't help but said, "You'll know in a while." Xuanhuan did not withdraw his gaze to look into the distance, at this moment. He had a deep feeling. Unpredictable. Wu Gang was like hitting a soft nail, depressed, but he didn't complain. Instead, he greatly appreciated Xuanhuan's approach. As a king, you must have a high-level attitude. Don't show anything on your face. Often this kind of deep attitude can make the subordinates more awe. Just when everyone was puzzled, a black line appeared outside the city, at the end of the vast open field ahead. The black line was just a tiny line at first. It didn't attract anyone's attention except Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at the black line on the distant horizon and became excited. It should be, this King's Qin army, they are finally here. Hey, what is that? Look, what is that over there? What is that? Why do I feel like I'm shaking? Ah, that turned out to be an army, really an army. Oh my God, so many soldiers, what country's army are they from? At this moment, the black line in the distance disappeared, but a group of soldiers wearing black armor appeared in people's sight. They ran with a bang. And the ground shook. Tell me, what are these soldiers here for? Are they here to arrest Xuanhuan? What are you talking about? The big forces in the imperial capital can't help Xuanhuan. What role can these soldiers play? Why not? The soldiers of our Xuanwu Empire are all hot-blooded men. There is nothing to say about defending the family and the country. None of your business. How excited are you? The spies around, the monks who were watching, and the soldiers who suddenly appeared, suddenly started talking. The soldiers who suddenly arrived were aggressive, and there was a fierce aura coming towards them. It made everyone at the gate of the city widen their eyes in surprise, not knowing why. See, Your Highness. There are hundreds of thousands of these soldiers. They came to stand 100 meters away from Xuanhuan. Then Chi knelt down on one knee and bowed to Xuanhuan. Then they shouted in unison, the sound shook for 9 days, shaking the entire imperial capital. Looking around, the soldiers behind also knelt down, and the whole wild blackness was overwhelming, and the momentum released made everyone, including Xuanwu Great Emperor, look shocked. Everyone's family is flat, Xuanhuan said with a smile. At the same time, an aura that belonged to the emperor overflowed from his body, causing all the soldiers kneeling on the ground to show a respectful look. At this time, a mighty old general standing at the forefront of the team took a step forward, bowed to Xuanhuan, and said, "Report to Your Highness." The old minister Wang Jian led the Qin army to help His Highness achieve the supreme hegemony. Haha, General Wang doesn't need to be too polite. Your presence makes this king very happy. In the future, it will be up to the old general to conquer the city. Don't worry, Your Highness, the old minister will not disappoint His Highness. Wang Jian's heart is hot, and Xuanhuan's approachable nature makes him have the urge to throw his head and blood for Xuanhuan. Okay, let the soldiers get ready to go. I want to send troops to 6 places. I hope the old general will give this king a luxurious gift on the day of my enthronement ceremony. Don't worry, Your Highness. The old city must be presented as a gift on the day His Highness ascends the throne. I read that right, they came to defect to Xuanhuan. This is too unreasonable. Xuanhuan is too terrifying. He can actually attract hundreds of thousands of troops to defect. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it if he said it? It's incredible, this child will definitely soar into the sky, and the future is limitless. I've decided to go to him now. I can't be so unknown. I'll have a chance to stand out with Xuanhuan. Wait for me, I also decided to go to Xuanhuan. Our Zodiac's decision was very correct. Going to Xuanhuan can only make us stronger. What? What did you say? You didn't say it again. In the palace hall, the current holy boss, Tu Xuanhuan, is sitting in a daze in the study room full of worries. At this moment, Huang Xiaotian walked in. After a little hesitation, he said something that surprised Tu Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, 300,000 elite soldiers came from outside the city, but they came to Xuanhuan. That is to say, Xuanhuan not only has an army of more than 10,000 scattered cultivators, but now has an army of 300,000. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan has become the general trend, and no one can shake it. Retribution, this is retribution. Do not repent of your absurd decision. From the day the widow was enthroned, they began to do stupid things like bringing wolves into the house. Until now, every corner of the empire is full of wolves. How many wolves have been brought in? A miserable expression appeared on Tu Xuanhuan's face. The eyes are even more blurred and full of regretful light. Let's go, we will leave the imperial capital today and return to the capital. Then we will start preparing to build our own country. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Jun, who was gradually leaving. It should not be called Sujiajun now. This is Wang Jian's new name for the army. He looked back, then glanced at the powerhouses behind him, and said slowly, when I came, it was in the form of a secret game. Going back, it was the portal that Xuanhuan instructed Jiang Zia to build secretly. Connecting the imperial capital and the Tianqian kingdom will also facilitate the powerhouses to travel between the two places. At the same time, it is also convenient for him to command the various forces in the imperial capital. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter to report. Just when everyone was about to leave and step into the portal, a soldier wearing a guard service suddenly ran to Xuanhuan and knelt down and said, Tell me what made you so nervous. Xuanhuan first waved his hand to signal everyone to wait for a while, and then asked calmly, I report to Your Highness that the last king of Tianqian Kingdom died yesterday in the Shang study. The cause of his death was a sudden attack of anger. He died, and he was so angry. Is it because this king is about to ascend the throne? Xuanhuan frowned slightly, and then asked in a gentle voice. With the news from the palace, Zhou Bishi has always been normal. Until yesterday, he received a secret letter. After reading it, he suddenly became angry and died. Your Highness, this is the secret letter. As the guard said that, he took out a secret letter from his arms and handed it to Xuanhuan respectfully. Xuanhuan took the secret letter and checked it suspiciously. After a long time, Xuanhuan raised his head with a weird smile on his face, and he first waved back the guard. Only then did he raise the secret letter in his hand, a look of excitement that could not be concealed on his face. "Your Highness, what news is there that makes you so excited?" "It says above that Zhou Bishi's uncle, the current ruler of Haifeng Kingdom, was actually killed by his children. And one of his sons, after fighting for the throne, went to the king with his country. We are now in the capital, waiting for the return of this king to deal with this matter. That is to say, His Highness won a kingdom without spending a single soldier." An incredible look appeared on Emperor Xuanwu's face. The rest of the powerhouses looked at Xuanhuan as if they were looking at aliens. Ding. Trigger the main quest. Unify the Xuanwu Empire. Quest details, since the host already owns the land of the original Tianqian kingdom, plus the surrounding 6 lands. Its land area has far exceeded other countries. If the host conquers the other dozen or so countries that belong to the Xuanwu Empire and annexes them, a new empire will be established. The system will reward the host for 2 consecutive upgrades. 1 chance to selectively summon superpowers. 1 designated summon superpower. Chance. 1 chance to randomly summon a super strong. 3 chances to draw a random lottery. An unexpected event actually triggered the main quest. And the reward of this quest is so rich. It's really unexpected. Now, I already have a lot of luck in my hands. I can shape 3 super strong. With them and the Su family army, the monster beast army, and the scattered cultivation army, it will not be a problem to complete this main quest. It's no big deal. Our plan remains the same. Return to the kingdom immediately. Prepare for the enthronement ceremony. I want everyone in this world to know of my existence, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said in a high voice. Then, Deng Xian stepped into the space portal that had already been opened inside the palace of King Tianqian. Xuanhuan, I advise you again, don't let yourself make mistakes again and again. You have to know that your third brother is no longer alone. His strong men are like clouds, and with your ability, you still want to take it. Imperial power. Be disciplined, and stop making those unrealistic crooked ideas. The contemporary head of the Su family, such as Su Yun, who is very popular in Xianwu today, wore a purple gold brocade robe and said with a sneer. Standing opposite him was a handsome young man with cold eyes. The appearance of this young man is somewhat similar to Xuanhuan. But it was Xuanhuan's second brother, Xuanhuan, who had been a teacher of a mysterious man since childhood. The patriarch of the Su family, the elder of the Su Chengfeng clan, and the royal scholar of Nangong Mountain were also present. However, there was an old man with a white beard that looked like a dead man, standing behind Su Houching, silent, like air. Third boy, hey, in the near future, he will have nothing, including those strong men who make all the forces envious. And the beneficiary of all this is me. So, my father, and the ancestors, want to enjoy what's going on right now and don't meddle. Because my endurance is limited. Why, can't you still kill your father? Su Yun's face was gloomy, and the anger in his heart could not be concealed. If it weren't for the weird old man behind this renegade son, he would have hacked this wicked son with one palm long ago. Father killing? Maybe. My father, do you know how many bones are behind a human emperor? Hee, make me anxious, I don't care about having one more bones. Behind him. Su Houching's pale face showed a cruel and strange smile. Xuanhuan widened his eyes and looked at the second son of the Su family, who was completely unfamiliar. Is he his own son? Who was the second son of the Su family who used to be attached to him? He actually wants to kill his father. How is this different from? How could he become like this? What happened to him in the past 10 years? He looked suspicious. In addition to the strangeness in his eyes, there is a trace of sadness. As if standing in front of him was not that Xuanhuan, but the devil. Second boy, you have been away from home for more than 10 years, and you once threatened to disdain the position of the Su family's patriarch. But why? Do you want to seize this throne now? You must know that this position was conferred by the current sage himself. Do you want the Su family to stand on the opposite side of the entire dynasty? The old ancestor of the Su family glanced at him with some fear, and the white-bearded old man behind Xuanhuan said to Xuanhuan indifferently, "What can the head of the family do? Why don't you care about you scumbags? But the throne of the kingdom can make me make great plans." As the saying goes, how can the bird know the ambition of the giant? You don't understand, Xuanhuan said with a smile. The smile on his face is warm, making people feel like a spring breeze. Xuanhuan, who was standing opposite, was puzzled. In the past, it was this second son that he liked the most. It's a pity that this kid is devoted to cultivation, and he doesn't care about the position of the head of the family at all. But now he is fighting for a throne. Even more so with brotherhood. Even murdered his father. Is there something unknown here? Xuanhuan frowned, thinking quickly in his heart. He didn't believe what Xuanhuan said at all. I don't even believe that Xuanhuan is a big fool. Now who doesn't know Xuanhuan's name? Who doesn't know that Xuanhuan's masters are like clouds? His taking the throne is tantamount to suicide. Or is there a superpower behind Xuanhuan who is supporting him? Xuanhuan couldn't understand. The ancestors of the Su family and the elders of the Su Qingfeng clan were also at a loss. Only the old man behind Xuanhuan had a look of anticipation in his eyes. 3 days later, the enthronement ceremony will be held. Nangong Mountain. If you don't want to die, do as I want. Otherwise, you will not be able to see your family. Besides, my father, you can't be idle either. Quickly dispatch the elite forces of the Su family. Even if they dig the capital 3 feet into the ground, they will turn out those strong men. I want them to serve me. Xuanhuan turned around, and his words were full of unquestionable colors. It made Xuanhuan's face gloomy, and made Nangong Shan's face pale. There are many strong people under the 3 boys. Xuanhuan, do you know that you are killing yourself? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At the same time, there was hope in his eyes. I know, because I know, that's why I do it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, except the white-bearded old man, was stunned on the spot. The afterglow of the setting sun shone softly in the capital of Tianwu Kingdom, making people walking under the setting sun feel a sense of tranquility. At this time, in an ordinary compound in the capital, dozens of monks with different auras gathered here. Leading the way are 4 beautiful women of national beauty and beauty. But now, there was a bitter look on everyone's faces, including the 4 pretty ladies. It was as if something troubled was hiding in his heart. Sister Junjun, why hasn't His Highness come back? If he doesn't come back, Tianqian Kingdom will change hands. It should be soon. Who said no, the opponent's strength is too terrifying. If it weren't for the impermanence of black and white, and the judge used the technique of concealing the sky to lock us here, I am afraid that we are now a cold corpse. What the hell, what is the origin of that kid, why is it so strange? Especially the old man, whose strength is even more amazing. Now we can only wait for His Highness to come back and think of a way. Zhu Zizhen hummed angrily. Ding. Trigger the side quest. Su Haoqing's ambition. Mission details, Su Haoqing followed a mysterious strong man to practice outside since he was a child. But he didn't think that the mysterious strong man turned out to be a demon. He cultivated Su Haoqing into a demon. A monstrous devil. In order to make the demons become the overlords of this world again, the demons dispatched Su Haoqing to return to the human race and seize the throne of the host. In this way, they will seize the strong men under the host for their own use, for their own safety and the glory of the family. The host must kill Su Haoqing. Smash the conspiracy of the demons. If the host kills Su Haoqing and smash the conspiracy of the demons, the system will reward the host for a random summon super strong. A chance to choose the strongest, a chance to selectively summon a super strong. 2 random draws. As soon as Su Haoyan walked into the teleportation array, the system prompt sounded. Su Haoyan, who had no mental preparation, was stunned for a moment. Then, there was a terrifying coldness in his eyes. Second brother, since you are looking for death, as a younger brother, I will do it for you with reluctance. Zizhen, what makes you so angry? As soon as Su Haoyan's idea was finalized, he heard Zhu Zizhen roaring angrily in the courtyard. At the same time, white light flickered in the compound, and then, Su Haoyan and everyone appeared in the compound. Official. Brother Haoyan. God brother. Haoyan. The 4 long-lost voices entered Su Haoyan's ears the moment he appeared. While making Su Haoyan feel warm in his heart, there is also a deep happiness that fills his heart. I'm waiting to meet your highness. All the powerhouses present were excited when they saw Su Haoyan appearing in the compound. Su Haoyan's return gave everyone the backbone. Isn't it Su Haoqing? It's just a clown jumping on the beam. You don't have to worry about it. Su Haoyan looked at the familiar faces in front of him and felt relieved. People really didn't say anything to themselves. That's it, being chased by that guy Su Haoqing like a lost dog, he didn't choose to betray him. This is obvious at a glance from the fact that the loyalty can't rise. It has to be said that black and white impermanence is a pair of secret agents hiding in the dark, and there is no place they cannot explore. It can be said to be a pair of all-round talents. Your Highness, there is a strong demonic energy in the capital. At this moment, the voice of Emperor Xuanhuan reached Su Haoyan and everyone present. I feel the same way. Neza also looked at the air with a solemn expression. Yes, demonic energy. Su Haoqing is a demon disciple, sent by the demons to the capital. Be careful, Your Highness. Baigon looked at Emperor Xuanhuan standing behind Su Haoyan in horror. At the same time, I was filled with emotion. No matter where Your Highness goes, there is no shortage of strong people. It seems that the purpose of the world's strong people's cultivation is to defect to His Highness. The aura of this strong man is unfathomable. I am afraid his strength is not low. Is it the demon race? It's just right, this king will go to meet Su Haoqing, the rebel son of the Su family. Li Kuei, Zhao Yun, Yuan Hong, the three of you stay, and the rest of the people leave for now. In the end, Su Haoyan deliberately left the three behind. The rest of the people glanced at the three people who were puzzled or with hints of excitement, and then left with full hearts. It was just that Baigan, Lubu, and the others seemed to understand the purpose of the three of them staying behind. At the same time of excitement in his eyes, there is a hint of hope. Tell me, do you three want to become stronger? After the others left, Su Haoyan stood in front of the three and asked solemnly. Time waits for no one, 3 days. He has to make super strong. To kill Su Haoching. Completing the tasks triggered by the system is the second priority. And killing this arrogant demon is the most important. Of course I do. Could it be possible, Your Highness? Yuan Hong's eyes immediately showed eagerness. System, now begin to shape Yuan Hong, Li Kuei, and Zhao Yun. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. The reason why Yuan Hong was chosen was that he was not only one of the first strong men to defect to him. Moreover, he is loyal to him, and his loyalty is always at full value. There will be no betrayal. Reassure him. In addition, Yuan Hong's potential is definitely one of the best among many powerhouses. Once the shaping is successful, it is definitely a super strong. Therefore, in terms of love and reason, he must give Yuan Hong a chance to become stronger. As for Li Kuei, Zhao Yun was one of the powerhouses he expected. Both loyalty and strength are outstanding. Now he will face a group of vicious demons, so the more strong people around him, the better. This king has made you stronger. I hope you don't let this king down. Su Haoyan said solemnly. As he spoke, a pitch-black black hole appeared above his head, and the three of Yuan Hong were directly sucked into it. A day later, it's time for your blockbuster time. At that time, I want to make. Su Haoching's eyes show despair. 3 days later, a grand ceremony is being held on the most sacred observation deck in the capital. The new king's enthronement ceremony. Su Haoching in a dragon robe stood on the stage, and in front of him was an extra-large cauldron shining with yellow light. 3 long incense sticks about 1.5 meters and the thickness of a finger were burning in the giant cauldron. On both sides were guards specially seconded from the Su family. Behind them were the civil and military officials, all of whom were crying and looking at Su Haoching above with hatred in their eyes. And the flat-headed people standing at the bottom, although trembling, did not dare to say a word. But there was a gleam of resentment in everyone's eyes. And the reason why those guards are not the guards of the palace. The reason is that all the soldiers, guards, and generals in the entire original Tianqian country evaporated overnight. No one knows where they went. Or hidden somewhere. This unexpected change made Su Haoching very angry. In spite of his anger, he even slashed to death a collateral child of the Su family. Su Yun was so angry that he didn't dare to say anything. It was the old man. Beside Su Haoching, whose strength was too terrifying. He and the ancestors of the Su family couldn't help each other. No way, they had to pin their hopes on Su Haoyan. I hope Su Haoyan will come back as soon as possible. Pick up this mess. Today, there is a decree from the emperor to allow Su Haoyan of the Su family to replace Tianqian. However, Su Haoyan died unexpectedly in the imperial capital. It is said that the throne of the kingdom cannot be vacant. There is nothing wrong with being the new king. Although a bit loud, but it made people feel extremely awkward, the voice slowly sounded, and it entered the ears of everyone present. It's so fake, open your eyes and talk nonsense. The third young master has so many masters to protect him, how can he die? What is the inversion of black and white? This is it. What is a series of lies? This is it. To be honest, I suddenly miss the third young master. Although the third young master is crazy, he will never do things backwards. And Xuanhuan is a bad ruffian. In order to be in power, he can do anything. It was an extremely old eunuch who spoke, but it was not Nangong Shan. I don't know why I didn't show up for such an important occasion, as the number one scholar in the kingdom. It really feels weird. Everyone in the Su family stood in an inconspicuous corner, gnashing their teeth one by one. Although the ancestors of the Su family, as well as the elders of the clan, are quite powerful. But compared with the old man beside Xuanhuan, it was not enough. When the third brother comes back, I will make him look good. A joking sound came. But it was Xuanhuan. Among all the descendants of the Su family, she has the best relationship with Xuanhuan. Also the most suitable. Seeing that the position that originally belonged to the third brother was taken by Xuanhuan, who had turned right and wrong in front of him, he was angry at the same time and had mixed feelings. I hope my third brother will come back soon. Today, Xuanhuan will replace Xuanhuan as His Majesty the King of the new country. It is the general trend and the most hopeful candidate of all the people. His Majesty, Xuanhuan, will surely come to Debao. The old eunuch was obviously very old. I don't even have the strength to speak. As soon as he said that he was about to come down, he was exhausted and out of breath. And Xuanhuan had a bright smile on his face. Although everyone present did not truly obey themselves. Even the old eunuch, who read the inscription, came out under his own coercion and inducement. But it doesn't matter, when he is firmly seated as the king, he will kill all these self-righteous guys. Xuanhuan is no exception. It turns out that it feels so good to be the emperor. Xuanhuan glanced at the trembling crowd below, full of pride. I used to scoff at the guys who were fighting for power. I think they are a bunch of idlers who have nothing to do when they are full. But this time it was his turn to be in power, and then he understood why those idlers wanted to drill into this position when Shao pointed his head. Now ask the new king to wear the crown. The old eunuch rested for a while, before shouting again. At the same time, a little eunuch trembled with a golden crown cap, which is the symbol of the supreme imperial power, the crownless crown. Seeing this, Xuanhuan couldn't hold back the smile on his face any longer. He laughed unabashedly, before bending down slightly, ready to welcome the arrival of the uncrowned crown. No, this position belongs to the third brother, Xuanhuan. You have no reason to become the new king. At this moment, a coquettish voice broke the solemn scene. But Xuanhuan jumped out and pointed at Xuanhuan and scolded angrily. Xuanhuan, do you want to die? Although I'm your second brother, I don't mind destroying flowers. Xuanhuan didn't think that at the critical moment, this little girl who usually looks weak, ruined his own affairs. Immediately he yelled angrily. Seeing this, Xuanhuan had no fear at all. Instead, he said loudly, when the family is on the verge of life and death, where are you? The third brother turned the tide with one manpower and saved the family and the fire. When the third brother can go to glory for the sake of his family and country, and he is working hard in the imperial capital, where are you? What are you doing? Now, when I saw the throne, I jumped out and asked, "Where is your conscience? Did you let the dog eat it? Or has it turned black?" Boom. The people who were trembling at the bottom of the Guanqiantai, the monks were suddenly blown away by Su Ruirui's impassioned remarks. Yeah, why should this useless kid be king? And Su Haoyan's heroic figure at the Xianlong summit also instantly appeared in the minds of everyone present. Especially those loose cultivators who received Su Haoyan's great grace were even more aroused with pride. Su Haoqing, hurry down, there's no place for you to stand. You don't deserve to be the king. Yes, that's where King Chongping lives. Su Haoqing is an executioner. Ask yourself, are you worthy? Without His Royal Highness King Chongping, we would not be where we are today as a loose cultivator. Nor would there be our vibrant new country. We want His Royal Highness King Chongping to be the king, and only His Royal Highness King Chongping can be convinced. All of a sudden, the crowd was so excited that even the guards of the Su family who were banned were going crazy. Su Haoqing's face was gloomy like water. Seeing the initiator of this scene, Su Ruirui was still standing there, and suddenly became angry. You idiots, why don't you go? Su Ruirui, this stinky girl, rectifies the law on the spot. Do you want your family to die tragically? When the hesitant guards heard this, there was a moment of struggle on their faces, and then they painfully pulled out their waist knives and walked towards Su Ruirui. Su Haoqing, you are enough, you are a child of the Su family. Look, what you are doing now is even worse than a beast. Wake up, you beast. The ancestor of the Su family took a step forward resolutely at this time, stood in front of Su Ruirui, and scolded Su Haoqing sharply. Old guy, even if you want to stop me, I'm wondering, what kind of ecstasy did Su Haoyan give you, and let you stand up to protect each other at all costs? Anyway, since you want to die, I will fulfill you. And you, all of you, if you dare to oppose my claim to the emperor, I will kill anyone. Not even my own father. Su Haoqing spoke viciously. At the same time, a trace of extremely dense demonic energy spilled out from his body. A pair of eyes also became pitch black. The whole person looked weird. Who gave you the courage to steal my things? At this moment, a majestic and domineering voice came down from the sky and entered the ears of everyone in the square. Su Haoqing was shocked. Although he has left the family since he was a child, the concept of family has become blurred. But as soon as this voice appeared, a handsome boy immediately appeared in his heart. Su Haoyan. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. I saw high in the sky, Su Haoyan and others were standing in the clouds, looking down. Su Haoyan ignored Su Haoqing, who was surrounded by demonic energy. His face was unusually calm, and there was no meaning to make waves. At this time, Su Haoyan, who was aloof, was like a god, making everyone on the scene show a frenzy in the eyes. See His Royal Highness King Chongping. See His Majesty the King. Boom. All the monks and ordinary people at the scene were immediately excited. The next moment, there was a tacit understanding. Chi bowed to Su Haoyan and shouted. Su Haoqing was finally moved. He never thought that Su Haoyan would be so loved by the people. No way, Su Haoyan's reputation is booming now. Everyone knows that Tianqian has a genius named Su Haoyan. Without knowing Su Haoqing, this shocked and hated him. I can't wait to tear Su Haoyan into 8 pieces. His Majesty the King, long live and safe. Our king is finally back. Am I dreaming? Haha, we finally have hope. The people and monks waved at Xuanhuan and cheered. The scene was extremely hot. It made Xuanhuan's heart feel as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, making him breathless for a while. Hey Xuanhuan, you finally appeared, but your death date has come early. Xuanhuan stared at Xuanhuan, and suddenly a strange look appeared in his dark eyes. After he said something that made Xuanhuan frown. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his arms, and a jet black gas suddenly spewed out of his body, and then transformed into a black giant python, entrenched around his body, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. You are the demon cultivator who disturbed the capital? Unexpectedly, the second young master of the dignified Su family was thrown under the door of the demon clan. The family is unfortunate. Xuanhuan, today, on behalf of the Su family, I will destroy you, the traitor who helped Zhou make a sin. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and then commanded in a calm voice, Yang Jian. This rebel is yours, remember, don't let him be too good. Don't worry, your highness, I will definitely greet this little monk of the demon race. Yang Jian agreed casually and took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xuanhuan. But at this moment, standing behind Xuanhuan, the unknown white-bearded old man suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, and at the same time an extremely strong demonic energy overflowed from the body, and the whole person's aura also changed. Get ethereal. In the early days of Heavenly Wonderland. Seeing this, Li Kuei, who was standing behind Xuanhuan, said aloud. At the same time, there was excitement in his eyes. Li Kuei, nickname, Black Whirlwind. From race, human. Technique, Tianwu Xianggong. Magic weapon, iron double-blade axe. Supernatural powers, 36 axes that shake the sky. Level, early days of fairyland. Loyalty, 100/100. This is the list of attributes after Li Kuei has been shaped by the system. It made Xuanhuan almost happy. Li Kuei was the first to come out of the three. Immediately set the record for the highest strength of his men. Relentlessly squeezed Emperor Xuanwu down. However, when Zhao Yun appeared, Li Kuei's strength was still ranked first. But it is tied with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, word, Zilong. From race, human. Divine ability, Shantian spear god. Technique, Shantian divine art. Magic weapon, Xianlong divine spear. Level, early days of fairyland. Loyalty, 100/100. Although Zhao Yun's attribute list did not make Xuanhuan too excited. But it really made him happy. However, at this time, Xuanhuan looked at Yuan Hong, who was standing behind him, and his eyes unconsciously showed a look of pride. Yuan Hong, from race, the first ape in the world. Identity, one of the 7 saints of Meishan. Supernatural powers, Earth Evil 72 transformations. Gongfa, 89 mysterious gong. Magic weapon, iron rod. Rank, Mid-Sky Wonderland. Loyalty, 100/100. The explosive cultivation level directly broke the records of Li Kuei and Zhao Yun minutes ago. He became the most powerful existence in Xuanhuan's hands. It can be said that with Yuan Hong by his side, he can move to any force. Li Kuei gave him to you. How about it, can you take him down? Xuanhuan said lightly, as if it was not a big deal to kill this man who made the masters of the capital feel terrified. Don't worry, your highness, it's no problem for me to take down this devil. Brat. Li Kui's self-confidence was unprecedentedly inflated, and after baring his teeth at Xuanhuan, he walked towards the white-bearded old man with bad intentions. Ow! However, at this moment, Xuanhuan, who had been fighting with Yang Jian all the time, suddenly snorted, breaking through Yang Jian's ultimate move and going straight into the sky. Everyone looked up in amazement. However, the sight of the sight made everyone look shocked. I saw a huge spaceship appearing in the sky at an unknown time. A demon in black and purple robes appeared on the bow. He was sticking his head out, looking down. The worst of these purple-clothed devils all have the cultivation base of Tianmen realm. Among them, the king-level realm accounted for the majority. And the respected level, the emperor level, only accounts for a small part. As for the heavenly wonderland, there are only two. Ebony Demon Sect. Kubii, who was standing behind Xuanhuan, said in a trembling voice. Ebony Demon Sect, is it very powerful? Xuanhuan looked at the giant ship in the sky and asked in a calm voice. When Qiu Bai heard this, he reluctantly swallowed his spit, and said with lingering fear, the Ebony Demon Sect is the largest demon sect in the land of falling dragons. It is also the largest force in the entire southern territory. No one dares to provoke. According to legend, there are countless countries, sects, and forces under its direct control or indirect control. It has branches in several empires. It can be said that the Ebony Demon Sect is the secret master of the southern region. Even the southern territory lords have no choice. Some things can only be turned a blind eye. What a huge force. So they asked Xuanhuan to compete for the throne of the king, just to control this new country? Xuanhuan's eyes shot out coldly. The nascent country was built by itself. No one wants to take it away from you. Everyone, do you have the confidence to slaughter this group of devils here? And use their blood to celebrate our new country? Xuanhuan turned around, looked at the strong men in front of him, and asked loudly. My ministers are willing to go through fire and water for His Majesty. I will definitely kill the demon cult here. Under the leadership of Xuanhuan and others, the strong men replied loudly. In that case, I'll ask you all. Xuanhuan clenched his fists at everyone and said solemnly. The Ebony Demon Sect is here, and the pariahs will not kneel down to meet you. At this moment, a tall and mighty figure left the giant ship, and the void suspended above everyone's heads, shouting condescendingly. A ninth emperor-level realm dare to come out and shout 5 and 6. Really think Xuanhuan has a good temper, and Zhenwu will kill him. Through Xuanhong's voice transmission, Xuanhuan knew that this guy was only a 9th-rank emperor, so he sent Emperor Zhenwu unceremoniously. Unconsciously, the emperor-level cultivator has become less important in Xuanhuan's eyes. His eyes have been set on a higher level. It's just a pariah, but the laborer came here in person. Xuanhuan, you are so useless. Just after Emperor Zhenwu and the opponent fought together, an old man who looked a little thin and looked like a dwarf appeared next to Xuanhuan out of thin air, and after slapped him out, he stared at Xuanhuan and the others and said, Han Sheng, wait for the untouchables if you are not ready to capture. Do you still have to wait for this seat to do it? What's the matter? A demon brat came here to be blind. I think it's you who is courting death. Your Highness, this guy belongs to me. Xuanhong even burst into foul language, and yes, he learned from Xuanhuan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fuck them. Xuanhuan shouted loudly and took the lead in pulling out the god-shaking Spear. A trace of dragon energy escaped from his body and turned into a giant dragon the size of a bucket, flying around his body like a god descending to earth. The skinny, dwarf demon sect old man smiled and roared unscrupulously. Haha, it is said that Chongping King Xuanhuan's masters are like clouds. Today, I will have to meet for a while to see if you are worthy of your reputation. When you say that, you will turn into a ghost and kill Xuanhuan. Who is rushing in front? Ah, what is that? Is it a boat? How is it black? No, those are the people of the demon sect, and they have come to attack our capital. That's a demon sect, can your majesty stop it? We'll be fine, right? No, his majesty is a benevolent monarch, and he will not give up on us. As the dwarf demons shouted loudly, the people of the capital finally realized something. Everyone trembled, looked at the giant ship in the sky in horror, and talked anxiously in their hearts. Xuanhuan ignored the discussions around him, but held the heavens shaking spear in his hand and looked at the melee in the sky with a resolute expression. A loud bang. Xuanhuan and the dwarf old man collided in an instant, and the terrifying energy suddenly spread freely, not only raising the observation deck below to the ground in an instant, but even the nearby giant ship was affected, and the hull of the ship was instantly covered with huge cracks. Boom. 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 Both of them were cultivation bases in the middle of the heavenly wonderland, and their physical strength was extremely tyrannical. Then, they fought together again. The battle instantly heated up. Monkey, you are only a cultivation base in the middle stage of heaven and immortal realm, why is your physical body so tyrannical? But your physical body is only strong, and such a cultivation base is not in my eyes at all. The skinny dwarf became more and more frightened, even though Xuanhuan had the same cultivation level as himself in the middle of the fairyland. But the difference between him and him is not that big. It made him terrified. But on the surface, he pretended not to care. In the face of the dwarf's questioning, Xuanhuan laughed wildly. Enough to kill you. While speaking, Xuanhuan suddenly waved the iron rod and smashed the dwarf from top to bottom. At the same time, Li Kuei, Zhao Yun, Huang Tianhua and others also fought against the demon disciples of the Ebony Demon sect on the giant ship. Go to hell. Neza stepped on the hot wheel and held the Xuanhuan circle in his hand. He just smashed a demon to death, and then broke dozens of ribs next to the demon who was fighting with Zhu Zizhen. The young Neza is like a god, and the devils, with low cultivation base, can't stand his universe at all, either avoiding them far away, or being smashed into flesh by him. Zhu Zizhen spit out the purple demon pill, which was invincible. Often, as long as the demons are touched by the demon pill, they are immediately burned to ashes. It seems a lot more honest than dry. Every time he waved the jade mace in his hand, a devil's head shattered and died. And the two arhats, who subdue the dragon and subdue the tiger, only rely on a pair of fleshy palms. During the wave, a famous demon apprentice had his head smashed and went to see the demon ancestor. Black and white are impermanent, and every time they wave the dark chain, they take away the soul of a demon. Make the demons tremble with fear. Fear of black and white impermanence is like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. Mana collided with each other, exploded in the air, and flashes of lightning like light kept flashing. All the houses within a radius of dozens of miles with the observation deck as the center turned into rubble without any accident. The people, the low-level monks, fled in all directions. The rest of the more courageous monks did not leave the vicinity of the observation deck, but watched from a distance. At the same time, he was sweating for Xuanhuan, the young king. "Ah, you can't kill me. I am the guardian of the ebony demon sect. You will, noisy." At this moment, a terrified scream came from the deafening roar. An exasperated voice almost reached everyone's ears at the same time. I saw a blood hole the size of a football appeared in the dwarf's chest at this time, running through the front and back, and the dwarf's frightened eyes had begun to spread unwillingly. Until he died, he couldn't understand how the heir of a family in a desolate kingdom could take it like that. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level cultivator in the fairyland. The system will reward the host with 42 million growth points. 3 random draws. There is actually a reward for growth value. Yes, it's been a long time since I have such a cool feeling of earning growth value. Standing in the void, Xuanhuan casually glanced at the dwarf's broken body. Smile slightly, heart is very refreshing. My devils, your leader is dead, you should follow along. Only death can redeem the wrongs you committed to my majesty. After Yuan Hong killed the dwarf, he came to Xuanhuan's side, used his mana, and roared loudly. All the monks present, including the demons, felt a pain in their eardrums. Jingdu looked at Yuan Hong, who was standing in the void with a sullen face in surprise. What, Sun Hufa was killed, how is that possible? It's true, but Protector Sun's aura has really disappeared here. I'm afraid it's more fortunate than for luck. Then what are you waiting for? Run away. Run, are you talking stupidly in your sleep? Look at their vicious expressions, as if they want to let us go? For a time, the fear in the hearts of the demons outweighed the contempt. What they saw was not a demonized new country, but a lion that had just woken up. This lion can't be provoked. Kill them all, including Xuanhuan, and leave none of them. Xuanhuan said in a high voice with no expression on his face. Respect. Although the people were scattered all over the void, they all bowed in unison at this time and replied. It was so uniform, so imposing, that everyone present, including those cultivators who were watching the fun, were shocked. And Xuanhuan's power has risen unprecedentedly. And Xuanhuan is like a god, standing proudly in the void. It makes people feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Hey, this villain is actually provoking himself, it's really daring. Xuanhuan suddenly felt a knife-like gaze watching him. He turned his head to look, but Xuanhuan in a black and purple robe was staring at him. At this time, Xuanhuan no longer looked like a handsome young man. At this time, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were blood red, but his face was pale and bloodless. His 2 fingers turned black and purple, and he had turned into a complete devil. Xuanhuan, if you dare to spoil my good deeds, I will make you doomed forever. Xuanhuan's voice was shrill, like an evil ghost, rushing towards Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan snorted, picked up the heaven-shaking spear, and walked towards Xuanhuan, who was flying in. At the same time, the 72 earth demons, combined with the overlords' spear technique, swept away like lightning. The 2 were not far from each other, and they flew towards each other again. Xuanhuan only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and the next moment, a silver spear tip with cold air appeared in front of him. The great movement of heaven and earth, the 6-vein Excalibur, and the zombie fist, one after another. It instantly doubled his lethality several times. Xuanhuan, who had never seen such a powerful move before, was pierced. through his chest by Xuanhuan before he could even react. The 5 internal organs were looming, and blood splashed, making Xuanhuan's face full of astonishment. How is that possible, you? How the hell did you do it? You shouldn't be so strong. It's not true. Xuanhuan murmured, his words were full of disbelief. From the beginning to the end, Xuanhuan was just that little baby who only knew how to cry all day long in his heart. One waste. Even if there are many strong people around. He also did not take Xuanhuan in his eyes. I think this little brother of my own is just out of luck. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. It's just that at this time, this younger brother, who was regarded as a waste by himself, was abandoned in one move. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken. How can someone as short-sighted as you know how powerful I am? Xuanhuan slowly turned around and said coldly. With a thud, Xuanhuan swallowed his last breath unwillingly, and fell from the air, with no breath at all. Seeing this scene from a distance, Xuanhuan's face darkened, even though his second son was sinful and could not be forgiven. But in the end, he was killed by his own younger brother, which still made him a little unacceptable. Tianwu is a bit too cruel. Xuanhuan is his brother, after all. Patriarch, have you forgotten how Xuanhuan treats the Xu family? Have you forgotten how the third brother worked hard for the family? To put it bluntly, if the third brother is not very strong, it is not because he has many subordinates. He is the one who died today. And the final result is the beginning of our Xu family's demise. And it's not certain whether you, the head of the family, can survive. Xuanhuan has already been enchanted. Seeing Xuanhuan's appearance, Xuanhuan's pretty face became cold, and she reminded. 9 girls are right, Xuanhuan, don't be a woman's benevolence. This family needs you to be more decisive. Otherwise, the entire clan will fall into the doomsday because of you, thousands of people. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Xu family sighed secretly, and said with a hint of waking up. Boom. What? Boom. What? At this moment, 2 screams came in a row. Immediately after, 2 fragmented figures fell from the air. But it was the other 2 heavenly immortal demon disciples who were killed on the spot. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the monk in the early days of the fairyland. The system will reward the host with 12 million growth points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the monks in the early days of the fairyland. The system will reward the host with 12 million growth points. The growth value is huge. The feeling of mastering everything is so cool. Xuanhuan thought happily. 2 more dead, this time your majesty wins. You're stupid, didn't you see that his majesty has always had a calm face? It shows that he has something in his heart. There is no suspense in this battle. At all. The devils are dying, and the devil ship is shattered. We are victorious. In the distance, the cultivators who were watching the excitement, as the last 2 heavenly immortal realm demons fell, their faces swept away the previous worries, and all showed happy smiles. Ding. Complete the side mission. Xuanhuan's ambition. Mission details. Xuanhuan followed a mysterious strong man to practice outside since he was a child. But he didn't want the other party to be a senior demon. In order to make the demons become the overlords of this world again, the demons dispatched Xuanhuan to return to the clan and seize the throne, thereby controlling the strong men under Xuanhuan. For its own safety and the glory of the family, the host must kill Xuanhuan. and smash the conspiracy of the demons. If the host kills Xuanhuan and smash the conspiracy of the demons, the system will reward the host for a random summon super strong, a chance to selectively summon a super strong. 2 random draws. As Neza smashed the last demon in a circle, Xuanhuan's side won the new country defense battle with a complete victory. However, just before everyone had time to cheer, a scream suddenly sounded from the demon who had been dead for a long time. Immediately afterwards, black lights flew out from the corpses and quickly gathered into the sky. Look, what's that? There seems to be something wrong with those corpses. Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan and others were greatly puzzled, while the cultivators, who were watching the excitement in the distance, were startled by the strange scene in front of them, and their footsteps slowly retreated unconsciously. In an instant, thousands of strands of black light gathered together, forming a slightly old face in the void above everyone's heads. Although this face was a little blurry, the terrifying pressure released made everyone feel an overwhelming pressure. Take everyone by surprise. You wait for the pariahs on the frontier, you have already committed a heinous crime by killing my disciples of the holy cult, and you don't even know it. Did you know it was wrong when the army of the holy cult was overrunning the border? The huge face, at this time, opened a pair of emotionless dark eyes, skipped everyone below, and finally fixed on Xuanhuan before speaking. Damn it! What are you? How can I, Xuanhuan Kingdom, allow your demon sect to dictate? I, Xuanhuan, are the scumbags who killed you. What can I do? If I have the ability, I carry one head on 2 shoulders, who is afraid of whom? Xuanhuan didn't care about the threatening words of this giant face. When he thought about it, the relationship between him and the Ebony Demon sect was endless. Completely opposite. Even if he kneels and licks now, it won't end well in the end. It would die faster that way. Instead of pinning your life and death on others, it is better to seize the present, seize the opportunity, and let yourself grow up quickly. Therefore, Xuanhuan refuted the threat of this giant face without any hesitation. Xuanhuan, you will regret it. The size of the Ebony Demon sect is something you can never imagine. Ding. Trigger the main quest. Ebony Nightmare. Quest details: the Ebony Demon sect has grown to an extremely terrifying height. The current sect leader is unwilling to succumb to the right path. Then he began to erode various forces, and the original Tianwu kingdom also among its annexations. However, the sudden emergence of the host has destroyed the development plan of the Ebony Demon sect. And because the host killed the protector under the right envoy of the Ebony Demon sect, the demon sect hated the host deeply. I wanted to kill the host. Capture the strong under the host for your own use. The leader of the demon sect still has to send strong people to kill the host. If the host can escape the killing of the Ebony Demon cult, and further smash the conspiracy, let its ambition to control the southern region go bankrupt. The system will reward the host for 2 consecutive upgrades. Once a chance to sexually summon a super strong. A chance to selectively summon a super strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. A random lottery. I'm relying on it. The Ebony Demon sect has such a big appetite that he wants to dominate the southern region. Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it. Even without this main quest, I will not agree. Destroy him. No discussion. Xuanhuan thought to himself. A pair of eyes did not leave the giant face for a moment. And with the dark giant face gradually faded, and Xuanhuan's face became more and more determined. Finally, when the last trace of black disappeared, the giant face completely disappeared. We won. We are victorious. Our nascent country is finally seeing light. Long live my king, long live, long live, long live. At this moment, both the monks watching the excitement from a distance and the common people who came to hear the news raised their arms high and cheered. He also bowed to Xuanhuan. Even Su Yun and others in the Su family saluted Xuanhuan without exception. Everyone, please be pacified. I, Xuanhuan, are here to assure everyone that under any circumstances, I will guarantee the safety of my people's lives. Always stand in front of you and protect you from the wind and rain. Your Majesty's words are so touching. We are proud of such a Majesty. Your Majesty, we will always support you. Your Majesty is not a counselor, and you have been condescending. These words can make all people return to their hearts. Xuanhuan's heartfelt remarks instantly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a new level. Cross. Cross. At this moment, a group of soldiers in armor suddenly came forward. They wielded sharp weapons and wore splendid armor. The walk is sonorous and powerful. The whole street was shaking. Where is the army? And there's a flag, let's see what's written on it. Heoshenjun. What is Heoshenjun? You are so stupid. Xuanhuan is of course our Majesty. And this army is your Majesty's army. Our country's army. See the king. Long live my king, long live, long live. All the soldiers knelt down on one knee neatly and bowed to Xuanhuan. The sound of cries shook the entire capital. Such a magnificent scene made everyone open their mouths with incredible expressions on their faces. See your Majesty. Long live my king, long live, long live. Just when Xuanhuan also showed a surprised look, Hong Dequan crossed the soldiers and came to Xuanhuan, and greeted him with excitement. Haha, Hong Dequan, is this the gift you gave to this emperor? Your Majesty is wise. The 400,000 soldiers of the former Tianqian kingdom have already expressed their willingness to defect to His Majesty. 40,000. Xuanhuan's eyes widened suddenly, and by Gan, Jiangxia and others were also taken aback. How long has it been? The entire country's army has been turned against by this guy. A genius that has never been seen before. It seems that those who can defect to His Majesty are not simple people. Yes, I didn't see you wrong. The Emperor will not treat you badly in the future. Believe me. An advertisement slogan by Xuanhuan instantly brought tears to Hong Dequan's eyes. He felt that going to Xuanhuan was the most correct choice in his life. With 400,000 troops defecting, the smile on Xuanhuan's face became even brighter. In addition to the scattered cultivators, the monkey demon, and the Qin army, he has not only a strong individual combat strength, but also a considerable number of troops. In this way, his desire to annex various countries and establish an empire is no longer a flower in the mirror. Everyone, when do you think it's appropriate for me to ascend the throne? That night, after meeting with his father, Su Yun, the ancestors of the Su family, and the elders of the Su Qingfeng clan, Xuanhuan held the first informal court meeting in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where the former Zhou Bishi handled state affairs. The old minister thought that His Majesty should first exterminate the four coveted countries around the new country. Then it is not too late to ascend the throne. Baigan came out more and more at this time. After bowing to Xuanhuan, he said aloud, "Tell me your reasons." Xuanhuan asked calmly. "There are two reasons for this. First, the four countries of Bor, Yulin, Yushi, and Qi have always been a nuisance when the original Tianqian kingdom was not dying. They have always been eyeing the Tianqian kingdom. Your Majesty destroys these four countries, it can play a role in deterring Xiao. Second, these four countries are besieging our country, forming the dilemma of our landlocked country. At the same time, we have to rely on the breath of the four countries to communicate with other countries outside. It is even more detrimental to the development and growth of our new country. If your Majesty destroys the four countries, in short, it will play a decisive role in His Majesty's future grand cause. Baigan speaks eloquently and speaks the truth. Let the strong men nod their heads after listening. Ding. Trigger a side quest. Conquering the Shikoku. Mission details: the country established by the host is extremely special. The Shikoku happens to block the host's great cause of dominating the southern region. For the host's grand cause, the host must include the Shikoku into Hao within the territory of the Kingdom of Heaven. If the host conquers the four kingdoms, the system will reward the host for the chance to randomly summon a super strong chance to selectively summon a super strong a random lottery. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but immediately showed a meaningful smile. What do you think? Xuanhuan did not immediately comment. Instead, the problem was left to the ministers of the Xinhua. Brainstorming, as the so-called three cobblers, top Zhuge Liang. For a king, listening to different opinions helps him to make the most correct judgment. Although he has set his own goals. Attack the four kingdoms. The minister thought that what Mr. Baigan said was absolutely right. The minister Jiangxia agreed. Jiangxia did not contrive at all, but said convincingly. The minister waits for the second opinion. All the strong men also said in unison. In this way, the emperor has decided to conquer the four kingdoms. After all, the dust has settled, the enthronement ceremony will be held. And our new country is called Hao Tianwu. What do you think? I have no opinion, this name is perfect. For the name of the new country, everyone agreed on the name Hao Tianwu. The capital of Qi State. What? Xuanhuan led an army of 400,000 to crush the border? In the hall, Zhao Lingfeng, the king of Qi Kingdom, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, changed dramatically. He jumped up from the dragon chair and looked at the messenger under the steps in horror, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Yes, Your Majesty. When Xuanhuan spoke out, he vowed to destroy the state of Qi. He advised His Majesty not to make senseless resistance, otherwise life would be ruined. Audacious, does he think he is His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire? It is wishful thinking to ask me to surrender. Send the order and mobilize troops and horses quickly. I want Xuanhuan to die tragically in front of my capital. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes flashed fiercely. His face was even more violent. Usually, he bullied others, but now he has been bullied for the first time. How could he not make him angry? Your Majesty, the state capital of Qi is in front of us. We have been on a tear on the way. Basically, we have not encountered any effective obstacles. And we are almost unimpeded. The morning sun just jumped out of the horizon. Under the light of the morning glow, Xuanhuan and the others arrived outside the capital of Qi. However, there were several bright skinheads in Xuanhuan's team. But upon closer inspection, there were 4 or 5 monks wearing cassocks. That's right, these monks were all enshrined by the Buddha and came to join Xuanhuan, one of the 18 arhats who helped Xuanhuan achieve hegemony. The Venerable Bindu Luabara Fallen Pavilion, sitting Dear Arhat, first rank Emperor. The Venerable Kano Jayadakian, Huanchi Luohan, the second rank Emperor level realm. Venerable Nagabharata Rabbit Rahat, first grade Emperor. Venerable Supinta, Tota Luohan, third rank Emperor level realm. Venerable Nuajaluo, sitting Arhat, first grade Emperor. In addition to subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger arhats, Xuanhuan still has a long way to go before conquering the 18 arhats. However, with the arrival of 5 eminent monks, Xuanhuan's high-end combat power has reached the number of his hands. Coupled with the super high-end combat power, Xuanhuan's forces have been squeezed into the list of super forces in the southern region. Tianwu, smash the city gate to me. Xuanhuan sat on the luxurious carriage, looked at the tall city gate in front, and commanded lightly. His self-confidence is now inflated. For the sake of their own career, gods block and kill gods, and demons block and kill demons. All the summoning rites he has now have been accumulated by him. Used to summon legions. He is desperately short of legions now. Because there are so many places he wants to conquer. However, his good luck value has increased a lot in the past few days, and he can already shape a strong man. And he has already thought about the object of shaping. Xuanhuan felt a sense of success when he thought of the horrified expressions of the crowd once it broke out after being systematically shaped. Li Kuei, carrying a double axe, promised and suddenly jumped up. Like a shell. Out of the chamber, it smashed into the city wall thousands of meters away. Soldiers of Qi, your grandfather Tai is here too. Li Kuei shouted, and swung a huge axe like a door to kill at high speed. The soldiers on the wall of Qi State were talking to each other. The expression is relaxed as well. Not the slightest sense of danger was approaching them. But Li Kuei's loud roar made their hearts burst. Before he could react, he heard a loud bang blowing around him. But it was Li Kuei holding a double axe and smashed the city wall that seemed to be made of paper. A city wall hundreds of meters long collapsed directly. And the places that did not collapse were also covered with cracks like spider webs. From a distance, the front wall seemed to have exploded, dust and gravel flying. Unprepared soldiers on the city walls were killed on the spot, buried alive, and countless others. The scene is not ordinary spectacular. Brother Nyo's axe is so terrifying. In this world, who else can match? Xuanhuan looked at the almost abolished city gate in front of him. Even though he was already prepared, he was still stunned by the scene in front of him. After a while, he said with emotion, "Yeah, Tianwu is really the #1 general in the world." Jiang Zia, who was fighting side by side outside Xuanhuan's car, said with admiration. With the establishment of Haotian Kingdom, the two of them, as the first advisors under Xuanhuan, have gradually come together. Whenever we encounter military affairs, we consult with each other. Xuanhuan is also happy to see this happen. The two of them are the heads of civil servants, and this example is still in place. Under the destruction of Li Kuei, the huge and magnificent city wall began to collapse to both sides without limit. In a short while, the whole picture of the entire Qi state capital was completely presented in front of everyone. Sitting on the luxurious cart, looking at the giant city in front of him that is no smaller than the capital of Haotian Kingdom, a deep smile appeared in Su Haotian's eyes. At most, in another day, this place will belong to your majesty. Seeing Su Haotian's smile, Yuan Hong patted his chest and said, Your Majesty, let me take the lead. Carrying the axe, Li Kuei came to Su Haotian's car with murderous aura, and shouted with a loud voice. Pull it down, it's all mine. If you smash it, I have to build it, but I can't. Keep up with your destruction speed. Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, Neza, lead the army. Su Haotian pretended to stare at Li Kuei and said angrily. Subsequently, personnel were assigned. When Li Kuei heard this, he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately thought of something, scratched his dustpan-like head, and smiled embarrassedly. Haha, Tianwu, you should rest. We can do these small jobs. Yang Jian raised his head and laughed, and while speaking, he held a three-pointed knife and flew towards the capital. The other two also laughed loudly, and each led a team to kill them into the city. At this moment, the capital of King Qi was full of nervous and solemn anger. The inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors were filled with soldiers in heavy armor. The people even closed their doors, for fear of hurting their own lives. They don't care too much about who is king, as long as this king can make them live a good life. The king of Qi, Zhao Lingfeng, and a civil and military official were standing nervously in front of the main hall of the palace. On the other hand, Zhao Lingfeng was holding a long black package tightly in his arms. His body was trembling, and his face was also very nervous. It was completely different from the impassioned expression on the previous day. Hey, who is the emperor of Qi country? Stand up for this true monarch, or die. At this moment, an insolent voice came. Immediately afterwards, several figures appeared out of thin air in the void above everyone's heads. One of the young men was handsome in appearance, with a dark purple closed vertical eye in the middle of the tiger's eyes, making this person extremely strange. But it was Erlang Xianxingzhenjuan, and Yang Jian arrived. As for Huang Tianhua and Neza next to him, they both looked at the people below with half-smiles on their faces. Su Haotian is too bullying. In this case, the emperor will fight to his death, and he will also pull you scumbags on the back. Zhao Lingfeng felt the terrifying aura of Yang Jian and the three of them. The heart has sunk infinitely into the bottomless abyss. His face was ashen. Instead of making unnecessary sacrifices, he laughed wildly. Since we can't chat well, let's die together. The main soul of the southern territory is unsealed. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes showed madness, and then he roared and tore apart the black cloth in his arms, revealing a simple dagger full of vicissitudes. At first glance, this short sword feels too old. However, there was a sharp aura overflowing from above, causing several officials of the dynasty who were close to being caught off guard, and being cut to pieces by the spilled sword energy died instantly. The rest of the ministers fled in terror. The place was chaotic. The three of Yang Jian looked solemnly at the short sword in Zhao Lingfeng's arms. There is a bad feeling in my heart. At this moment, Zhao Lingfeng, with a crazy face, chopped off a palm and stuffed it on the short sword. The dagger, which was originally very calm, suddenly trembled without warning. No, that short sword is not a good thing, hurry up, stop it. Yang Jian was the first to find out what was wrong. Reaching out his hand, he shook and grabbed the dagger. Unexpectedly, the dagger just shivered slightly and broke away from Yang Jian's grasp. Haha, it's too late, everything is too late. Come out, the former powerhouse of the southern regions. Zhao Lingfeng laughed wildly, and at the same time, his entire body shrivels at a speed visible to his right eye. Finally, with a touch, it turned into fly ash. Seeing this, Yang Jian greeted Neza, and quickly stepped back together without thinking. At the same time, the three-pointed knife stabbed straight out. When the three-pointed knife extended infinitely and stuck on the short sword. However, not only did the short sword not change, but the three-pointed sword was strongly rebounded. Yang Jian's tiger mouth was shocked with blood, and he quickly stepped back. What it is? As they retreated quickly, the three of them thought about it quickly. Although Zhao Lingfeng disappeared, the crown prince of Qi Kingdom was looking forward to the dagger hanging in the void with full expectation. It's just right that the old guy is gone. After Su Haoyan is killed, the state of Qi will be owned by me. Even Su Haoyan's everything is mine. Who woke up the domain master? An intermittent, as if from a very distant place, came from the dagger. The faces of Yang Jian and the three of them were greatly changed when they stood 1,000 meters away. The whole body seemed to be bound by a mysterious force, unable to move at all. At the same time, Li Kuei, who was bored outside the city to pass the time, suddenly raised his head and looked at the capital. The rest of the powerhouses also looked at the royal capital, their brows furrowed tightly. What happened? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. His strength was low, and he couldn't feel the difference in the capital. That's not right, it shouldn't. How could such a wicked thing exist in such a small country of Qi? Jiang Zia muttered to himself. Let Su Haoyan scratch his head. What's the matter, you say it? Your Majesty, we sensed that something of the most evil appeared in the capital. The most evil thing? According to legend, the reason why there are 4 countries around the original Tianqian kingdom is because long ago, in this vast land, there was once the first genius of the southern territory and the powerhouse, who established the southern territory. The tomb of Nan Badian, known as the Lord of the Domain. In order to keep the tomb of the first domain lord in the southern region from being disturbed by those who came later, the 5 strongest families at that time were specially guarded here. The location of the Tianqian kingdom is where the main tomb is located. The pose exists. The years have passed, and the sea has changed. This place has evolved into what it is now after a long time. Even if people know that there is this history, it is just a legend. It is not taken seriously. At this time, the elder Su Chungfeng, who came with the team, came to Su Haoyan and explained thoughtfully. As you mean, this evil thing may be the soul of the first domain master of the southern region? What nonsense, the southern region has not existed for hundreds of millions of years, but it has been for tens of millions of years. That old guys, will the soul still survive? Su Haoyan is questioning life. For him, what the elder Su Chungfeng said was probably 99.9% moisture. It's basically made up by posterity. Master, I'm afraid that's true. Because the breath from the city is very ancient and powerful. Even Jiu Ling Yuanxing felt very powerful, and his face was extremely solemn. So how strong is this evil thing? The only one who showed excitement among the crowd was Li Kuei, a reckless man. As long as Li Kuei had a zhang, he would not care about anything. Xuanhuan ignored him. Yuan Hong, you take the lead, go take a look first, we will follow later. Xuanhuan ordered. Then, he got off the cart, jumped on the tall horse next to him and rode away. The spirits of the strong men were shocked, and they followed. Yuan Hong turned and disappeared without a trace. Southern region, live forever. At this time, a vast, as if from ancient times, came from the depths of King Qi's capital. Hearing that, Xuanhuan's scalp was numb and upset. Li Kuei, Zhao Yun, Jiuling, let's go first. The rest will lead the army and follow. With the legend of the voice, Xuanhuan became more and more anxious. I can't sit still anymore, I want to rush to the capital as soon as possible. Immediately jumped onto the cloud, and quickly flew to the depths of the capital with the three of them. Although Bai Suzhen's 4 daughters were worried, their strength was too low. Not only would they not be able to help, but would become a burden to Xuanhuan. I don't know since when, even the 9th level kings can't keep up with Xuanhuan's footsteps. As the enemy became stronger and stronger, the king level realm was not enough. At the same time, Xuanhuan and the 4 quickly flew like a collapsed city wall and entered the capital. Those soldiers who were not dead wanted to take up arms and attack. However, before they picked up their weapons, Xuanhuan disappeared from their sight. Make them feel helpless. Soon, Xuanhuan saw the figures of Yuan Hong and Yang Jian. At this time, they were in the encirclement formed by them, and a huge red face was spitting red mist, blocking the magic weapon attack of the 4. Underneath the huge human face, a purple dagger was quietly suspended, exuding purple brilliance, covering the human face. What's this? Xuanhuan asked in shock. Southern region, forever, forever and ever. The huge human face kept repeating this incomprehensible sentence. Nanyu, isn't that the world we live in? He is immortal, isn't it strange? What is this? Do you know the system? Xuanhuan was full of doubts, he secretly asked the system. I am a system, not a know-it-all, nor a god of creation. The system's answer made Xuanhuan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. This guy has also learned to scold people, what a god. Haha, Xuanhuan, you are finished. The soul of the first domain master of the southern region is something you ordinary people can resist. The eldest prince of Qi Kingdom, at this moment, walked out from the side with his arms swaying, and roared with a sullen face. Noisy. Jiu Ling Yuan Xing thought he was annoying, and with a big wave of his hand, he slapped it into flesh. The poor eldest prince went to see the late emperor. Inexplicably before he could dream of being an emperor. Ding. Complete the 15th main quest. Kill the prince. Quest details, the host wants to control the entire Xuanwu continent. The future emperor is the prince of various countries who has now shown his prominence. It will bring endless trouble to the host in the future. The host must remove the stumbling block in the future now. If the host kills the princes of the 100 kingdoms, the system will reward the host for promotion to level 3. It will reward the host with a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A specific lottery chance. Yo, this guy is really begging me to kill him, it's really cool. This face is really the old guy from the first domain master of the southern region? But is this possible? This is too much. At this moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the face, and the 4 people were instantly thrown out. The civil and military officials below, who were still watching the excitement, were buried by the gravel falling from the sky. The entire palace was also turned into ruins by the force of this rush. Even Xuanhuan, who had reached the 3rd rank of the Tianmen realm, shook violently. If it wasn't for Jilingyuanxing's quick eyes and hands, Xuanhuan would have flown out long ago. It's troublesome now. Xuanhuan never thought that the small state of Qi would have such a terrifying backhand. The soul of the first domain lord of the Southern Territory? The most evil thing? Could it be that the first domain lord of the Southern Territory is actually a person of evil? However, just as Xuanhuan was thinking about it, the giant face suddenly shook, and then turned into a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe and a golden crown. But its appearance is ambiguous. Xuanhong, can you defeat him? Xuanhuan approached Xuanhong and asked in a low voice. I'm afraid I'll disappoint your majesty this time. I don't have the confidence to win this thing. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan became nervous. Even the strongest in his hand has no heart to win, so what else can he use to conquer the 4 countries? I am afraid that the road to hegemony has not yet begun, and the future master of the southern region will die here. Who are you? Why are you so weak? Where are the soldiers? Who am I? The soul of the first domain master in the southern domain first glanced at Xuanhuan and others, and then said words that shocked everyone. Xuanhuan was immediately speechless. This guy must have been in a deep sleep for too long and turned into a fool. Hey, how could this be? Why is the luck on your body so strong? No, the compass of fate is also on you. At this moment, the soul of the first domain master of the southern domain fixed his gaze directly on Xuanhuan. Although his face was blurred, it revealed a pair of purple eyes. What's even more bizarre is that its eyes are actually 3 pupils. The 3 pupils are stacked together. It seems that this soul is even more strange. Fate compass? Is he talking about the lucky compass in his body? But that's not right. Isn't that the lucky compass? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Seeing this, Jilingyuanxing, Xuanhong Neza, and others quickly stood in front of Xuanhuan to protect Xuanhuan. The compass of destiny has merged with you, and it is still indistinguishable from each other. How strange. How strange. The first domain master of the southern region ignored Xuanhong's actions. Still staring at Xuanhuan standing there, a thoughtful look appeared in his strange eyes. Uncle, I think you are mistaken, I don't have any destiny compass. Xuanhuan smiled bitterly and explained carefully. Unless you are someone chosen by fate, you will definitely become the master of this world in the future, and only then can you be selected as a fusion object by the compass of fate. And if you don't have one of these 2 points, you will never have the compass of fate. What is the compass of destiny? Don't you know? I don't know what it is, but I know that there is a compass of destiny in your body. And it is 99% compatible with your body. In my memory, you are the most compatible. The soul of the first domain master of the southern domain said here, and suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Xuanhuan, and he was close to him. The sudden change made Xuanhuan extremely depressed and at the same time a little overwhelmed. Since his debut, he has never had the experience of being bullied around him. And it was done by an ancient soul. What the hell do you want to do? If you have something to say, you have to talk about it. Xuanhuan was sweating profusely. The soul of the #1 Lord of the Southern Territories is not mentally ill. Why does he always do things that make people speechless? At this time, the soul of the first domain master of the Southern Domain looked at him again. It made Xuanhuan's scalp numb and his calf cramp instantly. I don't know what I want to do. Who am I? Where do I come from? What do I want to do? But I know that you and I are destined. Because I used to have the compass of destiny. So, little guy, feel free to do what you want. Do it, and I will protect you. At the same time, I hope you will revive my soul as soon as possible. There will be surprises waiting for you. After the soul of the first domain master of the Southern Domain finished leisurely, it disappeared strangely. It didn't show up this time. Is really gone. And the dagger also disappeared. Such strange things made Xuanhuan and others' heads a little confused, and they couldn't turn around for a while. Just this? Died? Gone? Everyone, you look at me, and I look at you, which is incredible. What is thunder and rain and little rain, and what is shameful? That's it. Xuanhuan was blowing his beard and staring at him. Isn't this playing with people? When you were most desperate, he disappeared first. Unprofessional. Ding. Trigger the main quest. Resurrect the soul of the first powerhouse in the southern region. Because the host accidentally met the remnant soul of the first region lord in the southern region who once carried a lucky compass. This remnant soul enters the host's body and enters a sleeping state. And getting the soul of the first domain master in the southern territory will give the host a huge benefit. If the host resurrects the domain master soul, it will not only make the host's next path smoother, and the system will make the host upgrade to 1 level. The reward is once a chance to shape the strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. Damn it, that guy actually ran into my body. Is there a mistake? Isn't this a sleepover, but my master hasn't agreed yet. It's enough. I said system, do you know where he is in my body? No comment. Why, then you know whether he is loyal or traitor. Can you harm me? What Xuanhuan was most worried about was playing sap. This kind of person is so special that he is not a thing. No comment. Then you know what? Are you an idiot? Xuanhuan was so angry that he almost came out of his mouth. The system only knows that with him, the host will become stronger. That's all. It's all triggered. What else can I do? What is a trigger task? Neza stood beside Xuanhuan and listened to this sentence very clearly. Asked suspiciously. Oh, that's the mission I set for myself. I won't withdraw troops until I conquer all the 4 countries. Xuanhuan secretly screamed that it was dangerous, but fortunately he responded quickly. Your Majesty is really strict with self-discipline. We Tianwu are blessed. Yeah, it was the wisest choice in my life when I came to join His Highness. With such a wise man, do we still need to keep a low profile? Tianwu will be a blockbuster. Xuanhuan's unintentional explanation made the surrounding monks acting as guards feel ups and downs. The voices of admiration for Xuanhuan came one after another. The place was boiling. Such an unexpected result made Xuanhuan stunned at first, but he immediately smiled. Jiang Zia, Baigon and other strong people are full of praise for Xuanhuan. The matter is over. Baigan, Zia, and the aftermath of the Qi kingdom will be left to you. The next target is Yushi kingdom. After a brief period of complacency, Xuanhuan decided to take advantage of the high morale of the army to advance towards Qi's neighbor, Yushi. What? Xuanhuan took Qi in less than a day? This is too fast. The capital of the Xuanwu Empire has just been restored. Once again, he was shocked by Xuanhuan's actions. Situ Shanhong even threw a bowl of bird's nest porridge out. At this moment, he stared at Huan Shaotian with wide eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief. Xuanhuan is really a blockbuster. You were opposed to surrendering Su Haodian at the beginning. Now, what are your thoughts? In the imperial capital, in the Zodiac dynasty, Zishu looked at the other Zodiac signs who were sitting down with a half-smile. It's time to return to your heart. Don't have other unrealistic thoughts. Su Haodian is not something we can fight against. Since you have chosen to go to him, don't be half-hearted. The other forces in the imperial capital are holding emergency meetings at this time. Some were shocked and some were shocked by Xuanhuan's amazing feat, but no matter what the performance is, they all keep the careful thoughts in their hearts. Unprecedented unity and prosperity appeared in the entire imperial capital. This is something Xuanhuan never expected. After Xuanhuan found out, he just smiled and ignored the matter. To tell the truth, he really didn't take the various forces in the imperial capital in his eyes. Even if they really did something unfavorable to him, he could easily eliminate them. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, his horizons will expand infinitely. He basically doesn't care about those big men who were once invincible. But Your Majesty Haodian, the villain Yushi King Tsong Guolin pays tribute to His Majesty. Long live, my emperor, long live, long live. King of Yushi Kingdom, which one did you do? Outside the capital of the King of Yushi, Xuanhuan's army was pressing down on the territory. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, they saw hundreds of people standing respectfully on both sides of the road, led by an old man wearing a purple gold python robe. An uneasy look flickered on his face. The villain knows that you are not your opponent. In order not to let the people of Limin suffer, therefore, I lead the civil and military officials and all the princes to surrender the city to His Majesty Haodian. From now on, I am willing to obey His Majesty Su's orders. The King of Yushi Kingdom, who was wearing a python robe, first sent a crystal green jade seal to Xuanhuan, and then said very respectfully, "You are an old boy who knows each other. Since this is the case, this emperor is not an unfriendly person. Then this emperor will make you the king of Yushi and serve as the governor of Yushi County. As for the other princes, I will follow you." Xuanhuan sat in the convertible car and said solemnly, "Xuanhuan, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, a 17 or 18-year-old youth rushed towards Xuanhuan with murderous aura, with a 3-footed sword in his hand. "Qing'er, that's His Majesty Haodian, don't make trouble, come back quickly. Go away, you immortal, betraying your country and seeking glory, you destroyed the Yushi kingdom. Our ancestors will definitely curse you." As the young man ran towards Xuanhuan, he roared hoarsely, "Qing'er, why don't you understand my painstaking efforts? That's all, since you insist on this, I'll take you as my son." "Hey, Your Majesty Haodian, Qing'er's assassination of the holy car can be punished by death. The crime cannot be punished. The country is gone, but the people are still there. Without one son, there is still a large group I don't have much in the jungle, except for a lot of sons. One less is innocuous. Here, Xuanhuan has already made the decision to sacrifice and save the family. This emperor will never let go of such a rebellious son. King Yushi's decisiveness makes this emperor very impressed. But you will be relieved by your decision. Because you not only saved your own family, it even saved the people of the whole city from fire and water. Ah. Xuanhuan, you must not, Ding. Complete the 16th main mission. Kill the prince. Mission details. The host wants to control the entire Xuanwu continent. And the future emperor is the prince of various countries who has now shown his prominence. It will bring endless trouble to the host in the future. The host must remove the stumbling block in the future now. If the host kills the princes of the 100 kingdoms, the system will reward the host for promotion to level 3. It will reward the host with a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A specific lottery chance. The eldest prince of King Yushi died just like that under Xuanhuan's 6. Vane's divine sword. He died without resentment, because his death brought the lives of hundreds of family members. From today, the Yushi kingdom will be governed by you, the Yushi king. I will send a general to guard this place. Xuanhuan is entrusted by the Yushi king. And hereditary will not replace it. My minister Xuanhuan would like to thank the Emperor Longzhen. In order to thank the emperor for his grace, I present the treasure of the kingdom. Xuanhuan led a family of hundreds of people to kneel in the dust and pay homage to Xuanhuan. At the same time, Xuanhuan held a black cloth wrap above his head. Xuanhuan sat in the cart and gently stroked the package in his hand. At the same time, a strange wave suddenly generated in his body. It faintly echoes the package in his hand. No, to be precise, they should be attracted to each other. And this fluctuation seems to come from the depths of his soul. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his head. Southern region, live forever. It's this thing again. Could it be that this package is another soul of the first domain master of the Southern Territory? Because only in this way can it be explained, the sound that suddenly sounded in the body. It was already half a day since Xuanhuan left the Yushi kingdom. Their next target is Bor, which is adjacent to Yushi. Due to the long distance, the soldiers with low cultivation were tired. Xuanhuan resolutely decided to take a short rest in a small town called Blades Edge on the way to the Bor country, and wait for the spirits to recover before attacking the Bor country. At this time, in an inn in the small town of Blades Edge, Xuanhuan was resting alone in the bedroom. At the same time, he took out the package presented by the king of the Yushi kingdom. After opening it, a somewhat familiar short sword appeared in front of him. Isn't this sword the hiding place of the domain master's soul? As he expected, as soon as he took out the short sword, the soul of the first domain master lurking in his body suddenly appeared, and a pair of dark eyes stared at the short sword. Feeling the violent fluctuations in his soul, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Come out, my soul. Come out, my soul. At this moment, a vast voice came from the domain master's soul. Your Majesty, are you all right? Standing outside the door, Jiuling Yuansheng, who has been acting as a guard, frowned and said quickly. I'm fine, don't worry. Xuanhuan commanded lightly. For the dedicated protection of Jiuling Yuansheng. Xuanhuan was very pleased. Jiuling Yuanxing was one of the first powerhouses to defect to him. And has always considered himself a servant. Usually silent, silently guarding himself. Let other strong people always exist as a shadow. In any case, he will not forget Jiuling. It is only a matter of time to shape the 9 spirits. Who am I? Who are you? So familiar atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, after the dagger trembled for a while, a jet of black smoke suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, an extremely illusory black shadow slowly formed. This black shadow is very similar to the soul of the domain lord, both in appearance and voice. It was almost carved out of a mold. Although up to now, he has not been able to see the appearance of this domain master's soul. However, somewhere, there was a voice telling him that they were alone. This feeling made Xuanhuan very strange. Also very flustered. Do you really have something to do with this first domain master of the southern region? You are me, and I am you. The southern region will live forever. The words of the domain master's soul seemed to have a kind of magical power, which made the newly appearing dark shadow solidify a lot. Also much clearer. You are me, and I am you? The southern region will live forever. The southern region will live forever. Master Soul, you are the Master Soul. The shadow suddenly seemed to think of something, and there was a trembling in his voice. Come on, let's unite as one, only in this way can the southern region endure forever. The sound stopped abruptly. But the next scene made Xuanhuan widen his eyes and open his mouth wide, with an incredible look on his face. In his induction, the newly appeared black shadow floated happily towards the domain master soul. Then he plunged into the body of the domain master's soul. And the two seemed to be merging with each other. No, to be precise, it is the shadow that is trying to integrate into the soul of the domain master. And the soul of the domain master, from beginning to end, did not fluctuate too much. As if everything Sombra did was as it should be, it was a normal thing. This kind of strange soul-melting thing looks unusually slow, but in fact it only took a few breaths. It's all over. After the soul fusion, the somewhat illusory figure of the domain master's soul has solidified a lot, and the originally vague appearance has become a little clearer. At least one pair of eyes has been very clear. Afterwards, the domain master's soul floated towards Xuanhuan and disappeared. Along with it, the dagger disappeared. In the dark, there seems to be something more in Xuanhuan's body. He knew that it was the domain master's soul, but where exactly was it hidden, let alone himself, the system was stunned. Ding! The chance to randomly summon a super strong once a month has come. Does the host summon a super strong now? Or choose to keep it? Just when Xuanhuan was depressed, the system prompt sounded. System, how many times do I have the right to summon now? Xuanhuan frowned slightly and asked secretly. In addition to the one just now, the host now has 4 summoning opportunities. However, there are 5 lottery chances. According to the newly emerging fusion rights of the system, the host can merge 5 lottery draws into one summoning. Plus 4, now the host can completely combine that into an opportunity to summon a super legion. What are you waiting for? Hurry up to fuse, and then summon the super legion. Xuanhuan chose fusion without hesitation. Ding! The system is executing the rite of fusion. Ding! The 5 summons have been merged into an opportunity to selectively summon the super legion. It turns out to be the right to choose. This time, it's luck. It's so beautiful. Ding. The system is calling the Super Legion for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Mu family army from. What's the matter, Mu family army? It's Mu Guiying, the female leader. She's not too tired, pull it down and summon it again. The system is resuming the Super Legion for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 3,000 Yu family army, from The Legend of Yu Fei. Yu's army, that's the trump card of the trump cards. Although there are only 3,000, it has the combat power of an army of 300,000. In the early years of the Southern Song dynasty, Yu Fei led the army against the Jin dynasty. Its backbones were Niu Gao, Dong Xian and other rebels, and later incorporated Yang Mo and other peasant troops, plus Li Bao, Liang Xing, etc. of the Zhongyi society who absorbed Shandong's 2 rivers, and finally merged into a large army. The Yu family army is most famous for the slogan, no house demolition to death, no looting to death of starvation. At that time, the army of the Jin dynasty had a saying about the Yu family army, it is easy to shake the mountain, but difficult to shake the Yu family army. In the last years of the Southern Song dynasty, many soldiers who fought against Jin Ming were descendants of the Yu family army. However, the title of Yu Jijun is only a folk saying, and the official at that time did not recognize it. So how strong is the Yu family army? There is a plot in Jin Yong's novel. After listening to Gui Jing's story about Yu Fei, Genghis Khan kept sighing. I wish I could have been born 100 years earlier to fight against this hero, which shows how good Yu Fei was at that time. On the other hand, the Mongolian army at that time could not face the Jin dynasty army that was about to decline, and it was often difficult to fight, even when the army was absolutely superior. However, in the face of the Jin dynasty army in its heyday, the Yu family army could still win even if they were inferior in strength. Yu family army, Southern Song dynasty Iron Army, an army of 100 victories. General, Yu Fei, 9th rank of honorable realm. Number of legions, 3,000 trump card troops, 3rd grade earth level Tianmen. Level 2nd grade. Legion attributes, mighty and unyielding, go forward bravely. The lowest cultivation base is the 3rd grade of the earth rank. My God. Putting these 3,000 people in any subordinate country under the Xuanhu Empire is a crushing existence. That is to say, if I have the Yu family army, it is equivalent to winning a kingdom. Just thinking about it is exciting. Jiuling, has the person I want arrived? After calming down, Su Haoyan rushed out the door and said, reporting to the master, Lu Bu has been here for a long time. Let him in. As Su Haoyan's status is getting higher and higher, His Own Majesty can already make a super strong person feel awe. This should be the prestige of the Emperor. See Your Majesty. When Lu Bu's handsome figure appeared in front of Su Haoyan, a meaningful smile appeared on Su Haoyan's face. Feng Xian, I ask you, if you were given a chance to become stronger, will you abandon me and go resolutely? Your Majesty, it is Feng Xian's mission to protect you. Under no circumstances will I leave Your Majesty and leave alone. Even if it is a huge temptation. Lu Bu, summoned by Su Haoyan late at night, was puzzled. And Jiao Ling Yuan. Sheng looked at him strangely. There is envy, expectation, and joy. And so on. Take advantage of the opportunity and remember that this is Your Majesty's greatest reward to you. So, don't abandon His Majesty at any time. This is what Jiuling Yuanqing said to him when he was about to come in, to face the Holy Spirit. Although he didn't quite understand this. But the phrase, "Don't abandon your Majesty," did make him serious. Therefore, as soon as Su Haotian's voice fell, Lu Bu replied without hesitation. "I feel very relieved that Feng Xian can treat me like this. So, I will ask you again, are you willing to become stronger?" I do." Lu Bu didn't expect Su Haotian to ask him that, but he immediately thought of something and replied quickly. There was an inexplicable excitement in his heart, so much so that his voice trembled slightly. "Well, so good. I hope Feng Xian won't disappoint this emperor." "System, start to shape, Lu Bu," Su Haotian ordered to himself. At this moment, Lu Bu was surprised to see that a huge black hole suddenly appeared on Su Haotian's head. Before he could react, he was sucked into the black hole by a terrifying suction force. Then, the black hole quickly closed and finally disappeared. "Feng Xian, you must not disappoint me, the 7th rank of the noble level. After the strong shaping of the system, no matter how you want to come to the heavenly fairyland to cultivate, the worst is the peak of the emperor level. It will humiliate Lu Bu's reputation among the people." For a time, Su Haotian was greatly looking forward to how far Lu Bu could go. "Your Majesty, in half a day, we can reach the Black Bear Pass in Boer country." In the early morning of the second day, after a day and a half of rest, the army reached its peak in terms of morale, physical strength, and ambition. So, under Su Haotian's order, the army marched fast and mighty towards the country of Boer. Half a day later, the Su Qingfeng clan elder ran to Su Haotian's cart and bowed to report. Since the elder Su Qingfeng took the position of the elder again, Su Haotian kept him by his side, because the elder Su Qingfeng's ability to handle affairs was strong, he was relieved. "Tell the army, speed up, I have to reach the Black Bear Pass before dark. I think the soldiers don't want to sleep in the wild. If you want to go into the city and get a good night's sleep, just slip." Su Haotian commanded loudly. "Want to enter the city? I'm afraid you don't have that chance." At this moment, a lazy voice entered the ears of everyone. Su Haotian looked in surprise. With the improvement of Su Haotian's status, no one dared to talk to him like this in the Xuanwu Empire. He was very surprised. What kind of ignorant guy came here to spread wildfires? But the sight of the site made his expression even more strange. I saw a group of people suddenly appear on the official road in front of the army. The reason why they are described as piles is that this group of people standing there not only has no image, they are tall, short, fat and thin, but they are also arrogant, blowing beards, staring, arrogant, contemptuous, and other expressions. As if standing in front of them were not the army, but a mob. It is worth mentioning that this group of people is very young, with an average age of about 20 to 40. And it's extremely luxurious. Not like the offspring of ordinary people at all. Rather like an official, a son of an aristocratic family. In front of this group of people, 3 people stood with golden swords. The 3 of them had a strange aura, and with Su Haotian's cultivation, they couldn't see through them at all. However, judging from the breath they released, these 3 seemed to be on the same level as Yuan Hong. "Your Majesty, the 3 heavenly immortal realm early stagers are nothing to worry about." Yuan Hong attached to Su Haotian's ear and said lightly. Seeing this, the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched slightly. But he didn't speak. With his current status, these little things don't need him to go out in person at all, and the people under him will do it. Hey, I said, what are you doing? Don't you know this is His Majesty Haoyan's army? The leading general didn't dismount at all, and pointed at a bunch of people in front of him with a big knife, and roared majestically. You are not qualified to talk to us, even that Xuanhuan may not be qualified, so let Xuanhuan come here, or you will die on the spot. A second-rate man walked out of the crowd. He walked towards the station, carelessly, squinted at the general with the big sword, and said contemptuously, Fuck, where did you come from, Irby? Come here to be blind? Do you want to die, or do you want to die? Xuanhuan wanted to complete the task of conquering the 4 countries as soon as possible, to free up time to unify the Xuanwu Empire. But this group of turtle grandchildren actually blocked the way, so how could he bear it? Xuanhuan, who are you scolding? Do you know who we are? Young master can change his name, sit, or change his surname, so is the first prince of Wanbangwo. How can you be afraid? This person arrogantly reported his name, and he was already imagining Xuanhuan kneeling in front of him. Yo, you are the eldest prince of a country, so what are they? They won't be the same as you, right? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He didn't care at all, the young man's provocative words, because he didn't need to know the dead at all. See it, the famous Xuanhuan is actually scared. Haha, tell you. Boy, all of us here are the first princes of various countries. I'm waiting for you here today. There is no other purpose, for the purpose is to destroy you, a traitor who has brought disaster to the Xuanwu Empire. If we eliminate you, you will immediately become famous, which is really good. You, Xuanhuan, is very precious now, even more precious than the current saint. Therefore, removing you will not only make your worth skyrocket, but also the country you belong to. They will all be admired. Of course, anyone who sees our group of future kings will be confused. What's more, you are a stunned young man with little world. It doesn't matter, come and kowtow and admit your mistake, maybe we will let your family go. Not sure. An extremely arrogant, sarcastic voice sounded in the crowd. At the same time, a young man with a face like a crown jade and a white-faced scholar stepped out from the crowd with a paper fan in his hand. Langtauking? It hasn't been called that for many years. It's quite new. Oh. By the way, how many people have you come here this time? Isn't this a mission for me? Before I bothered them, they came first. This person, luck is here, and I can't stop it. Why are you really scared? Hey, it's okay to tell you, let's not talk about dispatching the nest this time, it's almost the same. Except for the few people who were killed by you. All the princes of the other kingdoms are present. Anyway, the pomp is enough. Boy, you are the first person in the history of our Xuanwu Empire to be killed by a prince of the entire empire, so just have fun. Since it's all here, then I'm relieved. Ha ha ha, fellow eldest princes, I don't know if you've heard a sentence, it's called death if you don't die. What is death? It's called death. I said, guys, go ahead and kill them all. Order. The group has endured for a long time. But they didn't open their mouths to fight. Xuanhuan's performance today made them a little uncertain, and they didn't know why they were talking so much with these garbage. However, they would never have thought that Xuanhuan was spending these words because of the task of killing the prince. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have greeted him long ago. Hee, did you hear that? Xuanhuan dared to fight back. He really thought he was the king of a country. 3 seniors, take action. Remember, Xuanhuan keeps it for us to kill. Hey, the 3 of us came here on orders to do this. As for the leader, of course, it's up to the son of Lai to deal with. After Yuan Hong, Li Kuei, Zhao Yun and other strong men heard Su Hao's order. They went straight to the opposite side. There is no doubt that the 3 of Yuan Hong have picked the 3 with the highest cultivation base. The rest of the powerhouses did smirk and went straight to the pile of princes. What? Xuanhuan, you are bold, you cannot kill us, you are playing with fire. What? Xuanhuan, let me tell you, we are delicate princes and future kings, please. Don't mess around. What? Following Xuanhuan's order, the powerhouses jumped out like tigers, causing the bunch of princes on the opposite side, who didn't know the heights of the sky at all, to run around like ants on a hot pot. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. Broken arms, broken legs, mixed with the screams of the princes, can be heard everywhere. Ding. The system prompts, Lu Bu has been shaped by the system. May I ask if the host will release it? At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly resounded in his mind, making Xuanhuan's eyes light up. Don't worry, call up his personal attribute list and take a look. Real name, Lu Bu. Aliases, Flying General, Lu Wenho. Font size, Fengxian. Period, Eastern Han Dynasty. Race, Han Chinese. Birthplace, Jiuyuan County, Wuyuan County. Died, 198 AD. Magical powers, picking the country in a square inch. Technique, square inch magic. Rank, late heavenly wonderland. Magic weapon, Fong Tian Hua Ji. Loyalty, 100/100. I'm going to stop it. Just explode the watch. In the late stage of Tianxianjing, I became the first of all the powerhouses. It's amazing, it's amazing. This is done. With Fengxian's shock, who else will not accept it? Or that. In other words, if you don't accept it, hit him to accept it. Release Lu Bu. Xuanhuan happily ordered the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing one in the early days of Heavenly Wonderland. Specially rewarded with 12 million growth points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing one in the early days of Heavenly Wonderland. Specially rewarded with 12 million growth points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing one in the early days of Heavenly Wonderland. Specially rewarded with 12 million growth points. Almost at the same time, 3 system prompts sounded. Xuanhuan couldn't help but be stunned. I thought, Yuan Hong and the others are too fast. However, after thinking about it again, with Yuan Hong and the 3 of them, it would not be difficult to quickly kill the 3 early heavenly immortal realm cultivators. My heart was relieved. After Yuan Hong and the 3 killed their opponents, they looked at each other and walked towards Xuanhuan. However, at this moment, an astonishing pressure came from behind Xuanhuan. The faces of the 3 of them changed dramatically, and they were about to take measures, but at this moment, Lu Bu's tall, burly figure turned out from behind Xuanhuan. Then he looked at the 3 of them with the loneliness of a master. Early this morning, Lu Bu suddenly disappeared, which made everyone feel strange. However, when they thought about what the three of them had experienced, the three of them understood. But seeing Lu Bu in front of them, the three were shocked. At the same time, he secretly stunned at Xuanhuan's methods. Admired in my heart. Ding. Complete the main quest. Kill the prince. Quest details: the host wants to control the entire Xuanwu continent. And the future emperor is the prince of various countries who has now shown his prominence. It will bring endless trouble to the host in the future. The host must now, to eradicate the stumbling block in the future. If the host kills the prince of 100 kingdoms, the system will reward the host for promotion to level 3. It will reward a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A designated lottery chance. This group of gadgets, what a mess, it's over so soon. It's okay, so, my mission is finally completed. Boom. 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 At this moment, Xuanhuan's body suddenly heard 3 loud noises in a row. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying aura overflowed from Xuanhuan. Let the powerhouses who completed the battle show their shock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 4th grade of the Tianmen realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 5th grade of the Tianmen realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th grade Tianmen realm. 3 familiar system prompts sounded one after another, causing Xuanhuan to reveal an unfathomable smile on his face. Let the surrounding powerhouses and soldiers show a deep admiration in the eyes. Xuanhuan has more than one record of advancing in battle. But every time it brings a different feeling to everyone. What did you say? Xuanhuan killed more than 80 princes. It's impossible, Xuanhuan is crazy. Those are more than 80 future kings. Isn't Xuanhuan afraid of offending the public? In the imperial capital, Xuanhuan fiercely stood up from the throne and looked at the messenger in shock. There was already a storm in my heart. But after thinking about it, I was happy again. Isn't it something that he is happy to see come to pass for someone to trouble Xuanhuan? You only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Maybe I can be a Oriole again. Xuanhuan thought crookedly. A strange smile appeared on his face. You are so bold, Xuanhuan, you actually killed my son. You made me lose a good prince, and I want your life. Bastard, how dare you kill my eldest prince? You have eaten the guts of an ambitious leopard, Xuanhuan, I want you to die. Ah, I'm so mad at me, I'm just such a son, I never matter, but to whom will this great inheritance be passed on? Xuanhuan, I hate you. This Xuanhuan is really bold. He actually killed more than 80 princes in one breath. Isn't that looking for death? Xuanhuan is very angry. I think this time he is going to be finished. This may not be the case. If you know that his subordinates are strong like clouds, he may not be afraid of those dozens of countries. Anyway, Xuanhuan is not wise this time. The fact that Xuanhuan killed more than 80 princes was like a hurricane, quickly blowing to every corner of the empire. Let all the monks and the people be in an uproar. Everyone felt that Xuanhuan had a big disaster this time. While pity Xuanhuan, everyone became a bystander. Let's see how Xuanhuan will pass this level and see if he can pass it. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The Wrath of the 100 Nations. Quest. Details, because the host killed the future king of the 100 Kingdoms. The current king of the 100 Kingdoms is furious. If you want to form an alliance, send troops to attack the newly established country by the host. If the host can successfully smash the 100 Nations' allied forces and dampen its spirit, the system will reward the host for the opportunity to summon the super strong. 1 chance to selectively summon the super strong. 1 chance to randomly summon the super strong. 3 random draws. These guys are looking for a back account. 100 countries united to bully me. What a bunch of hypocrites. But I, Xuanhuan, are not afraid of this. The more they are like this, the more they can make me grow up. The sooner. I can't wait for them to find something more. All the soldiers and soldiers set off, and quickly win the country of Boer. For me. Let those poor countries see, I'm not that easy to mess with, my lord. Before sunset, Xuanhuan and his army finally arrived at the Black Bear Pass, the first gate of the Boer country. What followed was not unexpected. Xuanhuan knocked on the Black Bear Gate without much effort. After resting for a night at Black Bear Pass, the army went straight to the capital of Boer. At the same time, in the capital of the Boer country, within the palace, King Ruafing of the Boer country looked at the ministers standing above the court. With a pale face, his lips were purple, his body was trembling, and he didn't know what to do. Emperor, otherwise, let's learn from Yushi, let's surrender. At this moment, a courtier said cautiously. Surrender? Didn't I betray my ancestors? I'm a rebel. Ruafing stood up tremblingly and said in pain. Your Majesty, it is better to die than to live. After all, when you die, you have nothing. The status of the old man is obviously not low, and the other courtiers lowered their heads and dared not breathe, only this old man persuaded earnestly. Could it be that the only way for the widow to surrender is to surrender? You see me joining other countries to fight against Xuanhuan, this is a good way. My Majesty, do you think we are looking for foreign aid now? Is it too late? I'm afraid we will all be wiped out by Xuanhuan before the envoys leave the city. Surrender, at least we can save a life. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? For the sake of me, for the sake of the royal family, to keep the bloodline. In fact, it is for the sake of your own little lives. Sad. Worth mentioning, I don't blame you if my father or mother gets married, and I take care of myself. Uncle Gua, pass the decree for me. Tomorrow, the city gates will be opened. Civil and military officials will all leave the city and prepare to welcome the arrival of His Majesty Xuanhuan. The ministers obey the order. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, monkey heavenly beast bloodline. Lucky level, Tianmen stage 6th grade. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pull. Supernatural powers, zombie fist, great movement of heaven and earth, 6 vein. Excalibur, overlord spear, 10 directions thick earth body, vigorous bull. Body, heavenly thunder transformation, dragon soul transformation, earth demon. 72 techniques. Magic weapon, heaven shaking divine spear, Tianjin upper order. Purple ribbon. Immortal clothes, high grade heaven, 4 swords of Zhuxian, high grade. Heaven, Taishu god armor, artifact. Intelligence, 150. Super powerhouses, by Suzhen, the first rank of the Zun level, Fairy Zixia. The 9th rank of the Zun level, Jiuling Yuansheng, the 3rd rank of the Emperor level, Baigan, the 3rd rank of the King level, Li Kuwei, the early Days of the Fairyland, Zhu Zi, True, 3rd grade Venerable Realm, Huang Feihu. 7 grade King ranking realm, Urge Judge, grade 5 rank respecting realm. Black and White Impermanence, grade 4 rank respecting realm, Fur Clothing. 3rd grade King ranking realm, Hong Dequan, 4th grade Tianmen realm. Zhao Yun, early stage of Heavenly Wonderland. LV Bu, late Heavenly Wonderland, Jin Dasheng, 7th grade of Venerable Realm, 2nd General of Hema, 9th grade of Venerable Realm, Huang Tianhua. 2nd grade of Holy Realm. Fuhu Arhat, 2nd grade Saint Level Realm. Dragon Subduing Arhat, 2nd grade Saint Level Realm. Yuan Hong, middle of Heavenly Wonderland. Yang Jian, 7th grade of the Holy Level, Jiang Taigong, 4th grade of the Noble Level, Duplicate Bird, 9th level of the Noble Level, Tu Xingxuan, the Pinnacle of the Noble Level, Wu Gang, the 9th level of the Noble Level, Yang Ji, the Holy Level 1st grade, Neza, 4th grade of Emperor Level, Yang Xian. 9th grade of Holy Level, Emperor Huaguang, 1st grade of Emperor Level. Emperor Zhenwu, the 9th grade of the Emperor Level, Wu Long, the 4th grade of the Holy Level, Qing Long, the 1st grade of the Emperor Level, Ge Hong, the 1st grade of the Emperor Level, Han Xian, the 7th grade of the Holy Level, Luo Qing, the 9th grade of the Holy Level. The Venerable Bindalubra Fallen Pavilion, Sitting Deer Arhat, 1st rank. Emperor Level State. The Venerable Kano Jayadakian, Huanqi Luohan, the 2nd grade of the Emperor Level. Venerable Nagabarata Rabbit Arhat, 1st rank of Emperor Level. Venerable Supintatoda Luohan, 3 emperors. Venerable Nuajaluo, Sitting Arhat, Imperial Stage 1st grade. Corps, Scattered Repair Corps, Monkey Corps, Qin Army, Yu Family Army. Luck value, 730 million value. Looking at his attribute list, Su Haoyan showed a bright smile on his face. Everything is steadily rising. However, with the improvement of his cultivation base, he is now trying to create a strong man, and he should not even think about it without a billion. Good luck value. Of course, only with hope can you have motivation. With your current status, it seems that it is not difficult to accumulate 1 billion good fortune points. The system will now summon a super strong for me. Let's selectively summon it. First. On the marching road, Su Haoyan sat comfortably in the cart and began to summon the super strong. Now he has 4 major armies in his hands. Moreover, the Qin army had just received news that the 6 places had already returned to the territory of the Haoyan kingdom. At this time, the Qin army was resting in 6 places, waiting for Su Haoyan's next order. Due to multiple considerations, Su Haoyan decided not to retain the summoning right and use it all up. Ding. The system is summoning a super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Changhao, one of the 7 saints of Meishan. From haha, whoever wants to come will come. It seems that this time Meishan Sheng will be gathered together. When the time comes, the 7 brothers will join forces. Who can do anything? The character in the novel Fengshen Romance, one of the 7 monsters of Meishan, is a snake spirit, good at using poisonous smoke to attack the enemy. After being killed by Yang Jian, Jiang Zia named him the Star of the Sword and Anvil. Regarding Changhao's description, there are poems in the novel as proof. The black mist covered the sky and the earth, and the body was like snow. Practicing evil spirits. The divine light is fierce and stubborn, and Jiu and Meishan are the old home. Good guy, as expected of the 7 monsters of Meishan, he is extraordinary. Bring up the list of Changhao's personal attributes. Changhao, from. Race, snake. Divine ability, the original body spit poison gas in the black mist. Original body, white python. Magic weapon, long spear. Exercise, viper python dafa. Rank, 7th grade saint level realm. Loyalty, 77/100. It seems that the cultivation bases of the 7 saints of Meishan are relatively close. In this case, I am shaping, then the monks in the 7 heavens won't run away. At that time, their strength will grow exponentially. Then the reunification of the Xuanwu kingdom will no longer be a distant dream. The system gave me a designated sexual summons to the last daily of Saint Meishan. Ding. The system is summoning the super powerful daily for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning daily. From. Daily, the character in the middle, a dog monster in the 7 sages of Meishan, resisted Zhou Jun together with the other brothers, and made a dog. Treasure in the belly, shaped like a red bead, even Neza couldn't stand it. So Yang Jian sacrificed the howling dog. Bit daily in 1 bite, raised a knife in his hand, and swung it under the horse. Jiangxia conferred a god on Qishan, and named it the Star of Barrenness. Daily. From. Supernatural powers, spit out a red bead, hurt people at 100 paces. Race, dog race. Technique, Tengu divine technique. Rank, 6th grade saint level realm. Loyalty, 92/100. From this, the 7 saints of Meishan gathered together. Just waiting for me to shape the strong again, and shape them all again. At that time, who can stop my footsteps? Your Majesty, we have reached the capital of Bor. However, we have not encountered the slightest resistance. The reason is that the king of Bor led all his subjects to surrender to his Majesty. In other words, we conquered Bor without a single soldier. On this day, Su Haoyan was practicing in the cart when he was interrupted by Gon's voice. Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that his cultivation had improved a lot. In addition, the king of the Bor country presents a treasure of the country. Please take a look at it. Before Su Haoyan could answer, Baigan handed a black brocade box to Su Haoyan. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, and felt a little strange in his body. Without looking at it, Su Haoyan already knew what was inside the brocade box. However, Your Majesty, Qin State, which is adjacent to Bor State, and its neighbors, Wanbang and other 8 countries, formed a coalition, and they have already reached the outside of the city. The 8 power allied forces, I am not the Yuan Minjuan. It's okay, old General Wang Jian is already on his way. Su Haoyan waved his hand and said indifferently. There was great confidence on his face. Your Majesty, they are the 8 power allied forces. The number of troops exceeds 600,000. General Wang Lao has only 300,000 troops. It is very disadvantageous for us when the enemy is hanging over us. It's okay, I have more than this army. Baigan, you'll know when the time comes. Su Haoyan pretended to be mysterious and smiled slightly at Chong Baigan. He began to close his eyes and rest. Baigan didn't know where Su Haoyan's confidence came from. However, out of trust in Su Haoyan, Baigan was relieved. He also didn't know how this trust came about. Xuanhuan, hurry up and let this king get out and die. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the city. To make Su Jiejun on the city wall tremble, it is true that the outside of the city has become a sea of people at this time. The 600,000-8 nation coalition forces pressed the border and surrounded the capital of the Boer country like an iron barrel. Xuanhuan is like a bird in a bird cage, it is impossible to fly away even if he wants to. Your Majesty, this is outrageous. The 8-power allied forces, a 600,000-strong army can crush the city even if it is pressed. Just our strength is not enough for others to plug their teeth. Your Majesty is thinking of a way. Isn't this a dead end? Could it be that God will not destroy our country of Boer? I really hope they can come in. Standing on the city wall, Ruifeng looked at the dense and murderous 8-power allied forces under the city, and his heart was not only filled with brilliance. Xuanhuan took square steps in a leisurely manner and came to the city wall. Step by step. When he saw the scene outside the city, even if he was already mentally prepared, he was not only shocked, but this battle was really against the sky. But when he thought that someone was coming, even if he was a little scared, he disappeared in a flash. Hey, Xuanhuan has the energy for you to come out and kill me. It's not like your arrogant character to be a turtle with a shrunken head. As the so-called enemy meets with special jealousy. Under the city, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe saw Xuanhuan's figure appear on the city wall, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Growled loudly. Looking at it like that, it seems that he wants to tear Xuanhuan apart. What a fool, you have the ability to kill me, you coward. Xuanhuan retorted, and he has never been afraid of anyone. Ah, I'm so pissed off, Xuanhuan comes out to die. I want to massacre the city. This person was obviously anxious by Xuanhuan's weather. He even used mana to transmit the sound. The sound shook the city. It made the people in the city change their faces and worry. For them, it doesn't matter who is the king, the important thing is to survive. If people outside the city slaughtered the city, wouldn't they have no way out? Xuanhuan calmly stared at the almost crazy king under the city. Like a condescending audience watching a clown perform. Hey, whoever dares to hurt my majesty, please pass my Yufei first. Don't be in a hurry, your majesty, the Yu family army is coming. With a loud shout, it suddenly exploded from the back of the 8-power allied forces. The eardrums of everyone on the city wall were sore. This is the case in the city, not to mention the city. Countless people were killed and injured. At the same time, I saw the 8-power allied forces behind. Suddenly the dust was flying, and the momentum was huge as well. As if to pierce the sky. From a distance, a white-robed general led a silvery army that flew out of the dust and smoke menacingly. Leading a general, silver helmet and silver armor, with a majestic and brave face. At this time, he held a silver-white long spear high, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and roared like a bell. The whole army is attacking. And the target is the 8-power allied forces. As soon as the words fell, thousands of troops charged towards the huge 8-power allied forces like a silver wave. Haha, you see, our reinforcements have arrived. Don't look at the fact that there are only 3,000 of them, but each of them is a powerhouse with cultivation above the ground level. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as one enemy 1,000. 8 countries, what's wrong with the coalition, the So-called 600,000 people. It's just a mob. All the powerhouses standing on the city wall, including Lubu, who had become the #1 powerhouse under Xuanhuan, showed an incredible look. Each of them is a person with a cultivation base, and such a distance can't be difficult for them at all. So you can see what's going on in the distance. It was because he saw it so clearly that he was shocked. I couldn't understand. In my heart, where did Xuanhuan recruit such a miraculous army? Although this group of troops numbered only 3,000, they could rival an army of 600,000. Using the army of gods to describe it is more appropriate. This miraculous army is like a tiger rushing into the sheep, making the sheep run wildly. But the 600,000 troops standing together are already very crowded. Dodge. Can't dodge at all. Instead, they stomped on each other. Immediately, the 8 power allied forces formed a film and died in film. It made the marshals of the army terrified. Your Majesty, where did this strange army come from? Why don't Your Majesty recruit them? If Your Majesty gets this army, it will be even more powerful. Li Kuei walked up to the city wall and looked at the battle in the distance with fiery eyes. Said excitedly, Tianwu, there is no need for Your Majesty to surrender, this army is here too. Defect to His Majesty. Your vision will soon become a reality. Haha, that's great. Let me just say, how could such a powerful army let him fall into the arms of another family? In this world, only Our Majesty Xuanhuan can have them. You bastard, why is this mouth like drinking honey? It's too sweet. Xuanhuan glanced back at Li Kuei and scolded with a smile. Hee. Seeing this, Li Kuei scratched his big head like a grinding disc with his big fan-like hand, and laughed smirkly. The system randomly summons super strong for me. There is also a chance to randomly summon a super strong. Take advantage of this moment and use this opportunity. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Teibai Jinxing. From Myths and Legends. Teibai Jinxing, old official, this is the only god in Journey to the West, who has not had a conflict with Sun Wukong. He is not only a good old man, but also when it comes to intelligence, he is not more dry than Jiang Zia. It is true that this powerhouse summoned it. Quite satisfied. Teibai Jinxing is one of the most well-known gods in Chinese folk beliefs and Taoist gods. He has a great influence on ordinary people. Today, people know him as an old man with white hair and a kind expression. He is loyal and kind, and his main position is the special envoy of the Jade Emperor, responsible for conveying various orders, so he is loved by people. In my country's native religion, Taoism, Teibai Jinxing can be said to be one of the core members, and its status is only under the Sanqing, Taisheng, Laojun, Yuanzhi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan. The image is an old fairy with a childish face and a crane hair. He is often ordered by the Jade Emperor to supervise the good and evil of the world, and is known as the Western Patrol. In Chinese classical novels, the legend of Teibai Jinxing appears many times, which shows his popularity. In the popular Journey to the West, Teibai Jinxing is a good old man who has dealt with Sun Wukong many times. Take a look at this old man's attribute list. Teibai Jinxing, from race, Protoss. Position, Western Patrol. Magic weapon, 10,000 silver wire whisks. Cultivation technique, Heaven and Earth Divine Law. Rank, Mid-Sky Wonderland. Loyalty, 91/100. I'm going, and I'll be directly among the top players. And I'm ranked second. As expected of a celebrity by the Jade Emperor's side. The drudgery before and after the run is not in vain. It's not in vain. Haha, the Yu family army is here, please don't make senseless resistance. Hurry up and surrender, or you will be killed. At this moment, the Yu family army led by Yu Fei forcibly divided the army of 600,000 into two sections. The entire area in the middle has been beaten by the Yu family's army. Qin Yu Fei pays respects to His Majesty Xuanhuan. This minister specially led 3,000 iron cavalry to defect to His Majesty today. At this moment, a high-headed horse came under the city wall, and immediately sat a middle-aged general with silver armor and a long spear. This man looks majestic and imposing, and at first glance he is a battle-hardened veteran. Ha ha ha, General Yu, with you and the Yu family army joining in, it's like the emperor has an extra arm. Standing on the city wall, Xuanhuan said loudly to Yu Fei, who was under the city with a smile on his face. It's still the same sentence over and over again, can't your majesty change? If for something new? Li Kuei muttered carefully. Xuanhuan's smile stopped, and he turned back and glared at Li Kuei. Then he faced the city again, smiling the same. Labor and capital have big faces, what's wrong? Your Majesty, when I take down this group of rabble, let's treat it as a welcome gift from Yu Fei. Yu Fei finished speaking, turned around and left. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Wang Jian is here. At this moment, the left flank of the 8-power allied forces suddenly appeared densely packed with soldiers, and they were instantly smashed into pieces by the new army. Haha, which general trained this army to be so fast? I must make friends with you, old Wang. Haha, this old general must be the old general Wang Jian under His Majesty. Under Yu Fei, he will lead the 3,000 Yu family troops to join His Majesty Xuanhuan and help His Majesty accomplish a great cause. Brother's choice is an extremely correct thing. Well, let's clean up these junk first, and then have a long talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Haha, then let's make a decision. The two long-established generals, although a little far apart, but with their cultivation base, it is no problem to talk to each other. These two guys really cherish each other. Xuanhuan smiled and looked at the scene under the city, and his heart was completely relieved. For Xuanhuan, more exchanges between generals are still happy to see it. Xuanhuan, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Xuanhuan, you can't kill us, we are the body of 10,000 gold. We can't be killed. Xuanhuan, let us go quickly, or you will be wiped out. With the addition of the Qin army, the 8-power allied forces, which had already lost their minds, collapsed in an instant. Die to die, escape to escape. What's more, he turned against the water on the spot and surrendered to Xuanhuan. It made the leading 8 kings terrified. They would never have thought that it was a sure thing, but it turned out to be like this in the end. Watching the soldiers around them decrease one by one, the hearts of the kings sank to the bottom. Humph, in your eyes, you are only allowed to kill, but not allowed to resist. That's really outrageous. Remember, the one who killed you was me, Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan snorted heavily, then shook it with his backhand, and the heaven-shaking divine spear appeared in his hand with a flash of silver light. Then, dragging the silver spear, he jumped down to the city and went straight to kill the king of the 8 kingdoms. The next moment, Xuanhuan rushed towards a lone wolf and rushed into the king instantly, killing all directions. Ding! Complete the side quest. The Wrath of the 100 Nations. Quest. Details, because the host killed the future king of the 100 Kingdoms. The current king of the 100 Kingdoms is furious. To form an alliance, send troops to attack the newly established country by the host. If the host can successfully smash the 100 Nations' allied forces and dampen its spirit, the system will reward the host for the opportunity to summon the super strong. 1 chance to selectively summon the super strong. 1 chance to randomly summon the super strong. 3 random draws. The last king died as the last shot was thrown outright. At this time, the system prompt sounded. This is over. What kind of army of 100 countries is a group of rabble? After Xuanhuan muttered a few words to himself, he flew back to the city wall. Tu Xingxuan, Huang Tianhua, Yang Ji, and you will continue to conquer the neighboring countries around Boer with the Su family army. Be sure to return triumphantly before this emperor ascends the throne. In the imperial palace of Boer Kingdom, Xuanhuan was on the throne, and Su Jiejun issued the next order to the 3 of them. The minister waits for orders. The 3 Huang Tianhua happily took orders. As there are more and more strong people around Xuanhuan, those strong men who had defected earlier were so anxious that they always wanted to find an opportunity to prove their worth. Therefore, when the 3 were named by Xuanhuan, let alone the joy in their hearts. Emperor Huaguang, Zhu Zizhen, Jin Dasheng, the 3 of you will immediately accompany the Qin army to conquer other countries. The sooner the better. The minister waits for orders. The 3 also bowed happily and replied. Qiu Bai, second general, black and white impermanence, you stay here temporarily to cooperate with Hong Dequan and completely subdue the Boer country. The rest of the strong accompany me to Yulin country. Conquer the last country. General Yu's Yu family army will go with me. The minister waits for orders. With one order after another, a new journey is about to begin. I said, Yu Lao, where are we going to kill Xuanhuan? We have already traveled for 4 or 5 days. Why don't we take a break? At this time, on the official road leading to the Yulin Kingdom, dozens of people were riding high-headed horses and running forward in the dust. At this moment, on a horse running ahead, a young man said with a bitter expression. On a horse behind him, a woman in a white dress was walking silently. If Xuanhuan did this again at this time, he would definitely recognize this woman. This woman is none other than Xuanhuan, who has disappeared for a while. Take a break, we are about to reach the border of Yulin Kingdom. If we want to kill Xuanhuan, we must rush to Yulin Kingdom. Because Xuanhuan's next target is Yulin Kingdom. A white-haired old man running in front of the boy looked back at the boy viciously and said angrily, if that's the case, then don't rest. Hurry up. As soon as the young man heard this, a strong fierce light appeared in his eyes. And Xuanhuan, who was following behind him, had various emotions, such as worry and struggle in his eyes. Xuanhuan, if you want to become a saint who is above 10 million people, you must cut down the roots of love. And killing Xuanhuan is the only way. So, you don't have the kindness of women. You know, Huizangming Saints the cult is one of the largest sects in the land of falling dragons. Once you become a saint, you can be admired by all people. You have to think about it. In the team, an old man with a high level of cultivation said meaningfully to Xuanhuan with a bitter face. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the woman with deep meaning. Xuanhuan, did I hurt you? But I never imagined that I was in love with you. Could it be my fault? But don't worry, if you die this time, I will also go. With you. Xuanhuan looked melancholy. Before she met Xuanhuan, there was only holy religion in her world, dedicated to the development and growth of the holy religion, to do my best. However, since Xuanhuan broke into her heart has never been calm. Whether traveling or sleeping, Xuanhuan's shadow follows. In the end, it affected the progress of cultivation. Even stagnant. This matter finally caught the attention of the senior leaders of the Holy Church. But the development of things up to now is beyond the imagination of Xuanhuan. So much so that in the end, he couldn't influence the decision of the senior leaders of the holy religion at all. Just like a puppet, at the mercy of others. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The anger of the Tsangming sect. The host will encounter an assassination from the Tsangming sect on the way to the Yulin Kingdom. If the host successfully escapes the opponent's kill, he will be killed. The system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. A random lottery. Yo, isn't this Xuanhuan sect? Why they want to kill themselves, it's really baffling. Simply fed up. But since they are scrambling to send me a task, then I'll take all the bills. I, Xuanhuan, have never been polite to this. The assassination of the Tsangming sect is a bit strange. Xuanhuan thought to himself. What's the matter, who cares about him? The soldiers will block the water and cover up, and I'm afraid of what he will do. However, I don't know what happened to that girl Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, there are experts in the heavenly realm blocking the road ahead. Looking at their posture, it seems that they are coming towards us. On this day, the army was advancing when Lu Bu frowned suddenly and told Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, it's worth mentioning that among the group of people blocking the way, there is an old acquaintance of you. But looking at her situation, it seems that she was coerced. At this time, Yuan Hong came to Xuanhuan with a smile and said, Old acquaintance? Do you know who it is? Xuanhuan, you little bastard, get out of here quickly. Xuanhuan turned his head suspiciously and asked. But at this moment, an angry voice entered his ears. Make him look up. I saw a group of monks in pale yellow robes staring at Xuanhuan and the others with malicious intent on the official road ahead. What surprised Xuanhuan was that the only woman in the group was Xuanhuan. Presumably, the old acquaintance Yuan Hong mentioned earlier should be this woman. Yo, who am I supposed to be? It turned out to be the beauty of Xuanhuan. I don't know which strange wind brought you here. Xuanhuan ignored the voice just now, and whistled at Xuanhuan, then said jokingly. Bold, Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, is the elder sister of my Tsangming holy sect. It's also the future saintess I teach, who is going to take over the position of the leader. You stinky rascal, don't talk about it. Before Xuanhuan could speak, a young man standing beside him roared. First. Don't be so stupid, my majesty is talking to his princess, who cares about you? Believe it or not, I will kill you with one shot. Neza jumped out and pointed at the young man and shouted. At the same time, with a flick of the red tassel spear, a wave of fire rushed towards the opponent. Because the two sides were very close, Neza's shot was lightning fast. The young man's cultivation base was low. He didn't have time to react at all, and was instantly drowned by the waves of fire spewed out by the hanging gun. When Xuanhuan and the others reacted, the young man had turned into a pile of flying ashes. Xuanhuan, are you killing yourself? Xuanhuan was already confused by the scene in front of him. She would never have thought that Xuanhuan would do it when he said he would do it. Courage is not too big. But isn't he afraid of causing big trouble for himself? Will you let me go if I don't kill him? Don't tell me that you are blocking the road to catch up with me. Xuanhuan shook his head indifferently and said indifferently, yes, we are here to kill you. I wanted you to leave this world in a decent manner. And to be open to your family members. After all, our holy religion is not a sect that kills innocent people. However, now the old man has decided. I want you to enjoy all the torture in the world and die slowly. Although this old man looks like a fairy. But at this time, his eyes were full of evil, and he gritted his teeth. It seems that Xuanhuan eats it. No need, First Elder, Xuanhuan, what's wrong with him? It's the disciples' fault. Everything is caused by the disciple. The disciple is willing to apologize with death. I just ask you to spare Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan couldn't hold back his throbbing heart. She found that she really fell in love with Xuanhuan. What a saint, what is above the leader? That's all false. Only true love in this world lasts forever. At this moment, she had to sacrifice herself in exchange for Xuanhuan's life. Xuanhuan must die today. No one can stop me. I want to avenge Fengqin. The old man pushed Xuanhuan away and walked towards Xuanhuan. There seems to be something wrong with the situation. This old man is going to pick up the rhythm. Could it be that the little girl is in love with her? Xuanhuan ignored the angry old man, and he really didn't take it to heart in the middle stage of heavenly wonderland. Instead, he looked at Xuanhuan, who was covering his mouth and crying bitterly with a puzzled face. Xuanhuan, I'm in love with you. Unforgettable love. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan's gaze. The words spoken made everyone present show a clear look. Xuanhuan, it's your right to love me, what is that old guy messing around with? Xuanhuan asked in a warm voice. But I am the future holy virgin of the Zongming holy sect. I am a holy being. Above the sect leader. Marriage is not allowed. Therefore, they want to kill you and cut off my thoughts. That's why today's trip is made. It's all my fault, it's me who hurt you. But don't worry, I'll follow you when you die. I know you hate me. But I'll just follow you. Even if it's a maid, I'm willing. Xuanhuan said emotionally. Silly girl, what to die for? If you want to be with me for a long time, don't say these unlucky words. Because he will die. Xuanhuan pointed at the old man who was about to approach the near future. And said lightly. Fengxian, fuck him. Don't be merciless. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ignored the old man who wanted to kill with his eyes. He strode towards Xuanhuan. Along the way, the monks of the Zongming sect tried to stop them, but they were all killed by Neza Yuan Hong. What? Xuanhuan, you dare to kill me? Boom. When Xuanhuan approached Xuanhuan, the old man's screams came from behind him. He looked at the long spear that had stabbed into his heart in disbelief, and then glanced at Lu Bu, who sneered again and again with difficulty. I was shocked. Even the intestines are regretful. Hey, I knew that Xuanhuan was so defiant, why did I volunteer to swim in this muddy water? I really lost my wife and lost my army. I thought quickly in my mind. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. Dead. Restless. Ah. You, Wu. Wu. Linghu Xuanhuan saw that the old man was assassinated by the opponent without even a single move. The shock in my heart cannot be described in words. She was so shocked that she was about to open her mouth to shout, but her small mouth was blocked by domineering. The next moment, she was completely stunned. Because it was none other than Xuanhuan who blocked her mouth. What's more, Xuanhuan blocked her mouth with his mouth. Mouth to mouth. Isn't that a kiss? Mom, what a shame. So comfortable too. Thus, Linghu Xuanhuan fell. Su Ling, promise me, don't be an enemy of the holy religion unless it is absolutely necessary. Because the holy religion's background is not generally strong. Although your strength is also against the sky. But compared with the holy religion, it is like an ant shaking. Like normal. Half lying in Xuanhuan's arms, Linghu Xuanhuan is happy. She thinks she is the happiest woman in the world. What holy religion, all holy virgins were discarded by her. At this moment, she made the most important decision in her life, to marry Xuanhuan. Be his bride and stay with him forever. Don't worry, little girl. As long as they don't provoke me, I will ignore them. But if they want to die, I won't be soft. You are my woman, and you are no longer a saint. Don't you know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Xuanhuan caressed Linghu Xuanhuan's hair lovingly, and said sternly. Yes, my husband, the slave family obeys. From now on, Xuanhuan is yours. Everything is naturally up to you. Linghu Xuanhuan didn't expect things to end in this way. Not only did she not die for Xuanhuan. Instead, they came together dramatically with Xuanhuan. At this moment, he felt that he was the happiest woman in the world. It's almost the same. Remember that you are my woman now. Without my consent, no one can control you. Including yourself. Do you understand? My beloved concubine. Respect the emperor's holy orders. Although Linghu Xuanhuan still had worries about betraying the holy religion on his face. But when I think about the strength of my man. Just relax. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The anger of the Tsangming sect. Quest details. Because the host smashed the great plan of the Tsangming sect to make Linghu Xuanhuan a holy virgin. The current leader is very angry. He vowed to kill the host to vent his anger. At the same time, the traitor Linghu Xuanhuan will also be executed. If the host successfully avoids the venting of anger from the Tsangming sacred sect. At the same time, it greatly weakens the sect's strength. The system will reward the host a chance to summon a super army. A chance to call a super strong. A random lottery. I found out so soon. My ears are quite smart. But so what, I'm afraid you won't be called Xuanhuan. Just come. I'll take as much as you come. Xuanhuan is enjoying the beauty in his arms. At this time, the system prompt sounded in the brain. Master, unsurprisingly, Yulin Kingdom did not have any resistance, and also surrendered by offering treasures. 3 days later, Xuanhuan was practicing in the cart when the voice of Jiuling Yuanxing came into his ears. Well, leave the treasures behind, and then you go to prepare the palace. I will assign people, and then go home. I will start the enthronement ceremony. Respect, master. Jiuling's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He has been waiting for Xuanhuan to become emperor for a long time. Today, this sentence finally came out of Xuanhuan's mouth. The first domain master of the southern domain, I have now found the fourth subsoul. What should I do next? In the dead of night, Xuanhuan returned to his bedroom after settling in. Linghu Shanlan. Although Xuanhuan wants to eat this chick now. And Linghu Shanlan would not object to Xuanhuan doing so. But a long time ago, he promised by Suzhen that this was the first time he would give it to her. In this way, he could only force himself to suppress something that was about to move, and began to continue to integrate the main soul of the first region of the southern region. Fusion of the main soul is not just for triggering tasks. I also need to verify the benefits in the mouth of the domain master's soul. It is not an exaggeration to describe Xuanhuan at the moment with no benefit. The southern region will live forever. This is my last soul. With him, I can resurrect my soul. The voice of the soul of the first domain master in the southern domain just fell, and then a very familiar scene appeared in front of Xuanhuan again. When all this was over, a stalwart, tall figure appeared in front of Xuanhuan. This is a handsome man with a pair of eyes as deep as the sea. He was wearing a silver-white python robe, a high crown, and walking shoes. The whole person gives an ethereal feeling. At the same time, a world-shattering long sword was quietly suspended beside him, giving this soul a more magical charm. Suddenly, the soul of the first domain master of the southern domain suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Then, while Xuanhuan was stunned, he slowly melted into Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan only felt that his head was about to burst and die. He groaned in pain and fainted. Because of Xuanhuan's previous orders, no one was allowed to enter his bedroom no matter what kind of sound appeared. Therefore, although Jiuling, Yuan Hong and others felt Xuanhuan's pain, they resisted and did not go in. It seems that many years have passed, and it seems to be only a momentary thing. Xuanhuan woke up leisurely. However, the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and looked left and right in disbelief. He found that he was no longer in the royal capital of Yulin Kingdom. Instead, he came to a magnificent palace. What made his scalp numb even more was that he was in a huge hall. A group of people wearing gorgeous robes and official hats are standing out one by one, speaking words that he doesn't quite understand. And the person they spoke to was the soul who claimed to be the soul of the first domain master in the southern territories. At this time, the soul of the first domain master in the southern region was wearing a golden python robe on the high hall, and its majestic appearance made Xuanhuan's eyes bright. However, the next moment, Xuanhuan was surprised to find that he seemed to have become a transparent person, and everyone here was not aware of his existence at all. Only the soul of the first domain master of the southern domain smiled meaningfully at the place where he was standing. Great Emperor, Yu has been subdued by more than half of our southern region. More than 20 regions are struggling. But I believe that Yu will be conquered by the Emperor soon. The southern region will live forever. There are thousands of courtiers standing above the court hall. This deafening Unison cry almost made Su Haoyan collapse. Ha ha ha, Wang Shifeng, after all, you won't be able to live that day. The Southern Territory is bound to perish. The courtiers in the hall were singing their praises, but at this moment, an arrogant voice came in. Immediately afterwards, the huge hall began to shake violently. This is a catastrophe in the southern region. No one in the southern region can escape. I am no exception. You have to remember that one day in the future, a young man who calls himself Su Haoyan will come here. He will lead you to reopen the southern territory. And the southern territory will really last forever. Boom. A loud explosion sounded suddenly. Su Haoyan only felt a bang in his head. And then he lost consciousness. Just when Su Haoyan shocked the hall in front of him, he was stunned. What he didn't notice was that a drop of golden liquid melted into his body in chaos. In a blink of an eye, Su Haoyan woke up again, only to find himself back in the bedroom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of Wanlingu. Demon God. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Haoyan's mind, who was not fully awake. However, as soon as the system's voice fell, he felt an unprecedented surge of power in his body, and began to spread out throughout the body. At the same time, its body surface was suddenly covered by a layer of golden flames. The surging power and the endless pain brought by the golden flame gave him the urge to roar. However, because at this time his consciousness was extremely awake, he knew that he couldn't make a loud noise no matter what. Otherwise, all his secrets will be exposed to the public. Therefore, he gritted his steel teeth and endured it. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 7th grade of the Tianmen realm. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 8th grade of Tianmen. Boom. Su Haoyan's breath soared. Taishan understands the 4th level, and the 5 elements are immortal. Boom. Su Haoyan's breath rose again. The 5th level of Taishan's solution, Zhou Tianxingchen body is complete. Boom. Taishan's solution was successfully completed. It's not over yet. Su Haoyan's breath continued to rise. Boom. 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 Mysterious Yin changes, True Yang changes, God of War changes, Hong Meng changes, Heavenly Demons change, Chaos changes. The 9 transformations of the gods and demons are great. Boom. Just after everything was over, an unfamiliar message suddenly flooded into my mind. Su Haoyan cried out in pain and fainted again. And that layer of golden flame also disappeared out of thin air. Although he felt Su Haoyan's abnormality, and the pressure that spilled out when his cultivation level soared. However, Su Haoyan's order was there, and no one broke into the door. Instead, they all gathered at Su Haoyan's door, staring at each other in a hurry. Your Majesty seems to have broken through a bit terrifying this time. Can there be an accident? Li Kuei said what everyone was thinking at this time. No, Your Majesty is not the kind of impulsive person. If you found something wrong, you would have made a sound. The reason for making such a painful sound is obviously caused by cultivating some kind of secret technique. Don't worry about it. As the person with the highest cultivation level here, Lu Bu said something that made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know what secret technique Your Majesty is practicing. Even I have a feeling of heart palpitations. Your Majesty, I can't see through it. You said, Your Majesty won't be taken away by the demon, right? Wu Gang was even more extreme, and the words he said made everyone roll their eyes. If so many people can still let the demon seize their homes, then they can just find a piece of tofu and kill them. Ding. Complete the main quest. Revive the soul of the #1 powerhouse in the southern region. Because the host accidentally met the remnant soul of the No. One lord of the southern region who once carried a lucky compass. Make this remnant soul enter the host's body and enter a state of sleep. And getting the soul of the first domain master in the southern territory will give the host a huge benefit. If the host resurrects the domain master soul, it will not only make the host's next path smoother, and the system will make the host upgrade to 1 level. The reward is once a chance to shape the strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. Ding. Due to the host's first fusion of mutant blood, the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super strong. A chance to selectively summon a super strong. A chance to draw a random lottery. A selective skill. Inheritance. Ding. Due to the host's achievement of Gu Yi, some functions of the system have been upgraded. Xuanhuan woke up leisurely, and the first sound he heard was the system prompt. And still 3. Endless good news. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Nima. It can be considered that the resurrection is complete. But the labor is exhausted. However, this kind of tiredness is so worth it. And there seem to be some strange things in my mind. There are many secret techniques. Haha. I found a treasure. Cough, forget it for now, go out quickly. If you don't go out by yourself, maybe those guys will break in. Demon, where do you run? Hurry up, no, hurry up and get out of my majesty's body. Su Lang, are you alright? Xuanhuan dragged his tired body to open the bedroom door, but Wu Gang jumped out immediately. Hearing Xuanhuan crying and laughing. Stop screaming, I am me, your majesty. I am not possessed by demons. Don't worry. Xuanhuan saw that everyone including Xuanhuan was guarding the door of his bedroom, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they all gathered around and asked to warm up. Xuanhuan even got into Xuanhuan's arms and refused to leave. There were still 2 strings of tears still hanging on her pretty face. I learned a set of secret techniques by chance, and the noise was a bit loud. It made everyone worry. Xuanhuan told a white lie. As for the resurrection of the soul of the first domain master of the southern region, he did not intend to tell it. Because he had a feeling that this time he really found a treasure. Washing industry golden fire? What, it seems to be very powerful. Xuanhuan completed the task of conquest of the 4 countries. Decided to go home. First establish a country and then send troops to conquer those vassals of the Xuanwu Empire. And then there's the real kingship. On the way back, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan sat in the cart. When he had nothing to do, he began to ponder the new information that appeared in his mind. As for the reward he got this time, he decided to postpone it. The golden fire of washing industry is the most important among the many information, and it is also a technique that he can control so far. System, can you explain to me what this golden fire of washing industry is? However, after the vision just now, the soul of the first domain master seemed To fall into a deep sleep, no matter how he called, there was no response. In desperation, he had to turn to a powerful system. The golden fire of washing industry is a kind of ancient spirit fire, which is extremely powerful. I have to say that the host is really lucky this time, the system said with some emotion. It surprised Xuanhuan. He had a feeling that the system was upgraded again and again. It seems to have a trace of human emotion in it. The golden fire of washing industry, also known as Wanling Dou Yu, exists in the Yushu glazed lamp, showing a golden flame. It is said that this fire has the ability to detect all spirits. It exists in the Jade Su glazed lamp in the Yushu Palace. When Tianwu talked about the scriptures and taught the Dharma, it was used for lighting. The golden fire of washing industry that the host has now has been forged by the first domain master of the southern domain to be extremely pure. It has far exceeded the flame in the Yushu glazed lamp. To a certain extent, this fire has been mutation. One of the most obvious manifestations is the existence of the ancient bloodline. As for other manifestations after the mutation, the host needs to slowly discover. The power of this kind of flame should be good. Otherwise, how could the first domain master of the southern territories list it as the first place in the inheritance? According to the explanation of the system, the power of this golden fire of washing industry seems to be extremely terrifying. If so, I'm really looking forward to it. Gui Emperor Fist, Gui Zhou Tian Divine Palm, Gui Demon Sacred Body. Xuanhuan slowly checked the memory in his mind. The ancient well does not wave on his face, but his heart was gradually replaced by shock. If you come up with any kind of secret technique here, the practice method will make the Xuanwu world crazy. You will also become a target of public criticism. My God, what does it feel like to walk on thin ice? I really got a taste of it this time. In the following time, Xuanhuan checked his personal attribute list. Discover luck levels, intelligence, and more. Slightly increased, not much changed. However, some options were deleted, and Xuanhuan thought it should be his own because of the higher and higher levels. Furthermore, these options are basically useless to Xuanhuan today, so it was deleted. However, there is an extra natal supernatural power, Dou Yu's body of the demon god. Maybe he is already a demon body now. But why didn't he show it? Maybe he is not qualified to become a demon body. Xuanhuan thought for a long time before concluding such a reason that was not a reason. In the following time, Xuanhuan and his party went straight to the original Tianxian kingdom. This time, Xuanhuan got a chance to summon the Super Legion. 3 random summons. 2 selective summoning opportunities. 5 random draws. And there is also a random skill inheritance system. Call me a Super Legion first. Xuanhuan weighed for a moment and decided to summon the Super Legion first, because he desperately needs the army now. Ding. The system begins to summon the Super Legion for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 7,000 Great Han Iron Army led by the flying general Li Guang. From Li Guang's army is so handsome. This time, he made a lot of money. Li Guang, the flying general, is a famous general of the Han dynasty, and his reputation is not as good as that of Yufei. Dehan Taijun, Wei Qing, Hu Xubing, Li Guang, Zhao Chonghua, a series of Splendid names, all make every Chinese fascinated and proud. When the Huns ran rampant in Europe, the 13-nation coalition could not stop them, and the Western Roman Empire quickly perished. Such a powerful army eventually fell under the iron hooves of the Han army. The Han army is an army that brings the barbaric spirit of the nomads and the tactical discipline of the Han people to the extreme. Strict training and excellent generals made this army a powerful fighting force. The Huns are called lightning whips by Europeans, so what if they meet the Han army? I believe they would rather meet the Huns than Wei Qing, Li Guang, and others. The Han dynasty has existed for more than 400 years. Unlike other dynasties, even at the end of its rule, its army still maintained a strong fighting force. This is incomparable to other dynasties. Great Han Iron Army, Western Han Iron Army, the Division of Terror. General, Li Guang, 3rd rank of Holy Level. Number of legions, 7,000 Iron Army. Legion attributes, kill. 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 It's so handsome, with the big Han Taijun, why can't I be worried about my great cause? Su Haoyan's face was calm though. But my heart is excited. Can he be unhappy? With such a powerful army joining in, he can't keep a low profile. System, give me the right to merge and merge into a chance to summon a super legion. Ding. The system is integrating the summoning power for the host. Ding. The system has successfully integrated the summoning power for the host and selectively summoned the Super Legion. It turned out to be a selective summoning of the Super Legion. It's so handsome. Ding. The system is calling the Super Legion for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the gangster in Lingming Mountain from an unknown legend. It can really make trouble. Even the unknown gangsters have come out. I will not be the king of the mountain. The system will resummon the Super Legion. For me. Ding. The system is resummoning the Super Legion for the host. Ding. The system successfully summoned the 7,000 Eastern Jin Beifu army led by Lu Laoji for the host from what the hell? The Beifu army of the Eastern Jin dynasty, this is the elite of the elite, it is amazing. In the early years of Emperor Xiaowu of the Eastern Jin dynasty in China, Xia Xian formed and trained an army. In the second year of Taiyuan, 377, because of the power of the former Qing dynasty, the imperial court issued an imperial edict asking for good generals to rule the north. The court paid tribute to General Xiaxian Jianwu, the prefect of Yenzhou, led the prime minister of Guangling, and oversaw the military forces in the north of the Yangtze River. Xiaxian joined the army with Lu Laoji as his leader, and often led the elites as the vanguard. In the fourth year of Taiyuan, Xiaxian added the governor of Shuzhou to the town of Jinkou. In the Eastern Jin dynasty, Jinkou was called Northern House, so this army was called Beifu soldiers. The Battle of Feishui was one of the most famous battles in ancient Chinese history, in which the lesser was the better. This is an elite team of northern peasants who fled south. Everyone has a bloody feud with the Wu-Hu, and everyone takes it as their responsibility to restore the rivers and mountains. This army includes Xian, the most famous strategist in the Eastern Jin dynasty, and Lu Laoji, the most famous general in the Eastern Jin dynasty. They can be described as the elite of the elite. The ambitious Fu Jian encounters such an opponent, even if there are 8.7 million troops, how can you not be defeated? And these 7,000 Beifu troops are blessed by the system. Strength by Leaps and bounds. Everyone can be 100 enemies. It's really cool. The 7,000 Beifu army has been optimized and blessed by the system. I'm afraid that the general Earth-level realm and even the Tianmen realm monks can't compare. Let's look at the attributes of the Legion first. Eastern Jin Beifu Army, Eastern Jin Xiongshi, Terror Division. General, Lu Laoji, 7th rank of Saint level. Number of legions, 7,000 Eastern Jin Beifu Army, 9th grade of Earth level. Realm 8th grade of King level realm. Legion attributes, go forward bravely. The Legion is temporarily summoned. Next, give me a random lottery. For this lottery draw, Xuanhuan decided to use it up, because there was no lottery draw for a long time. He was interested and decided to try his luck. Ding. The system is randomly drawing a lottery for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the 9 dragons. Supreme Dark Gold Robe. From what? The Jade Emperor's 9 dragons Supreme Dark Gold Robe. The name is too vulgar. Isn't this robe really worn by the Jade Emperor and his old man? Wearing the dark golden robe of the 9 dragons supreme, wearing blue moon boots made of silk on his feet, and wearing an amethyst crown on his head, he looks down on the world, within the universe, and under the whole world. This robe is the imperial robe of the Jade Emperor, an acquired treasure. However, because the host's cultivation base is too low, this robe cannot be recognized as the master. Therefore, the system automatically exists in the lucky space for the host. Only when the host's cultivation base reaches the king level can he recognize the master with blood. However, it does not affect the usual wear. It's really the Jade Emperor's imperial robe, and it's really produced by the system. There is no ordinary quality. Although he can't wear it now, Xuanhuan is not disappointed at all. Instead, it was taken for granted. By the way, system, what does the acquired Lingbao mean? Is it a treasure formed the day after tomorrow? By the way, system, what does the acquired Lingbao mean? Is it a treasure formed the day after tomorrow? The division of treasures in the world of immortality is magic tools, spiritual tools, fairy tools, and divine tools. Acquired Lingbao, acquired treasure, among which there are sacred artifacts, blessed with countless merits. Innate spiritual treasure, innate treasure, chaos spirit treasure, chaos supreme treasure. Under normal circumstances, such treasures have autonomous consciousness. There is no great chance that the imperial envoy cannot. In addition, there are treasures such as foreign treasures and foreign objects in the world. However, because the system does not have a general overview, it is temporarily impossible to give a specific answer. Xuanhuan was stunned. Now that the master can gain knowledge, the system started random inheritance for me. Ding. The system is randomly inheriting for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder attribute spell. The inheritance of the Purple Thunder celestial technique. May I ask if the host will start to inherit this technique now? What a vulgar name, but it seems to be very powerful. Well, let's pass it on. Now. With nothing to do, Xuanhuan decided to start inheriting this thunder attribute practice now. Time to pass the time. The next moment, a familiar scene appeared. Massive amounts of information rushed into his mind at the speed of light. Fortunately, with Xuanhuan's current cultivation and powerful spiritual power, he can still accept this information flow as usual. 3 days later, Xuanhuan and his party finally returned to their own country. It is worth mentioning that, on the way, the Beifu army of the Eastern Jin dynasty and the Iron Army of the Western Han dynasty, successively, joined Su Haoyan's brigade. The addition of the two sturdy and terrifying troops made the accompanying powerhouse more and more loyal to Su Haoyan. What followed was that Su Haoyan's luck value climbed at a high speed, at a geometric speed. The return of Su Haoyan made the whole country of Haoyan boil. What makes people even more crazy is that Su Haoyan moved the imperial decree as soon as he returned to the palace. 3 days later, the founding ceremony of the new country and the enthronement of the new emperor were held. In the spring of 1825, the Xuanwu continent Yuan Lingji, Su Haoyan suddenly emerged and led the army to conquer the four kingdoms. In less than a month, Shikoku was pacified. In addition to the 6 territories in the four kingdoms, the territory of the Haoyan kingdom has been successfully expanded to the size of an empire. It laid a solid foundation for the kingdom to become an empire in the future. Your Majesty, please move to the St. Cloth workshop. The ministers hope to make a royal robe that is unique to His Majesty through the ages. In the newly built palace in the capital, Su Haoyan was chatting while holding Zixua's little hand. Su Haoyan has decided to canonize Bai Suzhen as the queen of Haoyan kingdom, and 4 daughters including Zixia and Linghu Shanlan as the imperial concubine. In this regard, the 5 beautiful beauties have no objection. At this moment, Su Chungfeng, who was named by Su Haoyan as the chief in charge of the palace, came to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and said respectfully to Su Haoyan, "Tomorrow, he will be enthroned as a great treasure and become a generation of emperors. But this guy is surprisingly not in a hurry. If you don't make imperial robes now, what will you wear tomorrow?" "No need, I already have the imperial robe." Su Haoyan waved his hand slightly, and said lightly that he was talking about the 9 Dragons Supreme Dark Golden Robe he had drawn a few days ago, this acquired treasure, the imperial robe once worn by the Jade Emperor. That is an acquired spiritual treasure, which is thousands of times better than the fabric of the mortal world. Although it is still impossible to recognize its blood as the master, it does not prevent him from wearing it. Also, special envoys from more than 60 countries have come to congratulate Haoyan Kingdom on the new establishment and His Majesty's enthronement ceremony. Does His Majesty take time to meet them? No need, I'm too lazy to pay attention to some of the flamboyant guys. However, since they are guests from afar, I will let Jiangxia, Taibai Jinxing, and Baigan come to comfort them instead of me. Su Chungfeng was hesitant to say anything. He wanted to tell Su Haoyan that those special envoys represented dozens of countries. Could they be dissatisfied with this treatment? But on second thought, Haoyan Kingdom now owns the 16 states alone, far beyond the territory of any vassal state of the Xuanwu Empire. Comparable to an empire. With such a huge strength, you really don't need to pay attention to the special envoys of those countries. Then, Your Majesty, is there anything else you need to prepare in advance? Finally, Su Chungfeng asked carefully. As for the status and title of the Su family after the founding of the People's Republic of China, I have decided to enshrine the Su family as the royal family of the Haoyan Kingdom. Hereditary will not replace it. But there is no right to inherit the throne. Only my descendants have the right to inherit. This is the principle. When the time comes, I will be there. It was officially read out in the court. The reason why I told you today is that I want you and my father, the ancestors, to let them know. Let them have a heart. To prepare. Don't be overwhelmed when the time comes. The old minister is here to thank His Majesty Long En. Su Qingfeng did not expect that Su Haoyan would treat the Su family like this. You know, everything now is Su Haoyan's hard work alone. Not only did the Su family not help in any way, on the contrary, they had to rely on Su Haoyan's power to grow to the height they are today. He thought that Su Haoyan was just giving a little reward. Even so, the Su family will not have the slightest complaint. However, now Su Haoyan even personally awarded the Su family to become the royal family of Haoyan Kingdom. The Su family instantly stood at the top of all the clans. And its still unattainable heights. Once the news is made known to the Su family, it will certainly be exciting. As for the right of inheritance, it should be inherited by Su Haoyan's descendants. To Su Haoyan, this is the principle. It doesn't have to be like this, for the elders of the big clan. After all, I was born in the Su family. Although I have become the king of a country now, how can I forget my roots as a human being? The Su family raised me, and now that I am prosperous, it is time to repay the family. Su Haoyan said with some emotion. The news that Su Haoyan is about to become emperor is like a hurricane, ravaging the whole country. Even distant kingdoms know the news. Now, the army of Haoyan Kingdom is still in the conquest of other countries. And here, Su Haoyan threatened to hold the enthronement ceremony. Let all the countries of the Xuanhu Empire be terrified. This Su Haoyan is bold, and it has only been less than a year since his debut even broke into the illustrious name. Now it is replaced by Tianwu. Even the sage of the empire has nothing to do with him. For the sake of their own safety, all countries had no choice but to send special envoys to attend Su Haoyan's enthronement ceremony from thousands of miles away. Haha, great, the new emperor has finally ascended the throne. This means that the promise of a 50% tax cut across the country has been implemented. His Majesty Haoyan is really a wise man. With the arrival of Su Haoyan's ascension to the throne, Su Haoyan's tax reduction policy made people in all cities boil. People's hearts are more unanimous than ever. The sun opened its hazy sleepy eyes, and red lights appeared on the horizon. Then, 10,000 rays of light shot out in an instant, illuminating the vast earth. The birds began to sing, and a new day came. Su Haoyan stood up from the bed, took out the 9 dragons supreme dark gold robe, and asked the maid who was already waiting beside him to put it on for him. Your Majesty, this royal robe of yours is extremely rare. It should be an extraordinary treasure. Su Qingfeng stood outside the door early. Today is a major event in Haoyan Kingdom, and Su Haoyan is the most important thing, so he can't be careless. As the general manager of the palace, he naturally has to take care of it. At this time, Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shenzhener, Shui Miao Miao, and Ling Hushan Lan arrived. As soon as they saw the 9 dragons supreme dark gold robe on Su Haoyan's body, their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The gorgeous, purple gold imperial robe was embroidered with a 9-clawed golden dragon, hovering from bottom to top. An invisible coercion rushed towards the face, making several people slightly startled. Especially when Su Haoyan deliberately did it, this kind of coercion was even more obvious. And Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters are even more beautiful today. 5 women, 5 different temperaments. Gentle, lovely, cool, lovely, charming. It made Su Haoyan look hot in his heart. Su Haoyan restrained his fiery mood, and after finishing dressing, he led the crowd out of the palace. Outside the palace, as soon as the 100 mighty imperial guards saw Xuanhuan's appearance, they all looked serious and knelt down to salute Xuanhuan, "See your majesty." Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied with this, and he stepped onto the golden sedan chair at the gate of the palace. The enthronement ceremony is still located on the observation deck. He is going to announce to the world at Guanxiantai that he, Xuanhuan, has become emperor. It is another purpose for him to hold the enthronement ceremony to become famous in the world. Afterwards, Xuanhuan's golden sedan was in front, followed by 5 red sedan chairs. Under the escort of hundreds of imperial guards, they walked to the viewing platform. In normal times, Xia and Xuanhuan can share a sedan chair. But this time, it is necessary to pay attention to the rules and not to exceed them. Otherwise, Xuanhuan will make the world ridiculed. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting in the sedan chair, full of emotion in his heart. It has been several months since I traveled to this world. Although there is a system that defies the sky, I have to be like the wind and the rain. But he has always lived in fear and fear, for fear that all this is like a dream, and when he wakes up, there will be nothing left. But now the boulder hanging in my heart has finally fallen to the ground. Also established a foundation. At this time, Xuanhuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and even had the urge to hug and cry. If his relatives and friends in his previous life knew about it, they might not believe it at all. As for the previous life, he could only think about it in his mind. A place that is out of reach for me. However, maybe one day in the future, I will go back. At that time, where will I go? The vicissitudes of life, maybe there will be such a day. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with emotion, the sound of the 3-way drum came into his ears, pulling him back to reality. He cheered up and looked out. I saw that under the escort of 100 guards, I had come to the observation deck located in the center of the imperial capital. At this moment, there are already a lot of people in front of the viewing platform. Because the news that Xuanhuan is about to officially ascend to the throne has already been reported to the whole country, the entire empire, and even the entire Xuanwu continent. So at this moment, the place is already full of foreign envoys who came to participate in the enthronement ceremony, the imperial ministers of the imperial capital, and the messengers of other empires. Of course, it also includes the civil and military officials of Tianwu, Legion, etc. Looking up from the bottom of the viewing platform, there are crowds of people, no less than 1 million people. Gives a shocking, spectacular intuitive sense. On the top of the observation deck, stood the ethereal platinum star, the civil servants headed by Baigon and Jiangxia. The military attaches headed by super-powerful people such as Lu Bu, Yuan Hong, and Li Kuei. Arranged in order of high and low cultivation. Facing the old officials of the original Tianqian kingdom, Xuanhuan did not kill them all. Instead, keep using them. Of course, those courtiers who had secretly harmed him have disappeared forever in this world. Welcome your majesty Xuanhuan. At this time, Xuanhuan was seen walking up the stairs. All the civil and military officials bowed and shouted in unison. Welcome your majesty Xuanhuan. The Sanctuary Corps, the Yu family army, the Qin army, the Dahan Iron army, the Eastern Jin Beifu army, and millions of ordinary soldiers knelt down on one knee, shouted in unison, and the sound shook the world. As for the Monkey Corps, which are monsters, they were arranged by Yuan Hong. to stand by in the mountains near the capital. At this time, the monkey face knelt down and roared with a solemn expression. A monster's heart is dead set on a certain person, it is a matter of life and life. Never betray. Welcome your majesty Haotian. Soon, all the people with flat heads, who came to watch the excitement all fell to their knees and shouted in unison. Amid the shouts of millions of people, Su Haotian, wearing the 9 dragons' supreme dark gold robe, led by Suzhen, Zixia, Shenzhener, Shui Miao Miao, and Ling Xuanhuan, to the highest point of the viewing platform. Su Haotian walked upwards slowly. The deep black gold eyes, the handsome and extraordinary face, and the gestures are all showing the natural domineering of the emperor, and it is hard to resist the wild charm. The civil and military officials automatically separated and gave way to Su Haotian. Wherever he went, there would be officials, and the generals knelt down one after another, shouting long live. Su Haotian deliberately slowed down his pace, he wanted to fully enjoy this feeling. Because there is only one such experience in a person's life. Lu Bu, Taibai Jinxing and other superpowers also knelt down to pay their respects. Their loyalty to Su Haotian has reached more than 95. He would not object at all to bowing down to Su Haotian. What's more, if someone as strong as Lu Bu knelt down first, why didn't they kneel down? Sacrifice to heaven. After Su Haotian and Bai Suzhen stood on the viewing platform, the scene gradually became silent. Needle drop is audible. Elder Su Chengfeng was extremely excited today. Because as the general manager of the palace, he was in charge of the founding of the country today, and it was he who presided over the enthronement ceremony. At this time, he used the strength of his life and shouted loudly. As soon as the words fell, the little eunuch who had been waiting by the side for a long time came to Su Haotian with a long incense with the thickness of his thumb and knelt down and presented it to Su Haotian. Afterwards, Su Haotian lit a long incense in the spotlight, during which he read an inscription. Finally, the long incense was inserted into the giant cauldron representing the national security and the people's security. At this point, the sacrificial ceremony is complete. Tell the world. After Su Haotian finished offering sacrifices to heaven, Su Chengfeng took a step forward and loudly announced the start of the second item. What he did to tell the world was that Su Haotian, the emperor of Hao Tianwu, read out the foundation of the establishment of Hao Tianwu. That is the foundation of the nation. The future development direction of Hao Heavenly Kingdom. Of course, there is no need to tell the truth about the direction of the country's development, just point to it. In order to prevent the forces of intention, take advantage of this. Zhen, Su Haotian is from the Su family in Yuzhou. Since childhood, Su Haotian cleared his throat and began to read aloud. I, Su Haotian, announced that from today, Haotian Kingdom will be officially established. Haotian Kingdom will uphold the consciousness of heaven and earth, and I will lead the people to glory and prosperity. We will develop the country into the largest and most powerful country on the Xuanhu continent. I will do my best and die. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. Su Haotian made an impassioned announcement to the world. After the reading was finished, 3 million people at the scene knelt down to the dust and shouted loudly. At this time, Su Haotian, who was immersed in the atmosphere of millions of people kneeling and worshipping, suddenly saw bursts of white fog rising from all sides of the observation deck. And all rushed towards him. Xuanhuan was shocked and looked at the surrounding powerhouses. But what surprised him was that they didn't seem to notice any changes on the observation deck at all. At this moment, the luck in Xuanhuan's body spilled out uncontrollably, instantly merged with those white gases, regardless of each other. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Xuanhuan appeared. I saw that the newly formed gas turned golden yellow after tumbling for a while, and the colors continued to change. Finally, a purple-gold dragon was formed. This giant dragon is dozens of feet long and has 4 claws, and it is still growing under the continuous infusion of white gas. It began to soar upwards from the foot of Xuanhuan. With a silent roar from Yang Tian, he disappeared into Xuanhuan's body and disappeared. Boom! At this moment, Xuanhuan's body transformed again. And he has the legendary dragon energy in his body. This made Xuanhuan shocked, excited, and so on. He took time to check the lucky compass hovering in the back of his mind, and found that the compass had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Whether it is the appearance of the strong men, or the degree of clarity, it's not the same as before. There is also the color of the compass, which has also changed from golden yellow to purple gold. Moreover, the blank area on the outermost periphery of the compass has an indescribable auspiciousness. In short, all the changes are showing that he has earned again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the dragon energy and condensing the 4-clawed golden dragon. Special reward for the host to advance to a small realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 9th grade of the Tianmen realm. 2 consecutive system beeps made Xuanhuan overjoyed. By the way, does the king also have dragon energy protection? In addition to his own luck against the sky, the most important thing for an emperor with dragon energy is to have faith and luck. The host's luck has accumulated over a long period of time, and has reached the standard of condensing dragon energy. Now there are hundreds more. The admiration of thousands of people has accumulated a large amount of belief in a short period of time. Under the blending of the two, the achievement of a dragon with 4 claws and a golden dragon can be said to be a matter of course. The answer given by the system surprised Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, receiving the admiration of thousands of people has such an unexpected effect. From this point of view, he must always be a bright ruler, not a blind one. Otherwise, he will lose his dragon energy and his luck. In the end, it really became a dream of Huang Liang. This is the autumn of 1825 in the Yuanling era. The first Zhou Bai was so weak that it made people's lives difficult. There were complaints from all over the country. His Royal Highness King Chongping made great achievements and saved the people from water and fire, and then he came out on top in the imperial consortium. The first genius of Xuanwu. For the long-term prosperity of the country, always stand proudly and be the leader of the heroes. Now establish the Haotian kingdom. Be enthroned as Emperor Haotian. Self-titled Emperor Haotian. From now on, the Haotian kingdom is officially established, and the annual calendar is 1 year in the Haotian calendar. The Xuanhuan clan shouted in a loud voice. Make everyone who hears their blood boil. Haotian Emperor. Hao Tianwu. Your Majesty Haotian. The common people, monks, generals, and soldiers were all excited. Even the civil and military officials are like this. I have to say, Emperor Haotian, this emperor's name is full of endless domineering Extraordinary. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. Huang Feihu, Yu Fei, Lu Laoji, Li Guang and other leading generals first knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Li Kuwei, Yuan Hong, Taibai Jinxing and other superpowers then shouted. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. Millions of people kept shouting. Make the scene exciting. It made Su Haotian's luck value soar to more than 1 billion. Su Haotian turned around and laughed wildly in the face of millions of worshippers. Ha ha. From now on, he can finally have his own stage. The king of the Haotian kingdom, the emperor. One day, he will turn the king into an emperor, even a holy emperor. Enjoy the worship of tens of billions of people. Trust me, the Haotian kingdom will never stop here. I will make the Haotian kingdom become the Haotian empire, the Haotian dynasty. Even the master of that domain. Su Haotian used his skills and shouted loudly. He wants everyone to know his ambitions so that no one dares to underestimate him. Your Majesty Haotian. Your Majesty Haotian. Your Majesty Haotian. Civil and military officials are boiling, the people are boiling, and the monks are boiling. At this moment, Hao Tianwu is the most eye-catching. In the void, Tu Xuanhuan, the current saint of the Xuanwu Empire, looked at the scene in shock. And the breath that made him palpitate. It made him feel very uncomfortable. A strong sense of powerlessness came over him. Made him a lot older in an instant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the title of Emperor Haotian. The system will reward you with a chance to randomly summon a super army. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. I'm going, there is still such a good thing. I knew it would be a little longer. Maybe there are other rewards. Haha, I congratulate Emperor Haotian on the new emperor's ascension to the throne. At this moment, a figure flew from the void. It was Situ Xuanhuan. His voice was so loud that it instantly drowned out all the cheers present. People looked up at him. Situ Feitian, dressed in a royal robe, strode from the sky. Surprised millions of people present. Who is he, wearing the imperial robe? Could it be the special envoy of that country? Stupid, he is wearing a royal robe, of course he is a certain king. Why not the emperor of the dynasty? You are so stupid, can the emperor of the dynasty come to attend the enthronement ceremony of the king of the vassal state in person? If you drop the price, where will you save face? You really guessed wrong, he is the current emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, and he is here in person. Haha, Xuanwu Xing came to congratulate himself, it really made me very happy. Su Haotian said with a smile on his hands. It's really His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. God, why did he come? Did he come to spoil the scene? It's not His Majesty Haotian's credit that he can make the Emperor up to now. Does he have the qualifications to make a mess? It's amazing, my brother, no, my Majesty, even the Emperor of the dynasty came to congratulate him in person, it's really against the sky. The people, monks, soldiers, and generals talked a lot, and even secretly pointed at Situ Xuanhuan. And those officials were excited. If this matter spreads, it will undoubtedly raise the status of Hao Tianwu in Xuanwu continent. There are no less than 300 dynasties in the Xuanwu continent, and the kingdoms are even more numerous. But there are very few arrogant kingdoms like Hao Tianwu, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as rare. Therefore, after today, Haotian Kingdom will definitely enter the sight of the powerful countries. At this time, Xuanhuan was not affected by the public's comments. He came to Su Haotian and took out a storage bracelet that had already been prepared. In order to congratulate His Majesty Haotian on his enthronement, the emperor specially presented 9 million high-level spiritual stones. The design. Scroll of the transmission black hole. Boom. Everyone present became thirsty. Even Su Haotian stayed for a while. The design scroll of the teleportation black hole was a secret of the dynasty. Because of it, the dynasty can be called a dynasty. It can be said that the teleportation black hole is a symbol of a dynasty. In addition, 9 million high-level spirit stones, this is definitely a huge amount of wealth. Hao Tianwu's annual income is not that much. It seems that Xuanhuan has made a lot of money this time. Its purpose is very simple: befriend Su Haotian. Better to live in peace. He will not conquer Hao Tianwu. Su Haotian also did not touch the Xuanhuan Empire. However, his wishful thinking was doomed to fail, because Su Haotian's goal was the entire Xuanhu continent, an emperor of a dynasty, and he was not in his eyes. However, the dynasty is like a wall, blocking Su Haotian's progress. Therefore, sooner or later Su Haotian will push it down. Haha, thank you, the old man, I am very grateful. Why don't we cook wine and talk about heroes? Su Haotian bowed his hands to Xuanhuan with a smile, but still called himself I. His heart speaks for itself. Let Xuanhuan feel bitter. But he had no choice but to deceive himself and pretend he didn't hear it. Since King Su has such elegance, the widow will accompany him. Lu Bu, take the sage to rest first. Su Haotian turned his head and said to Lu Bu, who was standing on the other side. Lu Bu nodded respectfully, while Xuanhuan's expression changed dramatically. Others don't know who the big man next to him is, but he is like thunder. This is the strongest existence under Su Haotian. In his eyes, his own cultivation is not even an ant. Su Xiaozi is definitely doing it on purpose. He is using Lu Bu to scare himself and make himself not think carefully. However, isn't this a bit unnecessary? Am I so capable? Xuanhuan was a little angry in his heart. But so what, he just wanted to have an attack, but he didn't have the guts. So now I can only pretend to be warm and fake, and leave with a laugh with Lu Bu. Afterwards, Su Haotian followed the rules step by step. Although it is a bit boring in my heart, this is the rule, and any emperor must finish it. In this way, 2 hours have passed. The enthronement ceremony finally came to an end. However, when Su Haotian stepped into the sedan chair, a terrifying pressure came from the air, and at the same time a loud shout sounded, "Where is Su Haotian? Hurry out to receive the order." Su Haotian froze suddenly as he was about to take his seat. What's the situation? Take the order? Which bastard dares to let me take the order? Are you tired of living? With full of anger, Su Haotian got out of the car again. And then looked up to the sky. Look. At the same time, Yuan Hong, Li Kuei, Teibai Jinxing, Zhao Yun and other powerhouses quickly surrounded Su Haotian, watching the sky vigilantly. I saw that in the sky above the capital, 2 mighty men in golden armor were suspended. These 2 extraordinary men were 2.8 meters tall, shoulders over 10 feet wide. And their faces were dignified. Tianwu is extraordinary, although the whole person is just suspended in the air quietly. But there is endless coercion. Overflowing. Make the faces of millions of people below change dramatically. The officials of the dynasty were okay, barely able to keep calm at least. But those flat-headed people were already oppressed by this coercion, and they knelt on the ground and trembled. Midday Wonderland. Both are. The breath is terrifying. Strong enemy. The strong men such as Xuanhuan, who were guarding in front of Xuanhuan, muttered to themselves, their expressions rather solemn. However, although there are two people on the other side, the strong people do not have much worry. Because they have Lu Bu, the late Heavenly Wonderland overhauler sitting in charge. In the later stage of Heavenly Wonderland, all below are ants. This is not covered. The horror of Lu Bu was obvious to all. Who are you? Xuanhuan asked in a deep voice. We are the special envoys of the Saint Court of the Southern region. We came here today to read the imperial edict of the Holy Emperor. Two people in the air, one of them said expressionlessly. Southern Saint Court? Holy Emperor? As soon as the voice fell, the entire Wangdu was gasping for breath. Xuanhuan even showed an incredible look. He has long known in various ways that the Holy Court exists in the four domains. Below the Holy Court is the dynasty, and below the dynasty is the dynasty. The Holy Court is a pyramid in a domain. Is the symbol of supreme power. Just as the highest ruler of the Southern Territory, the power at the top of the pyramid, why did he come to such a small kingdom to read the imperial edict? Could it be that the Holy Emperor sees himself? Xuanhuan thought a little bit of shit. But just when everyone was shocked, one person showed a strange smile and looked at the Holy Court messenger in the sky. He is Situ Shanghong, standing in the palace. At this time, his eyes were filled with a strong gloating color. Others don't know why the special envoy of the Holy Court appeared, but he is very clear. Hey, this time it's almost a surefire situation to see how you little baby can resolve this. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't seem to wake up from the shock, the eyes of the two of them unabashedly showed contempt. Xuanhuan, why don't you kneel down to accept the order? Today is a big day for labor and capital. Are you here to suppress this, Emperor? Of course, Xuanhuan would not know that all kingdoms as a third force must unconditionally obey the highest symbol of power, and no matter what the conditions are, they must pay homage. Swish, swish. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Xuanhuan frowned slightly and knelt down. Even if the tall and mighty image he finally saved up would not break, it would greatly reduce his luck and disappoint the people. Even if he is facing the special envoy of the Holy Court. The common people don't care whether it is difficult or not, their idea is very simple, the hero in their hearts should be invincible and will not bow to any force. But if he doesn't kneel at this time, it means that he doesn't take the Holy Court in his eyes. I am afraid that waiting for him will be endless pursuit and killing, and he will be bruised all over. It also caused the people to suffer. This is good, I also have a dilemma when I am in a dilemma. Xuanhuan was very depressed. You too, today is the ceremony of my emperor's enthronement. Can you say anything now? As for the rule of kneeling and accepting the decree, let's avoid it. Just when Xuanhuan was in a dilemma, Lu Bu, who had already returned to his side, suddenly said calmly. As soon as the words fell, the two special envoys of the Holy Court looked at Lu Bu subconsciously, their dark black pupils shrank suddenly under his Perception, Lu Bu standing there was like a wild beast, exuding monstrous, killing intent. Their backs were cold, their hair stood on end, and they were short of breath. Is Your Excellency Lu Bu LV Fengxian? A special envoy of the Holy Dynasty slowly loosened his clenched fists, and then asked with a frown. Recently, Lu Bu's vicious name has been widely spread. Except for Xuanhuan. He is a man of influence in the entire southern region. Even the far-flung holy quartz are widely circulated. Lu Bu didn't speak, just looked at the two of them indifferently, making their forehead sweat. If that's the case, then this special envoy will read the imperial decree. Here. A special envoy sighed helplessly, then turned his head and said to Xuanhuan. They are proud to be envoys of the Holy Court. But the cruel fact had to let them put down their noble figure and bow their heads to Xuanhuan. From this moment on, Xuanhuan and the Haotian kingdom will be separated from the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu Empire. They will be directly under the jurisdiction of the Holy Court. The status is the same as that of the dynasty. They will be guarded by the Holy Court. Boom. The envoy's voice was loud, making his voice extremely penetrating. Make the whole king boil. What does this guy mean? Why are you so stupid? That's the Holy Court. It's far higher than the dynasty. When he said that, he pushed our country to the status of the dynasty. Haha, we're ahead of the pack. Really, doesn't that mean that Emperor Haotian has become a saint and an imperial emperor? How is this possible? Why didn't he come to extort him, but to win the canonization? This is against the rules. Did the Holy Emperor kick the donkey's head on his old man's head? It's totally unreasonable for a small kingdom to be on an equal footing with me. Xuanhuan, you can do it, you can do it. At this time, Situ Shanghong, who was standing at the door of the inn, had an abnormal expression on his face. His face was purplish red, and the veins on his neck were even bulging. Obviously, he was very angry. As for the special envoy of the Holy Court, whether Xuanhuan was the culprit, only he knew best in his heart. I've been here for a long time to win over him. However, when my wings are not yet full, it is still necessary to find a protective umbrella. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan said with a loud laugh, "Thank you for the love of the Holy Emperor. The Emperor will abide by the imperial decree of the Emperor." Xuanhuan straightened his waist, and said to the special envoy with a fist, "Very well, since that's the case, then ask His Majesty the Emperor to sign the document." The two envoys exchanged glances. All invariably let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to changing our original intention halfway through, otherwise the two of us would have splattered blood on the spot. Don't kill yourself first if you don't get the benefits. I have to say that these two imperial decrees are really necessary. Holy Emperor, his old man was really thoughtful. But when the time comes, the two of you will act according to the circumstances. If there is something wrong, you should stabilize him first. When the old man leaves the customs, the new and old accounts will be settled together. Recalling what the Holy Emperor explained before leaving, the two of them were very fortunate. All right then, follow me back to the palace first. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ignored the two and got into the sedan chair first. When Xuanhuan and the 5 daughters of Bai Suzhen got into the sedan chair, Xuanhuan began to call. System, start calling the Super Legion for me. Today is the day he ascends the throne as emperor, and his luck has reached its peak. It shouldn't be bad luck. Ding. Start randomly summoning Super Legion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 3,000 Great Tang Iron Cavalry led by Li Jing. I rub it, it really hit the big luck. It turned out to be the Great Tang Cavalry, which is quite a famous army. Although there are only 3,000 people. Don't forget, these are all elite soldiers selected by the system. It's not what ordinary soldiers can be compared to. Since the Han Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty has become another peak era of Chinese feudal society, and the Tang Dynasty is now recognized as one of the strongest eras in China. Its army is the Tang Army, which is a mixed army with Han people as the main force and soldiers of various ethnic groups. When it is most powerful, it can reach as far as the Caspian Sea area. How strong is Tang Jun? During the Tang Dynasty, the power of the Turks was no weaker than that of the Huns before. The Han Dynasty fought against the Xiongnu, and after 100 years, they were completely victorious. But the Tang army fought against the Turks, and the world was settled in one battle. At that time, Li Jing attacked Yinshan Mountain at night and captured the Turkic Khans alive. Furthermore, the Tang dynasty was also very strong in opening up and expanding the territory, including Outer Mongolia and the western regions as the territory of China. The Tang army mainly used the cavalry as the main force, and the opponent at that time was also one of the most powerful nations in the world. For example, the Turks that were wiped out at that time later ran rampant in the West and established the Turkish Empire. The Arab Empire spanned the Eurasian continent and stood side by side with the Tang dynasty. It can be seen how powerful the Tang dynasty army was at that time. Moreover, the 3,000 iron cavalry under the command of Li Jing has been systematically strengthened, and each has a cultivation base. With one enemy 1,000 is not a problem. 3,000 Great Tang Iron Cavalry, the Tang Army, the Iron Cavalry. General, Li Jing, 9th grade Saint level realm. Number of legions, 3,000 Iron Cavalry. Legion attributes, trampled by Iron Cavalry, invincible. System, give me a random summon super strong. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Lu Bowen from. It turned out to be this guy. This is a big shot figure among the civil servants. A great civil servant with the same reputation as Zhuge Kongming. During the Three Kingdoms period. Lu Ji, Han nationality, courtesy name Bowen, a native of Nantian Township, Qingtian County, so-called Lu Qingtian, a military strategist, statesman, and writer in the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, the founding father of the Ming dynasty, and the third year of Hongwu in the Ming dynasty. Lu is sincere. In the 9th year of Emperor Wuzong's Jingde posthumous title, he was posthumously named Wenqing, and later generations called him Lu Wenqing and Duke Wenqing. Lu Jitong's classics and history, Xiao Tianwen, and Jing Bingfa, together with Song Lian, Yi Chen, and Zhang Yi, are collectively known as the four famous scholars in Eastern Zhejiang. He assisted Zhu Yuanzhang in completing the emperor's career, founding the Ming dynasty, and trying his best to maintain the stability of the country. Zhu Yuanzhang called Lu Ji my son's house many times. Lu Ji is a famous statesman, thinker and writer in Chinese history. He has deep attainments in politics, military affairs, astronomy, geography, literature, etc., and his works include Yu Li, Fu Kingji, Writing Love, Collection, Li Mei Gong Ji, Spring and Autumn Ming Jing, hundreds of strategies, Spirit of the God of War, and the book Fire Dragon Artifact. Array, a book on ordnance and firearms. Lu Ji, from. Aliases, Lu Bowen. Race, human. Occupation, military strategist, politician, Taoist, writer, etc. Major achievements, founding fathers of the Ming Dynasty. Representative works, Sincerely Beau's works, etc. Noble, sincerity. Posthumous, Grand Master. Posthumous name, Wencheng. Cultivation method, Taishinji divination. Magic weapon, 3-inch incorrupt tongue. Special attributes, strategies and clever calculations can add a certain amount of luck to the host. Level, 9th grade of Tianmen realm. Loyalty, 95/100. TSK, there is even an introduction of special attributes. Could it be that this is a new feature? Leave him alone. But, it's really good, he is full of wings now. One has Jiangxia, Baigan, Teibai Jinxing, plus it can be said that Lu Bowen has a super strong lineup. Wu has Lu Bu, Yuan Hong and a group of experts in the heavenly immortal realm. It can be said that the wind will bring the wind and the rain will rain. He now has an urge to fight against the holy court right now. In this way, a group of people rushed back to the palace. After a busy meal, Su Haoyan sent the 2 special envoys of the holy court and Situ Shanghong, who was still in a daze, away. The 2 special envoys take care of themselves all the way, and the Holy Master should also pay attention to the dragon body. I will send it away soon. Su Haoyan gave each other warmly, but blood was dripping in his heart. Damn it. The holy court is simply robbery, a robber. Although Hao Tianwu has been upgraded to an equal status with the dynasty, sheltered by the holy court. But the annual tribute tax to be paid is ridiculously high, and they are here to shovel the land. A downright vampire. Fortunately, there are 9 million high-level spirit stones given to him by Situ Shanghong, otherwise he will really bleed. However, no matter what, Su Haoyan could only endure it, because Saint Court was indeed the giant of the southern region and the true master of the southern region. Above all powers, even the sovereign of Demon Dao has to give him some face. It's easy to say, thank you Emperor Haoyan. The 2 envoys had already returned to their arrogant, expressionless indifference. It's just that the words have lost their previous domineering. The resentful look in Situ Shanghong's eyes, before he left made Su Haoyan feel a chill when he thought about it now. What look, grumpy woman? Nima, labor and capital are not ducks. That night, Su Haoyan held the first meeting of Hao Tianwu. All the superpowers, legion commanders, Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters, and court officials at all levels were present as non-voting delegates. Su Haoyan arbitrarily divided officials at the meeting. There is no doubt that Lu Bu was named the great general of Shenwei and was ranked as a first rank officer. Yuan Hong, the general of Shenwu, was ranked as a first-rank officer. Li Kuei and Zhao Yun were both ranked first. Yang Jian, in addition, all the superpowers in the emperor level and holy level are all second-rank officers. In this regard, people naturally have no objection. Teibai Jinxing, Jiangxia, Baigan, and Lu Bowen, who came later, were also first-rank officials. Bai Suzhen is the queen. The 4 daughters of Zixia, Shenzhener, Shui, Miao Miao and Linghu Shanlan are the imperial concubine. As for the head coaches of the major legions, they are all second-rank positions and still lead the old division. From now on, all the legions began to clean up the army, preparing to conquer the quartet for the Haotian kingdom. In addition, Su Haotian moved the decree to officially return the territory of the original 4 countries to the name of Haotian Kingdom. In the future, there will be no more of these 4 countries in the world. What surprised him was that after the civil strife in Haifeng Nation, the first thing the new king did after ascending the throne was to lead Haifeng Nation to belong to Haotian Kingdom. Su Haotian heard about this as early as the imperial capital. At that time, this incident surprised him, so that night, he summoned the enlightened new emperor on the court. "I'm going." "Why are you? Aren't you that whistleblower, that Xiao?" Su Haotian was really stunned. The world is simply too small. When he was in the imperial capital, this kid always liked to expose himself. It is true that he is always being played around by himself. Later, because of the rapid development of the situation, I gradually forgot about it when I was busy. "Hey, Your Majesty, Xiao, I am the real prince of the kingdom, just the lowest one. I was originally inspired to be a rice bug in this life. I am quite satisfied with this. But the gods don't want it. My 99 brothers died unexpectedly, and the old guy also died on the woman's belly. There is no way, I can only make do with being the emperor. However, I am well aware of your ability, boss. Sooner or later, you will dominate the southern region. Rather than being ousted by you, boss, I might as well post it myself. At least I have protected the people of the country. Don't you think? Presumptuous, is your name the boss? You want to be called Emperor Haotian." As soon as Xiao's voice fell, Wu Gang quit and immediately scolded. "Retreat, don't be unreasonable. This child can make an exception. It doesn't matter." Su Haotian waved his hand slightly and said noncommittally. He was still somewhat fond of this whistleblower. And looking at his simple and honest smile, Su Haotian couldn't bear to punish him. "He, thank you Your Majesty for your magnanimity. Then, Xiao is here to congratulate the boss that you will be able to expand your territory. Well, this black tiger spirit blood is a gift from your subordinates, and a small gift is not a tribute. Although Xiao is a heartless guy, it does not mean that he is stupid, on the contrary, he is smarter than anyone. He firmly believes that his approach will surely be praised by the people of Haifeng Nation one day in the future." As for why Healy wanted to give away the blood of the monster, he also learned from the side that Su Haotian had inquired about the blood of the monster at various auctions. After doing what he liked, he gave this gift in an ingenious way. Demon blood? Haha, Xiao, you are really careful, your name is Dou Yu. Right? What a special to have such a middle two name. But don't say it, it's pretty arrogant. Su Haotian thought to himself. I named Duan the king of Haifeng, hereditary and irreplaceable, and guarded the Haifeng mansion for me, and the Haifeng mansion was also sheltered by the Haotian Empire. In addition, pay attention to the news of other spiritual blood for me. I will not treat you badly. Chen Haifeng, thank you Emperor Haotian Longen. I obey the order. Xiao's face was full of laughter, seemingly heartless, but in fact his eyes flashed with wisdom. He knew he was right. After the court meeting, Su Haotian took that share of spiritual blood and wanted to find Bai Suzhen, and the 5 daughters of Zixia came to sleep. Together. He's been waiting for a day for a long time. However, he was told that he was not allowed to touch the 5 of them until he broke through the king level. Not even the maids. Why? Xuanhuan had a bitter look on his face, looking at Bai Suzhen and almost roaring and asking. Bai Suzhen smiled brightly and explained, Your Majesty has now removed the door to cultivation, and now is the critical moment. If the true sun leaks, it will cause His Majesty's cultivation to stagnate. Does Your Majesty want to be like LV Bu, Yuan Hong, or do you just talk about this life? Of course, as long as Your Majesty breaks through the king level. Your concubines will be the first to show up, and our sisters will cooperate with you. And when the time comes, I will give Your Majesty a great opportunity. When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately calmed down. Bai Suzhen's loyalty to herself is always at full value, and of course she will not lie to herself. Then it is true. When you become an emperor, you can't stab you. It's really sad. Without being able to say goodbye to his virginity tonight, Xuanhuan had to go to the training room depressed and began to integrate the blood of the black tiger and monster. Tianxian kingdom was replaced by a family member and became the Haoyan Empire. The current sage of the dynasty personally attended the scene to congratulate. The Holy Trinity sealed Hao Tianwu as its affiliated empire, and its status was equal to that of the dynasty. Shelter Hao Tianwu. A series of explosive news spread, which shocked the kingdom to which the Xuanwu Empire belonged, and shocked other neighboring empires. And this incident has been accepted by Qianlong Pavilion as the biggest incident. Nowadays, all the forces in the entire southern region, big and small, are talking about Hao Tianwu. And Xuanhuan and Hao Tianwu became the focus, none of them. Everyone has an incredible feeling in their hearts. And because Hao Tianwu has the protection of the Holy Court, no matter whether it is the right way, the devil's way, or the demon clan, no force dares to move the Hao Tianwu. Time flies by, 10 days rush by. Hao Tianwu can be regarded as officially embarking on the trajectory of a great country. In order to make Haoyan kingdom gain a firm foothold as soon as possible and stabilize the instability caused by the change of flags in China, Xuanhuan decided not to expand outwards for 3 months. The 3,000 Great Tang Iron Cavalry, led by Li Jing, also arrived at the imperial capital 9 days ago to report to Xuanhuan. As a result, the number of legions under Xuanhuan increased again. Since Liu Bowen joined in, he has been hanging out with Baigan, Jiangxia, and Taijingxing every day, talking about the past and the present. In this way, Xuanhuan's team officially has a scale. After self-cultivation and self-cultivation, they will start to conquer the quartet and expand the territory of the Haoyan kingdom. In order to make his country more and more prosperous, Xuanhuan moved out the scientific examination system. The scientific examination system follows the ancient Chinese imperial examination system. Xuanhuan just came up with a framework for what he remembered and asked Liu Bowen and the others to further improve it, and then push it to the whole country. The scientific examination system is to give those talents who are full of justice and revenge a chance to show themselves. Opportunity to serve the country. I have to say that this is a system that all dynasties, kingdoms, and even the Holy Court in the southern region have never seen before. Once launched, it also attracted the attention of all parties. However, this system is not favored by all parties. They all think that this is a child playing a house, and it's just nonsense. What kind of talent can there be in the common people? Just a bunch of straw buns sitting and waiting to die. But for ordinary people, it is great news. With a triancy attitude, people are eager to sign up to participate. For a time, Tianwu began a vigorous scientific examination system. As for the neighboring country, the dynasty said that it was dismissive, but they all sent spies to inquire about the news. In fact, Xuanhuan, a young man, brought them too many surprises. It seems that no matter what Xuanhuan launches, it will be covered with a mysterious color. If such a system is really feasible, they will not be stingy, and will definitely buy it. This is a big matter of strengthening the country and the people. 1 month later, Xuanhuan finally successfully merged the blood of the black tiger. Its surface hasn't changed much though. However, his cultivation in the Tianmen realm has reached the pinnacle. Heaven's Gate realm is complete, only half a step away, you can step into the ranks of the king-level powerhouse. On this day, Xuanhuan called Zhu Zizhen, Jin Dasheng, and Yang Xian into the Shang study room. Xuanhuan's current luck value has reached a terrifying number. There is no problem at all in shaping 3 superpowers in a row. And these 3 people are the objects that he has been thinking about over and over again. That's right, they are all members of the 7 saints of Meishan. He had imagined how spectacular the 7 sages of Meishan became the heavenly immortal monks. This time, he wants to make that wish a reality. Among them, Zhu Zizhen was at the 3rd rank, Jin Dasheng was at the 7th rank, and Yang Xianqing was at the 9th rank. They are all powerful men with great potential. After shaping successfully, the result will surely make you overjoyed. 3. Do you want to compete with your boss? Think. The 3 answered without hesitation. At the same time, everyone's faces were full of excitement. It is no secret that Xuanhuan can shape the strong and make people become super strong overnight. Didn't you see that the 3 of them walked all the way just now, and those strong people were all envious? System, turn on the shaping function, and start shaping Zhu Zizhen, Yang Xian, and Jin Dasheng. Xuanhuan commanded secretly. As soon as the words fell, a huge black hole suddenly appeared on the top of Xuanhuan's head. Afterwards, the black hole quickly disappeared. I hope the 3 of you don't let me down. Xuanhuan smiled and muttered to himself. Your Majesty, Taibai Jinxing has something to report. Early the next morning, the eunuch in the palace knocked on Xuanhuan's bedroom tremblingly, and reported it carefully. Let him in. Xuanhuan wondered in his heart that Taibai Jinxing was not the kind of reckless man who came here at this time, even at the risk of being reprimanded, but also to see himself. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so rash. Your Majesty, I have disturbed your sleep. It's too white to plead guilty. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking to himself, Tai Jinxing walked in with a whisk in hand. It doesn't matter, Tai Bai is so anxious to see me, there must be something in a hurry. Xuanhuan said with a smile. There is no lack of sincerity and trust in the smile, which greatly moved Tai Jinxing. It's like this. The spies just reported that there was a big riot in the Wei Chua country last night. The rebels led by the uncle Li Baiqing have occupied most of the cities in the country. The current king of the Wei Chua country, Zhao Bailin, and the princes and concubines, they were all trapped in the palace by the rebels. They only relied on a mere 5,000 imperial guards to deal with the rebels. As for Queen Li Mei, her son, the fourth prince of the Wei Tua kingdom, had his head cut off. Your Majesty, I feel that this is an opportunity for us, do you see? Taibai Jingxing looked at Su Haoyan with a fiery face. It is indeed an opportunity. As neighbors, of course we have to help this old Zhao head. However, there is no free work in this world, and the wages still have to be counted. What do you think? Su Haoyan said with a look of course. Of course, Hao Tianwu took action to save lives, but the price is innocent and absolutely fair. Taibai Jingxing, who is also an old and cunning appearance, said with a smile. In this way, according to my will, Li Jing's great Tang cavalry rushed to the capital of Weitua to rescue Zhao Bailin. But we must grasp the square inch. In short, leave enough chips for yourself. In addition, the Beifu army of the Eastern Jin dynasty liberates other cities occupied by the rebels. I will be there later. The minister leads the order. Taibai Jingxing agreed and left. Ding. The three of Zhu Zizhen have finished shaping. Does the host decide to release it? At this moment, the system prompt sound echoed in my mind. Don't worry, let's call up their attribute list and take a look. Su Haoyan's face was calm, and the result was already within his prediction. Even if there was a deviation, it would not be too outrageous. Heavenly Wonderland late stage. Midday Wonderland. Early days of Fairyland. It's true, it's all from Heavenly Immortal Realm. What I didn't expect was that Yang Xian could reach the late Heavenly Immortal Realm. I was really surprised. However, Yang Xian already has the cultivation base of the 7th grade holy level, and it is reasonable to be able to reach the late stage of the Heavenly Fairyland through systematic shaping. However, what's the matter with Gene Dashing? Demonic cow? In the column of his race, it is no longer a cow essence, but a demonic cow family. Could it be that Gene Dashing has other identities? System, do you know the origin of the demon cow clan? Su Haoyan had no choice but to ask the system for advice. At the beginning of the opening of heaven and earth, when chaos was divided into two, the great god Pangu felt that there was nothing in the world, and he turned into a prehistoric world. The left eye is the sun, the right eye is the moon, the hair is like stars and dots, blood becomes rivers, lakes and seas. Muscles change thousands of miles of fertile fields. Bones become plants, tendons become roads, teeth become gold and stone. Essence becomes pearls, chi becomes wind and clouds, sound becomes thunder, and sweat becomes rain and dew. And in Pangu, because of the chaos, he was exhausted. But at the moment he fell, 3 clear chi and 12 turbid chi escaped from his body. The 3 paths of Qing Qi ascended into Taisheng Laojun, Yuqing Primordial Venerable, and Shangqing Tong Tian Daoist. The 12 turbid Qi descended and turned into the 12 ancestor witches. In the sun star transformed by Pangu's left eye, Dijun wrapped the innate spiritual treasure river Tulyuoshu was born. Taiyu was born holding the innate treasure chaos clock. Dijun and Tai were once in the Zixiao palace in order to compete for the right to rule the heaven and the earth. In the decisive battle of life and death, both sides used the most powerful moves to divide the entire flood into 9 pieces. After tens of millions of years of evolution, what remained was Dongxing, Shenzhou, Nanzubuzu, Xinyu Hizu, and Beiju Luzhou. The Demon Bull clan was the original ruler of Xinyo Hezhou. He is the ancestor of the Bull Demon clan in the world, born out of the will of heaven and earth. And Gene Dashing has the powerful blood of the ancestor, the first demon cow in the world. In the past, because of insufficient cultivation, I failed to stimulate the blood of the demon cow in the body. The stimulation that is now shaped by the system stimulates success. This powerhouse has unlimited potential. The explanation of the system shocked Xuanhuan so much that he didn't catch his breath for a long time. It is really the origin of this gene dashing is too shocking. In a sense, gene dashing's ancestors were created by the ancestors of the gods, Pangu. This guy is usually very low-key, but he has such an identity. He is really lucky. However, the system says that gene dashing has unlimited potential. That means he can improve infinitely. Then he really found a treasure. Xuanhuan began to look forward to gene dashing. Then, Xuanhuan released the three of them. The huge pressure instantly spilled off from Xuanhuan's bedroom as the center. Surprised and envied the strong patrolling nearby. They all hope that the person who will act recklessly next time is themselves. Your Majesty, we are running out of supplies, and the casualties of the Praetorian Guard are also very serious. If this continues, even if we are not killed by the rebels, we will starve to death. The capital of the kings of Veto, the palace is large. At this time, in the bedroom of King Zhao, a big man in cyan armor hurriedly reported to the old man with snow-white long hair sitting in front of him. Li Dong, let the guards hold on for one more day. Someone will come to rescue us in a day. The old man looked a little tired, but his eyes were clear. Speak clearly and clearly. It doesn't match its appearance at all. Your Majesty, I'm afraid no reinforcements will come to rescue us. We are isolated. No force will offend the rebel army of Uncle Huang for us. Li Dong shook his head and said negatively. I said there would be, and there would be. Zhao Bailin said decisively. Your Majesty, are you all right? Li Dong's face was ugly. He thought there was something wrong with his master's head. 80% are scared. At this time, people would only stare at Uncle Huang, the leader of the rebel army who controlled more than half of the Wei-Tua kingdom overnight, instead of Zhao Bailin, who was about to be trapped in front of him. He shook his head helplessly. His heart was full of sadness, and the kingdom of Wei-Tua was over. Hee, Xiaodong, go ahead and do as I tell you. You'll know the answer tomorrow morning. Zhao Bailin was unmoved and still insisted on his own statement. Respect. Li Dong had no choice but to leave. He was ready to lose his head at any time. As for surrender, he didn't think about it. Their Li family has served the Zhao royal family for generations, and their heartfelt heart has been deeply rooted. What's more, he has served Zhao Bailin since he was a child. This feeling is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Tomorrow may be the death of their father and son. Li Dong was already mentally prepared for this. That kid won't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He will intervene in anything. It's not his character not to intervene. However, from tomorrow, the Wei-Tua kingdom will not be surnamed Zhao. Looking at Li Dong, who left with a disappointed look on his face, Zhao Bailin sighed and said self-deprecatingly. Your Majesty, it's not good, it's not good. No, he is. What's the mess, what kind of formality? Isn't it because someone came to save us? What's the fuss about? Early the next morning, Zhao Bailin was enjoying breakfast slowly, but Li Dong ran in excitedly and said to Zhao Bailin incoherently. At the same time, Outside the palace gate in the distance, there was a faint sound of screaming. And screaming. Your Majesty, do you know what happened? Li Dong was puzzled. Nonsense, didn't I say last night that Emperor Haoyan will come to save us? Today. But you kid just don't believe it. Zhao Balin said indifferently while drinking the fragrant rice porridge. Ha ha ha, old man Zhao, it's really predictable, you can even guess if I want to come, as expected of an old senior, it's amazing. At this moment, an extremely presumptuous voice came in. Let Li Dong's head crash instantly. Who is this? There are rebels outside, and there are guards inside, how did he get in? Protect the emperor. Wait a minute. Li Dong shouted and drew his sword. But it was stopped by Zhao Balin. At the same time, a group of soldiers exuding a strong coercion, urging a young man wearing a royal robe to stride in. Haha, Your Majesty Haoyan, although my old man's family is a bit old, his brain is very active. Your Emperor Haoyan is not a fuel-efficient lamp. How could you miss such a lively event? How did you help this old man? You are very busy, Your Majesty Haoyan must have a plan, let's not hide it, let's talk. Zhao Balin put down the porcelain bowl, wiped his mouth calmly, and then said to Su Haoyan with a straight face. Happy, worthy of being a veteran of the Xuanhu Empire, I just know a lot. I want the way to our kingdom. Su Haoyan was also quick to talk, and he couldn't hide his ambitions. Clearly, I'm going to rob. No, Wei Tua can't give it to you. Your Majesty Haoyan, what's the difference between your behavior and those rebels outside? Li Dongmeng, he never thought about it, the savior who saved himself and others turned out to be another group of robbers. It's really not a good thing to drive out the tiger from the front door and enter the wolf from the back door. You're wrong, I'm a robber. But I'm an upright robber. If you want to rob, you can tell me. Also, don't forget, I saved your life. According to the rules, you are not allowed to pay anything. Ah. And the entire visual country is the reward you need to pay. You don't lose money on this transaction. At least you can live the rest of your life in peace. Su Haoyan said confidently. For good reason, no red face, no heartbeat. Okay, Xiaodong, Emperor Haoyan is right. Is there anything more valuable than your own life? Yang Jian's words really awakened the dreamer. The old minister has no objection to this policy. Haha, the two Qing families were able to find out the details and point them out. It can be seen that the two of you are attentive people. And they are. Wholeheartedly for the sake of the country. I am very relieved. In this way, I am adding a suggestion that the generals who will guard a province in the future will be rotated every 3 years. Ordinary soldiers only recognize generals, not generals. In addition, Taibai Jinxing, Lu Bowen, Baigan, and Jiang Zia will formulate the system. As soon as possible, come up with an effective charter. Su Haoyan was in high spirits, and he just felt today that he was able to travel from the earth, which was the most correct thing. He can use the ancient and modern management methods of the earth to govern his country. No luck. I will obey your orders. Long live my emperor, long live, long live. Above the hall, Hula La knelt down in a large area. And at the same time, shouted long live. Su Haoyan was condescending, enjoying the praise of his subordinates with a smile on his face. At this time, the luck value is also soaring at the speed of a rocket. Let Su Haoyan get hooked. Ding. Trigger a side quest. The title is Good Emperor. Quest details, due to the host strategy of one country, two systems, barbarians control foreigners and a high degree of self-control, the kingdom occupied by the host will be spared the pain of killing. If the host promotes this strategic policy, the whole country, accepted by the common people, sing praises to the host. Let the host get the title of a good emperor. The system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super legion, a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a random summon super strong, the chance of the winner, a random draw. I'll give it a go, that's fine. It can also trigger tasks. And the rewards are so rich. It seems that the system strategy one propose has far-reaching significance for Xuanhuan Kingdom and the entire southern region. Otherwise, the system will not pay so much attention. System, entering the cultivation field is a new function of the system. What exactly does this cultivation field do? In the middle of the night, Xuanhuan sat alone in the bedroom. While enjoying the loneliness, he began to inquire about the purpose of the cultivation field. The so-called cultivation field is a virtual space for cultivating the strong. Put the strong person who has been shaped by the system into the cultivation field, and after the general training in the region, the strong person will undergo earth-shaking changes. But the strong people who come out of the cultivation farm are very likely to defect to the host and cause a fatal threat to the host. Therefore, the system friendly reminder, the host must be careful when choosing a trainer. There is still such a deadly hidden danger. However, after the training in the cultivation farm, how high will this strong man reach? Xuanhuan's enthusiasm was instantly poured over a bucket of cold water by the system. This breeding ground is a double-edged sword. If one is not good, you will put yourself in it. The reason why I choose a strong person that has been shaped by the system is to ensure the quality. As for how much room for a strong person to upgrade, it depends on the strong person's cultivation base, aptitude, and many other reasons. In a sense, the incubator is an upgraded version of the shaping function. The system explained impatiently. Anyway, it's a good thing. So how long does it take to cultivate a strong man? Half an hour is enough. In addition, with the continuous evolution of the system, the time to shape the strong is also advanced to 3 hours. The system simply replied. Xuanhuan was very excited. Come on, call me the fur coat. Xuanhuan temporarily put aside the cultivation field. But he has already thought about it. Once the task is completed, let Jiuling Yuanqing enter the cultivation field. Because only Jiuling Yuanqing is completely sincere to himself. There is no risk whatsoever. And his purpose of calling Qiu Bai is to cultivate Qiu Bai. Then let him guard the province of Veto. Old Minister Qiu Bai greets His Majesty. Qiu Bai, it's been a while since you worshipped under my command. And your performance makes me very happy. Then I ask you, do you have any requirements? You can ask it, and I will definitely satisfy you. Thank you, Your Majesty, the old minister has no requirements. Although Qiu Bai didn't know what medicine Xuanhuan was selling in the gourd, he absolutely couldn't make any demands now, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Then Qiu Lao wants to become stronger? Xuanhuan didn't have any superfluous expressions, just asked lightly. I want to, of course I want to, the old minister wants to dream. This time, Qiu Bai knew the purpose of Xuanhuan calling him here. It is no secret that Xuanhuan can make people stronger. Before, he could only think about it in his mind. Because more credit than him, there are many strong and tyrannical powers. It can't be his turn. Unexpectedly, the pie that fell from the sky really smashed him. System, turn on the shaping function, and start shaping the fur coat. Xuanhuan didn't have any nonsense. After secretly checking that Qiu Bai's loyalty had risen to 98, he quickly began to shape it. Ding! The strong man is successfully shaped. May I ask the host, can you release it? 3 hours passed quickly, and the system prompt sounded at this moment. Xuanhuan, who was immersed in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes and opened Qiu Bai's attribute template immediately. Fur cloth, from this world. Race, human. Technique, heavenly flame magic. Divine ability, heaven-shaking divine palm. Special attributes, the leader of scattered cultivation, can provide a steady source of troops for the host. Rank, Emperor rank 9. Loyalty, 100/100. Ah, very good. A fur coat with full loyalty will definitely protect the veto province. Moreover, since this fur coat defected to him, it was the first time that the loyalty mark appeared on his attribute list. And it's full when it comes out. This made Xuanhuan very satisfied. That's right, the reason why Xuanhuan fashioned the fur coat ahead of time was to ask him to guard Wei Tua province as an army leader, and hold Zhao Bailan's elbow at the same time. The two hold each other. Avoid rebellion. This is the most fundamental reason for one country. 2 systems. Release the fur coat. The grace of His Majesty's reconstruction, Qiu Bai will never forget. Qiu Bai is willing to do everything for His Majesty and die. Qiu Bai was released by the system, and he was a little confused at first. And then quickly woke up. Then, with a plop, he knelt down to the dust, and with endless gratitude, he said loudly to Xuanhuan. With his Tianmen realm cultivation base, he didn't know when he wanted to enter the king-level realm. He no longer has the ambition to fight for it. Not to mention the existence of the extravagant desire of the emperor level. But under Xuanhuan's miraculous operation, he achieved it. It can be said that Xuanhuan is his biological parents. Do you say that he can be dissatisfied with the heart? Can he not be excited? Qiu Bai, I have named you the Hussar General, commanding an army of 100,000 scattered cultivators, and guarding the Wei Tua province. You are willing. Xuanhuan ignored Qiu Bai's excitement, but said in a calm voice. Yes, the old minister is willing. Don't worry, Your Majesty, this minister will definitely take care of Zhao Bailan. He will never let him have 2 ambitions. Qiu Bai can be repaired to the current state, and he is also a person with a flexible mind. As soon as Xuanhuan opened his mouth, he quickly understood the meaning. So, you can leave early tomorrow, and the will come later. Your Majesty, a large group of monks came to see you outside and said they wanted to see you. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan had just finished his breakfast when Su Chengfeng came to report. Monk? I don't believe in Buddhism either. What are they doing here? Could it be? Afterwards, he quickly followed Su Chengfeng to the hall. Little monk and others meet His Majesty Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan wearing the 9 Dragons Supreme dark gold robe and sitting On the tall dragon chair, a group of bald-headed monks greeted him in unison. Your Majesty, they are all one of the 18 arhats sent by the Buddha. Now, the 18 arhats have gathered. I hope your Majesty will accept them. At this time, the arhats such as subduing the dragon, Fuhu, and others came out in a crowd and reported to Xuanhuan. I also want to see the power of the 18 arhats. In this case, you can stay and serve me. Ba, the little monk and others thanked the Lord for his long grace. 18 bald monks paid their respects in unison. The scene is quite spectacular. Ding. Complete the main quest. Buddhism is the best. Quest details. Since the host once successfully attracted the luck of the Buddha, it attracted the attention of the Buddha of Buddhism. In order to protect the host, the god of luck, the Buddha sent 18 arhats, including subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger, to assist the host and achieve nothing. Domination. If the host recruits all the 18 arhats under his command, the system will reward him with a designated chance to summon a superpowerful person. Raise a small level. If the host fails to complete the task, the level will drop 5 levels in a row. All the prizes will be recovered. Although the mission has been completed, there is no sign of growth in cultivation. Xuanhuan felt very strange. Ask the system, but the system's answer is ambiguous. Finally, it was given that if Xuanhuan broke through the great realm in front of him, then this reward would be cashed immediately. In other words, if I can't break through the Tianmen realm in my life, this reward cannot be honored. Theoretically it is. To the system's answer, Xuanhuan could only roll his eyes to show his dissatisfaction. Fortunately, you can still summon the strong. It relieved his depressed mood a lot. However, he was not going to call, but kept it. Collect enough 5 times, fuse directly, and summon the legion. In the days that followed, Xuanhuan didn't take half a step out of the palace. Every day is not to practice Gui Emperor boxing, or to forge Gui holy body. Emperor Gui's boxing is profound and powerful. It is the most powerful technique since Xuanhuan practiced. Of course, these all came from the soul of the first domain master in the southern region. That huge confidence was enough for him to consume for decades. And Gui Emperor Fist is only the most basic set of exercises. To put it bluntly, it is the lowest level. Even the lowest level of boxing has such terrifying power. How powerful should the follow-up spells be? Cannot imagine. Xuanhuan is looking forward to it. He used the lucky value to buy an elixir that can strengthen the ancient holy body in the Lucky Mall. It greatly enhanced his ancient demon body. He has a feeling that with his current cultivation at the Heavenly Gate realm, he can even fight against a powerful king at the upper king level. This feeling of being able to hang and beat the strong made him simply overwhelmed. In addition, Xuanhuan sent a 5-way army to attack all the kingdoms under the Xuanwu Empire. Xuanhuan's move put everyone in the Xuanwu Empire at risk. The 100 Nations alliance originally formed was instantly disintegrated under Xuanhuan's destructive offensive. Taking advantage of this general trend, the imperial army was like a broken bamboo, and in less than a month, more than half of the country was conquered. For a time, Lu Laoji, Yu Fei, Hu Xubing, Li Guang, and other famous generals were known to the world. On the land of the Southern Territory, he made a splendid name. With the conquest of the army, more and more kingdoms were merged into the territory of the Haotian Empire. And Su Haotian's name is also known by more and more monks and common people. What followed was a crazy surge in luck. And the county system, which is in charge of Tabai Jinxing Baigan, Lu Boan, and Jiang Zia, was finally formulated. And after Su Haotian took a look, he began to promote it to the whole country and various provincial governments. Under this general trend, the title of a good emperor was widely spread. And this good emperor is today's Haotian His Majesty, Su Haotian. This made Su Haotian's luck even more soar at a rocket-like speed. On this day, Su Haotian recruited Judge Urgent and Black and White Impermanence to his bedroom. Then turn on the shaping function. The Judge, the middle stage of heavenly wonderland. Black and White Impermanence, the early days of fairyland. The cultivation base did not surprise Su Haotian. As a result, Su Haotian's subordinates added two heavenly immortal realm powerhouses. Ding. Complete side quests. The title of Good Emperor. Mission details, due to the one country, two systems proposed by the host, the barbarians control. The barbarians and the highly self-controlled strategic policy save the occupied kingdom from the suffering of killing. If the host spreads this strategic policy to the whole country, it will be accepted by the common people and sing praises to the host. Let the host get the title of Good Emperor. The system will reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a super legion, a chance to selectively summon superpowers, a chance to randomly summon a super strong, a random draw. At this time, Su Haotian just sent Yang Jian into the shaping process. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Hee, I really didn't expect that I would win the title of a kind emperor so quickly. It seems a little too easy. System, start calling the Super Legion. Although Su Haotian is very stinky, he does not forget to do business. Now he urgently needs a powerful legion to speed up his hegemony. Ding. The system is randomly summoning a super legion for the host. Ding. The system successfully summoned the Qi family army of the Ming dynasty. For the host. Qi's army, that is the army of the famous anti-Japanese generals. It's amazing, in a sense, it was a solid barrier for the land of China at that time. The Japanese were fighting with their heads and mice. When it comes to the Qi family army, everyone has to think of Qi Jiguang, a famous anti-Japanese general. Yes, this army is also named after Qi Jiguang. The total strength is 4,000, and its main force is composed of farmers and miners from Yiwu, Zhejiang. This army was a well-known army in the Ming dynasty, and the Qi's army became famous because of its strict military discipline, professional training level, the most advanced equipment in East Asia, and a record of victories in all battles, as well as the Gundam more than 100,000 level chop records. The reason why Qi's army was victorious in 100 battles was more because of Qi Jiguang's advanced military experience. Just talking about equipment, Qi Jiguang used the most advanced weapons at that time to equip the troops. For example, the breech of the Xuanhuan general cannon, the flying machine gun, the large caliber cannon, as well as the bird gun, the Japanese sword, and the iron armor. Such equipment is definitely the first in East Asia, and the forefront of the world. Hurry up and call up the list of Qi Jejun's attributes. Qi Jejun, Daming Iron Cavalry. General, Qi Jiguang, first rank emperor level. Number of legions, 4,000 Iron Cavalry. Legion attributes, strict discipline, invincible. This is the first general with an emperor-level cultivation base. It can be seen that the Qi family's army is extraordinary. Now I have 3 chances to summon super powerhouses. And 2 random draws. I believe that I will be able to summon Super Legion again soon. Jiecha, Xuanhuan, life has been very moist, how come? It's good to give your position to this special envoy. On this day, Xuanhuan was practicing the 72 earth-shattering techniques under the guidance of Yuan Hong. Now his 72 earth demons have been able to change more than 20 times. This terrifying speed made Yuan Hong, his mentor, feel ashamed. However, at this moment, a dark sound suddenly exploded over the imperial capital. Let everyone in the imperial capital, including the flat-headed people, not only frown slightly. Although the Haotian Empire is a new empire, but he was like a giant lion who had just awakened. Even if he lay there motionless like a mountain, no one thought he was ordinary. But with such a terrifying existence, someone bullied the door. Could it be that this person's head was caught by the door? With this mood, people looked up one after another. I saw that in the sky. Above the imperial capital, a tall figure in pitch-black magic armor was standing there with his hands behind his back. A pair of dark eyes were staring at Xuanhuan below. Your Majesty, this person is very powerful. And he is surrounded by demonic energy. If his subordinates are not bad, this person should be a demon. Yuan Hong frowned, but his eyes were full of excitement, eager to try. Although he knew that he couldn't beat the opponent, he was still not afraid. Hey, who the hell are you? You dare to come to our Haotian Empire, to ask for wildfire. Do you want to die, or do you want to die? An old farmer carrying green vegetables, standing straight on the street, waved his finger at the dark shadow in the sky, and questioned loudly. Of course, the last sentence was learned from Xuanhuan. Yo, as an ant, you dare to speak up. Aren't you afraid of death? The tall black shadow retracted his eyes from Xuanhuan and looked at this ordinary human being with great interest. Who has never died in life since ancient times, keep the heart and mind. According to the history, the old man was not afraid of the gloomy gaze that shot from the sky. Sonically and powerfully, he shouted loudly. Who has never died in life since ancient times, keep the heart and mind. According to the history. Seeing this, everyone on the entire street shouted in unison, their blood boiled. The sound shook for 9 days. The common people simply do not know the true meaning of this sentence. But it did not affect their respect for Xuanhuan. Because this sentence is what Xuanhuan often talks about. Because of respect, so keep in mind. This move made the tall demons in the sky show a hint of surprise. But then it became disdainful. Just a bunch of ants. He just wanted to wave his hand to end the lives of these people. Let them know that there is a price to be paid for being brave. But at this moment, a stalwart figure suddenly appeared in front of the old peasant. What? It is His Majesty Haotian. Your Majesty Haotian, long live, long live, long live. The old farmer was instantly excited. People on the street were excited. The eyes of the people who came here were wet. His Majesty did not choose to escape in front of the demons, but stood in front of them, and the lives of the common people were no longer a matter of time, but real people. His Majesty Haotian is the emperor who truly treats them as human beings, as expected of a good emperor. Xuanhuan deliberately shouted out his voice with supreme mana. He wanted to Let all the people of the imperial city hear his determination to slay the demons. Tell them that no matter how dangerous it is, their heavenly emperor will advance and retreat with everyone. Besides, this is a battle that must be won, so why is he not arrogant? Humph, what about the demons? They are still like kittens in front of our emperor. That's right, although we can't help much, we will be with the emperor. Your Majesty Xuanhuan can stand in front of us to shield us from the wind and rain. Why don't we sacrifice our lives to protect his inheritance? You are surrounded by demons, you must not be kind. If you want to destroy our homeland, then just step over our bodies first. Your Majesty, we swear to advance and retreat with you. Kill the devil cubs, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Xuanhuan's remarks made the imperial capital immediately boil. Promotes unprecedented unity in the entire imperial capital, whether it is the people or the monks. Consistently outward. An aura of justice rose from the imperial capital, causing the demonic energy in the sky to become turbulent. Your Majesty is truly an unprecedented genius. A few words can stir up people's enthusiasm. This skill is much more powerful than my Hong de Quan. I am ashamed of Lao Hong. Hey, it's just a group of ordinary people. Xuanhuan, you are dead today. Because I have thoroughly investigated all the strong people around you. Before, it is nothing more than Lu Bu who can watch a battle with this seat. It's only for 3 people. And today, I brought 9 demons from the heavenly immortal realm, enough to slaughter your cultivators all over the country. Xuanhuan, I see how crazy you are. Ha ha ha. Unbridled laughter and arrogant words resounded from every corner of the imperial capital. Make people clench their fists with a look of resentment. Oh, is that right? I feel that you are very pitiful. You keep saying that you already know the details of me. But how can you understand my strength? Guys, come out. Let our guests see how powerful the Xuanhuan Empire is. Xuanhuan put his hands behind his back and raised his head high. Said unhurriedly. Boom. 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 As Xuanhuan's voice fell, a powerful man rose from the dark with a monstrous aura. Lu Bu, Yuan Hong, Zhao Yun, Neza, Yang Jian. A powerful man appeared in the sky, causing the face of Balian on the opposite side to change dramatically. What? All powerhouses in heavenly immortal realm? And there are as many as 20. How is this possible? Balian's eyes were wide open, and he looked at the powerhouses who were almost bursting the air in disbelief. Each of them has the cultivation base of heavenly wonderland. This is not an illusion. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many heavenly immortals are ants. Lord Protector Zhua, it's your turn to go out. Balian's eyes showed madness. His last bargaining chip was forced out by Xuanhuan. It's enough for a teenager to be proud of him. Balian, why are you so wasteful? Can't even a small empire be settled in 10 heavenly wonderland? Finally, I have to trouble my old man to take action. You are so disappointing to me. An old, faint voice sounded as if from hell. Let the people who hear it be in a trance for a while. At the same time, in the middle of the group of demon cubs, a short, skinny old man walked over. That body, almost a gust of wind can lift him out. Being so thin not only made people worry about him. However, when Lu Bu saw this person appear, his whole body suddenly became tense. This person is very strong, although he is still in the late stage of heavenly wonderland. But it is the peak of the late heavenly wonderland. It is only a matter of time before you can enter the realm of Dzogchen. Your Majesty, I think you should run away with the queens. As the saying goes, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood if you stay in the green hills. Tabai Jinxing persuaded Xuanhuan with a solemn expression. You are so unconfident? Don't worry, I won't run away. And our Haotian Empire will be fine. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, this time I see how crazy you are. I will torture you so hard that your life is worse than death. I will kill your people one by one in front of you. If you go to hell, you will have to bear the burden. Infinite sin. Balian seemed to have seen Xuanhuan's tragic end, making him mad with excitement. Lady, you shouldn't come to this world, let alone offend our demon race. I hope you won't be so unlucky in your next life. The newly appeared old man walked in the air while talking quietly. Haha, I really underestimated your demons. But you are really frogs in the bottom of the well. Again, you don't know the power of my Xuanhuan at all. Come out, Emperor Tianwu, it's time for you to make an appearance. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, a pitch-black black hole suddenly appeared above his head, and then a tall and mighty figure stepped out from it. At the same time, a suffocating terror pressure rolled in all directions. The faces of the two sides facing each other in the sky changed drastically. The difference is that the demons are horrified, puzzled, and in disbelief. The Haotian Empire, after the initial surprise, was left with ecstasy. The great perfection realm of the heavenly wonderland, impossible, absolutely impossible? Xuanhuan, how did you do it? You can't have such a powerful person. Impossible, I must be dreaming. It's just why this dream is so real. When the skinny old man saw the black hole for the first time, his heart skipped a beat. Later, when the figure of the great Emperor Tianwu and the majestic and terrifying coercion swept all over the place, he finally became restless. His face changed from doubt, surprise, astonishment, to disbelief at the end. He experienced the most rapid ups and downs in his life. Just above the clouds, the powerhouse in the eyes of the ants. But the next moment he became an ant. Uncompromising ants. Because the heavenly immortal realm is full of ants under the great perfection realm. He is also included. Tianwu, do them without mercy. Kill them all. Xuanhuan's icy voice echoed over the imperial capital. Let the demons tremble with fear. No, Xuanhuan, we are Mozen's disciples, you can't kill us. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Balian was restless, and he threatened Xuanhuan with a hoarse voice. He didn't think Xuanhuan would not accept his suggestion. Because they have Demon Venerable, the most powerful reliance in the world. No one can disobey the Demon Venerable's orders, otherwise they will die, and they still have to die. Mozen? What's so special, why should I give him face? When I killed me, why didn't they give me face? What are you waiting for? Slaughter this group of uneducated devil cubs for me. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. It made the thin old man's face pale. Kill. Emperor Tianwu rushed out first, and he transformed into a huge azure palm the size of an mu, with a whirring wind, and slapped the thin old man fiercely. Huge palms covered the sky and the sun, covering the imperial capital as much as possible. The common people were not only not afraid, but stood up and cheered with excitement. Looking at the terrifying, suffocating giant palm in the air, slowly, the thin old man's face showed a crazy color, his whole body mana surged, and since the threat didn't work, there was only one battle. On the contrary, the powerhouses of the demon race showed despair. Not to mention running away, even the thought of resisting could not arise. An ant is an ant. If you have the ability to come to trouble, what is the difference between looking for death? Emperor Xuanhuan looked at the demons below with a condescending attitude and sneered. Xuanhuan, you can't kill me, I have a big secret about the demon ancestor. And I use it in exchange for my freedom. However, at the moment when the giant palm was about to fall, Balian shouted with a hideous expression. Ding! Trigger the side quest. The secret of the demon ancestor. Because the ancestor of Balian is the close guard of the first generation of the demon ancestor. He is the most trusted subordinate of the demon ancestor. He participated in all the actions of the demon ancestor. All secrets. If the host gets the secret of the demon ancestor, the system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a chance to call a super strong, and trigger the main task. Demon ancestor ruins are so important. Not only do you have 2 chances to summon superpowers, but you can also trigger the main quest. It seems that this Balian is not easy. Balian, what are you doing? You are not allowed to betray the demon ancestor. You will be cursed. The thin old man's face changed dramatically, and he roared hoarsely. Why should I trust you? Xuanhuan asked back. Emotions remained calm and unmoved. Quick, let him stop, I want to negotiate terms with you. Balian ignored the threat of the thin old man and said anxiously. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me, either speak up or die. I do not believe you. Balian was in a hurry, seeing that the giant hand was about to fall. He was already sweating profusely. You have to believe. Although Xuanhuan really wanted to get the secret, he couldn't show it. This is the strategy. Heart attack. Well, I'll trust you for the time being. Then, what's recorded here is the secret of the demon ancestor. After a battle between heaven and man, Balian finally failed to overcome his desire to live. He threw a pitch-black ball to Xuanhuan. Ding! Complete the side quest. The secret of the demon ancestor. Because the ancestor of Balian is the close guard of the first generation of the demon ancestor. He is the most trusted subordinate of the demon ancestor. He participated in all the actions of the demon ancestor. All secrets. If the host gets the secret of the demon ancestor, the system will reward the host a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a chance to call a super strong, and trigger the main task. Ding! Trigger the main quest. Treasure of the demon ancestor. Due to the rapid rise of the righteous forces, the demon ancestor knows that the demon race is over. He decided to put his life's income into a secret realm. Leave it to the time when the demon race will rise again in the future. Take it back. Again. If the host finds the secret realm and gets what's inside, accept the inheritance of the demon ancestor. The system will be upgraded again. And reward the host with a chance to enter the cultivation field. A chance to enter the mission hall. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. 5. Random draw. The system beeps reminded one after another, almost crushing Xuanhuan's head. But the next moment, he showed a satisfied look. Missionary Hall, interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Quick, let him stop. Bailey Yan shouted hoarsely. Stop? Why stop? When have you ever seen the Master of Justice open up to the demon net? Silly. Ah, Xuanhuan, you lied, your words don't count, you don't deserve to be Emperor. Bailey Yan never thought that Xuanhuan would be so shameless. Cross the river. And demolish the bridge. Joke, I said, did I let you go? You heard it wrong, you obviously gave me the secret on your own initiative. Everyone can see it. Did I say it wrong? Xuanhuan was full of smiles. The brows are dancing, and the more you want to be flat, the more flat you are. Even the powerhouses such as Lubu were extremely speechless. My heart is full of emotion, Your Majesty is too shameless. However, I like it. Boom. Musu's huge majestic palm finally fell, knocking down all the demons in the sky. Bailey Yan didn't react until it disappeared. How could Xuanhuan be so shameless? This is not logical. It's just a pity he'll never understand. The strong men swarmed up and beat the underdogs. A war comes and goes quickly. Let everyone in the capital rejoice. We are victorious, my emperor is mighty. We have saved our home, my emperor is mighty. For a time, in the imperial capital, there was a sound of praise and praise. And the sound shook the sky for 9 days. Let those who watch the fun and prepare to fish in troubled waters, the former emperors are terrified. A little careful thought was instantly annihilated. No longer ambitious. Ding. Complete the main quest. The fury of the demons. The rapid growth of the host has attracted the attention of the demons. This generation of messengers of the demons will be detrimental to the host. If the host kills the messengers of the demons and keeps the demons away, the system will reward the host with a designated chance to summon a super strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. If the mission fails, the system will deprive the host of all cultivation bases. All inheritances will be recovered. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan finally showed a bright smile on his face. After this battle, no force in the Haotian Empire would dare to spread wildfire. At the same time, finally the monarch of the kingdom could not sit still and began to take the initiative to come to worship the Haotian Empire. Moreover, the momentum quickly spread to the whole territory of the Xuanwu Empire with the trend of beacon fires and prairie fires. I believe that soon, all the kingdoms under the Xuanwu Empire will have the surname Su. The system of provinces, prefectures, and counties formulated by Xuanhuan was vigorously promoted. What followed was a huge surge in luck. Let Xuanhuan wake up with a smile even when he sleeps. On this day, Xuanhuan was sitting in the study room, looking at the pitch black bead that Bailey Yan used to change his life. After a systematic scan, the jet black bead was not touched. So Xuanhuan checked the contents with confidence. Why is it a map? Why is this place so familiar? Isn't this the imperial capital of the Xuanwu Empire? That's right, according to Xuanhuan's repeated comparisons, he also specially found the map of the Xuanwu Empire for comparison. It was finally confirmed that the place given here is the imperial capital of the Xuanwu Empire today. Since it is the imperial capital, it is easy to handle. Xingqiu has no reason to return to the imperial capital. It is time for the Xuanwu Empire to Withdraw from the stage of history. System, give me the right to merge and summon. I want to summon the super legion. Next, Xuanhuan put away the black beads and began to summon. After the battle of the demon race, the chance to summon the super strong finally accumulated 5 times. He could finally summon the legion too. Ding. The system is integrating the summoning power for the host to summon the super legion. Ding. The system has successfully merged into a designated summon super legion. I finally got lucky once. The system, call me the 7,000 white robe army led by Qin Qingji. This is an army that I have been looking forward to for a long time. That is Qin Qingji, who is evading white robes with thousands of troops. A mythical existence. Famous teachers and generals are imprisoned, and thousands of troops avoid white robes. This very popular song refers to Qin Qingji's white robe army. That year, the 7,000 white POW army alone went deep into the territory of the Northern Wei dynasty, from Chu County to Luoyang, fighting 47 times, and sieging 32 cities. First conquered Xinjiang, then defeated Qiu Daqian 7,000 to 70,000, captured Suiyang, then built a fortress, defeated Yuan Hui and captured Kaohsiung. Then defeated Yangyu, Yuan Xian and other 70,000 troops, and defeated Yuan Tian Mu's army of 300,000 people, who fought in the Northern Wei dynasty, cried father and mother, and successfully invaded Luoyang city. Since then, the White POW army has become a myth. In the end, because they were outnumbered, Erzhu Rong allied troops from the whole country to attack Qin Qingji, only to defeat Qin. From the beginning to the end, Qin Qingji's troops were only 7,000. Although Yuan Hao was escorted to Luoyang to become emperor, the troops recruited by Yuan Hao were not enough. Qin Qingji created the greatest miracle in military history, and there is no one before or after. Even Lao Mao said when he read the biography of Qin Qingji, read this biography again, and be fascinated by it. Although ancient history books are suspected of exaggeration, it is still possible to see the bullishness of Qin Qingji's army. White robe army, thousands of troops avoid white robes. General, Qin Qingji, 6th grade emperor. Number of legions, 7,000 white robe army. Legion attributes, invincible and frightened. It really didn't disappoint me. It seems that this Qin Qingji is not an ordinary person. Ding. Complete the main task. Promote the county system and establish 100 provinces. Task details, with the continuous expansion of the host's force, the people of the conquered land will definitely have a rebellious mentality. If the host successfully promotes the system proposed by himself and execute it well, it will definitely bring unexpected benefits to the host. At the same time, Haodian Kingdom will grow rapidly. In addition, if the host conquers hundreds of countries and establishes 100 provinces, it will further expand its territory. The system will reward the host for a chance to enter the cultivation field. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. A random lottery. Complete this main quest so soon. I still think highly of these kingdoms. Anyway, before I go to the imperial capital, I can just get everything done. System, can I use this function of the breeding farm now? Xuanhuan asked, carefully. He was really afraid that the system was playing with him. Make him happy. The host can now use this function, completely. But the system once prompted. The host must think twice. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xuanhuan had an illusion that the system was becoming more and more anthropomorphic. The repeated reminder just now was clearly a tone of concern. Surprised him. Come on, call me Jiuling Yuansheng. Xuanhuan had already figured out who to cultivate. Only Jiulings die hard. Loyalists can reassure themselves. Master, Jiuling is here. After a while, Jiuling Yuansheng walked into Xuanhuan's bedroom. Still as heartfelt as ever. Jiuling, I asked you to come today because I have a difficult task for you. You must complete it. Xuanhuan glanced at Jiuling, then pretended to be mysterious. Please instruct the master, Jiuling will not disappoint you. The master has not forgotten himself, and I have always existed in his heart. Jiuling is grateful for the master's approval from the bottom of her heart. Jiuling Yuansheng's heart is so excited, although he is still a strong man. Beside Xuanhuan today. But it has been left far behind by the crowd. Even if it's not the last stream, it's almost the same. He thought that Xuanhuan had forgotten him. It was sad for a while. However, he never resented Xuanhuan. He was really thinking about Xuanhuan. No regrets. Jiuling, do you know that I am very relieved that you can think like this? It shows that you are really sincere to me. In this way, I have decided to make you stronger again. You are willing. Ah, master, don't you want Jiuling to complete a task? Jiuling thinks it's more important to go to the master first. Jiuling's heart trembled, and she immediately became excited. But when he thought that Xuanhuan was going to give him the task, without hesitation, he chose to complete the task. Haha, Jiuling, the task I asked you to complete is to enter the space that I tailor-made for you, and let you grow into a super strong. You are willing. Once again, the master's cultivation, the old slave has no repayment, and will serve you for life and life, dedicated to the master and then to death. The words fell, and with a plop, Jiuling knelt in front of Xuanhuan, with tears in the lion's eyes. System, let Jiuling Yuansheng enter the cultivation field. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, a stone door suddenly appeared in front of Jiuling Yuansheng and opened with a bang. Before he had any mental preparation, he sucked it in. Jiuling, don't disappoint me. The system I want to summon a super strong. 3 hours is neither long nor short. The key is that Xuanhuan is in a hurry. No way, he didn't have the heart to do anything else. Only summon super strong to pass the time. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. The system successfully summoned the black bear monster for the host. Let me go. How did you recruit such a guy? Isn't he the black bear that Guanyin Bodhisattva accepted as the guardian of the mountain? How come he can also be selected as the system powerhouse? Summoning the black bear monster made him depressed. He thinks that the black bear is just a trick. No use for dick. The black bear spirit is a spirit in Chinese mythology. As the character of Journey to the West, Xiang Zhuguai was originally a black bear who lived in the Bada caves in the Black Wind Mountain. After years of cultivation, he became a spirit monster. He used a black tassel spear. Later, he was accepted by Guanyin Bodhisattva as the guardian god. However, when the heaven and the earth first opened, many great gods were created by the ancestral god Pangu. After millions of years of evolution, 4 continents appeared on the earth. The 4 continents have undergone thousands of years of evolution before there are traces of life. Among them, a powerful black bear appeared in Beiju. Luzhou. It is the first beast in the world. Also, the first black bear. The black bear monster in Journey to the West is the descendant of this black bear. Pure blood. It is the descendant of the demon god. Don't forget the host, this black bear is not the one in Journey to the West. It is the black bear monster after Journey to the West. Its strength is incomparable. What's more, he has been strengthened by the system. The strength is not to be underestimated. ID Tian, this is another descendant of the Great Desolation after Jin Dasheng. The Great Desolate Era really produced a lot of talents. The strong people who were handed down at that time were not ordinary people. First call up the Black Bear monster's personal attribute list and let me take a look. Black Bear Monster, from aliases, Black Bear Monster, Black Wind King. Nationality, Bear Clan, the blood of the first black bear in the world. Special attribute, bravery is useless, can be the vanguard of the host. Exercise, Jindan Dafa. Magic weapon, Black Hammer. Level, early days of Fairyland. Loyalty 92/100. As expected of a monster with the bloodline of the great wilderness, as soon as he appears on the stage, he is a heavenly immortal realm. This guy is really not built. The achievements in the future are bound to be limitless. Ding. Jiuling Yuan Sheng has been trained. Will the host release it? First call out his personal attribute list. I want to see what kind of strength Jiuling Yuan Sheng will be born with after being cultivated in the cultivation field. Jiuling Yuansheng, from identity, lion ancestor. Another identity, prehistoric alien species. Rank, middle of true wonderland. Exercise, lion ancestor magic. Magic weapon, lion's roar, 9 spirits appear holy. Magical powers, manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Loyalty, 100/100. Special attributes, comes with desolation and desolation. Often with it, you can contaminate the host with great luck. The middle stage of the real fairyland, directly exploded the current strength ranking. It is indeed a wild alien. And the loyalty has not changed. It is still full. So I can rest assured. The system let him out. As soon as the words fell, a yellow stone door appeared in front of Su Haotian. The Sherman creaked and was pushed open from the inside. Jiuling Yuansheng walked out from the inside with a calm face. Boom. A domineering, terrifying aura burst out in an instant. How could the walls of the bedroom be able to withstand this domineering pressure, and suddenly turned into fly ash with a click. Immediately afterwards, the entire bedroom began to crumble. The face of Jiuling Yuansheng, who just appeared, changed greatly, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already at Su Haotian's side. He picked up Su Haotian without any hesitation and disappeared into the bedroom. Boom. At this moment, the palace collapsed suddenly. At the same time, Jiuling Yuansheng appeared in the courtyard, holding Su Haotian's figure. Ding dang, Emperor Xuanhuan, Lu Bu, and other powerhouses heard the movement for the first time and rushed here in an instant. The scene that caught their eye took them by surprise. Your Majesty, what happened? Are you all right? Lu Bu came to Su Haotian and said what everyone wanted to say. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't hold my breath for a while. Your bedroom collapsed. Jiuling Yuansheng showed a simple and honest smile. The eyes that looked at Su Xuanhuan were full of gratitude. No one knows how he got here in the space that the system tailor-made for him. There is a separate space. There, his spirit was tense all the time to deal with the sudden appearance of the enemy. He has fought endless battles for hundreds of thousands of years, injured, and life and death. However, his firm belief and obsession with following Xuanhuan made him tenaciously survive. His cultivation level climbed steadily in the endless battle. Finally stood on the highest peak in the world. Become the ruler of that world. In the end, his obsession made him not attached to that world. Instead, it directly blasted that world with one punch. It was only at this time that he woke up like a dream, and when he checked his own cultivation, he was surprised, in the middle of the real fairyland. From the third grade of the emperor-level realm to the 3 major realms. The owner is really kind to Jiuling. Before he came out, this prehistoric alien shed the first tear in his life. What? You collapsed His Majesty's palace? How could it be? Jiuling, why can't I see through your cultivation? Lu Bu wanted to question Jiuling Yuansheng. But the next moment, his mouth suddenly opened, his eyes wide open, and he looked at Jiuling Yuansheng, standing there in disbelief. Jiuling Yuansheng's aura was ethereal, standing there like an ordinary person, which surprised him. Can't figure out why this is. At this time everyone came to their senses and looked at Jiuling Yuansheng. Wonderland. How is this possible? Emperor Zhenwu's face was shocked at this time. He never thought about why Jiuling became the powerhouse in the real fairyland in a short period of time. Is it? Thinking of this, Zhenwu suddenly looked at Xuanhuan. Because only Xuanhuan has this ability. It was because of this conjecture that he was extremely excited. Jiuling Yuansheng, yes, it's really good. You didn't disappoint me. Haha. What is a bedroom? Even if you demolish the palace, I won't care. Jiuling, thanks Master Long En. Jiuling Yuansheng thumped and knelt on the ground. Dong dong, kowtowed to Xuanhuan 3 times. The gratitude goes beyond words. Seeing this, Xuanhuan did not open his mouth to stop him. He knew that Jiuling Yuansheng was grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. He had an idea and took the opportunity to send a signal to the people beside him that if he wanted to become stronger, he must know how to be grateful. Your Majesty, is it your credit for Jiuling's cultivation? Lu Bu actually asked the question knowingly. But if you don't ask, people are still suspicious. Jiuling Yuansheng knelt down and let everyone read something from it. Just because I understood it, I was very excited. Yes. I can shape you once, or a second time. There will even be a third time. So, you don't have to be envious, as long as you work hard. Sooner or later, you will become the same existence as him. Xuanhuan's words made the strong people more eager. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must give everything for the Xuanhuan Empire. Looking at the list of attributes that only he can see in front of him, the column representing loyalty is soaring rapidly. A look of satisfaction appeared on Xuanhuan's face unconsciously. Your Majesty, as of this morning, 80% of the kingdoms in the Xuanwu Empire have either surrendered or been captured by our army. I believe it. Won't be long before all areas other than the Xuanwu Empire will be included in our country's territory. Middle. At the beginning of the morning the next day, Baigan brought Xuanhuan a piece of good news. It made Xuanhuan burst out laughing. Later, Su Haoyan learned about the implementation of the provincial, county, and county system. The county system implemented by Your Majesty has won the hearts of the people, especially in the occupied areas. It is as popular as Your Majesty's presence. Therefore, the old minister believes that the imperial court can start to implement this law in a real sense. Jiang Zia came out more and more at this time, talking eloquently. Let Su Haoyan relax completely. Before this, the county system has been in the trial operation stage. It seems this method can indeed bring a new look to Haoyan Kingdom. That's right. With a wave of Su Haoyan's hand, the matter was completely settled. In the ensuing time, the generals and ministers began to put Su Haoyan's nod on the matter at hand, and asked Su Haoyan to decide. At this time, Su Haoyan had completely entered the role of an emperor. Cognitive listening, making plans, and setting the tone. Well done. Let Taijingxing, Lu Boan and other civil officials keep nodding their heads. The Black Furbolg and the white-robed army arrived on this day. Once again, it caused a shock in the court and the opposition. The Black Bear monsters. Heavenly Wonderland cultivation base surprised everyone. It seems that no matter where Su Haoyan goes or what he is doing, there will be strong men who come to defect. And the cultivation base is deeper than the other. And the arrival of the white robe army made everyone speechless. The soldiers' fierce aura and wolf-like eyes all indicate that this army is different. On this day, Su Haoyan took Jiuling Yuansheng, Lu Boan, Chong Mingyao, Tu Xingxuan, Wu Gang, Yang Ji, and Emperor Huaguang, and quietly left the imperial capital. Embark on a journey to the Xuanwu Empire. There are Emperor Zhenwu, Lu Bu, Yuan Hong and other heavenly experts guarding the imperial capital. Su Haoyan was quite relieved. It's too late for the flourishing Haoyan Empire to curry favor with anyone who dares to provoke them. And there is Jiuling Yuansheng, a master in the middle stage of the Real Fairyland, guarding him. The powerhouses were not too worried. They were all relieved that Su Haoyan left. Su Haoyan was going to the imperial capital to do two things. The first and most important thing is to explore the whereabouts of the treasure of the ancestors. On the one hand, it is to complete the mainline tasks released by the system. On the other hand, he is a little greedy for the treasure of the demon race and wants to keep it for himself. In addition, it is to have an in-depth conversation with Situ Shanghong. Incorporate the Xuanwu Empire into the Haoyan Empire. This is a feat. It is also the trend. It is best if this matter can be resolved peacefully. The people of Limin will not suffer from the war. If he couldn't talk well, Su Haoyan had no choice but to use troops against the Xuanwu Empire. Su Haoyan decided to treat Situ Shanghong with the strategic policy of first rights and then soldiers. Su Haoyan's rider is performed by the master of Jiuling Yuansheng, which is naturally faster and more stable. In less than an hour, they crossed the former Wei-Tua Kingdom and Heifeng Kingdom. It was more than double the speed of Yuan Hong. I believe that in less than a day, they will be able to reach the Xuanwu Empire. The real fairyland powerhouse is Nyobi. Several people sat on the clouds and chatted with nothing. Not afraid of travel boring. No, there is a situation ahead. Yangji is now a cultivation base in the early days of Heavenly Immortal Realm. Perception is naturally not the same thing. Su Haoyan glanced at Jiuling Yuansheng. Seeing Xuanhuan looking at him, Jiuling smiled and shook his head. Xuanhuan understood. Jiuling shook his head, indicating that there was no danger. Boom! Just then, there was a deafening roar from the front. And as they got closer, the roar grew louder. When they got close, everyone was moved. I saw a huge black stone dragging a long red flame from the sky. The momentum is amazing. But what made everyone feel weird was that a white-bearded old man was sitting on the strange rock. At this time, he was holding a silver-white gourd in his right hand and pouring an unknown liquid into his mouth. With a big mouth on one side, he poured the liquid from the gourd into his mouth, while showing a comfortable and refreshing look. Using the meteorite from the sky as a mount. And it still looks like a complacent person. Weird, really weird. This old man descended from the sky. He must be a strange person. If His Majesty recruits him to his subordinates, I am afraid that the great cause will not be successful. Lu Boan looked at the strange man sitting on the meteorite outside the sky, from far to near, and said to Xuanhuan, "Master, this old slave is ashamed." Just now, in the old slave's perception, this old man does not exist. At this time, Jiuling Yuanxing said solemnly, "That is to say?" Xuanhuan asked thoughtfully. In other words, this old man's cultivation is far beyond the realm of the real fairyland. The old slave can't perceive it. Is it the golden fairyland? I'm afraid it's more than that. Master, this old man is dangerous. If it is not necessary, don't provoke it. When Xuanhuan heard this, although his face was calm, his heart became nervous. What? Just when Xuanhuan was praying in his heart that this weirdo would go away. Soon, the slightly old voice came to everyone's ears. Seeing this, Jiuling Yuanxing quickly stood in front of Xuanhuan, staring at the old man solemnly. I didn't expect to meet a child of luck in such a remote place. And it's a child of luck who has grown up. God really treats me well. What? Washing industry Jinhua, this child even fused the washing industry. Golden fire. Although it is still the golden fire of his childhood. But if there is no strong luck, it is impossible to integrate the washing industry. Golden fire. Could this kid be the destined person that I felt blessed by my soul 100,000 years ago? The strange man didn't know what kind of spell he used, but he stopped the meteorite that was flying at high speed. And that whisper was made by the old man. And ramble, like a schizophrenic. Hey, boy, where are you making a fortune? The old man stopped in front of the crowd, blocking the path of the clouds. Jiuling had no choice but to stop the technique of flying clouds and driving fog. This old man first looked at Xuanhuan up and down, left and right, and then opened his mouth to ask. Just the first time he opened his mouth, he almost didn't make Xuanhuan laugh out loud. Is this old man a funny guy invited by a monkey? This old man has invited him, and the boy is a homeless man. I can't guarantee food and clothing. How can you talk about making a fortune? Xuanhuan smiled slyly and said lightly with his fists clasped. See people leave 3 points. What's more, a guy who can't even see through the 9 spirits primordial saint. Not to mention the truth. No, the son of luck should be an all-powerful character. Not to mention the son of luck who has grown up. It shouldn't be so down and out. Could it be that you had an accident when you were young? But it's not right, if it happened unexpectedly, you died a long time ago. How can you live until now? How strange, strange. The old man seemed to have no doubts about what Xuanhuan said. Sitting on the meteorite outside the sky that was still emitting a crimson-red glow, he scratched his head and became puzzled. Senior, you are... Oh, don't care. Since I let the old man meet the son of luck, what I said at the beginning can't be regarded as a joke. Whatever, I have to give him a chance. Thinking of this, the old man waved his hand, and a red lightning flashed with a trace of golden light. Because he was fast enough, he was not seen by Jiuling, Yuanxing, and others. Even if the speed is slow, I believe that the cultivation of Jiuling Yuanxing may not be able to find it. This is the gap in the realm. What? The next moment, Xuanhuan felt like his head was hit by a train. He lost consciousness with a bang. Master, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? Your Majesty, wake up, what's the matter? This is His Majesty. When everyone saw this, their faces changed greatly. Jiuling Yuanxing's face turned pale. He claimed to be the #1 person in the heavenly kingdom. But he made his master faint unconscious. He blames himself. And the old man didn't care about the chaotic crowd, laughed loudly, and drove away on the meteorite outside the sky. Little guy, I hope you can really grow up. At the moment when the old man disappeared, he turned his head and glanced meaningfully at Xuanhuan, who was surrounded by everyone. Muttered to himself. In a daze, Xuanhuan saw a drop of golden liquid, which suddenly appeared in his mind. Before he could react, the golden liquid banged and exploded. It turned into a golden mist and permeated all around his mind, even his entire body. Why is His Majesty's body glowing, and it's still golden light? Ah, Your Majesty's body is so hot. Look, the golden light on Your Majesty's body has become darker. It has changed from pale golden to golden yellow. No, His Majesty's body temperature has reached the ignition point. What should I do? Will His Majesty catch fire? If my guess is correct, the master is now fusing some kind of blood, or some kind of magical power. Don't worry, the master should be fine. Jiuling Yuanxing said with uncertainty. Let everyone relax a little. But he still kept his eyes fixed on Xuanhuan, who was still changing. Boom! The golden halo on Xuanhuan's body changed from pale gold, gold, red gold, and finally purple gold. Constantly changing. Finally, when this transformation stopped, when the whole body turned purple gold, with a bang, Xuanhuan's celestial body actually ignited a purple gold flame. The golden fire of washing industry. How is this possible? The master actually owns the golden fire of washing industry, one of the 4 great fires. And it will be a complete success soon. When Jiuling Yuanxing saw this scene, he said in surprise. What are the 4 great fires? Tu Xingxuan asked suspiciously. The golden fire of washing industry, the purple fire that burns the sky, the ghost fire of the ghosts, and the 6 Dingxinhua. They are the 4 gods of ancient times. The flame is purple and golden, and it has the ability to detect all spirits, and its power is endless. This is the golden fire of washing industry. The purple golden flame is the golden fire of washing industry, ranked first among the 4 divine fires. Isn't that awesome? The bird with the same name asked with bright eyes. It's not just a comparison. If you completely integrate the golden fire of Washing industry, its strength can be increased several times in an instant. It is not a problem to challenge the level. Look, the flames on His Majesty's body have gone out. And His Majesty has nothing to do with it. It's really strange. Lu Bowen raised his eyebrows at this time and then said. Seeing this, everyone quickly looked at Xuanhuan. Sure enough, the purple, golden flame on Xuanhuan's body had disappeared. Just in the center of his eyebrows, a flame-shaped pattern appeared. Xuanhuan felt that he was soaked in a golden flame and baked. But he didn't feel any pain. Rather, comfortable. It's like being back in the arms of a mother. I don't know how long it took before his consciousness returned to his body. And he slowly opened his eyes. Ding! The fusion of gold and fire in the washing industry is completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for integrating the golden fire of washing industry, one of the four ancient gods, and the golden fire of washing industry has completely matched with the host. There is no distinction between each other. The host can control the golden fire of washing industry at will. Ding! After integrating the golden fire of washing industry, the host's combat power will double. The system will reward the host for a chance to selectively summon a super strong, a random lottery. Opening his eyes, he saw Jiu Ling Yuan Xing's worried lion face. And Lu Bowen and other worried faces. At the same time, the system prompts sounded one after another. Let Xuanhuan's brain crash instantly. At the same time, the Haotian Empire welcomed two guests from the Holy Court. Xuanhuan, why don't you come out and kneel to receive the imperial decree? The two guests were none other than the special envoys of the Holy Court, who had already been there once. It's not a coincidence that the two adults came here. My Majesty is in retreat. Don't bother if it's not necessary. Lu Bu stood in front of the strong men and said to the two envoys without being humble or saying anything. That being the case, the two of us won't be too hard on others. But I believe that soon it will be impossible for your Majesty to think of a customs clearance. General Lu, take this imperial decree. The two of us have to go to other places for official business. Don't disturb you all. The two were not too reluctant, but the words they said and the gloating expressions on their faces made everyone puzzled. Dang Demon Summit? What is this, Lord Taibai? Do you want to inform your Majesty about this matter? Xuanwu, Lu Bu, and the other strong men opened the imperial edict after the two left. However, the content that caught the eye made everyone not only frown, deeply hesitate. It must be informed that this Demon Sangling Summit said very clearly that all countries under the protection of the Holy Court must participate. And the Emperor must go there in person. At the beginning of our country's establishment, it is not good to save the face of the Holy Court. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. The venue for the summit turned out to be the Xuanwu Empire. And His Majesty's destination is also there. In this way, the two generals jointly sent this imperial decree to His Majesty at the fastest speed. Mental preparation. Taibai Jingxing worked together. Jiang Zia and others decided to notify Xuanhuan as soon as possible. Hey, General Lu has a secret letter sent to you. Your Majesty, please take a look. Just when Xuanhuan was still stunned, a blue light suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Jiu Ling, caught in the hands of Jiu Ling. But it is a piece of blue jade. It is what Xiu Xianjie uses to deliver messages. When Xuanhuan heard this, he ignored the unfamiliar information in his mind. He took the jade piece from Jiuling Yuanqing's hand and skillfully placed it on his forehead to investigate. Ding. Trigger the side quest. The Demon Swing Summit. Quest details: the Demon Swing Summit initiated by the Holy Court will be held in the imperial capital of the Xuanwu Empire. All empires sheltered under the Holy Court must participate. The host is no exception. But the hostile forces of the host will also participate. The host's participation in the summit will definitely put the host in extreme danger. If the host does not fear the risk and still participates in the summit, the system will reward the host a chance to summon a super strong. A chance to selectively summon a super strong. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. And trigger the main quest. The quest has been triggered, and I'm still watching. But since the quest has been triggered, it means that I have to participate. However, it is too early to make a decision. I will wait until the imperial capital to see the situation. I will. Which force without long eyes wants my life? Situ. Xuanhuan? Or the demon race, could it be the Songming sect? Xuanhuan went through the super-large forces he had offended one by one in his mind. But in vain. Finally just give up. Ignore him for now, and we'll make calculations when we arrive at the Xuanwu Empire. If you don't participate in the Sang Demon Summit, you will at most offend the Holy Court. Triggered quests since there is no penalty listed. Then you will be freer. I said, how long have I been in a coma just now? Xuanhuan put away the jade piece and rubbed his slightly swollen head. Asked casually. The master was in a coma for a stick of incense. Speaking of which, the old slave and others would like to congratulate the master for accidentally integrating the golden fire of washing industry. With this fire on your side, it's not a problem for His Majesty to challenge even higher orders. With such a good comparison, isn't I lucky? By the way, what about that strange old man? The old man has long since disappeared. That is a strange person. Your Majesty, don't bother. Okay, let's keep going. Xuanhuan touched the flame mark between his eyebrows and said absently. He faintly felt that the golden fire of washing industry was accomplished, and it seemed to be directly related to the old man. But there is no proof yet. I can only hope that in the future, I will have a day with the old man. System, call me a super strong. At this moment, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the cloud, with his eyes closed and meditating. The powerhouses also obediently shut their mouths, for fear of disturbing Xuanhuan's practice. Incorporating the golden fire of washing industry, the system rewards a chance to summon a super strong. And it's optional. Make Xuanhuan quite happy. Ding. The system is summoning a super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Sun Ernyang. From. I'm sorry, what the hell is this holy Sun Ernyang, and why does it appear so many times? Is there anything unethical about it? Or, take a risk and try it? Pull it down, or stop talking about it. It's enough to recruit a powerful subordinate in a serious manner. System, summon me again. Ding. The system is summoning a super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Zhang Fei was successfully summoned. From. Ding. Does the host choose to resummon? Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, fierce generals. If nothing else, the legend of Chang Bampo frightening the enemy's guts is very convincing. Pull it down, it's him. Zhang Fei, 167, March 221, courtesy name Ida, Ida in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was a native of Shui County, now Zhuozhou, Hebei. With a height of 8 feet, or 1.85 meters. An important general of Xuanhuan. During the Three Kingdoms period, he was the third child of the Taoyuan tie-in. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In 221, he was assassinated by generals Fan Jiang and Zhangde. When Liu Bei called the queen, he was called the right general, and the queen was called the emperor, and he was called the general of chariots and cavalry. And he was named the Marquis of Shixiang. In 221 AD, in order to avenge Guan Yu, he joined forces with Liu Bei to attack eastern Wu. Before leaving, he was assassinated by his generals Fan Jiang and Zhangde. He was only 55 years old when he died. A poem in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms sighs. And she once heard the whip to supervise the post, and the yellow turban swept away Zuiyan Lu. When Hula was closed, the sound shook first, and the water by the Changban bridge was flowing backwards. Interpretation Yan Yan and Shu border, wisdom to deceive Zhang he set. Zhongzhou. Wu Weikid died first, and the autumn grass was long in sorrow. Zhang Fei, from self-name, Ida. Race, human. Magic weapon, Zhangba snake spear. Divine ability, invincible roar. Exercises, 8 methods of immortals. Rank, Emperor rank 9. Loyalty, 78/100. In terms of overall strength, Zhang Fei is still pretty good. Although he only has the cultivation base of the 9th grade emperor level realm. But if he is restored to the furnace, he will have a proper cultivation base in the heavenly realm. If he is lucky enough, he may be able to reach the middle and late stages of heavenly wonderland. In the following time, Su Haoyan rummaged through the new information in his mind to see what it was. Just under this inspection, Qi suddenly became short of breath. If it weren't for the fear that everyone on the cloud would find out, Su Haoyan really wanted to jump up and laughed 3 times. It's really unfamiliar information. This turned out to be the formula for how to control the flame. There are explanations on how to control the flame, use the flame to defend, attack the enemy and other methods. It's a compendium of flames. For the current Su Haoyan, it is undoubtedly a timely reign. Although Su Haoyan was happy about this, he faintly doubted that this was left by the old man on purpose. It is impossible to tell whether the old man is an enemy or a friend. Why do you keep these things in your memory? Even the golden fire of washing industry was made great by the old man. All of this, although Su Haoyan is cautious. But after weighing it again and again, he decided to practice these flame techniques. It's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. The old man's strength is against the sky, and he only needs to move his finger to kill himself. He won't use these inferior means to harm others. Since he left himself and chose to leave, it means that he is in all he sees are ants. Not even ants. Since that's the case, I have no reason to doubt it. Practice is over. The news that the Holy Court wanted to hold the Demon Suppression Summit in the Xuanwu Empire was like a whirlwind, quickly spreading across the southern land. In particular, the stipulation that the participants must be the emperor of the empire personally brought people to participate, making everyone crazy. It is not so much a Dongma summit, but rather a competition among the major forces in the southern region. It can also be said that it is a big shuffle in the southern region of immortal cultivation. In particular, a Haotian emperor appeared in the southern region. It can be said that it was born out of nowhere, which shocked the major forces, and was full of strong interest in it. They all want to take advantage of the opportunity of the Dongma summit to meet this famous young emperor in the southern region for a while. On the eve of the demon-dangling summit, Emperor Xuanhuan was full of people, and there was an endless stream of immortal cultivators dressed in different clothes. And everyone had a big smile on their face. The unprecedented event made countless monks from the southern regions come to the imperial capital one after another. Come and admire the style of the top emperor in the southern region. Wearing a silver-white gown, Xuanhuan walked on the streets of the imperial capital with his hands behind his back, with a warm smile on his face. The flame pattern between the eyebrows flickered, making Xuanhuan full of a strange charm. If people who don't know him see Xuanhuan like this, they must think that he is the son of some family. It is difficult to make people think of the Haotian Empire, the Haotian emperor who is in full swing. Behind him, Jiuling Yuansheng followed closely. A pair of lion eyes looked around, guarding against possible danger. But Tu Xingxuan and other strong people revisited their old places, seeing the noisy and crowded people, but it was boring. And a tall, burly black-faced man was looking around. It was Zhang Fei and Zhang Ida who came to Xuanhuan. One day, this place will belong to our Haotian Empire. And your majesty will be famous in the southern regions. Lu Boan looked at the endless stream of people and said in high spirits, "It's just a nickname. My goal is not as simple as an empire. What do you think of the Lord of the Southern Territory?" Xuanhuan turned his head and glanced at Lu Boan, who was in high spirits, and chuckled lightly. Lord of the Southern Regions. Lu Boan, Jiuling, and other powerhouses were suddenly shocked. Hey, your majesty will definitely be able to sit on the position of the Lord of the Southern Territory. No one can match it. Tu Xingxuan's flattery clapped. Let the heavy-named birds roll their eyes. But it made Xuanhuan laugh. In fact, Xuanhuan had a bigger goal in his heart. That he didn't say. The reason why I didn't say it is because the time has not come. What's the matter? Get out of the way. Didn't you see that my Royal Highness was on his way? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the front of the crowd, mixed with a shrill scream. Therefore, the flow of people paused for a while. Followed by a hula, one point to both sides, and a vacuum was formed in the middle of the road. All of a sudden, Xuanhuan was exposed to everyone's eyes. Xuanhuan didn't care, just raised his eyes and looked forward. I saw that in front of the crowd, dozens of people were rushing in. The front of the team was led by a young man with his head held high, his nostrils pointing upwards, and a gloomy face. At this time, there was a person who looked like a guard, walking around the shadowy youth, whipping the monk who couldn't dodge on the road with a whip. An elderly cultivator was patronized by a leather whip, because he couldn't dodge in time, and a bright red blood trough appeared on his face in an instant. The severe pain made the old man cry out in agony. He turned around and glanced in horror. The guard with a ferocious face hurriedly crawled into the crowd next to him. "You, what are you looking at? Get out of here." And you little bastard, get out of the way. At this time, in the middle of the road, a 12 or 13-year-old girl was stunned. For some unknown reason, and did not take any evasion measures. Xiao-san, dare to block your uncle's way and die for me. Seeing that the whistling whip was about to land on the little girl's face. That tender face that had not yet shown its beauty to the world was about to be ruthlessly destroyed. Bystanders quickly turned their heads away, unable to bear to look directly at this cruel scene. However, at this moment, next to the little girl, a slender hand with 10 slender fingers, white as jade, suddenly pulled out the little girl at lightning speed. Snapped. As soon as the little girl left, the whip whistled just at this moment. With a snap, it slammed to the ground, leaving a deep welt. When the audience saw this scene, they not only breathed a sigh of relief. If the whip was slapped on the little girl's face, the little girl would peel off. Even if she didn't die, that pretty face will also be ruthlessly destroyed. Little sister, don't cry, be good, sister is here, it's all right. At this time, the person who saved the little girl's life, a tall, cold, and beautiful woman, was comforting the little girl who was crying in a mess in her arms. Who is this? Don't die. Tsk. She's actually a beautiful woman. I heard that the eldest prince of the Sky Empire is a dick. Women can make a big deal this time. Hey, I lost a flower in vain. The onlookers were all shocked when they saw this unexpected scene. At the same time I admire this woman who is horizontally inserted into the bar. I also feel a great pity. Xuanhuan was also greatly surprised, and could not help but look at the woman carefully. Where is the stinky sign? The Sky Empire is doing business, you dare to push the bar horizontally, you must pay a heavy price for it. That is death. The vicious guard immediately roared furiously when he saw that his powerful whip was destroyed. I'm going to step up and teach this nosy guy a hard lesson. Slow, she's fine. I want it. At this time, the shadowy youth, who had always maintained an indifferent attitude, suddenly said. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared greedily at the indifferent woman holding the little girl. Your Majesty, although this woman is only a mortal, she has a strange aura. I'm afraid it's not simple. But at this time, she is not the opponent of the evil young man. What should I do? Chongming Bird is a daughter, and the most disliked is this evil young man. At this time, she said with a cold face. Ding. Trigger a side quest. Act for the heavens. Quest details, because the host is a good emperor. When someone bullies ordinary mortals, it must be stopped, and it is worthy of being a kind word. If the host takes action to teach this arrogant the prince, and tell him to shut up forever, the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super strong. A random lottery. If the host fails to complete the task, the system will sleep for 10 years. Damn, what kind of bird mission is this? The reward is pitiful, but the punishment is unprecedented. Let him shut up forever, you can just say killing people and it's over. What are you doing? Do you want to make enemies when you come to the imperial capital? Madan, system, are you ill? It feels good, thank you for your concern. The system mechanically replied. Makes you how anxious. I knew that opposition was invalid. Don't care. Compared with offending a powerful enemy, it is more terrifying for the system to fall into a deep sleep. What, do you want to cut him? Xuanhuan turned his head and asked. Cut him? What do you mean? Chongming Bird asked suspiciously. Just beat him, kill him, it's a hammer. That stick, oh. Chongming Yao didn't understand very well, and wanted to ask again, but when he saw Su Haoyan's face full of suffocation, he held back. Your Majesty is in a fit of anger, so don't get mad. Someone, bring this woman back to the station. The guard heard what his master said, and hurriedly ordered the guards, who followed. There was no extra expression on his face. It seems that he is already familiar with doing this kind of thing. Take you numb. Where's the bastard? If you're not breastfeeding at home, run around and make a fuss, just say it straight when you're courting death. Tian's heart is full of anger, and one mouth is a scolding. It made Jiuling, Yuanqing and others puzzled behind him. What, you dare to scold the eldest prince of our Sky Empire? Are you tired of living? Boy, are you courting death, do you know? The leading guard angrily looked at Su Haoyan with his hands behind his back. The eyes are full of incredible colors. What's the matter? This king has to go to the party. The woman takes it away. And the child is killed. The fly swatter is dead. At this time, the shadowy young man standing behind the guard looked at the handsome and extraordinary Su Haoyan with contempt, with a flash of jealousy in his eyes, and then gave an order with a snort. Hey, boy, how do you want to die? As soon as the guard heard his master's words, his face flickered, and he said viciously, I should ask you about this. A bunch of rubbish. Because of you, there will be unjust, false and wrongful convictions in this world. Today, I, Emperor Haoyan, will do justice for the heavens. I will destroy the worms in your society. As soon as Su Haoyan's voice fell, the flame pattern between his eyebrows flashed slightly, his left hand was raised, and the fiery golden light flickered. The next moment, the guard walking towards him was suddenly engulfed by a golden flame. In the blink of an eye, the guard turned into ashes. Not even a scream was made. Ah, murdered, the young man actually killed the guard. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Qing Tian Empire? This boy is finished. Hey, a good young man was ruined by impulsive hands. Miss, brother, is he all right? Don't worry, he'll be fine. The indifferent woman showed a rare genial smile, stroked the tender face of the little girl and comforted. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep worry. Ah, you can't kill me, you know, I'm the future emperor of the Sky Empire, and I'm the supreme being. And you're just an ant. If I don't kill you, I've done my best to you. Hurry up and kneel for me. Come on, beg for mercy. It's still too late. Otherwise, you'll have no choice but to die. The shadowy youth saw that the guards changed into flying ash in an instant. And he was terrified. At this time, he threatened Su Haoyan in a serious manner. He didn't think Su Haoyan had the courage to kill him. Because the consequences of doing so are serious. Not even if he is Emperor Haoyan. I really didn't see it. It turns out that you are not only an idiot, but also a narcissist. When you are about to die, you still don't forget to use your own power to oppress others. How dare you kill a scumbag like you who treats life like a mustard? As soon as Su Haoyan's voice fell, the flame pattern between his eyebrows beat slightly, and he waved his hand lightly, and a golden light flashed away. The shadowy youth was immediately enveloped in golden flames, and turned into ashes in an instant. And a group of guards behind him also followed their master in an instant. Ah, they are dead. That handsome young man actually killed the first prince of the Qing Tian Empire. It's really amazing. He calls himself Emperor Haoyan. Is he the Emperor Haoyan who has been in the limelight recently? I met Emperor Haoyan in the imperial capital before. That's right. He is still so young and handsome. Emperor Haoyan? The title of good emperor is indeed well-deserved. What are you afraid of? That is Emperor Haoyan, who is also the emperor of the empire. What is there to be afraid of? Have you seen it? The wave of Emperor Haoyan's hand is so handsome. Emperor Haoyan? The title of good emperor is indeed well-deserved. What are you afraid of? That is Emperor Haoyan, who is also the emperor of the empire. What is there to be afraid of? Have you seen it? The wave of Emperor Haoyan's hand is so handsome. Your Majesty Haoyan, thank you for saving your life. Long live your Majesty. Haoyan, long live, long live. Big brother, you are the best. Thank you so much for this son's life-saving grace. The little girl is here to thank you. Slender Jade holds the little girl by hand. The indifferent woman came to Su Haoyan and bowed. Removing violence and enliang is the cultivation that my generation of monks should have. This girl doesn't have to worry about it. Although Su Haoyan was amazed by the beauty of the woman. But there is no in my heart. With a dashing smile, he walked away. The indifferent woman looked at Su Haoyan's leaving back, and a light flashed in her dark eyes. As Emperor Haoyan waved his hand, the news that the arrogant prince was wiped out, like a hurricane, hit the Xuanwu Emperor's capital on the eve of the conference. It made Su Haoyan, who was the focus of this conference, even more noticeable. Ah, Su Haoyan, little thief. It's just a scumbag child who has had a bad luck. He was so daring. Killed my son. I want you to die without a place to be buried. In the Xuanwu Emperor's capital, in an extremely high-end inn, Wei Xiaotian of the Qing Tian Empire roared with a ferocious look on his face. Ding! Trigger the side quest. The Wrath of the Sky Empire. Quest details. Because the host is acting for the sky, kill the first prince of the sky Empire in anger. It provoked the anger of Wei Xiaotian, the current emperor of the Sky Empire. Wei Xiaotian vowed to kill the host. Avenge his son. If the host successfully escapes Wei Xiaotian's kill and kills them together, the host will get an unexpected treasure. At the same time, the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super legion. A random summon a chance to be super strong. A random draw. Ding! Complete the side quest. Act for the heavens. Quest details, because the host is a good emperor. When someone bullies ordinary monks, you must stop it. It is worthy of being a kind word. If the host takes action to teach this arrogant the prince, and tell him to shut up forever, the system will reward the host a chance to randomly summon a super strong. A random lottery. If the host fails to complete the task, the system will sleep for 10 years. Let me go. I beat the younger ones, and the older ones come. If you don't kill the group, don't give up. It's okay, see how powerful I am, Emperor Haoyan, or you, Emperor Qing Tian, who is incompetent. That dashing gesture let Su Haoyan's tall image spread all over the Xuanwu imperial capital in an instant. People not only talked about it, but also made Su Haoyan's popularity soar. Let Su Haoyan wake up from his dreams. System, give me a random summon super strong. At this time, Xuanhuan was wandering around while instructing the system to summon the strong. As the territory of the Haotian Empire became wider and wider, Xuanhuan's name was also known by more and more people in the southern regions. What followed was an infinite surge in luck. The huge lucky value allows Xuanhuan to exchange goods in the lucky mall in addition to shaping the strong. The chance to draw a lottery has obviously become a tasteless existence. The only use now is to accumulate them together and merge them into the right to summon the legion. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan, one of the 3 kingdoms and 5 tiger generals. From I'm going, the 5 tiger generals, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Huangzhong are here now. It seems that it shouldn't be difficult to gather the 5 tiger generals.